Everyone is laughing at me, a worthless D-ranked talent, for actually marrying this year's only SSS-ranked beast taming prodigy. At the wedding, the fiancé's family publicly presented 3 harsh conditions. Giving up his freedom to stay at home tending to his wife and children, even attempting to scheme for the last 5 great secret realms of my family. They thought I was a sheep waiting to be slaughtered, unaware that I had awakened a heaven-defying system where pampering my wife makes me stronger. Bound to an SSSS-level spirit beast. In my quest for wealth and power, I resolutely gifted all my secret realms to my wife, sparking widespread astonishment. However, the secret realm that promised tenfold returns concealed world-shaking wealth and secrets capable of overturning the entire world. My name is Zhang Yang, Kyoto's #1 gigolo, holding my wife Yun Mengyao's arm as we walk through the mocking whispers of the guests. My parents died on the battlefield, leaving me as the sole survivor of the Zhang family. Yet, I only possess a D-level beast taming talent and haven't even awakened my companion beast. In contrast, Manhwa is this year's only SSS-ranked beast taming talent holder, having awakened the polar ice phoenix. In the eyes of my father-in-law, Yun Haoren, a worthless person like me is like cow dung clinging to a beautiful flower. Guided by the officiant, we knelt before the memorial tablets of Yun family's parents and Zhang family's parents. Father-in-law's disdainful scolding interrupted my sorrow. I smiled bitterly, kowtowed, and offered the tea with respect. Being able to marry Manhwa is a blessing I must have cultivated over several lifetimes. Mother-in-law Pan Shulan took the teacup but was unwilling to drink it, advising me to call off the engagement, emphasizing the disparity in strength between the woman and the man. The grievance of having to live under my wife's protection from now on. Manhwa saw through her mother's intentions and glared at her with a dark expression. Pan Shulan had no choice but to take a reluctant sip of the tea in defiance. Yun Haoren took a sip of tea, then spoke with his nose in the air. Since you've entered the Yun family, everything should revolve around the Yun family and Manhwa. With only a D-grade talent, you are forbidden from entering any real secret realms except for trial ones. From now on, you'll stay home peacefully to care for your wife and children. Also, the 3 D-class permanent secret realms controlled by your Zhang family. 1 B-class exploration secret realm and 1 A-class high-risk secret realm will be entrusted to our Yun family to manage from now on. Dad! Manhwa immediately stopped him, her face flushing red. How would people in the capital view our Yun family if you say such things? Are you suggesting that we are plotting to take the 5 secret realms of the Zhang family? I was taken aback that she only refuted the 3rd point when the mechanical voice of the Sichuan-Chongqing system suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! Congratulations on your marriage, host. The Sichuan-Chongqing system has been activated. Your wife, Yun Manhwa, has been automatically bound. Binding reward obtained, SSSS grade special beast, armor devouring insect. Activation reward obtained, the cultivation progress gained by the host's wife will be returned tenfold to the host. All the gifts given to his wife will also be returned at 10 times their value. I immediately snapped out of my surprise at the system and stepped forward to stand between the father and daughter, saying to Manhwa, Manhwa, I think what your father said was right. I'm the only useless person left in the Zhang family, giving resources to me would be a waste. Father-in-law, there's no issue with entrusting the 5 secret realms of the Zhang family to the Yun family for management. However, I have one condition. Father-in-law, I request that the 5 secret realms of my Zhang family be gifted to my wife Yun Manhwa, not handed over to the Yun family. From this day forward, these 5 secret realms shall become Yun Manhwa's personal property. Percent Yun Haoren and Pan Shulan both spat out their tea simultaneously. I explained, my Zhang family cannot hold on to these secret realms. I gave them to Manhwa as gifts since we're husband and wife, sharing everything, and this matter has been publicly acknowledged in the capital. No one can covet them anymore. My father-in-law repeated good 3 times, stood up, and placed his hands on my shoulders. Good son-in-law, we agree to this request. Ding! The host actively gifted his beloved wife 3 D-grade permanent secret realms, 1 B-grade exploration secret realm, and 1 A-grade high-risk secret realm. Calculating tenfold rewards. Host obtained portable secret realms, 3 C-grade and 2 A-grade. Suppressing my overwhelming joy, I respectfully asked Manhwa, I wonder if Manhwa has any objections to this? Manhwa now smiled with curved eyebrows, pretending to be serious as she laid down 3 rules for me. First, before we complete our university studies, we can't do that. Second, you currently lack the ability to protect yourself, so you must stay at home properly. Third, until you reach the rank of a 5-star beast master, our relationship cannot be publicly disclosed. After the wedding banquet, Manhwa pulled me to sit on the sofa and told me her best girlfriend was coming. Her best friend Zhang Shiyao swept in like a gust of wind. Zhang Shiyao rushed directly to Manhwa's side, took her hand, and pressed it against her own face to rub it. I quickly stepped between the two of them and confronted her. How much resentment do you harbor towards Manhwa that you'd humiliate her by putting me down? Zhang Shiyao immediately pulled a long face and scolded me. A worthless degrade like you being able to marry a heaven-blessed goddess like Manhwa is nothing short of your ancestors' graves smoking with good fortune. You can only stay obediently at home, tending to your wife and raising children. I countered sharply, questioning whether she thought the Dragon Emperor of D rank was also trash. Zhang Shiryao was so angry she couldn't speak. Mengyao stood in between, letting me go rest first. Before I left, I rubbed against Menyao's shoulder like a pitiful big dog and flattered. Honey, whatever you say, I'll listen. I only feel sorry for my wifey. Zhang Shiryao's face turned pale with anger, and I dashed into the guest room. Lying in bed, I couldn't wait to silently chant, enter the sea-level secret realm. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a space filled with mist. I summoned my SSSS grade tamed beast, the armor-devouring insect, which flew out like a shark smelling blood. The mist dissipated at a terrifying speed. I saw the devastated land and the rapidly dissipating silver ore, guessing that this was most likely a pure resource secret realm. Ding! The armor-devouring beetle has reached its limit for the first time, consuming vibranium, gaining the attribute, hardness. Vibranium beetle, its entire body is composed of vibranium, defense rating, SSSS class, attack power, D class. The beetle turned silvery white, gave a light shake, and instantly split into two. The newly divided beetles flew out again to devour. About half an hour later, the mist in the entire secret realm space completely dissipated. This sea-level secret realm was at most 10 miles in radius. I know the value of vibranium is terrifyingly high. In the end, a full 11 armor-piercing beetles flew back. I've got my hands full coming up. Chapter 4. Some things are natural gifts you can't envy. Early the next morning, Zhang Yang timed his exit from the portable secret realm to the minute. Though the evolved armored beetles had grown slightly larger, they remained scarce in number. To form an effective defense, he would have to control them personally. He spent the entire previous night honing his coordination with the armored beetles. After a full night of training, Zhang Yang's energy was nearly depleted. Thump. Brother Yang, are you awake? Yun Mengyao's call came at just the right moment. I'm up. Just give me a minute. Half an hour later, the two of them were seated in the car heading toward the beast market. Zhang Yang watched Yun Mengyao's slender, pale fingers twisting the hem of her dress, feeling utterly helpless. Mengyao, if you keep tugging like that, you'll ruin this dress. Ever since they left the Yun residence, Zhang Yang had sensed something off about Yun Mengyao. He turned his head and met her large, watery eyes. He couldn't resist ruffling her fluffy hair a couple of times. But what surprised Zhang Yang even more was that usually, whenever he ruffled her hair, Yun Mengyao would immediately bristle. Today, however, she remained uncharacteristically calm, merely gazing at him with those wet eyes. This unexpected reaction left him thoroughly flustered. Mengyao, is there something you want to tell me? Hearing Zhang Yang's question, Yun Mengyao blinked her large eyes cautiously and said, Brother Yang, you really shouldn't dwell too much on your talent. You said it yourself, even the founding emperor of our great Qian Empire only had a D-tier talent. But didn't he still build such a vast empire through his own hard work? Brother Yang, I believe in you. You will succeed. Zhang Yang suddenly understood. So this girl thought his current exhausted state stemmed from worries about his talent. Zhang Yang's thoughts raced. He let out a soft sigh, forcing a resolute expression onto his face. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he said, It's okay, Mengyao. Marrying you, these are burdens I should bear. You are, after all, heaven's chosen daughter, while I am but dust upon the earth. In the days to come, countless people will mock me, belittle me, and even try to drive me away from you. I'll grow accustomed to it. Listening to Zhang Yang's sorrowful words, Yun Mengyao felt tears welling up in her eyes. At the same time, it only strengthened her resolve to work hard, to seize abundant resources for Brother Yang in the future, and to help him grow. As they spoke, the car pulled up before the gates of the capital's largest beast tamer marketplace. Zhang Yang gazed at the gilded and magnificent entrance, his heart filled with a pang of nostalgia. Once upon a time, the Zhang family had been regulars here. He, Zhang Yang, had accompanied his parents here countless times. He still remembered his father joking with him. If Zhang Yang hadn't awakened a companion beast, he would have bought the most expensive and finest beast here as a gift for him. Then, using every resource the Zhang family possessed, he would have elevated him to an 8-star beast master. Who could have imagined that his father's jest would become a self-fulfilling prophecy? Only now, he would never witness it. Just as Zhang Yang was lost in thought, a sharp, piercing voice cut through the air. Oh my, isn't this the very same freeloader who's been the talk of the entire capital lately? What's this? Bringing your sugar daddy shopping today? Oh dear, you'd better hurry up and milk her dry. Otherwise, once your little sugar mama catches on, you'll never get another chance like this. Zhang Yang turned toward the voice. A youth with a head of green hair stood to their left, grinning mockingly at him. When he turned, the guy even raised an eyebrow at him in a provocative manner. Sugar daddy, let me tell you, you're just after the money, right? Just tell me how much you want, and I'll give it to you. Then get the hell out of here. Get out of the capital. Find some godforsaken place where no one knows you, and you can still live out your days in peace. There are so many talented young men in the capital, aren't they all better than you? Why should Mengyao suffer alongside you? Zhang Yang recognized this man. Not just know him, they've been at odds since childhood. A popular rhyme had long circulated throughout the great Qian Empire. 1 emperor, 2 war gods, for great academies, 10 loyal vassals. Across 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, the 8 princes forever guard the peace. The Emperor of the Ages referred to the current ruler of the Great Qian Empire, the Dragon Emperor Long Kong. His peerless Beast King realm dominates the entire empire. The 2 war gods are the only other beast lords beneath Long Kong in the Great Qian Empire. The 4 great academies, each specializing in distinct disciplines, stand at the 4 cardinal points. The 8 kings are 9-star beast masters who, after being infected as kings by Long Kong, guard the empire's 8 directions. As for the 10 households, these are 10 families equally possessing 9-star beast masters. The Yun family of Yun Mengyao and the Li family of the green-haired youth Li Yingjie both stood prominently among them. His Zhang family had once been among them, but in just a few days, the Zhang family would be expelled from the ranks of the 10 vassal families. Yun Mengyao stepped forward, positioning herself before Zhang Yang. Li Yingjie, you can't spit out pearls from a dog's mouth. We won't bother arguing with you. Brother Yang, let's go. Zhang Yang had no desire to waste words on Li Yingjie either. Wouldn't it be better to use this time to explore the secret realm? At the very least, we could practice controlling the armored beetles. There's no need to waste time on people like him. But no sooner had they stepped through the door than Li Yingjie stuck to them like a dog's leash. TSK, being handsome really has its perks. If I had someone's looks, I'd just break 2 of my 3 legs and lie at home eating. That sycophant of Li Yingjie sure knows how to play the straight man. Young Master Li, what's the point of keeping that last one? Li Yingjie grinned with a lecherous look. One more? One more? Don't I need it to serve my sugar daddy properly? Aha! Zhang Yang could tolerate being humiliated. After all, the fact that he only possessed D-tier talent was already common knowledge among the higher-ups. But using such filthy language to humiliate Yun Mengyao? That Zhang Yang absolutely could not tolerate. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Yang halted his advance. No matter how fiercely Yun Mengyao tugged at him, she couldn't budge him an inch. Li Yingjie, saying a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory is actually an insult to dogs. Some things are innate talent, you can't envy them. It's not even night yet, why are you already dreaming? Li Yingjie's mocking expression instantly darkened like storm clouds gathering. He never imagined this D-rank good for nothing, stripped of his clan's protection, would dare to talk back to him. And to strike at his most vulnerable spot, publicly humiliating him. As a child, Li Yingjie had once fallen into icy water. Ever since, his manhood had been as if frozen solid, never functioning properly. This was the Li family's deepest, darkest secret. Zhang Yang had no idea that by using Li Yingjie's own words to mock him back, he had struck precisely at his weakest point. Seeing Li Yingjie's face turn pale, a vague sense of foreboding crept into his heart. The next instant, a shadowy figure flashed past Li Yingjie's side. Rip! Chapter 5, S-Class? Trash that can't even rip my clothes? ZZZZT. A shrill sound like nails scraping a blackboard rang out. A flash of steel-on-steel firelight instantly flickered across Zhang Yang's face. By the time everyone came to their senses, a jet-black feline-like beast was already crouched before Li Yingjie, licking its own paw. Li Yingjie's eyes widened in shock. This can't be possible. Zhang Yang felt a cold sweat break out on his back. If he hadn't spent all night practicing controlling the armored devouring beetle, he would have made a complete fool of himself today. Just moments ago, the instant he sensed something amiss, he had summoned the armored devouring beetles. During last night's training, he had already discovered it. His devouring beetles were different from other tamed beasts. Other beast tamers required their masters to activate the beast space before their beasts could emerge. The larger the beast, the stronger the spatial fluctuations. His devouring beetle, however, required only a single thought to instantly appear wherever he desired. Moreover, both its release and recall caused no fluctuations in the beast space. Summoned to his face, the beetle formed a defensive barrier that perfectly blocked the shadow leopard's attack. Had his timing been even slightly off, the shadow leopard's claws would have torn his face to shreds. Zhang Yang suppressed the fear in his heart. He couldn't show weakness now. He gave a cold laugh and declared, "What's impossible? What's impossible? By the way, Li Yingjie, did your little pet cat just scratch me? Why did my face feel so ticklish?" Li Yingjie bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Bull! This is my S-Class beast, the Shadow Panther. You and your kitten." Fuming with rage, Li Yingjie ordered the Shadow Panther to attack once more. Zhang Yang sensed Yun Mengyao was about to intervene and immediately reached out to stop her. The Shadow Panther's attack relied on the element of surprise. Now that it had revealed itself, it could no longer threaten Zhang Yang. Such a golden opportunity to practice his control skills, how could he let it slip away? Under Li Yingjie's command, Shadow Leopard fully exploited its speed advantage, weaving relentlessly around Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang locked onto the Shadow Leopard's movements with his mental focus. The armor-eating beetle was far faster than the Shadow Leopard. If he could keep pace with the beetle, a mere Shadow Leopard was no challenge at all. Each time the Shadow Leopard launched an attack, Zhang Yang could precisely predict its point of impact. He would then swiftly command the armored devouring beetles to form a defensive barrier on the surface of his clothing, perfectly blocking the Shadow Leopard's strikes. The shadow leopard was swift, but the devouring beetle's speed was nothing short of blinding. Spectators could only see flashes of light, like clashing metal, streaking across Zhang Yang's body. Li Yingjie grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. What the hell was going on? Zhang Yang stood there, letting the shadow leopard attack him, yet the beast couldn't even tear a corner of his clothes, let alone injure him. Meanwhile, his rage was building to a boiling point. Shadow leopard. Breakthrough attack. Yun Mengyao, hearing Li Yingjie's shout, immediately rushed forward. This breakthrough attack meant the shadow leopard would sacrifice one of its own tiers. After this battle, the S-rank shadow leopard would drop to a rank, with no chance of ever recovering. Paying such a heavy price granted the shadow leopard a temporary surge in combat power equivalent to breaking through one realm. Since they were both unranked beast masters at present, the shadow leopard would gain the combat power of a 1-star beast master. Yun Mengyao refused to let Zhang Yang take such a risk. Ice Phoenix. Stop it. Yun Mengyao roared. A frost-glazed 3-clawed giant paw extended from the beastmaster's space, snatching the attacking shadow leopard with pinpoint accuracy. Yun Mengyao's icy voice rang out simultaneously. Li Yingjie, how dare you let the shadow leopard use a realm-breaking attack? I'll cripple your beast-riding ability today. As she spoke, Yun Mengyao immediately commanded the Arctic Ice Phoenix to crush the shadow panther. At that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside the 3-toed giant paw. An arm was firmly wedged between the claws. No matter how fiercely the Arctic Ice Phoenix's giant paw strained, it couldn't inflict even the slightest injury. Miss Yun, my young master did indeed act impulsively. But surely that doesn't warrant killing my young master's companion beast? Yun Mengyao seemed unsurprised by this person's arrival. The 10 great families weren't just empty words. It was perfectly normal for a young master traveling abroad to be accompanied by a beast master. Though Yun Mengyao had yet to attain any official rank, she felt no fear toward this beast master whose aura radiated a faint yet palpable pressure. Impulsive? Li Yingjie tried to kill my husband, and you call that a moment of impulse? If your Li family wants war with my Yun family, just say so. Why resort to such underhanded tactics? Launching an attack within the capital against a D-rank beast master who hasn't awakened a companion beast. Does your Li family hold no regard for my Yun family, or do you hold no regard for the sovereign himself? As Yun Mengyao pinned this heavy accusation on them, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Li Yingjie shouted, his face twisted with fury. Yun Mengyao, don't make such baseless accusations. I attacked Zhang Yang because he, a mere D-rank beast master, dared to speak insolently to me, an S-rank beast master. I taught him a lesson. Don't drag the Yun family or the Li family into this, and certainly don't bring the sovereign into it. Yun Mengyao's gaze grew even darker. Poof. So he spoke disrespectfully to you, and you used the shadow leopard to kill him. You tried to kill my husband in front of me. Does that mean I can use the polar ice phoenix to kill you? Li Yingjie, now that you've allowed your servant to attack me, an SSS rank beastmaster, could it be you think the Yun family has no one worthy of standing against you? With a flick of Yun Mengyao's small hand, 3 voices appeared silently behind her. Each radiated an aura no weaker than that of the man who had just unleashed the Arctic Ice Phoenix's strike. A battle seemed poised to erupt at any moment. The next instant, Li Yingjie, who had been standing dumbstruck nearby, was struck squarely across the face. His entire body rolled back 4 or 5 meters. Where he had stood moments before now stood a young man bearing a striking resemblance to Li Yingjie. Young Master Zhang, Miss Yun. My brother acted on impulse. Surely you wouldn't take his life over this? This is how it will be. I, Li Yinghao, will settle this. Tonight, all the beasts young Master Zhang has chosen will be purchased by the Li family. Would this apology suffice, young Master Zhang? Li Yinghao, Li Yingjie's older brother. Now a sophomore in college, his prowess had reached the realm of a 2-star beastmaster. How these two could be related was a question that puzzled everyone. Everyone who knew them harbored an immature thought. That Li Yingjie must have given all his intelligence to Li Yinghao. After all, these two boys, separated by only 2 years, presented stark contrasts. One was as cunning and calculating as a seasoned veteran who'd spent decades navigating the treacherous waters of officialdom, while the other seemed perpetually childlike, as if he'd never truly grown up. Zhang Yang had heard of this old schemer's ruthlessness and didn't want to push things too far. After all, he hadn't suffered any real harm, and he'd even scored a free beast tamer. Li Yinghao, what nonsense are you spouting? We'll inevitably cross paths again. It doesn't have to come to this. Shall we go? Li Yinghao shot Zhang Yang a lukewarm glance. He wasn't surprised that Zhang Yang had accepted his compensation. Chapter 6, The Armor-Eating Beetle's Unusual Activity. The two families reached an agreement, and the conflict dissipated. The servants discreetly withdrew, keeping a respectful distance as they followed their masters. The 4 entered the beast market directly. No matter how many times Zhang Yang had visited this place, each entry brought a visual impact. It's simply extravagant. The shopping hall soared dozens of meters high, its towering pillars adorned with intricate gold-outlined depictions of myriad races. The walls were packed with nearly every type of beast-taming material humanity had ever discovered, and every single one was genuine. Across tens of thousands of square meters, every tier of beast mastering had its own dedicated trading zone. And here, the most famed grand event, the egg betting tournament, took place. Li Yinghao summoned a server and promptly paid the betting deposit for all 4 of them. Led by the attendant, the 4 headed straight for the egg betting market. Li Yinghao, did you come here today just for the egg gambling? Zhang Yang, who had seen the world, didn't even glance at the low-tier beasts in these areas. What if I set my sights on a beast egg that conflicts with yours? Li Yinghao's stride faltered slightly. His gaze flicked imperceptibly toward his brother, whose intelligence bordered on 0. I've already said it, whatever beast you set your sights on, the Li family will cover the cost. Don't worry about the Li family's credit. Zhang Yang gave a dismissive chuckle before continuing. The Li family's credit means nothing to me, but your credit, Li Yinghao, is quite useful. Li Yinghao's footsteps faltered again for a moment, though this time, no one noticed. Gambling on eggs is every bit as risky as gambling on jade stones. Before a beast egg hatches, no one knows what grade of beast will emerge. Even an egg witnessed giving birth to an S-grade beast could hatch into a worthless D-grade beast. Such incidents were far from uncommon in the beast market. Similarly, some gamblers at egg markets purchase eggs with only B-grade fluctuations, only to hatch an SS-grade premium beast after sealing the blood contract. However, such odds were pitifully low. If the pet's level is just 1 rank higher than the egg's fluctuations, it's considered a decent win. If it surpasses the egg's fluctuations by 2 grades, it's called a major win. The 4 of them wandered aimlessly through the egg gambling market. Zhang Yang and Li Yinghao combined had 800 wits between them. Zhang Yang knew Li Yinghao had come here with a specific target in mind. He waited for Li Yinghao to show the slightest hint of his intentions so he could snatch the opportunity away, adding to the Li family's troubles. Li Yinghao was well aware that Zhang Yang had figured out his intentions. He simply followed the others around aimlessly, never once glancing at the beast eggs. Yun Mengyao, however, was eagerly examining the beast eggs. In this world, theoretically, a beast master could obtain up to 8 beasts. These included the companion beast awakened during talent awakening and 1 contract slot. Additional contract slots were rewarded upon reaching Star Beast Master 5-star, Star Beast Master 9-star, Beast Sovereign, Beast King, Beast God, and Beast Saint. The Polarized Phoenix was merely her companion beast, leaving her with 1 remaining contract slot. Yun Haoren had been searching for a beast compatible with the Polarized Phoenix, but unfortunately, none had been suitable. Yun Mengyao herself was keeping an eye out, but her SSS-tier talent wouldn't allow her to gamble on eggs. Should she gamble and lose, her talent would suffer a massive reduction. But that didn't stop her from gazing at these strange and exotic beast eggs with wide, curious eyes. Zhang Yang observed Li Yinghao for a moment. Seeing that he hadn't glanced at the beast eggs, he realized his thoughts had been read. He promptly stopped paying attention to him and stepped forward to examine the diverse array of beast eggs. Compared to the 10,000 clans, the beast master eggs seemed even more peculiar. They seemed to exist as a separate system, distinct from the 10,000 clans. The smallest insect-type beasts, no larger than mosquitoes, hatched from eggs the size of a human head. Even colossal dragons, whose young alone stretched over 10 meters in length, could hatch from these head-sized eggs. The only way humans could identify a beast egg was by sensing its energy fluctuations. Unfortunately, this sole method boasts a terrifyingly low accuracy rate. Gambling on an egg is pure luck. Until the blood pact is sealed, the contents of the egg remain unknown. However, once the blood pact is sealed, the beast master and their mount become bound by life and death. Some have attempted to slaughter low-grade beasts until they contract a high-grade one. Though the beast's death wouldn't harm the tamer. Yet the prodigious beast master who ultimately bound an SS-grade beast through this method never broke through the 5-star rank in his lifetime. The human hierarchy subsequently banned this practice. Speculation arose that the death of a beast might weaken the beast master's innate abilities. Or perhaps the death of a contracted beast could even directly lower the beast master's potential ceiling. With the SSSS-tier armor devouring beetle as his safety net, Zhang Yang felt less resistance toward gambling on eggs. After all, in his grand design, all future beasts would merely serve as smokescreens. The armor devouring beetle was the very foundation of his existence. Controlling the devouring beetles would become increasingly difficult as their numbers surged in the future, naturally preventing him from diverting attention to other beasts. Zhang Yang wandered aimlessly among the various beast egg display stands. Suddenly, he sensed agitation stirring within the devouring beetle in his beast space. The sensation lasted only a fleeting moment. By the time Zhang Yang stopped in his tracks, the beetles had already settled back into silence. The true nature of the devouring beetles remained largely beyond Zhang Yang's comprehension. He wasn't naive enough to think their sudden agitation was merely because they were stuffed. But Zhang Yang scanned his surroundings but detected nothing unusual. He even released his spiritual energy for a small-scale scan. Aside from the fluctuations of some C and B-grade beast eggs nearby, there was nothing else out of the ordinary. Unwilling to accept this, Zhang Yang walked around the area once more, yet the beetles showed no further signs of disturbance. Returning to his original spot, he pondered whether he had made any unusual movements earlier that might have provoked the beetles. After pondering for a long while, he still couldn't figure it out. Hey, do you think I, a member of the Li family, have all the time in the world? What are you spacing out for in this B grade beast egg area? Liang Jie watched Zhang Yang pacing back and forth around the grade B beast egg area, his impatience evident as he spoke up. Zhang Yang, have you finally gained clarity about yourself? Scared your D rank talent can't handle a higher tier beast, so you're trying to buy a B rank egg? Ha, a loser is a loser, you don't even have the guts to contract a higher tier beast. Should I praise you for your self-awareness? Or should I call you a cowardly, spineless wimp? Already irritated, Zhang Yang grew even more agitated when Liang Jie interrupted his thoughts. You're nothing but trash that can't even tear my clothes. Stop barking like a dog. If you're weak, just train harder. Liang Jie tried to retort, but Li Yinghao silenced him. No problem, young Master Zhang can take his time choosing. Yun Mengyao said nothing, simply standing beside Zhang Yang and squeezing his broad palm. Though Yun Mengyao didn't understand why Zhang Yang lingered in the B-grade beast egg area, she would unconditionally support any decision he made, even if he just wanted to contract a B-grade beast. Chapter 7, Honey, do you trust me? Holding Yun Mengyao's hand, Zhang Yang's inner restlessness eased considerably. Suddenly, he recalled that while moving forward earlier, he seemed to have touched one of the beast eggs here. Zhang Yang quickly reached out to touch the beast egg beside him. Yet the armored devouring beetle showed absolutely no reaction. Zhang Yang retraced his steps, checking each egg one by one. Ha, bro, look at him, he's actually picking out a B-grade beast egg. Li Yinghao also frowned. He didn't exactly dislike Zhang Yang, but he certainly didn't like him either. Although the coordination between a beastmaster and their beast is determined by the beastmaster's innate talent level. In theory, a beastmaster should have 100% perfect control over their companion beast. However, when controlling other beasts, the mastery rate decreases by 10% for every level of the beast's rank above the master's talent level. Yet even an S-rank beast controlled at its lowest proficiency level still far surpassed a perfectly controlled B-rank beast. Li Yinghao didn't believe Zhang Yang was unaware of this knowledge. He never underestimated anyone. Li Yinghao constantly speculated whether Zhang Yang's actions held some deeper meaning. Naturally, he wouldn't interfere with his younger brother's provocation. He intended to use Li Yingjie's provocation to gauge Zhang Yang's reaction and discern his true motives. Zhang Yang paid no mind to Li Yingjie's barking. He touched one beast egg after another. Soon, when his fingers brushed against an icy blue beast egg, the armored devouring beetle stirred restlessly within the beast space. As soon as he released it, the armored devouring beetle gradually calmed down again. Zhang Yang directly picked up the ice blue grade B fluctuation beast egg. The beetle's agitation grew even more violent. This immediately reminded him of last night. After entering the resource secret realm, the moment he released the devouring beetles, they had charged out like mad. Last night, the reason for the devouring beetles' agitation had been the absurdly valuable vibranium. Given that, the beast egg in his hand. A bold conjecture instantly formed in Zhang Yang's mind. Could it be that this beast taming egg, emitting merely a B-grade fluctuation, held a value comparable to vibranium? Gazing at the ice blue patterns on the beast egg, Zhang Yang was suddenly seized by a wild thought. He held the beast egg in one hand and took Yun Mengyao's small hand in the other. Honey, do you trust me? Yun Mengyao was taken aback by the question. Without hesitation, she replied. Brother Yang, of course I trust you. What's going on? Zhang Yang gazed deeply at Yun Mengyao, then raised the beast egg before her eyes. Honey, if you trust me, would you be willing to contract this beast taming egg I'm giving you? This time, before Yun Mengyao could react, Li Yinghao instantly appeared beside them. He gripped Zhang Yang's arm tightly, his eyes flashing with dangerous light. Zhang Yang, do you know what you're doing? Yun Mengyao is the only SSS-tier talent beastmaster we've seen in 5 years. You're making her gamble with an egg? A B-tier fluctuation beast egg at that? Do you want to destroy the foundation of our human race? Li Yinghao's extreme reaction left Zhang Yang utterly baffled. Hold on, buddy. My wife hasn't even said a word yet, what's with all the drama? Li Yingjie snapped out of it and immediately started shouting. Everyone, come quick. There's a traitor here. He's actually trying to get our human SSS-tier talent beastmaster to contract a B-grade beast egg. Everyone, come stop him. Li Yingjie's shouts had a far greater effect than he'd anticipated. Within 2 minutes, the 4 of them were completely surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Those with keen eyes immediately recognized the beast egg in Zhang Yang's hand. Hey, I've seen that egg before. It's definitely a B-grade beastmaster egg, and it hasn't shown any signs of hatching yet. Look, that's Yun Mengyao, our capital's SSS rank beastmaster this year. An SSS grade beastmaster, one that comes along only once every 5 years. And that young man actually had her contract a B-grade beast egg? What on earth is his motive? Could he really be a human traitor? Traitor my ass. That's Yun Mengyao's childhood friend, a D-rank beastmaster. Heaven forbid he's trying to ruin our SSS rank beastmaster just because his own talent sucks. The crowd grew larger and the rumors grew wilder. Before long, a widely accepted version of events had spread. Zhang Yang was shamelessly clinging to his childhood friend Yun Mangyao, but because he only possessed D-tier talent, he couldn't hold his head high in front of her SSS-tier talent. So he was trying to ruin Yun Mangyao this way, to make the gap between them seem smaller. But his heart deserves to be torn out. Liang Jie, seeing his chance for revenge, shook his green hair wildly as he weaved through the crowd, stirring up their emotions. Servants from the Li and Yun families, seeing their masters surrounded, pushed their way into the crowd. After learning the full story, several people fixed Zhang Yang with wary, guarded stares. Zhang Yang showed no reaction whatsoever to the fact that nearly everyone harbored ill will toward him. He simply held Yun Mengyao's hand quietly, gazing into her sparkling eyes. "Honey, trust me." Yun Mengyao's face was etched with conflict. Her gaze kept shifting between the beast egg and Zhang Yang's face. The Yun family servants watched Yun Mengyao with worried expressions. Outsiders might not understand, but they knew the truth as clear as day. Their young mistress's devotion to Zhang Yang bordered on blind obedience. They feared she might impulsively believe Zhang Yang's lies and contract this beast egg. The malicious words of others and Zhang Yang's hopeful gaze transformed into two little figures in Yun Mengyao's mind, constantly arguing. On one side lay her years of affection for Zhang Yang. On the other, her life plan built upon her SSS-tier beastmaster talent. How could Yun Mengyao not understand the crucial importance of a well-matched beast companion for her future growth? After much deliberation, determination hardened in Yun Mengyao's eyes. "Brother Yang, do you know what impact it will have on me if I contract a B-rank beast egg?" Yun Mengyao's voice carried an unprecedented gravity. Her eyes locked onto Zhang Yang's without blinking. Zhang Yang nodded solemnly, his expression grave. He repeated only those 5 words. "Honey, trust me." Hearing those words for the second time, Yun Mengyao hesitated not a moment longer. "All right. I trust you, Yang." Liang Hao's face darkened as he moved to intervene, but Yun Mengyao swiftly activated the beast taming space. She addressed Liang Hao and the Yun family servants who were about to step forward. "I am now binding this beast egg. I alone bear full responsibility for any consequences. This has nothing to do with Zhang Yang. If I gamble wrong, no one is to use this matter to trouble Zhang Yang. Otherwise, you will be making enemies with the Yun family and with me, an SSS rank beast tamer." Yun Mengyao's words sealed off any retreat for everyone present. With expressions of regret, the crowd watched as Yun Mengyao drew the blood contract upon the beast egg. Just as the final stroke was about to complete the blood contract, Yun Mengyao's hand froze mid-air, unable to make the last mark. Chapter 8, SSS rank Frost Spirit. "Mengyao, do you know what you're doing?" Yun Mengyao's hand was gripped tightly by Yun Haoran's, unable to move an inch. His face was twisted with fury. "Mengyao, I agreed when you said you loved Zhang Yang and wanted to marry him. You wanted to forego the Imperial Academy in the capital and attend the remote Xianshao Academy just to secure him a companion student position. I approve that too. And now, because of a single word from him, you're willing to destroy your own foundation? An SSS-tier talent contract and AB-tier beast tamer. When did you become this foolish?" Before Yun Mengyao could protest, Yun Haoran struck directly at Zhang Yang. A 9-star beastmaster even without summoning his beast, the physical enhancements alone granted by his beast mastering made his body comparable to a divine weapon. A vicious slap cracked across Zhang Yang's face. Zhang Yang only had time to summon his armored devouring beetle to block the blow. Taking the full force of Yun Haoran's slap, he slid several meters backward. To outsiders, it seemed Yun Haoran ultimately held back from striking Zhang Yang with full force. After all, no one would believe a D-rank non-classified good-for-nothing could withstand a 9-star beastmaster's palm strike. A 9-star beastmaster, of all people, had only delivered a mild reprimand. Was his SSS-ranked daughter more important, or was D-ranked Zhang Yang? Could it be that Yun Haoran still harbored reservations toward the Zhang family even after their downfall? Others found it hard to fathom. Yun Haoran's pupils suddenly contracted. Others may not know, but he himself was well aware. Earlier, when he struck in anger, he had unleashed a full 50% of his power. Though he had reined it back slightly at the last moment, it was still far beyond what Zhang Yang, a lowly, unranked practitioner without a companion beast, could possibly withstand. Recalling the cold, hard sensation on his palm moments ago, Yun Haoran's suspicion toward Zhang Yang reached its peak. Zhang Yang's eyes showed no flicker of emotion, but inside, he was bleeding. When Yun Haoran had attacked, Zhang Yang had only detected the faintest trace of killing intent at the last moment. He had urgently summoned the armored devouring beetles to form a defensive barrier across his face. Despite possessing SSSS-tier defensive capabilities, several of the armored devouring beetles were still severely wounded. While grieving for his beetles, Zhang Yang felt even more astonished by his SSSS-tier beastmaster abilities. To think it could withstand the attack of a 9-star beastmaster without even being ranked. Though Yun Haoran hadn't fought at full strength, he was still a 9-star beastmaster. How many more surprises did this little creature hold that he hadn't yet discovered? Yun Haoran. Just as father and son each harbored their own thoughts, Yun Mengyao's eyes suddenly turned crimson. "If Zhang Yang is hurt, I'll leave the Yun family today. Let go of me." The last words were roared out in fury. Yun Haoran stared at his daughter in utter shock. 18 years of full 18 years. Yun Mengyao had never once raised her voice at him, let alone addressed him by his full name like this. Panic surged through Yun Haoran's heart and his grip instinctively loosened. Yun Mengyao, like a rabbit with bloodshot eyes, rushed to Zhang Yang's side. Her eyes, reddened with fury, scanned his body intently. Only after confirming he was unharmed did she turn back to glare furiously at Yun Haoran. Yun Haoran, mark my words, I bound this beast egg to myself. If any of you dare interfere again, I'll immediately renounce the Yun family. If you think that's not enough, I'll command the polarized phoenix to kill itself and return everything to the Yun family. From this day forward, whether my brother Yang and I live or die, it's none of your business. These words left not only Yun Haoran speechless, but even Zhang Yang nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Seeing Yun Mengyao's unwavering resolve to stand by his side, he was moved beyond words. Seeing Yun Mengyao still intent on continuing the contract, Yun Haoran dared not provoke him further with words. Instead, he turned to address Zhang Yang. But this time, his arrogance vanished, replaced by a tone laced with humiliation. Zhang Yang, are you truly intent on destroying Mengyao? You know exactly what an SSS-tier talent means. I'm begging you, please talk some sense into Mengyao. Zhang Yang glanced at Yun Haoran, who kept his head bowed. That flash of murderous intent he'd sensed earlier was very real. For a split second, Yun Haoran had genuinely wanted to cut him down. Even though Zhang Yang understood Yun Haoran's love for his daughter, this thorn still pierced deep into his heart. Zhang Yang drew a deep breath. After all, Yun Haoran was Yun Mengyao's father. Zhang Yang didn't want Yun Mengyao to truly drift apart from her father. He could only ignore Yun Haoran's words, fixing his gaze firmly on Yun Mengyao. For the fourth time, he uttered those words. Honey, trust me. This time, no one interfered. Yun Mengyao smoothly drew the final stroke of the blood pact on the beast egg. The next instant, the temperature in the entire beast taming market plummeted by over 10 degrees in an instant. A piercing ice blue light shot skyward from the beast egg. The entire space became shrouded in a chilling, icy blue hue. The light persisted for several seconds before slowly beginning to dissipate. Once the light had completely vanished, all eyes immediately turned to Yun Mengyao. There, perched on her fingertip, a pure blue, four-winged little spirit danced and fluttered playfully. This was... Yun Haoran immediately projected his psychic energy, enveloping the blue sprite. His excited voice nearly pierced the eardrums of those nearby. This is an SS rank support Ice Beast Master, the Frost Sprite. Heaven has eyes. Heaven has eyes. With the Frost Spirit's support, Mengyao's Polar Ice Phoenix would gain at least a 30% boost in power. Ha! Yun Mengyao's eyes also brimmed with delight. This Frost Spirit is precisely the support beast they've always sought. It could amplify all Frost Elemental Beast Master abilities. At first, she had only dared to hope for an S-rank Frost Spirit. If that proved impossible, an A grade would suffice. After all, even an A-rank Frost Spirit could amplify Frost-type Beast Master abilities by at least 20%. And now, she had obtained an SS-grade Frost Spirit. Based on the feedback from her Beast Mastering, her father's estimate of 30% was actually on the low side. With proper synergy, she could potentially boost her Polar Ice Phoenix by as much as 50%. The SSS-grade Polar Ice Phoenix was already terrifying. With an additional 50% boost, she couldn't even imagine how powerful it would become. Yang Gu. You truly are my lucky star. Yun Mengyao immediately stowed away the Frost Spirit. She planted a smacking kiss right on Zhang Yang's cheek. Zhang Yang froze for a moment, then his face flushed crimson. This was the first time Yun Mengyao had ever kissed him. This single kiss brought him even greater joy than the system reward he'd just received. Ding! Host gifted wife 1 SS grade beast egg, receiving tenfold cashback. Host receives first kiss reward from wife, triggering critical hit 10,000x critical. Rewarded with 1 SSS grade beast egg, guaranteed to hatch an SSS grade beast. Zhang Yang stood up and effortlessly pulled Yun Mengyao to her feet. He wrapped one arm around her slender waist. Without so much as a glance at Yun Haoran, he held Yun Mengyao close and declared, Li Yinghao, this is the gift I requested. You'll be footing the bill for this beast egg. With that, Zhang Yang casually scooped up a C-grade beast egg from the nearby display stand and waved it at Li Yinghao. As for this one, I plan to take it back and bind it. Per our agreement, you won't be paying for this one. Li Yinghao was still reeling from the shock of a B-grade egg hatching an SSS grade beast. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, a strained smile tugged at his lips. Young Master Zhang, what incredible luck and boldness. The Li family isn't short on funds for a B-grade beast egg. I'll cover this purchase. None of them spared Yun Haoran another glance. A 9-star beast master, no less, left standing there by 2 of his own juniors. Zhang Yang pushed through the crowd that had just hurled insults at him and walked out. Chapter 9, SSS rank Beast Master Rock Giant. Zhang Yang and Yun Mengyao returned home. Yun Mengyao had experienced extreme emotional swings today, first anger, then joy, and was now utterly exhausted. Zhang Yang escorted her to the 3rd floor before returning to the living room. He intended to continue exploring the secret realm and, incidentally, contract the beast egg rewarded by the system. Just as he reached the bedroom door, Yun Haoran called out to him. Zhang Yang, come sit down. We need to talk. Zhang Yang turned to see Yun Haoran seated on the sofa, having arrived unnoticed. At that moment, Yun Haoran's face was cold and expressionless. Zhang Yang, I apologize for what I did to you today. Zhang Yang paused for a moment, then smiled with understanding. Father-in-law, don't worry about it. In a situation like today's, anyone would have had their suspicions about me. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to rest. Yun Haoran tried several times to speak up and keep Zhang Yang, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. Today, his son-in-law had brought him too many surprises. Despite being struck by a 9-star Beast Master's attack, Zhang Yang had merely slid back a few meters, unscathed. Even that casual strike, where he'd deliberately held back his power, was far beyond what a D-rank, unclassified Beastmaster could possibly withstand. And the B-grade wave-type beast egg he'd given his daughter had hatched an SS-grade support beast one that perfectly matched her compatibility. Everything tonight was telling Yun Haoran that this son-in-law of his might not be as simple as he had imagined. Yet he couldn't quite pinpoint whether this stemmed from the Zhang family's hidden depth or if Zhang Yang himself was the issue. Since Zhang Yang's actions thus far had shown no harm toward his daughter, Yun Haoran forced himself to suppress his suspicions and ordered a discreet investigation into the matter. Zhang Yang was well aware of Yun Haoran's suspicions. His devouring beetles required vast resources, and the 5 secret realms seemed insufficient to satisfy their needs. He had no intention of remaining hidden forever. He weighed the C-grade beast egg in his hand. Next, let the world witness another miracle. What was so special about hatching an SS-grade beast from a B-grade egg? Tonight, he took the C-grade beast egg in front of everyone precisely to cover his announcement tomorrow that he possessed an SSS-grade beast. What would outsiders think if a C-rank egg hatched an SSS-rank beast? Zhang Yang locked the doors and windows before lying down on his bed. He entered his C-rank personal secret realm. Within the pure resource realm, Zhang Yang's figure reappeared. Gazing at the sanctuary ravaged beyond recognition by the devouring beetles, Zhang Yang felt a pang of regret. He wondered if this realm could ever produce vibranium again. The unparalleled hardness of vibranium was something Zhang Yang had never heard of before. If Yun Manhwa's polar ice phoenix could one day be clad in vibranium armor, it would undoubtedly gain tremendous enhancement. Regaining his composure, Zhang Yang casually tossed the C-grade beast egg onto the ground. He retrieved an SSS-grade beast egg from his system space. A complex blood pact was drawn, and instantly, waves of hazy yellow light surged from the beast egg. Boom! Zhang Yang felt the entire space tremble. A massive, earth-colored foot stomped down onto the ground, already riddled with holes from the devouring beetles. Zhang Yang rolled sideways, narrowly evading the descending foot. Simultaneously, the complete profile of this SSS-tier beast appeared in his mind. SSS rank Rock Giant. The Rock Giant was a known SSS rank Beastmaster creature, and Zhang Yang knew every detail of its characteristics by heart. It was a defensive-type beast of the most useless kind. Much like his current armored devouring beetle, it possessed only defensive capabilities and absolutely no offensive power. More crucially, the Rock Giant's movement speed was absurdly slow. It was essentially a tank in its purest form. Zhang Yang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell? A defensive beast? How the hell am I supposed to fight with this? The silver lining in this bad news was that the Rock Giant possessed extremely low intelligence, almost to the point of having no self-awareness. This allowed Zhang Yang, with his mere D-tier talent, to fully harness the Rock Giant's SSS-tier power. At least it was better than nothing. The next morning, by the time Zhang Yang saw Yun Manhwa again, it was already lunchtime. Yun Haoran had already left. When Yun Manhwa appeared before Zhang Yang, rubbing her eyes in adorable pink pajamas, his breath caught for a moment. Honey, come eat lunch. Yun Manhwa rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat beside Zhang Yang. Her fluffy head leaned directly onto his shoulder, and with her eyes closing, she was about to drift back to sleep. Zhang Yang watched her with amusement, gently pinching her nose. Half asleep, half awake, Yun Manhwa playfully swatted his hand away. Brother Yang, stop messing around. Let me sleep a little longer. Seeing the sweetheart still reluctant to wake, Zhang Yang dropped a bombshell. Honey, I've contracted an SSS-tier Beastmaster. How are you going to reward me? Still half asleep, Yun Manhwa responded half-heartedly. Okay. Yang Gu is the best. An SSS rank beast tamer? Big bro is so awesome. How about I reward you with a lollipop? Brother, school starts in less than 2 weeks. Please let me sleep in a few more times. I'm begging you. A smile played at the corners of Zhang Yang's mouth as he held up 3 fingers, then lowered them one by one. He silently counted down in his mind. 1, 2, 3. The moment the 3rd finger dropped, Yun Manhwa's shrill explosion erupted. What? An SSS-tier beast tamer? Zhang Yang, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Zhang Yang ruffled her messy hair with one hand before activating the Rock Giant's Beastmaster space. A thick aura instantly filled the entire living room. Yun Manhwa's mouth gradually gaped open. It's actually SSS-tier Beastmaster fluctuations. Brother Yan, where did you get an SSS-grade beast egg? Zhang Yang casually pulled out the empty shell of a C-rank beast egg, devoured by the devouring beetles, and placed it on the table. There. This is the egg it hatched from. Yun Mengyao's eyes widened so wide they nearly rivaled the light bulb above her head. She pointed at the pet egg shell, then at the pet's face, and finally pointed at her own nose. Brother Yang, are you saying that last night you picked a B-rank beast egg for me, which hatched an SSS rank frost spirit? Then you picked a C-grade beast egg for yourself and hatched an SSS grade defensive beast? Oh my god, I can't believe this is real. Yun Mengyao's small hand shot straight for Zhang Yang's waist, giving it a hard twist before he could react. When she saw Zhang Yang's grimacing expression, she slapped her own forehead and slumped back into her chair. Oh no, either I've lost my mind, or this world has gone mad. That day, a bombshell announcement nearly shook the capital to its core. Zhang Yang, that trash who only awakened a D-rank beast master talent. At the beast tamer market, he selected a B-rank beast egg for Yun Mengyao and hatched an SS-rank frost spirit. He then selected a C-rank beast egg for himself, hatching an SSS-rank defensive beast. For a moment, not a single pile of dog in all of Kyoto remained intact. Even the best ones got stomped on 7 or 8 times. After all, if you hadn't stepped in dog, how could you possibly have such incredible dog luck? Even the template for life's ultimate winner wouldn't dare copy this. The beast market's entrance was practically flattened by the crowd. Nearly every C and B grade beast egg inside was snatched clean. But no more a grade or higher beasts would ever appear. Everyone who saw Zhang Yang looked like they wanted to skin him alive. Damn it! It's all because of this dog. He picked out all the good eggs. That dog's got some luck. That dog, what a lucky dog. I'm so jealous, I'm turning into a damn lemon. I just want to ask, I've stepped in 10 piles of dog, why can't I get an S-grade beast? There are so many people with S-rank beasts, what difference would one more make? Such remarks are countless. Chapter 10, Yun Mengyao levels up, tenfold experience reward. The day of enrollment drew ever closer. In 5 days, after Yun Mengyao's birthday, the two of them would head to Xianqiao Academy to enroll. Zhang Yang lay idle on his bed, pondering what birthday gift to give Yun Mengyao. Vibranium was the most valuable material he currently possessed. Yesterday, he had entered the pure resource secret realm again and was pleasantly surprised to discover 2 pieces of vibranium. But he hadn't seen this material in any textbooks and wasn't sure if anyone knew its value. Zhang Yang decided he needed to find an opportunity to visit the black market to see if anyone could recognize this extremely hard material. These past few days, he hadn't been without thoughts of advancing his cultivation early. But the mere thought of it made his heart sink. A D-rank talent was just too pathetic. Beast masters cultivated through 2 primary paths, either by refining various materials to gain experience points, or by hunting creatures within secret realms to earn experience. Each method had its own advantages and disadvantages. Beast masters were ranked from 1 to 9 stars. The path from ordinary person to a 1-star beast master was the simplest, requiring only 100 experience points to level up. Each subsequent level requires 10 times the experience points. 2 stars require 1,000 points, 3 stars 10,000, 4 stars 100,000, and so on, until the terrifying 100 billion points demanded by a 9-star beast master. Beyond the 9th rank, however, the path transcends mere experience points. Those 100 experience points equate to the energy extracted from smelting 10 D-grade beast master materials. One can only imagine the staggering resource demands of a beast master. Once a beast is bound to its master, its power becomes sealed. The beast's true power remains locked until the tamer reaches the corresponding level. However, a beastmaster's innate talent determines their absorption ratio of energy from smelted materials. An SSS-tier talent allows for perfect absorption of material energy. The lower the talent rank, the lower the energy conversion ratio. Zhang Yang, a D-tier talent beastmaster, could only absorb 10% of the energy. C rank absorbs 20%, B rank 30%, A rank 40%. S rank absorbs 50%, while SS rank absorbs 80%. As for Yun Mengyao, possessing SSS-tier talent, if she absorbs a D-tier material, she can convert 100% of its energy. The gap between Zhang Yang and Yun Mengyao is equivalent to 10 of his own abilities. This was the second practical application of a beastmaster's innate talent. After absorbing just 1 D-grade material, Zhang Yang gave up. It wasn't that he was stingy with the materials. It was simply that with his tenfold return system, giving resources to Yun Mengyao meant she could absorb them and return 10 times the value to him. Why would he waste these materials? Zhang Yang toyed with a fist-sized chunk of vibranium in his hand. He'd discovered it yesterday after entering the C-rank secret realm. It was a pleasant surprise. After all, the last time the armor-eating beetles had thoroughly ransacked that C-rank secret realm, all the vibranium had been devoured. Yet yesterday, he'd managed to dig up 2 more pieces of vibranium inside. This proved it was actually a resource-rich realm capable of sustainably producing vibranium. With a superpowered material like vibranium, more was always better. Even if not fed to the devouring beetles, it could be used to craft beast weapons for taming creatures. However, these 2 pieces of vibranium were simply too small. Using them as birthday gifts would be a bit too meager. Zhang Yang's thoughts wandered aimlessly. Outside the door, Yun Mengyao's voice interrupted his thoughts. Brother Yang, I want to level up to a 1-star Beastmaster today. Want to come watch? Watch? Zhang Yang's heart swelled with joy, tears of happiness welling up. This isn't about watching, it's about finally waiting for you to save my life. My dearest, I've been waiting so long for your upgrade. Without your upgrade, I wouldn't dare enter the other personal realms. 5 days. 5 whole days. Do you have any idea how I endured these 5 days? Zhang Yang rolled over and sprang to his feet. Here it comes. In the Yun family's secret chamber. Zhang Yang stood silently in a corner. Yun Mengyao sat solemnly in the chamber's center. Before her lay a piece of D-grade beast taming material, frost-dew grass. Beast taming materials also had elemental distinctions. Since Yun Mengyao's companion beast was the ice elemental polar ice phoenix, she naturally favored ice elemental materials whenever possible. Among D-grade ice attribute materials, the frost-dew grass was relatively mild. She picked up the cold-dew grass with one hand and nodded to Zhang Yang, who returned an encouraging look. Behind Yun Mengyao, 2 beast taming spaces opened wide, allowing her to connect more deeply with the polar ice phoenix and frost spirit within. As an icy blue flame rose from her palm, the frost-dew grass gradually melted into a pool of liquid in her hand. This process lasted approximately 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the liquid slowly seeped into Yun Mengyao's body. A surge of energy rippled through the entire chamber. Another 5 minutes passed before the energy fluctuations vanished completely. Yun Mengyao had perfectly absorbed the energy of the cold-dew grass, her experience points reaching 10. Brother Yang, it worked! Having absorbed energy for the first time, Yun Mengyao's face flushed bright red, her excitement evident. Zhang Yang looked at her with an encouraging gaze. 1,000 words were spoken without uttering a single one. Just moments ago, as Yun Mengyao fully absorbed the energy of the cold-dew grass and gained experience points, a pleasant mechanical voice simultaneously chimed in Zhang Yang's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your wife, Yun Mengyao, has gained 10 experience points. Host receives Tenfold Return, 100 EXP. Congratulations, host! You have upgraded to a 1-star Beastmaster. Experience points, 11,000. It's here. It's finally here. Look at this, how unfair this world is. I absorbed a single D-grade material and only gained 1 EXP point, while Yun Mengyao absorbed 1 and got 10 EXP points. Zhang Yang completely ignored the fact that he had received a tenfold return of 100 EXP points, instead venting his resentment at the world's injustice. After her first successful absorption, Yun Mengyao felt reassured. She proceeded to absorb 9 more D-grade materials consecutively, gaining 90 experience points. This completed her first level up, officially making her a true beast tamer. She would need to use D-grade materials to upgrade to a 2-star Beastmaster before she could begin using the more potent C-grade materials for further advancement. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was overjoyed. He had gained a full 1,000 experience points. Combined with the 1 point remaining after his last level up, he was now just 1 step away from becoming a 2-star Beastmaster. That mechanical voice was truly the most beautiful sound in the world. Zhang Yang thought to himself as he pulled Yun Mengyao, her face beaming with joy, out of the quiet room. His own level up had significantly boosted the Shurjia bug's capabilities. It was time to venture into the remaining 2 C-rank secret realms. Zhang Yang patiently played around with Yun Mengyao in the living room for a while. There was no need to guess what this little girl was thinking, it was written all over her face. She was worried that Zhang Yang might be discouraged by her own advancement. Zhang Yang was more than happy to play along. After a round of playful banter, it wasn't until Zhang Yang threatened Yun Mengyao with a kiss that she blushed and fled from his grasp. Watching Yun Mengyao run back to her room, Zhang Yang returned to his own room, still feeling unsatisfied. Lying in bed, he silently repeated to himself, "Enter the C-rank secret realm." Whenever he sought to enter a secret realm, options would appear before his eyes, ensuring he didn't enter the wrong one. The familiar fog remained, signifying that this C-rank secret realm was also unexplored. Zhang Yang's restless heart gradually calmed. The moment he entered the realm, Zhang Yang summoned the armor-devouring beetles to swarm around him, guarding against any unexpected threats. He stood motionless for a full 5 minutes, waiting for any sign of attack. When none came, he finally relaxed a little. He slowly crawled down to the ground, using his psychic energy to direct the armor-devouring beetles to fly out in all directions. As the beetles spread out, the mist receded, revealing his surroundings. He found himself beside a great river. The river flowed silently, almost without a sound. On the other side lay a dense forest. Towering trees rose skyward from the earth. Zhang Yang's head instantly grew as big as a bushel. Chapter 11, The Proper Use of the Stone Giant. Survival rule number 1 in the secret realm: never enter a forest. The jungle, stretching outward, represented the unknown and danger. Unlike the plains, where nearly all dangers are visible, the jungle, however, held far more uncertainty. Yet behind him lay a river dozens of meters wide. He had only one path forward. Zhang Yang recalled the armored beetles and sent them all into the jungle. Even as they flew to the very edge of his psychic control, they detected no signs of life. Zhang Yang's expression grew even more grave. His inner vigilance not only failed to diminish but grew even more intense. Such a vast, dense forest, yet no resources were visible, nor any living creatures. Given this, only one possibility remained. He was now within the hunting grounds of a high-level beast tamer. Only this scenario could explain his current predicament. Zhang Yang instructed the armor-devouring beetle to continue expanding its exploration outward while he cautiously advanced into the dense forest. The moment his foot touched the forest floor, a bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped Zhang Yang's heart. Simultaneously, he sensed countless pairs of eyes fixed upon him, unblinking. This sensation lasted only an instant. After recalling the beetle and scanning the surrounding thicket once more, Zhang Yang still detected no living creatures. With no other choice, he released the beetle hunters once more. Time ticked by, and Zhang Yang had advanced less than 100 meters, wasting a full 10 minutes. By now, including the distance covered by the beetle, he had searched a full 300 meters into the dense forest. Not only had he found no living creatures, he hadn't even spotted a single insect. The entire forest seemed utterly lifeless. Another 10 minutes passed. Zhang Yang still hadn't found any living creatures, and his nerves were stretched to the breaking point. With no other choice, he summoned the armored beetles back, took a brief rest, and pressed onward. Just then, that sensation of being watched by countless pairs of eyes returned. Zhang Yang thought, this is bad. He instantly recalled the armor-eating beetles, summoning them back to his side to circle around him. Immediately, a dense hail of wooden spears rained down upon him like a torrential storm. Whoosh! He now knew whose territory this was. The legendary C-class swarm creature individuals, even more troublesome than B-class. Combined with their gregarious nature, these jungle masters of camouflage, the mimic shadow apes, could even reach a rank strength under certain conditions. The mimic shadow ape possessed 3 innate abilities: breath suppression, shadow transformation, and mimicry. They could even share these abilities with their weapons and battle armor. Only a B-rank detection type beastmaster, and one of a higher level than them, could detect their presence. It was understandable that Zhang Yang and the armor-devouring beetles couldn't detect them. But now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Zhang Yang watched the wooden spears swirling through the air, a surge of excitement rising within him. The armor-devouring beetles, sensing the enemy's presence, began to stir with agitation. Zhang Yang knew the beetle could easily slaughter and devour these mimic shadow apes. But he was more eager to test just how formidable the SSS-tier rock giant's defenses truly were. Rock giant, defend! Zhang Yang suppressed the beetle's killing instinct and summoned the rock giant. To his delight, he discovered that not only could he summon and recall the SSSS-tier beetle at will, but he could also summon the SSS-tier rock giant just as freely. This fully compensated for the rock giant's slow movement. Whenever he needed it, a single command would summon the rock giant to appear precisely where he desired. In an instant, darkness filled his vision as the rock giant's massive form blocked every flying wooden spear. The rock giant's defense did not disappoint Zhang Yang. The mimic shadow ape's attacks, smashing against the SSS-grade rock giant, looked utterly ridiculous. It was like a group of dwarves attempting to pierce a giant's skin with toothpicks. As the first wave of attacks concluded, the rock giant slowly turned, and the armor-eating beetles had already flown out. He commanded the rock giant to plow through the dense forest like a tank. The mimic shadow ape's attacks inflicted no damage whatsoever on the rock giant. 9 devouring beetles flew out, beginning their slaughter. The remaining 2 beetles circled around him, fending off any stray attacks. Whenever a mimic shadow ape failed to dodge in time and was crushed by falling trees, a carrion beetle would immediately dart out, burrow into the creature's skull, and devour the beast core within its head. As the dense forest gradually thinned, the mimic shadow ape's territory shrank, and casualties mounted. The devouring beetle's speed only accelerated. Ding! The devouring beetle has reached its maximum capacity for consuming mimic shadow ape beast cores for the first time. Acquired attribute, mimicry. Devouring beetle, entire body composed of vibranium, capable of mimicking any substance's form and aura. Defense, SSSS-tier. Attack, D-tier. Ding! The devouring beetle has reached its maximum capacity for consuming the mimic shadow ape beast core. Acquired attribute, shadow transformation. Devouring beetle, entire body composed of vibranium, capable of mimicking any substance's form and aura. Can shadowify, loses all defense and attack capabilities upon shadowification but gains 100% stealth enhancement. Defense, SSSS-tier. Attack, D-tier. Zhang Yang stared at the 30-plus devouring beetles before him, now grown to the size of eggs, his mouth stretching wide to the back of his ears. The devouring beetle, severely wounded by Yun Haoren, had recovered after this round of consumption. Moreover, the original 11 had split into 35. Zhang Yang halted his advance as he surveyed the dense forest, now reduced by 2/3. Since the mimic shadow ape had reached its maximum capacity, there was no need to continue slaughtering them. But beast cores were valuable. Beast cores served as the primary currency in current trade, while also being exceptional materials for forging artifacts. Many non-defense-oriented beast artifacts could see their self-preservation capabilities greatly enhanced during forging if infused with a mimic shadow ape beast core. After harvesting 7 or 8 mimic Shadow 8 beast cores, Zhang Yang completely withdrew from the dense forest. He used the remaining time to repeatedly summon the rock giants several more times. Only after confirming he could now summon his beast companions instantly did he leave the secret realm, thoroughly satisfied. Now, presenting vibranium combined with the mimic Shadow 8's beast core as a birthday gift to Yin Mengyao wouldn't seem too shabby. But before that, he had one more thing to do. He would release a piece of vibranium into the market to see if anyone recognized this material. In the black market, Zhang Yang wore a loose black robe, his face completely concealed by a hood. His stall held a sparse assortment of D-grade and C-grade beast mastering materials. Centered on the counter lay a thumb-sized chunk of vibranium. This vibranium had caused Zhang Yang no end of trouble. He tried every possible method, yet failed to peel off even a single piece from the fist-sized vibranium. In the end, it was only by commanding the armored devouring beetles after they had consumed 60% of the vibranium that he managed to separate a few fragments. He crouched silently before his stall, waiting. Many people passed by his stall, and some even stopped to ask about the price. Yet not a single person inquired about the price of the vibranium. Just as he was about to pack up and leave, a young man's voice rang out. "Hey, kid, you're asking way too much for this stuff. No one's gonna buy it at that price. How about this? I'll take everything you have at your asking price. What do you say?" Zhang Yang's quiet eyes fixed intently on the young man, whose face was completely exposed. He didn't believe anyone in this world would be such a sucker. The young man likely recognized the vibranium and wanted to buy his entire stall. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement, then promptly retrieved the vibranium. The young man immediately grew agitated. "Hey! You said you'd pack up taking my stone like that isn't fair, is it?" Zhang Yang gave a mocking laugh. "You really think I'm a sucker? If you like the stone, name your price. One more word of hesitation, and I'm not selling it." Gongshu Qingtian choked on his words. In all his years, he'd never encountered such a stubborn youngster. He was already considering whether to reveal his true identity, shock the boy into speechlessness, and then accept the stone after the youngster begged him on bended knee. Gongshu Qingtian's eyes burned with fervor. This was only the second time he'd encountered such an unknown material. His decision to halt his forging career was directly tied to the emergence of this material. Once he fully mastered this extraordinarily hard substance, his reputation in the forging world would reach unprecedented heights, unmatched by any before or after him. He would never let this material slip away even if it meant forging it himself, he would pay any price. After a long moment of agonizing deliberation, Gongshu Qingtian finally steeled himself and extended a hand toward the stone. "I bid." "Wait? Where did everyone go?" He hastily withdrew his hand and hurried toward Zhang Yang's retreating figure. In the end, Gongshu Qingtian traded 50 grade A beast cores for that thumb-sized unknown material. Watching the young boy's retreating figure, he felt a quiet satisfaction. He missed out on my favor, and now he's missed out on a top-tier material. When you discover who I am, when you realize its true worth, I'll see how you cry then. Chapter 12, Birthday Banquet. The birthday banquet for Yin Mengyao, the Yin family's cherished daughter, was arguably the most significant event in the capital in recent days. The wedding of Yin Mengyao and Zhang Yang had been a small affair, as neither Yun Haoran nor Pan Shulan were particularly pleased with their new son-in-law. Yin Mengyao and Zhang Yang themselves didn't care much either. Most people were still unaware that Yin Mengyao had already married. The information released to the public by the Yun family had only mentioned an engagement. But her birthday banquet was different. Yun Haoran had sent invitations to nearly every high society circle in the capital. Consequently, on the day of her birthday banquet, the vast Yun family estate resembled a bustling marketplace, shoulder-to-shoulder crowds and a cacophony of noise. The guests outside were mostly peripheral figures. The truly distinguished guests were all inside the villa. Zhang Yang, a nobody in this world, went completely unnoticed by everyone present. The first person to approach him was none other than Li Yinghao. Holding a glass of champagne, he approached Zhang Yang and clinked his glass against the drink the young man held mid-air. "Zhang Yang, your luck is truly extraordinary. When I advance to a 5-star beast master, would you mind helping me pick out a beast egg?" The sudden interruption snapped Zhang Yang out of his bored, daydreaming state. He glanced at Li Yinghao with a smile in his eyes and shrugged indifferently. "Sure, why not? My standards only allow me to pick from C and B grade beast eggs anyway. If you're willing to take the gamble, I've got no problem with that. Though I wonder if your Li family will kick up a fuss when you end up contracting a C-rank beast." Li Yinghao's gaze grew deep as he studied Zhang Yang. "I trust your luck, just as you trust my word. If you have other matters, I won't keep you." Li Yinghao raised his cup in a toast, took a light sip of wine, then turned and walked away. Zhang Yang's forehead creased with frustration. "Something to do? Can't you see I'm the only one here with nothing to do? What a pain in the ass." The next second, a slap landed squarely on the back of Zhang Yang's head. Just as he was about to explode, he turned around to find Pan Shulan, decked out in sparkling jewelry, glaring at him angrily. "Zhang Yang, what's gotten into you? Today is Meng Yao's birthday. Instead of standing at the door to greet guests, you're hiding here slacking off? I can tell you don't care about Mengyao at all. Zhang Yang seethed inwardly. That bastard Liang Hao. He must have seen Pan Shulan, but he didn't warn me. Damn it, if he dares make me pick an egg for him, I'll make sure it's a C grade. No. I'll pick a D grade beast egg for that bastard. Screw that bastard. His mother-in-law's slap? He'd just have to take it. What else could he do? Zhang Yang downed the drink in his cup in one gulp, then scurried to the door to relieve the servant and begin receiving the distinguished guests. Those who could enter the Yun family's living room were at least among the ranks of the 10 vassals. Zhang Yang recognized most of them. When the guests saw that the door attendant was none other than Zhang Yang, the sole surviving heir of the Zhang family, their expressions varied greatly. Toward these former elders, Zhang Yang remained courteous and polite. No matter how openly or subtly they had mocked him behind his back or even to his face, Zhang Yang met them with a warm smile. When the situation demanded it, he knew when to bow his head. Zhang Yang silently etched their faces into his memory. Some debts needed to be settled slowly. Oh? Isn't this the head of the Zhang family? Goodness gracious. To have you grace us with your presence and personally greet us here, this humble servant feels truly honored. Zhang Yang turned his head to look at the newcomer. Humph, Gong Muchuan. What? Have you found a new patron to cling to? How dare you speak to your former master like this? The Gong family used to be nothing but a lapdog for the Zhangs. Gong Muchuan, Zhang Yang's peer, had always looked up to him as the leader before the Zhang family's downfall. But after Zhang Yang's parents died in battle, the Gong family immediately threw their lot in with the Qi family, the Zhang's old rivals. Forget about handling the Zhang's affairs. Thanks to their betrayal, the bulk of the Zhang family's former assets ended up in the Qi family's coffers. The Gongs used this act of allegiance to successfully board the Qi family's ship. Now, nearly everything the Zhang family once possessed had been divided up. Their influence had plummeted, and the time had come for them to be kicked out of the 10 vassals. As for the Gong family, once reliant on the Zhang's backing, they now had the Qi family's support and emerged as the dark horse contender for the position among the 10 vassals. Gong Muchuan couldn't stand it when others mentioned that his family had once been a vassal of the Zhangs. Especially when it came from Zhang Yang, the youngest son of the Zhang family. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. The smile on his face crumbled, replaced by a venomous glare that sharpened like a steel blade, as if he wanted to carve a piece of flesh from Zhang Yang's body. Heh, Zhang Yang, you're nothing but a stray dog now. Who gave you the audacity to speak to a member of the Gong family like this? Zhang Yang lifted his head slightly. He might bow to any other noble house, but to this treacherous scoundrel, the Gong family? He'd rather die than lower his head. Dare? I weigh 160 pounds, and 150 of those are pure guts. Which one are you asking about? Gong Hongi pushed his son aside, his sharp, critical face flushed with fury. Oomph. How dare a lowly servant of the Yun family be so insolent? The Zhangs have no manners, and now the Yuns have none either? Very well. Let me, then, teach your Yun household servants a proper lesson. As he spoke, Gong Hongi raised his hand, poised to strike. I'll see who dares touch him. At that moment, a cool, clear female voice echoed down from the villa's second floor. Everyone turned to look, instantly rendered speechless by the breathtaking sight. Descending the spiral staircase of the villa's second floor was a peerless beauty, bright-eyed, with a dazzling smile and hair cascading like a waterfall. She wore a sheer evening gown encrusted with diamonds that shimmered with iridescent light. A keen observer might notice that these diamonds were actually beast cores from a C-rank creature known as the rainbow ant. These iridescent beast cores possessed energy from all elements, but due to their chaotic nature, they were rarely absorbed by beast tamers. Instead, their beautiful appearance and iridescent glow made them highly prized decorative items among socialites and noble women. The gown's craftsmanship was exquisite. From the side slit, one could faintly glimpse a pair of slender, perfectly straight legs. Yet it never gave the impression of vulgarity or cheap glamour. Who else could it be but Yun Mengyao? She strides forward in high heels, her flowing hair swaying with each step. Her swan-like neck reflects an intoxicating radiance. In this moment, Yun Mengyao bore not a trace of her usual innocent charm. She had transformed into a cool, sophisticated woman. Even Zhang Yang's jaw dropped, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Yun Mengyao strode swiftly to his side, her delicate hand gently raised to close his jaw, which had nearly dropped to the floor in astonishment. Her icy gaze fixed on Gong Hongi as she declared. In the Yun family, you dare bully our people? Mr. Gong, it seems your family's upbringing leaves much to be desired. Chapter 13, Ice Soul 9 Cold Whip. Gong Hongi had been humiliated by Yun Mengyao. Yet he dared not retaliate. After all, he was merely the more fortunate among the contenders. If he offended the Yun family and they insisted on going head-to-head with him, he wouldn't fare well either. After all, the Gong family didn't possess a single 9-star beast master. Bullying the fallen Zhang family was one thing, but if he dared to confront the other 10 vassal families, his Gong family wouldn't have enough lives to spare. Gong Hongi had brought Gong Muchuan to Yun Mengyao's birthday banquet precisely to curry favor with the Yun family. He discreetly stepped aside, and Gong Muchuan immediately understood. He stepped forward and opened the gift box he held in his arms. Waves of frigid air coalesced into a hazy white mist that began to diffuse. Mangyao, this is the S-grade Beastmaster material I specially sought out for your birthday banquet, the Frost Heart. This Frost Heart is no ordinary item, it is. Smack! A resounding slap cut off Gong Muchuan's words. Yun Mangyao's face remained icy as she pointed the hand that had just struck him at Gong Muchuan's nose, demanding coldly. Mangyao? You have the nerve to call me that? Gong Muchuan, since when did we become so familiar? An ice heart? Is it that precious? A merest rank ice dragon, can't my Yun family kill it? Gong Muchuan, stung by the slap, cringed and lowered his head, unable to utter a word. Gong Hongyi's weathered face darkened to a purplish hue. Niece Mangyao, it's your birthday today, why are you so hot-headed? Just as the Gong family stood frozen in awkward confusion, a booming voice echoed from the villa entrance. Several young men in blue robes parted the crowd as an elderly man dressed in a blue tank suit led a group of people inside. Niece Mangyao, that fiery temper of yours reminds me of that old codger Yun Haoran in his youth. Indeed, like father, like daughter. I, Shi Wenbin, have seen it with my own eyes. I wonder if this old man is worthy of calling her Mangyao. Zhang Yang and Yun Mangyao both turned their heads, their expressions cold as they regarded the newcomer. The Qi family, now the ruling house of the Gong clan. As the family head, Shi Wenbin, like Yun Haoran, was a 9-star beast master. Yun Mangyao's tone was calm, yet her expression remained icy. She spoke in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Uncle Qi, you may certainly address me thus. However, Yun Mangyao's gaze swept over the Gong family father and son before she continued. But if the dog Uncle brought also calls me that, doesn't that just unnecessarily lower Uncle's seniority? Yun Mangyao was subtly implying that Shi Wenbin was also a dog. The implication in her words was utterly unhidden, everyone present could hear it clearly. Yun Mangyao, don't push your luck. Do you really think that by keeping some useless scum from the Zhang family around, your Yun family suddenly outranks mine? The speaker was Qi Wenbin's second son, Qining Yuan. He strode up to them in 2 strides, his defiant gaze fixed on Zhang Yang standing beside Yun Mangyao. Ha! AD rank good for nothing. A fallen Zhang family. Just moments ago you mocked the Gong family for being lackeys to the Qi family, so what are you doing now? Serving as the Yun family's doorman? Qi Wenbin cast a satisfied glance at his youngest son. He thought to himself. This kid's not dumb, at least he didn't keep pushing Yun Mangyao. After all, they were all guests of the Yun family tonight, and Yun Mangyao was the star of the evening. If things got heated, the Qis would be in the wrong no matter how you looked at it. But targeting Zhang Yang was different. Everyone knew Zhang Yang and Yun Mangyao were engaged. To humiliate him would be to humiliate the Yun family itself. Zhang Yang stared at Qining Yuan with an expression of utter indifference. What position I hold in the Yun family matters little. What matters is this: even if you wanted to join the Yun family, they might not accept you. What? Jealous? Why don't I ask Mangyao to give you a chance to be a doorman too? After speaking, Zhang Yang turned to face Gong Hongyi, whose face had darkened, and said with utter scorn. Back when your Gong family tagged along with mine, wherever we went, my father would introduce you as a partner of the Zhangs. What? Now that you've switched allegiance to the Qi family, you're treated like a dog? If you had such peculiar tastes, you should have said so earlier. Do you really think the Zhang family can't afford to keep a dog? Gong Hongyi was deeply displeased by Qining Yuan's remark that his family was acting like dogs for the Qis. But he dared not show his displeasure openly. He could only keep a sullen face and stubbornly shout. Zhang Yang, don't resort to such cheap tactics to sow discord. The relationship between our Gong family and the Qi family is none of your business, you stray dog. Zhang Yang merely smiled at this, unwilling to waste breath arguing with such a broken-spirited creature. Qining Yuan sensed the flaw in his own words, though he didn't believe he'd said anything wrong. Wasn't the Gong family essentially acting as lackeys for his own? What was wrong with that? Seeing he couldn't win the argument with Zhang Yang, Qining Yuan hatched another scheme. He waved his hand, and 2 servants in blue robes immediately carried over an antique wooden box. The box opened to reveal a whip glistening with frost. Zhang Yang, all you do is talk. What kind of skill is that? This is the Ice Soul 9 Frost Whip, a weapon forged specifically for Mangyao by the Qi family. We commissioned the capital's foremost beast weaponsmith, a disciple of the venerable Gongshu himself, to craft this offensive masterpiece. Forged from the vertebrae of 9 distinct frost element creatures. It perfectly amplifies Mengyao's frost attributes. I wonder what kind of birthday gift you, a D-grade good for nothing from a fallen family, could possibly give Mangyao? 3 families were bickering at the entrance, while most of the villa's guests gathered nearby, watching the drama unfold at a safe distance. When Qining Yuan produced that whip, nearly everyone gasped in shock. They were all seasoned observers, and SS-grade whip alone wouldn't have astonished them. What astonished them was that it was crafted by a master disciple of Master Gongshu. Master Gongshu had forged countless weapons throughout his life. Every piece of equipment forged by his hands was a masterpiece. Yet now, it had been nearly 7 or 8 years since Master Gongshu had last worked. His foremost disciple now stands as the foremost figure in the forging world. To have secured the services of Master Gongshu's top disciple, the Qi family truly has connections that reach the heavens. Unnoticed by all, as they discuss this whip being forged by Master Gongshu's top disciple, a young man in the crowd swiftly scanned the whip with his gaze before shaking his head almost imperceptibly. Upon hearing the Qi family's words, Yun Mangyao instinctively tightened her grip on Zhang Yang's hand. The Zhang family's assets had been nearly plundered to the last penny, and the 5 remaining secret realms had all been gifted to her. How could Brother Yang possibly offer a decent gift? The Qi family was deliberately trying to humiliate Brother Yang, leaving him with no face. Just as Yun Mangyao was about to announce that Zhang Yang had gifted her the 5 secret realms, Zhang Yang spoke first. Gift? Of course I prepared one. But whether you have the discernment to recognize this gift, well, that I can't guarantee. In the next instant, Zhang Yang produced the vibranium he had prepared long ago and handed it to Yun Mangyao. Mangyao, this is the gift I prepared for you, vibranium. I hope you like it. The moment Zhang Yang uttered the words vibranium, the young man who had just examined the Ice Soul 9 cold whip and shaken his head instantly turned his gaze toward them. He looked over with curiosity. After all, it was extremely rare for him to encounter a forging material he'd never heard of. The next second, his eyes widened in shock, his mouth opening involuntarily. He didn't even notice the wine glass in his hand fall to the floor, shattering into pieces. Chapter 14, If you're blind, get out of the sect. Yun Mangyao couldn't care less what Zhang Yang had given her. Even if it were a mere stone or a scrap of wood, it would bring her more joy than the so-called Ice Soul 9 cold whip the Qi family had sent her. Still, she didn't believe Zhang Yang could possibly offer her anything of high value now. He'd already given her his 5 most precious and valuable secret realms. Now, he was likely just trying to save face. She was about to pocket the stone. But just as she reached for it, someone stopped her. Qi Wenbin's movements were immeasurably faster than hers. Just as she reached for the stone, he appeared beside them in an instant, snatching the stone Zhang Yang offered right out of her hand. I've roamed the secret realms for so many years, yet I've never heard of vibranium as a material. Niece Mangyao, don't be stingy, let us all take a look at this rare material, shall we? Though phrased as a request, he already held the stone high above his head, ensuring most guests could see its form. All this mysterious talk, and not even a hint of energy fluctuation. What a waste of my excitement. Hey, don't you know? The Zhang family that Zhang Yang belongs to is already a hollow shell, existing in name only. What good stuff could he possibly have? Let me tell you, he's just banking on Yun Mengyao's affection to leech off the Yun family. Exactly. A top-tier SSS class beast tamer like her, how could she possibly have eyes for such trash? Qi Wenbin's weathered face crinkled with laughter as he addressed Zhang Yang. Zhang family boy, you hear that? You think you can pull this off by trotting out a piece of junk like this? Do you really think we're all fools? Mangyao, don't blame your uncle for speaking up. Zhang Yang has no money, no talent, he's simply not a suitable match for you. If you ask me, you should call off this engagement sooner rather than later. Don't let him fool you. Yun Mengyao's face was already frozen in icy disapproval. She could tolerate anything, but when it came to Zhang Yang, she couldn't stand even a bit of it. Old fool, I give you face by calling you Uncle Qi. Without that, what are you? What gives you the right to meddle in my affairs? Your S-tier talent? Or the fact you've stagnated at 9 stars for over 2 decades, making 0 progress? Bring back the gift Brother Yang gave me. Pack up the trash your Qi family brought, and get out of the Yun household. Otherwise, mark my words, I'll settle this score with your Qi family sooner or later. Mangyao, shut your mouth. Yun Haoran, who had just stepped out to greet the honored guests, entered the room only to hear Yun Mengyao's words, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. At the same moment, another aged voice rang out. Oh? Little girl, you dare call the beast-crafted artifacts I made trash? Head of the Yun family, you've truly raised a fine daughter. Beside Yun Haoran, an elderly man clad in white hemp garments stepped in with measured, deliberate strides. His hair and beard were snow white, yet his limbs bulged with powerful muscles. His massive pectoral muscles strained against the white linen, threatening to tear it apart. Since I became a master craftsman, no one, not even my own master, Gongshu Qingtian, has ever dared utter a single word of criticism about my beast weapons. Today, I'll hear exactly what's wrong with this Ice Soul 9 cold whip I crafted. Cold sweat dripped heavily from Yun Haoran's forehead. He had gone to great lengths to invite the capital's foremost weaponsmith. How could he have so thoroughly offended his own daughter? Mangyao, apologize to Master Lu immediately. Is this how I taught you? How dare you speak so recklessly? Yun Mangyao was still seething with anger. She couldn't care less about Master Lu or Master Gongshu. All she knew was that her Yang brother had been bullied by Qi Wenbin. I couldn't care less about some so-called master. No matter whose possessions they are, nothing matters more than what Brother Yang gave me. Qi Wenbin, I'll ask you one more time, are you going to return this vibranium to me or not? Qi Wenbin felt Yun Mengyao's words pierce him like a dagger. For a moment, he was utterly at a loss. He never imagined a junior would dare to completely disregard his face in front of everyone. Just as Qi Wenbin was caught between a rock and a hard place, Lu Ming strode forward, snatched the unremarkable stone from his hand, and held it up to examine it closely. Qi Wenbin was stunned into inaction by this sudden turn of events. Could this truly be vibranium? What kind of rare material could it be? Why had he never heard of it in all these years? Almost everyone held their breath, waiting silently for Lu Ming's final verdict. Only Zhang Yang seemed bored enough to tickle Yun Mengyao's palm with his pinky finger. This earned him several rolling eyes from Yun Mengyao. After a long moment, Lu Ming simply tossed the stone at his feet. He looked at Zhang Yang with a pained expression. Young man, you should never, ever have used this trash to deceive the Yun family. And you did it right in front of a beast artifact master, using forging materials to deceive people. Though it resembles the new material my master described almost exactly, yours is nothing but a worthless rock. Young man, turn back from your folly. Hearing his words, Zhang Yang could only roll his eyes. What kind of master is this? Can't even tell the difference between genuine quality and trash? Looks like this Master Gongshu either lacks skill or has poor eyesight. How could he possibly have a disciple like you? TSK. Master Gongshu's reputation is about to take a nosedive. Lu Ming, hearing Zhang Yang's words, immediately charged forward. He grabbed Zhang Yang by the collar with one hand and hoisted him high into the air. You insolent brat, dare you speak ill of my master? Do you truly believe this old man wouldn't kill you? Kneel, boy. Apologize to my master. Today, for the sake of Lord Yun, I'll only cripple one of your beast riding abilities. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for showing no mercy. Zhang Yang's gaze turned icy as he stared at Lu Ming, whose body was now largely covered by the devouring beetles. Yun Mengyao opened her beast taming space wide. The Arctic Ice Phoenix's icy gaze locked onto Lu Ming from afar, even through the space barrier. Yun Haoran appeared beside Lu Ming with a grim expression, one hand resting on his shoulder while the other pressed down on the arm holding Zhang Yang. Qi Wenbin stood his ground opposite Yun Haoran, locking onto him. Should Lu Ming make a move, Qi Wenbin would be the first to intervene. The tension in the air thickened instantly. A major battle seemed imminent. A mocking voice pierced the ears of those present. Lu Ming, if you're blind, chop off your own hands and get the hell out of the sect. I can't afford to lose face like that. Lu Ming narrowed his cloudy eyes, scanning the direction of the voice. The moment he recognized the figure, he instantly released his grip on Zhang Yang and fell to his knees. Master. Chapter 15, Vibranium? I've got plenty of that. Gongshu Qingtian ignored Lu Ming kneeling on the ground. With a flash, he caught Zhang Yang who had been thrown aside. Young Master Zhang, could you tell me where you found this stone? In which secret realm? Zhang Yang glanced at the young man supporting him. Wasn't this the very person who had purchased his vibranium that day? He noticed Gongshu Qingtian had already picked up the vibranium Lu Ming had tossed aside. He tentatively asked. Master Gongshu? Gongshu Qingtian gave a slight nod with a smile on his lips. He gazed at the vibranium in his hand with a wistful expression, remarking with emotion. About 10 years ago, I first encountered this stone in the hands of a beast master who had asked me to craft a beast weapon for him. Unfortunately, that piece was no larger than a fingernail. I studied it for 3 years, yet never fully grasped why such an incredibly hard material existed in this world, nor what it was composed of. Over those 3 years, I exhausted every last bit of that stone, and I've never encountered another piece like it since. I had no choice but to abandon beast weapon forging and venture into the secret realm in search of vibranium. 7 years. I hadn't found a single piece. Just days ago, I saw it again at a young boy's stall. Finally, after his earnest pleas, I managed to obtain a thumb-sized piece of the material. And now, to see a fist-sized chunk in your hands, it's truly a blessing from above. Young Master Zhang, you call this vibranium? Could you part with this piece of vibranium for me? Rest assured, whatever you need, just ask. Zhang Yang steadied himself and gently pulled away from Gongshu Qingtian's grasp. Hey, you claim I begged you for this vibranium? Just you wait, I'll make you pay. Under Gongshu Qingtian's pained gaze, Zhang Yang grabbed the vibranium and walked over to Yun Mengyao, handing it to her. Mengyao, this is my birthday gift for you, a piece of vibranium. Do you like it? Yun Mengyao's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted it. If even Gongshu Qingtian says it's good, then it must be something special. Ding! Host gifted wife 1 piece of vibranium, received tenfold return. Reward, 10 pieces of vibranium. Vibranium has been transferred to the beast taming space. Please check it yourself, host. Gongshu Qingtian watched Yun Mengyao stow away the vibranium, shaking his head in disappointment. Judging by Yun Mengyao's earlier reaction, getting Zhang Yang's gift back from her would be next to impossible. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he glanced at Lu Ming. If it weren't for this fool offending both of them, he might actually have been able to trade for the vibranium. Now. Sigh. Just as Gongshu Qingtian turned to leave, Zhang Yang spoke up. Master Gongshu, would you care to wait a little longer? Gongshu Qingtian looked at Zhang Yang with a puzzled expression. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Zhang Yang produced another piece of vibranium nearly identical in size to the previous one and handed it to Yun Mengyao. Mengyao, this one is for you too. Yun Mengyao accepted it. Ding. Zhang Yang reached again. Mengyao, here are 5 more pieces. Ding. Mengyao, here's another 10. Ding. Mengyao. Mengyao. Gongshu Qingtian? Wait, you made me stay just to show off your wealth? That damn brat Lu Ming's the one who crossed you. What does that have to do with me, Gongshu Qingtian? You're torturing me like this? Zhang Yang calculated that the vibranium he'd given Yun Mengyao was already enough for her to forge a full set of polarized Phoenix Beast armor. Only then did he stop digging into his pockets for more vibranium. Gongshu Qingtian's face flushed like a spilled paint palette, shifting from pale to crimson. Zhang Yang relished the sight of his expression, savoring it for a moment before speaking slowly. Master Gongshu, I've already given all my vibranium to Mengyao. If you need vibranium, why not discuss it with Mengyao? Perhaps if you craft her a set of armor, she might reward you with vibranium in return? Gongshu Qingtian's eyes lit up instantly. He scampered over to Yun Mengyao's side. Well, my dear. I, Gongshu Qingtian, can craft you a set of beast armor for taming beasts. Hand over that vibranium you had earlier and I guarantee you an SSS grade beast armor. How about it? As for the forging fee, I'll only take 30%. 30%? Zhang Yang shoved Gongshu Qingtian away. Are you out of your mind? 3% of vibranium? That's enough to buy my life. Don't even think about it. Gongshu Qingtian shot Zhang Yang a disdainful glance, smirking with petty satisfaction. What do you know, kid? This vibranium may be valuable, but I dare say that no one else in this world can forge it except me. I charge my forging fees with a clear conscience. Besides, all the vibranium now belongs to that little minx Yun Mengyao. What business is it of yours? Get lost. Go play somewhere else. Don't interrupt my business dealings. Gongshu Qingtian shoved Zhang Yang aside and slithered over to Yun Mengyao with a fawning expression. Little one, I'm not lying, no one else can forge it. 3% of the value? That's already a steal. Yun Mengyao smiled cheerfully at Gongshu Qingtian, unmoved by his flowery words. Only after his performance ended did she skip gleefully over to Zhang Yang, affectionately linking her arm through his as she said. This material was a gift from Brother Yang. Of course I'll listen to him. Gongshu Qingtian. Are you mocking me? Yun Haoran wore a stiff, forced smile. He felt like he was glowing with pride just for having managed to invite Lu Ming. But look at this scene. Lu Ming's master, the esteemed Master Gongshu, was hovering around his own daughter and son-in-law like a shadow. What on earth was wrong with this world? Zhang Yang also felt the timing was about right. If he kept messing around, he might just trigger some kind of master's pride buff in this Master Gongshu, and then he and Yun Mengyao would be left without their beast armor. He hadn't forgotten that he truly had no way to deal with vibranium. The only thing that could damage vibranium, the armor-devouring beetles, were creatures that only consumed and never expelled anything. Zhang Yang looked troubled as he spoke. Master Gongshu, it's not that we don't want your help with the forging. The thing is, we have to set off for Xianshao Academy tomorrow. The journey is long and arduous, it would be most inconvenient. How about we wait until we graduate and return to the capital before troubling you again? Master Gongshu's teeth itched with frustration. That stubborn brat must have sensed my desperate need for vibranium. He was forcing my hand. He clenched his molars and forced a dry smile. Xianshao Academy? You reminded me I'm actually a nominal professor at Xianshao Academy. It's been ages since I've been back to the academy. It's on the way. Zhang Yang chuckled inwardly at Gongshu Qingtian's gritted teeth. He leaned close to Gongshu Qingtian and whispered. Master Gongshu, I've got plenty of vibranium. We can discuss the price later. Gongshu Qingtian's eyes lit up. He knew it. The kid must have something else up his sleeve to be so willing to part with that much vibranium. With their under-the-table deal sealed, Gongshu Qingtian kicked Lu Ming, who was still kneeling nearby, and snarled. Get your damn 9-section whip and get lost. What the hell kind of training is that? You have the nerve to show your face in public? This time, if you don't forge an SSS-grade beast weapon, you're not leaving this place. Chapter 16, Xianshao Academy, Secret Realm's Deadly Threat. After 3 days of travel, Zhang Yang and his companions finally arrived at Xianshao City the day before the start of the semester. The 4 great academies Xianshao, Zouzi, Jianlu, and Shimu were strategically positioned across the 4 cardinal directions of the Great Qian Empire. At the dawn of the Great Qian Empire, its founding emperor, the Dragon Emperor, was supported by 4 great ministers. Their beast companions were the Xianshao Cloud Lark, the Puzi Water Slave, the Jianlu Fire Monkey, and the Shimu Divine Bird. Together, they fought alongside the Dragon Emperor in campaigns across the land, forging the vast empire of Dakian. Yet conquering alone was insufficient, the empire also required guardians. Thus, the Dragon Emperor entrusted the task of guarding the 4 corners to these 4 pillars of his empire. East, Shimu; South, Zouzi; West, Xianshao; North, Jianlu. 4 great cities rose from the earth like 4 barriers, securing the empire's borders. With this, the Dragon Emperor finally found time to consolidate the heartland of Daqian and stabilize the people's hearts. When the entire nation was united as one, the Dragon Emperor grew concerned that the four ministers' achievements had become too formidable. Yet he dared not kill them, so he infected them as the four pillars of the state. They were tasked with eternally guarding the four corners of the realm, and they began establishing four great academies to cultivate talent for the empire. From that point onward, the influence of the four ministers' families gradually waned. After the Dragon Emperor's passing, the new emperor sought to counterbalance the four great academies by founding the Imperial Academy in the capital. All prodigies were forcibly enrolled into the Imperial Academy, gradually curbing the influence of the four great academies. Zhang Yang gazed at the towering city walls before him and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Among the beast tamers, there were those capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth. What purpose could such towering walls possibly serve? Was it merely for aesthetic purposes? Gongshu Qingtian tossed a jade token to Zhang Yang. Kid, I won't be going into the city with you lot. I've other business to attend to. This jade token can contact me. If anything urgent comes up, just call me directly. During the journey, Yun Mengyao couldn't resist Gongshu Qingtian's persistent coaxing and finally let him measure the polar ice phoenix's dimensions, handing over a large quantity of vibranium in the process. Zhang Yang had initially assumed Gongshu Qingtian would flee the moment he got his hands on the vibranium. He was already surprised Gongshu Qingtian had accompanied them all the way to the gates of Xianxiao City. After parting ways, Zhang Yang and Yun Mengyao headed straight for the inner city. After years of development, the inner city of Xianxiao had become the exclusive domain of the academy. Upon reaching the eastern gate of the inner city, they discovered it was completely deserted. Zhang Yang was somewhat taken aback. As one of the four academies ranked equally beneath the Royal Academy, the number of beast tamers seeking education here each year was as numerous as fish crossing the river. Why did it appear so deserted? After waiting a while with no one appearing, they proceeded directly into the inner city. Had anyone been watching at that moment, they would have noticed. As they stepped into the gate passageway, a ripple-like disturbance seemed to flicker around them before vanishing. At the same moment, atop the city gate, a young man with a gloomy expression slowly lifted his teacup and took a light sip. That man earlier, was he Zhang Yang, the one the Vice Dean mentioned? Seeing the man across from him nod, the youth continued. Alright, then you may leave. Remember this, if you escape, you'll be free as a fish in the ocean, soaring like a bird in the sky. If you can't escape, take full responsibility for everything. The vice president won't treat your family unfairly. Do you understand? The man across from him wore death written across his face. He dropped to one knee, his voice unwavering. This humble servant thanks the Vice Dean for his mercy. I shall not utter a single false word. The young man waved his hand dismissively. Once the man had departed, he muttered under his breath. A D-rank waste of space, and they trade a city gate commander for him? What a waste! Zhang Yang felt a flash before his eyes. When he regained his senses, Yun Mengyao was already gone. Looking ahead, this was hardly the sight one expected of an inner city. The rugged terrain was strewn with jagged rocks, and the ground was covered in reddish-brown soil. A faint, fishy stench hung heavy in the air. As far as the eye could see, Zhang Yang spotted not a single building, let alone a blade of grass or a flower. At the farthest edge of his vision, a pale blue halo flickered. A secret realm. This was the most standard appearance of a secret realm exit. Zhang Yang recognized it at a glance. The entrance exam for Xianxiao Academy is quite interesting. Zhang Yang summoned the armor-devouring beetles to circle around him. To this day, the Great Qian Empire has yet to successfully develop any means of monitoring secret realms. Once inside a secret realm, even recording equipment brought along becomes completely useless. Secret realms were truly lawless territories. Zhang Yang could summon his armor-devouring beetles without restraint. He strode toward the secret realm's exit. A dozen or so armor-devouring beetles hovered 50 meters away, scanning the surroundings to guard against sudden attacks. Soon, the anticipated assault materialized. From the blood-red soil, skeletal figures scrambled to the surface one after another. These C-rank undead creatures were common cannon fodder units within the secret realm. With their hard exoskeletons, the armor-eating beetles could crush their skeletal frames with a single dive. Zhang Yang released 10 more armored beetles to join the fray. Under the relentless assault of the swarm, most skeletons were obliterated before they even had a chance to crawl out of the soil. Zhang Yang slowed his pace. He didn't understand why he, a mere Class D student, had to endure the trials of the secret realm. He didn't want to leave the secret realm too quickly. Otherwise, his outstanding performance would be difficult to explain. Zhang Yang strolled across the crimson soil, his gaze drifting listlessly over the surroundings. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he froze in place. I actually leveled up? Zhang Yang quickly pulled up the system interface. Yun Mengyao had previously refined 10D grade materials, advancing to a 1-star Beast Master. He received tenfold experience points, 1,000 points plus 1 point from consuming one material himself. He should now be a 1-star Beast Master with 901 experience points. Yet just now, he inexplicably sensed he had leveled up to a 2-star Beast Master. Zhang Yang glanced at the system panel, but it showed no notification of receiving rewards for Yun Mengyao's experience gain. So, watching the armored beetles relentlessly slaughtering the D-rank skeletons around him, a smirk curled his lips. So it wasn't the trial realm after all, it let me enter the real secret realm? Yun Mengyao had entered the city with him, yet she hadn't gained any experience. She must have either gone straight into the city or entered the trial secret realm. But he had entered a real secret realm. If anyone told him this was just a mistake or some misunderstanding, Zhang Yang would seriously smash their head open. His experience points kept climbing steadily. Zhang Yang casually walked over to a skeleton killed by the devouring beetles, lifting his foot to crush its skull. A dimly glowing beast core appeared before his eyes. He bent down to pick it up, summoned a carrion beetle, and held the core close to its face. But the beetle turned its head away in disgust, wiggling its rear in refusal. Zhang Yang. Fine. You're the boss. You're picky. You won't eat trash. But no matter how trashy it is, it's still a beast core. If you don't want this junk, I'll take it. Since I'm just standing around anyway, Zhang Yang decided to control the armor-eating beetle to help dig up the beast cores. Chapter 17, even my stone statue got teared apart piece by piece. Zhang Yang stood at the exit of the secret realm, glancing back at the scattered bones littering the ground. From the initial skeleton soldiers to the later skeleton beasts, and then onward, all manner of skeletal creatures emerged. Guarding the secret realm's exit was a skeletal dragon. Its tattered wings were still covered in dried dragon scales. Fortunately, the armor-devouring beetles still harbored a desire to consume the skeleton dragon's beast core. With the cooperation of the rock giant, they swiftly dismantled the skeleton dragon into parts. As a reward, Zhang Yang offered the beast core to the armor-devouring beetle to consume. Unfortunately, after devouring the beast core, the armor-devouring beetle did not evolve. Zhang Yang gazed at the secret realm's exit just within reach, then recalled both the armor-devouring beetle and the rock giant. His eyes darted about as he rolled twice on the ground. Standing up, Zhang Yang surveyed his own dust-covered appearance and remained dissatisfied. He grabbed another handful of black ash and smeared it directly onto his face. After tearing his clothes into rags so wretched even beggars would scorn them, Zhang Yang finally nodded in satisfaction. He strode toward the secret realm's exit. Outside the secret realm, at the gate of Xuanxiao's inner city, Yun Mengyao, who had swiftly cut through the trial secret realm, wore an unyielding frost on her face. A man clad in yellow robes stood at a measured distance, 2 paces away. Mengyao, it's just a trial secret realm. That Zhang Yang hasn't emerged after so long. He's just a D-rank good for nothing. I truly don't understand why you insisted on bringing him to school. Smack! A sharp slap landed on the green-robed man's face. Yun Mengyao's icy voice sent a chill down one's spine. Xiang Yunwen, you're an A-grade talent. In my eyes, you're no better than a useless piece of trash. And you dare to judge Brother Yang? After being slapped, Xiang Yunwen showed no anger. Instead, he gently rubbed his stinging cheek. A venomous, icy smile spread across his face as he extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth. He inhaled deeply from his palm, as if trying to smell Yun Mengyao's scent lingering there. Mengyao, your temper remains as fiery as ever, I love it. I won't give up on you. That D-grade loser Zhang Yang? He's not worthy of you. Only I am your true match. This scene would disgust any ordinary person. But who was he facing? It was Yun Mengyao. Yun Mengyao glided gracefully forward, coming to stand before Xiang Yunwen. Somehow, though petite, she exuded an air of imperial authority. Though she was looking up at Xiang Yunwen from below, to anyone observing, it seemed as though Yun Mengyao was gazing down upon him like an ant. Yes, that was precisely the feeling. Xiang Yunwen's eyes widened, an unnatural flush spreading across his face. He bared a row of teeth gleaming with a cold, icy sheen, his gaze fixed on Yun Mengyao with a dazed expression. The next instant. Smack! 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 3 consecutive slaps, each harder than the last. After the 3 slaps, blood trickled from Xiang Yunwen's lips. The crimson stain between his teeth looked eerily vivid. Xiang Yunwen shook his head, waiting for the ringing in his ears and the golden haze before his eyes to dissipate. Just as he was about to speak again, he realized Yun Mengyao had already stepped back to the entrance of the secret realm. He glared hatefully at the secret realm, his mind filled with venomous thoughts. Still waiting for that D-rank good for nothing? Ha, you'll never see him again. A D-rank trash beast tamer, not even ranked yet, entering a C-rank secret realm, how could he possibly survive? Just wait, Yun Mengyao. Once that good-for-nothing Zhang Yang is dead, we'll have all the time in the world together. I'll show you who truly deserves you. As time ticked by, Yun Mengyao's expression grew increasingly anxious. The trial realm shouldn't cause real harm to beast masters. Even if he had to crawl, he should have made it out by now. But Brother Yang still hasn't emerged. Could something have happened to him? The moment that thought crossed her mind, the secret realm space rippled with disturbance. A figure tumbled out like a rolling gourd. Ouch! Wife, save me! This isn't a trial realm, it's a slaughter realm filled with nothing but skeleton monsters. Wah! Zhang Yang looked utterly miserable now. He's covered in dust, his clothes torn to shreds. Even his handsome face is covered in grime. And now, this grown man lets out a wail of despair. It was just too much to watch. Yun Mengyao rushed over immediately, catching Zhang Yang as he fell. A wave of fragrance hit his nose. Zhang Yang knew Yun Mengyao never wore perfume. This was the so-called maiden's fragrance emanating from her body. Zhang Yang rubbed himself forcefully against Yun Mengyao's embrace. Out of sight, he secretly dabbed some saliva onto his eyes. His wails grew louder. Wah, Mom. I'm so scared. So many skeletons, like a tidal wave, surging toward us. Honey, they just tore apart my stone golem. That was a beast I finally managed to contract. Honey, I don't have a beast companion anymore. Wah! Just moments ago, Yun Mengyao had been gently patting Zhang Yang's back with a worried look, trying to soothe his nerves. When she heard his final words, her hand paused mid-pat. Stone golem? He meant the SSS rank rock giant? Are you kidding me? That thing? Even if it just lay there letting the creatures of the C-rank secret realm beat it up, they probably couldn't even scratch its surface. Her palm fell again, but this time it didn't land on his back. Yun Mengyao's soft, delicate hand landed on Zhang Yang's waist, 2 fingers pinching the soft flesh there and giving it a gentle twist. Her other hand pressed firmly against Zhang Yang's head as he tried to wriggle away. Yun Mengyao's beautiful eyes met Zhang Yang's sly gaze. In an instant, they shared a silent understanding, nodding gently. Zhang Yang's wailing transformed into quiet sobs. Yun Mengyao helped him to his feet. She shot a glance at Xiang Yunwen, whose face was twisted in displeasure, and a mocking smile curved her lips. He wouldn't believe for a second that all this happened without this person's hand in it. If trouble was coming, she might as well make it spectacular. Yun Mengyao directly opened her beast taming space. The aura of the SSS-tier polar ice phoenix spread unrestrained, overwhelming the surroundings. Amplified by the power of a 1-star beast master, her cold voice carried far and wide. Since Xianchao Academy does not welcome me, Yun Mengyao, and has even plotted to murder my tutor, I shall withdraw from Xianchao Academy today. The chilling image the two had glimpsed before entering the inner city was merely a diversion. Yun Mengyao's single shout quickly drew a massive crowd, completely blocking the eastern gate of the inner city. Though Xianchao Academy lay far from the capital, Yun Mengyao's reputation here remained formidable. After all, a beastmaster with SSS-tier talent was a rarity even across the entire Great Qian Empire. Upon confirming Yun Mengyao's impending enrollment, Xianchao Academy had already spread the news until every soul in Xianchao City knew of it. And now, this hot favorite to win the Intercollegiate League and SSS-tier talent beastmaster was publicly announcing her withdrawal from Xianchao Academy? How could the senior students, who had been eagerly awaiting Xianchao Academy's championship victory to secure preferential resources, possibly tolerate this? How could the freshmen, who had hoped to study alongside an SSS-tier beast tamer and witness the rise of an era-defining star, possibly tolerate this? Chapter 18, Temporary Staff at Work? Old script. Holy, swapping the trial secret realm for the slaughter secret realm? That's ing murder. Poof. I couldn't care less about what kind of realm it is or who gets hurt. But if Yun Mengyao withdraws, I'm out too. Exactly. I came here to be classmates with the future beast sovereign, maybe even the beast king. If she's gone, this Xianchao Academy isn't worth staying in. Who the hell dares harm anyone close to Yun Mengyao? If they mess with my resources, I'll tear them limb from limb. Yun Mengyao gave Zhang Yang a playful wink. That was exactly the effect she wanted. Looking for trouble? Let's see who can outdo whom. Even if she couldn't get into the 4 major academies, the second-tier ones wouldn't be too shabby either. Even if she couldn't get into the 4 major academies, those second-tier institutions wouldn't be too shabby either. With her SSS-tier talent, wherever she went, she was destined to be the center of attention. Seeing the situation escalate, Yun Mengyao grabbed Zhang Yang's arm and turned to head out of the city. Wait! Just as they were about to step out of the inner city, an old man with sunken cheeks, graying hair, and clad in a white robe descended from the city wall, blocking their path. The old man's eyes were inverted triangles. Just looking into them made one sense his cunning, venomous nature and deep, calculating mind. Yun Mengyao, do you think Xianchao Academy is a place you can come and go as you please? Having passed the entrance trial, you should focus on your studies. As for this D-rank good for nothing, as the Academy's vice dean, I certainly won't allow such a lowly creature to set foot inside Xianchao Academy. Yun Mengyao swept the old man with a critical gaze from head to toe, snorted coldly, and retorted. Fine words. You're the vice principal of Xianchao Academy. But let's be blunt, you're nothing more than an 8-star beast master with S-rank talent. Trying to mess with Yun Mengyao? Have you done your homework? Showing off in front of me? Don't you fear my father tearing your old bones to shreds? Xiaoli felt a surge of blood rise in his throat. He had intended to use his authority as vice dean and Zhang Yang's admission status to intimidate Yun Mengyao into future compliance. In his years of teaching, he'd seen his share of young masters from the empire's noble families. But the Great Qian Empire had always valued martial prowess. Every single one of those powerful families demanded their heirs be trained rigorously. Yin Mengyao, however, was the first to directly confront him head-on. Before he could utter a word, Zhang Yang lunged forward again, jabbing at his windpipe. No way, right? You wouldn't dare mistake Mengyao for some common cat or dog, would you? Old bide, do you even know what an SSS-tier talent means? Do you have any idea how valuable the Yun family's only daughter is? TSK. When a show-off meets a real powerhouse, old Biden, you deserve to have your pride trampled like a shoe insole. Xiaoli stared at Zhang Yang, his narrow, triangular eyes narrowing slightly. That smug, obnoxious look on his face was the spitting image of his father back in the day. Xiaoli gazed at Zhang Yang, his mind drifting back to everything that had happened with Zhang Haotian all those years ago. Back then, Zhang Haotian had concealed his identity as the Zhang family's heir apparent, assembling his own team to battle through the secret realms. Xiaoli, fresh out of society, was also a member of that team. Zhang Haotian was an upright man. Unlike other teams where the leader took the lion's share and gave the members only a small portion of the resources. In his team, everyone was rewarded according to their contribution, fair and just. Under Zhang Haotian's protection, Xiaoli's experience and strength grew rapidly. Alas, the good times didn't last. While exploring a deadly secret realm, their 10-person team encountered a beast tide, a phenomenon that occurred only once in a century. With no hope of escaping the realm, the 10 members could only fortify a corner and wait for the tide to subside. The onslaught was utterly relentless. Exhausted beyond endurance, none of the 10 could hold out until the end. With no other choice, Zhang Haotian personally led the charge, commanding his beast to unleash a boundary-breaking attack. His beast, having exhausted its boundary-breaking power, was swallowed by the tide. Then the second, the third. When it came to Xiaoli, he hesitated not a moment. He immediately commanded his sole offensive beast to launch a boundary-breaking attack. Unsurprisingly, his beast also fell in battle. Zhang Haotian didn't pause for even a second, unleashing the boundary-breaking power of his second beast. This time, however, he held on until the very end. One beast perished, another fell back a realm, but he saved everyone's lives. If the story ended here, it would be the standard tragic conclusion of a passionate adventuring party, brothers scattering to the winds, fading into obscurity. And that's precisely how it unfolded. After the expedition concluded, with each member having lost their beast companion, they no longer possessed the means to venture into the secret realm. Zhang Haotian had no choice but to disband the team, each going their separate ways. Xiaoli, having lost his sole offensive beast, no longer even possessed the qualifications to enter the secret realm. Years later, Xiaoli, who had wandered to the capital, encountered Zhang Haotian, who had returned to the Zhang family. Now reduced to living hand-to-mouth, Xiaoli watched as Zhang Haotian, bolstered by the Zhang family's resources, not only acquired a superior beast companion but also sought his fallen beast companion recover remarkably. An inexplicable hatred began to grow within Xiaoli's heart. Why was Zhang Haotian, who had suffered the same loss and even lost an additional beast? Why was Zhang Haotian thriving while he remained lost in the crowd? Xiaoli refused to accept it. Xiaoli was consumed by jealousy. Xiaoli began to fight desperately. Fueled by his hatred for Zhang Haotian, he schemed relentlessly and worked tirelessly. Finally, he became the vice principal of Xianshao Academy. Just when Xiaoli believed he could finally stand before Zhang Haotian and unleash the hatred that had fermented for years, turning sour upon him, he died. The moment Xiaoli learned of Zhang Haotian's death, it was as if all his vitality and spirit had been drained from him. What good were all his years of effort? What was the point of his relentless scheming? What meaning did all he did hold? Xiaoli was lost. Even the dean he had once crushed and kept down seized this opportunity to wrest back some authority from him, yet he couldn't care less. All of this came to an end when Xiaoli saw the academy records of the sole D-tier talent on the admission list. Zhang Yang? The Zhang family of the capital? Xiaoli's eyes lit up once more upon seeing Zhang Yang's profile. Mengyao, let's switch academies. That old codger clearly had nothing good up his sleeve. We're completely alone here. If something happens, we won't even know how we got played. I'm scared. Zhang Yang's voice snapped Xiaoli out of his reverie. The sight of Zhang Yang's obnoxious smirk made hatred surge uncontrollably in his heart. Run? I'll never let you get away. Zhang Yang, I'll make sure you never get back on your feet. Ahem. Xiaoli cleared his throat and lowered his tone. Classmates, I spoke impulsively earlier. I apologize to both of you. There must be some misunderstanding here. Our department will thoroughly investigate the truth and provide both of you. Before Xiaoli could finish, Zhang Yang cut him off. It's definitely the temp staff's doing. Same old story. Let's just go through the motions. How are you going to compensate me? One of my beasts got killed. Chapter 19, Class B? Do I look like a trash collector to you? Xiaoli's pent-up frustration flared at Zhang Yang's retort, his graying beard quivering with anger. Gritting his back teeth, he forced a strained smile. My dear student, you jest. Xianshao Academy has never employed temporary workers. Lang Mingfeng, how did you handle this? At Xiaoli's sharp reprimand, the red-robed man who had just held a secret meeting with the gate commander on the city wall hurried forward. The gloom had vanished from his face, replaced by a look of anguish as he bowed his hands in respect. Vice Dean, this matter is entirely my failure. The facts have been uncovered. This was entirely the private action of the Eastern Gate commander. That commander has fled in fear of punishment, and I've already dispatched men to apprehend him. It seems. Lang Mingfeng shot Zhang Yang a contemptuous glance, his voice carrying an unprecedented arrogance. He continued. I suppose the Gate commander simply couldn't bear to see our Xianshao Academy admit a D-tier talent trash like you. Lang Mingfeng intended to expose Zhang Yang's D-grade talent in front of everyone. Xiang Yunwan approached at that moment. First, she respectfully bowed to Lang Mingfeng and Xiaoli, then said, Dean Xiao, Senior Lang. I believe allowing a D-tier talent to enter our academy is the greatest insult to Xianshao Academy. The Gate commander was only acting in the academy's best interests. A small punishment serves as a greater deterrent. As for this D-grade trash, I think we'd be better off not letting him set foot inside. Xiaoli shot the fool a cold, piercing glance. How could his plans ever be known to others? This self-important fool, if he ruins my plans, I'll skin him alive. Xiaoli's icy glare sent Xiang Yunwan shivering. He shrank back a step, his face flushing with embarrassment as he looked at the others. When Xiaoli turned back, he forced a smile onto his face. Rest assured, we will apprehend the errant garrison commander and provide you with a satisfactory resolution. As for Zhang Yang, as agreed, we will naturally have him enroll alongside Meng Yao as a student companion. As for Zhang Yang's death in the Beast Master battle, this was the best news Xiaoli could have hoped for. He had neutralized a loyal commander, lost face in front of two juniors, and in return, Zhang Yang's only beast had perished. This deal was a steal. Xiaoli nearly couldn't suppress the smirk at the corner of his mouth. His expression was eerie as he spoke in a voice tinged with sorrow. While a beast master can be compensated with another beast after its death, it damages the beast master's potential. Though Zhang Yang possesses only D-grade talent, this incident ultimately stems from the academy's negligence. We shall compensate him with a B-grade beast egg as reparation. B-grade? Zhang Yang pointed at his own nose in disbelief. Do I look like I'm scavenging for trash? You think a B-grade beast egg will satisfy me? Cold Mingfeng snorted contemptuously at the remark. Ha! A D-rank waste of space, and you dare look down on a B-rank beast egg? Our Xianshao Academy does possess S-grade beast master eggs, and even an SS-grade treasure that safeguards the academy. But don't you think about it, do you even deserve it? Zhang Yang's blood boiled at Lang Mingfeng's words. That bastard, his nose is stuck up in the air. Negotiations are all about give and take, starting with sky-high demands and settling on a reasonable price. But Zhang Yang wasn't playing by the rules. Negotiate? I'll negotiate my ass off with you. If we can't reach an agreement, then we'll just flip the table. After all, Yin Mengyao is on my side. Fine, I'm not worthy, you're the perfect match. Mengyao, let's go. We're done playing their games. Yun Mengyao grinned as she followed Zhang Yang, turning to leave. Her eyes crinkled as she watched Zhang Yang's retreating figure, as if she saw in him once more that proud young man who had always stood before her, shielding her from the world's storms. Even though he was just a little brat with snot hanging from his nose, he put on an adult act, hands tucked behind his back, his tiny waist held straight as an arrow. Standing before her, he seemed like an insurmountable mountain. Yun Mengyao had never told anyone that she possessed extraordinary memory from a young age. Every single amusing incident from her childhood remained etched in her memory. This was precisely why Yun Mengyao stood unwaveringly behind Zhang Yang. Because this figure was too steadfast. So steadfast that it had long taken root deep within her heart, unshakable by anyone. Zhang Yang limped toward the outer city walls, Yun Mengyao supporting him. Her eyes held a playful scolding as she whispered. Brother Yang, what level of beast master are you going to trick him into giving you? Zhang Yang groaned with each step, managing a reply between winks of pain. That old Bai Dang looks like a scoundrel through and through, full of scheming. If we don't rip him off for an S-grade beast master, all the risks we took staying at Xianshao Academy won't have been worth it. Yun Mengyao nodded thoughtfully. Just as the two were about to exit the passageway, Xiaoli finally couldn't hold back. Hold on. Xiaoli's eyes were cold and menacing, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. Zhang Yang, stop this unreasonable tantrum. As a D-rank beast tamer, I've already gone out of my way to compensate you with a B-rank beast. Now, for Yin Mengyao's sake, I'm granting you an A-grade beast egg, the highest tier beast you'll ever encounter in your lifetime. Now, get back to the academy immediately. Zhang Yang tilted his head slightly, a mocking smile curling his lips. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to Xiaoli's ears. Grade A? I've never seen such a crappy beast in my life, let alone used one. Keep your Class A beast and give it to those Class A and S trash. Xiaoli clenched his fists tightly behind his back. Veins bulged like dragons across his entire forearm. Zhang Yang, you're like a toad yawning, talk about having some nerve. If A-rank beasts are trash, what kind of talent do you have as a D-rank? Trash among trash? Hearing this, Zhang Yang's mockery couldn't be contained. He smiled as he looked at Xiaoli, whose entire face was trembling with rage, and said, No way, no way? Old man, do you even know the weight of the Zhang name? And a great beast tamer doesn't even have the qualifications to step through our Zhang family's gates. Only a hack like you would worship an A grade like it's gold. Zhang Yang's words stung like thorns, piercing deep into the hearts of the onlookers. But he had no choice. As long as he could squeeze something valuable out of this old bite and make him bleed, what did it matter if he offended a few beast masters? In the world of beast masters, might reigns supreme. If you don't provoke others, they'll come looking for trouble. So why not strike first? His attitude reminded Qiu Li of Zhang Haotian. Why? Why should the privileged families and nobles get all the best resources? Swap out their beast tamers at will? While he must struggle at the bottom, enduring nothing but cold indifference. How utterly unjust this world is. Qiu Li's suddenly icy glare sent a chill down Zhang Yang's spine. For a split second, he sensed Qiu Li's icy killing intent, like a venomous snake licking at his neck. But when Zhang Yang tried to trace that icy glare after sensing the intent, it vanished without a trace. Qiu Li's expression was as calm as still water, his face devoid of any emotion as he watched the two. Zhang Yang, greed is human nature. I understand your desire to obtain a fine beast. But this is the Academy's compensation for their mistake, not a reason for you to demand exorbitant terms. How do you intend to prove that your D-rank qualifications justify possessing an S-rank beast? If you can prove it, I have the authority to compensate you with an S-rank beast. Chapter 20, S-Class? Trash. Sell it. Qiu Li was certain that even as the youngest son of the Zhang family, Zhang Yang wouldn't have a decent beast. No one would waste an S-rank or higher beast on a D-rank talent like him. Moreover, the Zhang family had already fallen into decline before Zhang Yang even awakened his talent, making it utterly impossible for him to obtain an S-rank or higher beast. Zhang Yang patted Yun Mengyao's small hand, motioning for her to wait where she stood. Limping back to Qiu Li, he wiped the soot from his face, warmly grasped Qiu Li's hand, and declared with tears in his voice. I knew it. How could our esteemed Vice-Chancellor of Xianshao Academy possibly confuse right from wrong? Deputy Dean, you must stand up for me. Though I awoke with a D-rank talent, my companion beast is SSS-tier. This time, my companion beast died in battle. I've lost everything. Qiu Li had already made up his mind, no matter what Zhang Yang said, he'd lure him into the academy with an A-grade beast egg first. Once he stepped foot inside, wouldn't he be at his mercy? That's why he could finally steady his nerves, staring expressionless at Zhang Yang as he pranced about like a clown. But now, listen to what he's saying? Is that even human speech? A D-rank talent with an SSS rank companion beast? Why not just fly to the moon while you're at it? Qiu Li's eyes suddenly widened. He took several deep breaths before finally calming the urge to strangle Zhang Yang. Gritting his teeth, he managed a dry, flat tone. Zhang Yang, don't joke around. The academy has shown its utmost sincerity. If you keep making unreasonable demands, forget about an A grade, you won't even get a D grade beast egg. Zhang Yang blinked his wide eyes innocently. Vice Principal, didn't you say I could prove myself? I haven't even started proving myself yet. What's the rush? Qiu Li couldn't even count how many times he'd clenched his teeth today. He even began to seriously doubt whether he might actually grind his teeth to dust. Fine. Then hurry up and prove yourself. I don't have time to play games with you. Qiu Li felt that if he argued with Zhang Yang any longer, he might actually lose control and kill this bastard right then and there. Hearing Qiu Li demand proof for the second time, Zhang Yang immediately jumped back 2 steps, flashing a sly grin. Old dang, who says someone with a D-grade talent can't have a high-level companion beast? Look at this. In the next instant, Zhang Yang opened the rock giant's beast space. An ancient, weighty aura instantly filled the surrounding space. The onlookers nearby gasped in astonishment. Holy crap, that's gotta be an SSS-tier aura, right? No kidding. Did all your years of training go to the dogs? Holy. D-rank talent, SSS rank beast master? What a freaking joke. Rumor has it this D-rank loser is from the Zhang family of the capital, and Yun Mengyao is from the Yun family, both among the 10 noble houses. 10 vassal families? Wait, is the Zhang family out of their minds? Giving an SSS-tier beast to a D-tier beast tamer? Qiu Li's expression, which had been completely under control, was suddenly cracked by the appearance of the SSS-tier beast tamer. His gaze flickered between dark and light as he stared at the beast taming space, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles stood out. Just then, Zhang Yang sidled up, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Deputy Dean, you know I'm merely a lowly D-rank beastmaster. So might I ask your advice? According to the rules of beastmaster contracts, how should one contract a beast 2 tiers above their own level? By now, how could Qiu Li not realize he'd fallen into Zhang Yang's trap? An SSS-tier beast is still alive and well, yet you tell me yours died in battle? Only a fool would believe such nonsense. But the words were already out. Now he could only swallow his pride and bear the consequences. Qiu Li's face twitched as he forced out each word. You must subdue it with another beast of equal rank to complete the contract. Don't try to show off such common knowledge in front of me. Zhang Yang, open your beast space. Let me confirm your companion beast is dead. Zhang Yang had anticipated this outcome. What was a devouring beetle? It's an SSSS-tier powerhouse capable of shadow transformation and mimicry. 35 devouring beetles had long been concealed within that vast beast taming space, activated with shadow transformation and mimicry, lying dormant. After a thorough search, Zhou, though filled with doubts, had to admit he found no trace of Zhang Yang's companion beast. Regardless of how Zhang Yang had subdued this SSS-tier beast, Zhou was certain this entire affair had been Zhang Yang's scheme from start to finish. With matters having reached this point, Zhou could only concede defeat, however unwillingly. He ordered Liang Mingfeng to fetch an S-rank beast egg. Only after witnessing Zhang Yang accept the egg and put an end to the matter did he depart, seething with resentment. Liang Mingfeng and Xian Yunwen could no longer stay either, and they too slunk away. Liang Mingfeng shot a venomous glance at the beast egg in Zhang Yang's hand. Something he'd strived for 2 years to obtain, and this trash had snatched it in a single day. Zhang Yang watched the departing figures with a smile, but his gaze swiftly turned icy. A mistake? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe someone would mistake the battle secret realm for the trial secret realm and use it to assess new recruits. And the fact that neither he nor Qiu had intervened until the very moment he intended to leave with Yun Mengyao. And then there were Liang Mingfeng and Xiang Yunwen. These scoundrels have conspired to frame me, and they've even used a C-rank secret realm 1 level higher than mine. If any other D-rank beastmaster had entered this C-rank combat realm, they would have been drained of strength by the skeletons within and perished from exhaustion. They wanted to kill me, and I was supposed to put on a happy face for them? They could dream on. Mengyao, this S-rank beastmaster egg is yours. Zhang Yang promptly handed the newly acquired S-rank beast egg to Yun Mengyao. Yun Mengyao accepted it with a playful smile. An S-class beast egg? Neither of them gave it a second thought. Ding! Host gifted wife 1 S-grade beastmaster egg, receiving tenfold return. Rewarded with 1 S-grade beast egg. Reward has been deposited into the system space. Please claim it yourself. Zhang Yang blinked upon receiving the system reward. A tenfold return, shouldn't that be 10 S-rank beastmaster eggs? What the heck is S? He'd heard of S-rank and SS rank, but never S-rank before. Zhang Yang's eyes darted around. He discreetly hooked Yun Mengyao's little finger with his own and whispered a few words in her ear. Yun Mengyao shot him a reproachful glance before cupping the newly acquired S-grade beast egg in one hand and lifting it high above her head. S-grade beast egg? I, Yun Mengyao, don't need this trash. 3 days later, on the Xianshao Academy grounds, I will auction this beast egg. Interested parties are welcome to attend. In the vice principal's office, Qiu, who just received the news, clenched his fingers so tightly that the teacup in his hand shattered into dust, scattering across the floor. Xian Yunwen, who had come to report the news, felt cold sweat beating on his forehead. Poof. That little brat's just like her dead father, a bit quick-witted. But do you really think that selling the beast egg I gave you will stop me from targeting you? Poof. Chapter 21. Do you think S-class beast eggs grow on trees? The news of Yun Mengyao auctioning an S-class beast egg sent shockwaves through Xianshao Academy. As a beastmaster with SSS-tier talent, her name alone was a guarantee of credibility. Not to mention the heated confrontation she and her companion had with the vice principal that day, news of which had already spread far and wide. Not just the academy's members, but even some family factions active in Xianshao City were itching to get involved. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yang and Yun Mengyao arrived at the academy grounds early. The moment they met, Yun Mengyao tugged at Zhang Yang's clothes, her voice dripping with disdain. Brother Yang, this black outfit you're wearing is so ugly. You look like a big black bear in it. Zhang Yang shot Yun Mengyao a helpless glance and retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Of course it is. I'm just a D-rank companion reader, okay? Do you think everyone can show up to school in a golden outfit like you, Miss Yun? That golden outfit? I bet no one at Xianshao Academy has worn it in 10 years. At this point, Zhang Yang couldn't help but vent about Xianshao Academy's ridiculous dress code. Whoever came up with the dress code rules at Xianshao Academy must have been a complete idiot. Teachers uniformly wear white, though the style is up to them. Students from SSS to B rank are permitted to wear uniforms in gold, purple, red, yellow, and blue respectively. Below that. Sorry, there's no lower. Xianshao Academy's minimum admission requirement is B rank. Zhang Yang's all-black outfit was actually the C-grade green and D-grade black that Qiu had worked on through the night. Whenever he thought of that bulky, bear-like black outfit, Zhang Yang couldn't help but cringe. By now, the entire training ground was packed with people. This was only because the academy had closed the inner city passage, barring non-academy personnel from entering. Otherwise, even more people would have come to participate in the auction. Seeing the sheer number of people, Yun Mengyao's palms grew sweaty with nervousness. She instinctively clasped Zhang Yang's hand, seeking solace in his touch. Brother Yang, maybe you should go to the auction instead. There are too many people. I don't want to go. Zhang Yang never expected that Yun Mengyao, the same girl who dared threaten to tear Qiu Li's old bones apart right in front of him, would be afraid of a crowd. Zhang Yang chuckled, teasing her. You weren't afraid to face an 8-star beastmaster, yet now you're scared of this bunch of 2- and 3-star beastmasters? Honey, you're being way too timid. Show some of that SSS-tier beastmaster spirit. Yun Mengyao shot Zhang Yang a dagger-like glare before her small hand deftly pinched the soft flesh on his waist and twisted it gently. Only when she saw Zhang Yang grimacing in pain did she release her grip, satisfied. I don't care. Selling the beast eggs was your idea, so you sell them yourself. I'm not standing up there like a monkey for everyone to gawk at. Failing to intimidate her, Zhang Yang resorted to sweet talk. His eyes glistened as he gazed at Yun Mengyao, stammering but saying nothing. He looked exactly like a big dog abandoned by its owner after being toyed with. Oh, fine. I'll go up with you at most, but you'll have to organize the auction yourself. Is that alright? Having successfully sweet-talked her, Zhang Yang took Yun Mengyao's small hand and happily walked toward the center of the playground. Unfortunately, their happiness lasted only 3 minutes. No sooner had Zhang Yang reached the center of the field than he was stopped by 2 men in the academy's uniform. Stop. Students participating in the auction, please proceed upstairs. No entry here. Zhang Yang was puzzled. Senior, this is still far from Yun Mengyao's auction stage. Why is it off limits? The 2 blue-robed seniors shot Zhang Yang a contemptuous glance. Noticing he was dressed entirely in black, they exclaimed in sudden realization. You're Zhang Yang, the one who pioneered the C and D grade uniforms at Xianshao Academy? Poof. I always thought our blue-robed disciples were the lowest rung among the academy's students. Who knew we'd now have a black-robed disciple like you? Come to think of it, we should thank you. A vein throbbed prominently on Zhang Yang's forehead. Usually, he was the one poking others in the lungs. Today, it was his turn to taste the sting of being poked in the lungs. Yun Mengyao hid behind Zhang Yang, laughing so hard she was shaking all over. She deliberately stayed hidden just to see Zhang Yang humiliated. Who else but him had forced her onto the auction stage just now? He could feel her movements behind him, of course. He didn't want to expose her, so he rolled his eyes helplessly and continued. Senior, this has nothing to do with what I'm wearing, right? I just want to know why I'm not allowed inside here. At this question, the 2 blue-robed seniors' expressions turned solemn. Zhang Yang, don't think that just because Yun Mengyao enrolled with you, you can ride on her coattails. You must understand that the gap between people is like a chasm. A D-rank waist, like you could never bridge it, no matter what. Perhaps she currently values your friendship, or perhaps she hasn't fully grasped the extent of her own talent. But once she studies at the academy for a while and encounters truly exceptional geniuses, she'll eventually cast you aside like trash. She'll walk the path of a true genius. Zhang Yang listened to the 2 of them chattering back and forth like a monotonous chant, his eyes rolling so hard they nearly popped out of their sockets. Why did everyone who met him have to drone on about talent, gaps, geniuses, and all that nonsense? As if chanting his name to death would make Yun Mengyao choose them instead. Ah, right. You're all absolutely correct. So, senior, can you finally tell me why I can't go over there? You've been going on and on, but you still haven't told me why. Finally, one of the blue-clad guys took pity on me. His face wore an expression of endless mockery. Go in? What are you thinking? Don't you know that only S-rank geniuses or higher can enter the central area? Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry gets to compete for an S-rank beast egg. Give up on that fancy idea, you're not even in the running. Zhang Yang? Bro, you got this wrong, right? I'm just a damn vendor, you're telling me not to covet my own beast egg? What's with that arrogant tone, huh? Aren't you just standing outside guarding the place? Bro, didn't anyone tell you this beast egg is for Yun Mengyao? If you're gonna get all abstract, at least get your facts straight, okay? Ha! Listen to yourself, listen to yourself. The blue-robed senior on the left clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he could barely breathe, as if he'd heard the funniest joke ever. What did you say? You, a D-tier talent piece of trash, gave an S-tier beast egg to Yun Mengyao? Do you even know the value of an S-rank beast egg? Do you think S-rank beast eggs are cabbages? Just give them away whenever you feel like it? Chapter 22, Who's Desperately Seeking Attention? Zhang Yang was truly speechless. This academy being so huge isn't all good news, as this incident proves. If the academy were smaller, or if news spread just a bit faster, today's scene wouldn't have unfolded. Zhang Yang stepped aside with a sigh, revealing Yun Mengyao behind him, her laughter shaking her like a trembling flower branch. He reached out and gave her cheek a gentle pinch. Her pretty little face was left with a soft dimple where he'd pinched, and she puffed out her cheeks, glaring at Zhang Yang with a pout. Since we can't get in, let's just hold the auction somewhere else. Come on, hand over the beast egg. The moment Yun Mengyao appeared, her unmistakable golden robe instantly caught the attention of the 2 blue-robed seniors. They immediately rushed forward, shoving Zhang Yang aside as they bowed respectfully. Junior, the auction platform has been prepared for you. This way, please. Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. He felt like going mad, wanting to kill everyone equally. Shark chomp these brainless, blind fools. Bean paste chomp. Yun Mengyao promptly took Zhang Yang's large hand in hers. Brother Yang, weren't you planning to move the auction elsewhere? Let's go. The pair turned and walked away. Zhang Yang glanced back at the 2 blue-robed seniors, their faces ashen, and flashed a broad smile. Seniors, you actually got one thing right earlier. To me, S-grade beast eggs really are as common as cabbages. As the two stood bewildered, Zhang Yang spun back, raised the S-grade beast egg high, and bellowed. Since Xianshao Academy won't let us into the center of the field, the S-grade beast master egg auction begins now. For this auction, I only accept a grade or higher beast cores. The highest bidder wins. Zhang Yang's declaration instantly ignited the entire crowd. The waves of bidding cries threatened to shake the very ground of this stadium, which could easily hold tens of thousands. Even Zhang Yang hadn't anticipated that an S-grade beast egg would provoke such an enormous reaction. Yun Mengyao was scared stiff, cowering behind Zhang Yang like a little quail, peeking out cautiously. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Zhang Yang gently stroked Yun Mengyao's fluffy little head. Mengyao. At his soft command, Yun Mengyao instantly understood his intent. The beast taming space opened above their heads, unleashing a biting cold wind that swept across the entire venue. The massive head of the polar ice phoenix emerged from the space, a frozen orb poised in its beak. The overwhelming pressure of an SSS-tier beast released unchecked, striking terror into the noisy crowd. Only when the surrounding noise gradually subsided did Zhang Yang roar. Quiet. Under the polar ice phoenix's imposing presence, order was greatly restored. He then continued. This beast egg starts at 10,000 grade A beast cores. Each bid increment must be no less than 1,000. Should the situation become uncontrollable again, this auction will be terminated. Now, you may begin bidding. Grade A beast cores can only be obtained by hunting grade A creatures. 10,000 beast cores is already the standard market price for an S-grade beast egg. However, in reality, S-grade and higher beast eggs are rare and hard to come by, so a premium is quite normal. Yet this starting bid alone is enough to deter 90% of those present. After all, it represents the lives of 10,000 A-rank creatures. That kind of price isn't something just anyone can casually afford. Earlier, while Zhang Yang was arguing with the two blue-robed B-rank beast masters, Xiu Li and Lang Mingfeng had been watching from afar. Seeing Zhang Yang get the short end of the stick, both of them felt a secret thrill. So what if Yun Mengyao backed him? Zhang Yang could never escape the fact that he only possessed D-grade talent. Lang Mingfeng swept his sleeve and bowed respectfully toward Xiu Li. Vice Principal Gao Ming. As long as Zhang Yang wished to remain at the academy with Yun Mengyao, he would be forced to wear this black academy uniform. This black would become the shame of his life. Let everyone who sees this uniquely black robe know, this is the shame of our Xianshao Academy, the only D-ranked talent beast tamer in the academy's entire history. Xiu Li stroked his beard with inscrutable depth, nodding slightly. Seeing Zhang Yang humiliated, forced to relocate the auction and cause chaos, only heightened Xiu Li's satisfaction. This good-for-nothing truly is useless. He can't even organize a simple auction. He's a world apart from his dead father. Lang Mingfeng froze at the remark. Vice Dean, were you and Zhang Yang's father old acquaintances? Having caught Xiu Li's inadvertent slip, Lang Mingfeng shot him a cold glance. He didn't want anyone to know about his past. He certainly didn't want anyone to know that his actions against Zhang Yang were driven by a deep-seated sense of injustice. Having been Xiu Li's lackey since entering the academy, Lang Mingfeng instantly understood with just a glance. He gave a slight bow and hurried toward the center of the commotion. Since the vice president disliked Zhang Yang, all he needed to do was humiliate Zhang Yang to the utmost. That would surely earn him the vice president's favor. Lang Mingfeng's eyes burned as he fixed them on Zhang Yang in the crowd. Whether you're a genius or a failure, whether you're from a prestigious family or just an ordinary person. If you can become a stepping stone for me, Lang Mingfeng, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Lang Mingfeng had climbed step by step from commoner status to become Xiu Li's most favored confidant. He never relied on his S-tier talent, nor on any so-called hard work or diligence. Instead, he had always walked the path he deemed correct. S-tier beast masters may be rare, but across the entire Great Qian Empire, they're certainly not scarce. Those resources, those secret realms, why should he get to enjoy them? It was all because he had latched onto a powerful patron. Anyone who dared to stand in the way of his patronage became his enemy. By the time Lang Mingfeng reached Zhang Yang's vicinity, intending to reprimand him for disrupting the proceedings, Zhang Yang had already joined forces with Yun Mengyao. Together, they had intimidated the crowd with the Arctic Ice Phoenix. A fleeting pang of regret flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but think he'd missed an opportunity to impress the vice dean. Yet his sharp tongue couldn't resist adding. And he calls himself some aristocratic young master from Kyoto. He's nothing special, if you ask me. Zhang Yang, do you think the academy is your family's market? Making such a racket here, what kind of example is that? Why not use the auction platform provided for you? Instead, you have to stir up trouble in the crowd? Frankly, you're just desperate for attention. Zhang Yang, I get it being a D-rank nobody, ignored by everyone. But trying to grab attention with such cheap tricks? Don't you feel like a clown? Zhang Yang spun around in surprise, staring at this guy who was always bouncing around in front of him, his mind filled with confusion. Wait, we've only met twice, right? Why are you clinging to me like a doggy sticker? Who exactly is the one desperate for attention here? Chapter 23, If you're bad, practice more. Cold Mingfeng's 3-star Beastmaster power erupted suddenly, surging toward Zhang Yang like a tidal wave. You're asking for it. But before his aura could even touch Zhang Yang, before his stunned gaze could register it, the opponent was sent flying. He landed on the ground and rolled several times. Even his dark, bulky school uniform was torn open in several places. Dust covered his face and hair. He struggled on the ground for a long time but couldn't get up. Propping himself up on his elbows, he glared at Lang Mingfeng with fury. Zhang Yang had considered spitting out a mouthful of blood to prove his injuries were severe. But upon second thought, Lang Mingfeng wasn't worth the effort of bleeding for, so he abandoned the idea. Yun Mengyao watched helplessly as Zhang Yang was flung away. Her beautiful eyes instantly widened in fury. Lang Mingfeng, you're the one asking for death. She glanced at Zhang Yang, confirming he was unharmed, then simultaneously opened the spatial pockets of both her spirit beasts. The frost spirit fluttered its tiny wings, hovering on Yun Mengyao's shoulder. The Arctic Ice Phoenix appeared, an ice orb held in its beak. In the next instant, the orb shot forth, hurtling straight toward Lang Mingfeng. Lang Mingfeng's companion beast was an S-rank frost demon ape of the frost element. This was a known gregarious beast whose S-rank classification was entirely due to its pack's collective enhancement skills. Everyone knew Lang Mingfeng possessed only one frost demon ape. Strictly speaking, it couldn't be considered a true S-class beast. He possessed S-class talent, yet his companion beast had effectively diminished it by more than half. The summoning speed of an SSS-class beast is significantly faster than that of an S-class. The frost demon ape barely managed to block the attack just before the ice ball struck Lang Mingfeng. Standing behind the ape, Lang Mingfeng's eyes glowed with a cold, piercing light. If not for this woman, how could Zhang Yang, the D-rank good-for-nothing, possibly gain admission to Xianqiao Academy? And he certainly wouldn't have obtained that S-rank beast egg from Qiuli. Had he not meddled, Cold Mingfeng would have had an 80% chance of securing that beast egg himself. Then he could have challenged higher-level secret realms to accelerate his growth. All of this was this woman's fault. A mocking smile curled at Lang Mingfeng's lips. Yun Mengyao, so what if she's SSS rank? She still could only use the most basic Beastmaster attacks. Never underestimate anyone. This is the first lesson your senior taught you. Demon Ape, teach her a lesson. At Lang Mingfeng's command, the Frost Demon Ape let out a piercing howl and charged swiftly toward Yun Mengyao. Its right paw glowed with icy coldness as a frost blade crystallized in its grasp. As it closed the distance, the Demon Ape leapt high into the air, gripping the blade with both hands. From above, it brought it down with overwhelming force. Yun Mengyao's expression darkened. Lang Mingfeng was right. The fundamental purpose of the academy was to teach beast masters how to develop combat systems for their beasts. She had the money to upgrade herself with materials, but those training sessions were something she couldn't possibly complete ahead of time. Lang Mingfeng was, after all, a second-year student. His year of study hadn't been wasted. Yun Mengyao could have the Ice Phoenix block this attack, but doing so would leave her with no means to counterattack. She could foresee herself being overwhelmed by the Demon Ape's relentless assault until she was defeated. Just as Yun Mengyao faced this dilemma, an earth yellow blow appeared along the Demon Ape's attack path. What else could it be but Zhang Yang Stone Giant? The Frost Demon Ape's icy blade slammed heavily into the rock giant's back. In an instant, stone fragments flew everywhere. The rock giant let out a muffled groan of pain before Zhang Yang swiftly recalled it. His movements were lightning fast, so swift that most onlookers couldn't even discern what had appeared before the stone giant vanished back into the beast taming realm. All the spectators saw was a flash of earth and yellow light before the demon ape, and the powerful slash vanished into thin air. Yun Mengyao wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity. The demon ape's attack had run its course, and it was still mid-air, now completely vulnerable to attack. The polar ice phoenix shot forward, its two massive three-clawed paws sinking deep into the demon ape's shoulders. Gushing streams of blood, chilled to the bone, sprayed through the air. The frost spirit flapped its four tiny wings, sending a cluster of pale blue ice crystals hurtling toward the Arctic ice phoenix. This was the innate enhancement ability of the little creature, capable of boosting every aspect of the Arctic ice phoenix's capabilities. The demon ape screamed in agony, its ghastly white eyes blazing with bloodshot fury as it roared toward the heavens. At that very moment, an ice spike shot from the Arctic ice phoenix's beak, piercing viciously toward the demon ape's eye. The strike was swift and fierce. Coupled with the ice phoenix's claws gripping the demon ape's shoulders, the two beasts were in extremely close proximity. So close that even Qiuli, who had been watching the battle intently, reacted instantly but was utterly unable to intervene in time. The ice spike pierced the demon ape's eye. Just as it was about to advance further and finish the ape off completely, Qiuli's hand finally arrived belatedly, grasping the ice spike. His weathered face darkened with a terrifying grimace. Did the entire academy not know Lang Mingfeng was his man? How dare Yun Mengyao attempt to kill Cold Mingfeng's beast? Did she even acknowledge the existence of this vice principal? Yun Mengyao, do you truly believe that as an SSS-ranked beast tamer, you can act with impunity within the academy? To strike down a senior student so ruthlessly, I fear that with such a disposition, whether you grow to be an asset or a threat to the empire remains uncertain. Verbal sparring was never Yun Mengyao's forte. Zhang Yang stood beside Yun Mangyao and coldly rebuked her. You pretended not to see Lang Mingfeng attacking me, and now you claim not to see his assault on the Polar Ice Phoenix? A 3-star Beastmaster getting beaten by 2 1-stars, and you old codger come out to take sides? Is Lang Mingfeng your bastard son? If you're weak, train harder. Stop embarrassing yourself here. With a vice dean like you at Xianshao Academy, I'm the one worried about the future of the great Qian Empire. Zhang Yang's rapid-fire barrage of words made Qiu Li's face darken even further. You're just a brat who only knows how to spout empty words. Disrespecting teachers, showing no reverence for elders today. I shall have you both arrested and punished according to academy regulations to uphold discipline. Seeing the old man's reckless determination to take sides, Zhang Yang's heart tightened. The gap between them and an 8-star Beastmaster was like heaven and earth. This gap wasn't something a SSSS Great Armor Devouring Beetle could bridge. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang summoned the Armor Devouring Beetle and concealed it beneath his clothes. Lowering his voice, he whispered to Yun Mangyao. If that old fool really tries to intervene, don't worry about me. The Polar Ice Phoenix can carry you to safety. I'll hold him off. In full view of everyone, he wouldn't dare kill me. At worst, he'll cripple my rock giant and I can simply contract a new one then. Yun Mangyao said nothing upon hearing this, only clasping Zhang Yang's hand tightly. A mocking smile curled at Qiu Li's lips. Have you two made up your minds? Don't waste your breath. With an 8-star Beastmaster intervening, neither of you stands a chance of escaping. Surrender now. Qiu Li's fingers tightened, instantly crushing the ice spike in his palm. Shards flew in all directions. The Polar Ice Phoenix released the Demon Ape at the very last moment, but it was still a step too late. Qiu Li seized the Ice Phoenix's massive toe with one hand, then with a swift flick of the other, sent the Demon Ape flying backward. It crashed before Lang Mingfeng, kicking up a cloud of dust. Immediately after, he swung his arm with all his might, sending the Ice Phoenix's massive body crashing uncontrollably toward the ground. Zhang Yang watched, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. The Ice Phoenix was Yun Mangyao's companion beast. It absolutely must not be harmed. Just as the Ice Phoenix was about to crash down, Zhang Yang decisively summoned a rock giant along its path to catch it. Using its own body as a buffer, it absorbed the full force of Qiu Li's attack. The rock giant shattered into countless fragments. Having already absorbed the ice blade slash from the demon ape, it could no longer maintain its form, shattering into a pile of rubble. This time, Zhang Yang wasn't feigning injury. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. When a Beastmaster's creature is gravely injured or dies, it inflicts severe damage upon the Beastmaster, which was precisely why Zhang Yang had been so reluctant to let the Ice Phoenix get hurt. Yun Mangyao seized the moment to recall the Polar Ice Phoenix. Her beautiful eyes swept over the scattered stones and the speckles of blood, instantly turning crimson. Chapter 24, I thought you were the dean. Qiu Lifei hovered midair, looking down with a smug flush on his face at the dejected Zhang Yang. An SSS-tier Beastmaster rock giant? Zhang Yang, you deserve to die. To wield an SSS-tier rock giant with a mere D-tier talent, what a waste of resources. Do you realize how much of a boost any S-tier genius would get if they possessed that rock giant? Well, now I've crushed that unrealistic dream for you. Consider this a lesson: status, wealth, and privilege don't grant you free reign. In this world, power reigns supreme. If I were you, I'd return to the capital right now. Nestled in the cozy cocoon of that aristocratic family, you should contentedly live out your days as an ordinary person. Zhang Yang lay gravely wounded, coughing up blood, while Yun Mangyao was already consumed by grief and fury. Qiu Li's taunts pushed her over the edge, and for the first time before the world, she revealed her murderous intent. That icy killing intent pierced Qiu Li like a sharp blade. Qiu Li, however, merely sneered with contempt. An even more frenzied killing intent effortlessly shattered Yun Mangyao's, solidifying into a tangible force that stabbed back at her. A warning bell rang in Zhang Yang's heart. This strike was aimed at crippling Yun Mangyao. Forgetting any concern about exposing the devouring beetles, he immediately embraced Yun Mangyao, shielding her with his body while forming a defensive line with the beetles on his back. A smug smile of triumph flashed in Qiu Li's eyes. He dared not kill Yun Mangyao, an SSS-ranked opponent. But a D-rank Zhang Yang? A fallen, useless beast tamer? Qiu Li had little concern about eliminating him. However, as the Academy's vice dean, publicly executing a student would be difficult to justify. Qiu Li observed Zhang Yang's protective stance toward Yun Mangyao, and a scheme began to form in his mind. His intent to kill was directed solely at Yun Mangyao, who had openly declared her intent to kill him. At most, he would only inflict minor injuries upon her. As the vice dean, what was wrong with teaching a student a lesson? This Zhang Yang was clearly outmatched, yet he insisted on playing the hero to save a damsel in distress. If he died, who could blame him? Zhang Yang never imagined he'd face a life or death crisis because of someone's inexplicable hatred. With the situation at hand, he could only pin his hopes on the SSSS Great Armor Devouring Beetle performing another miracle. No sooner had he deployed the Armor Devouring Beetle than a cold, murderous intent pierced his back. Zhang Yang felt that killing intent like a sharp blade, piercing straight through the Armor Devouring Beetle's defenses. He even heard the faint, ethereal clang of metal striking metal. Then, Nothing. Nothing? Zhang Yang's heart trembled. An 8-star beast master whose killing intent felt almost tangible. Just vanished without a trace? He cheered wildly for the armor-eating beetle in his mind. The armor-devouring beetle is awesome. The armor-devouring beetle is unbeatable. Devouring beetle, you're my man. My dearest uncle. Just as Zhang Yang was gloating over the beetle's invincibility, a slightly disdainful voice reached his ears. Hey buddy, while it's only natural to expect a reward from a girl after rescuing her, but holding her like that the whole time? That doesn't seem quite right, does it? Teased like this, Yun Mengyao flushed and wriggled free from Zhang Yang's embrace. Only then did he stiffen his neck and turn to look behind him. Behind him, a man standing 8 feet tall, his body a mass of bulging muscles, had appeared without warning. What sharp blade-like killing intent? What clanging of metal? That killing intent had been blocked by this man entirely, leaving Zhang Yang unscathed. A smug smile froze on Zhang Yang's face, his embarrassment so thick he could practically dig a beast taming space out of the ground with his toes. The man tossed out a teasing remark before ignoring Zhang Yang entirely. His stern, upright face showed not a flicker of emotion. Dean Xiu, it seems you've managed Xianqiao Academy quite well in my absence. You've even gone so far as to attempt killing a 1-star beastmaster, and not just anyone, but an SSS-ranked beastmaster from our great Dacian Empire. Dean Xiu, you've certainly made quite a name for yourself. Xiu Li had already fallen to the ground when the burly man appeared. His aged face twitched uncontrollably, the earlier swagger and smugness completely vanishing. He forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Principal Meng, you jest. I'm merely a vice dean. How could I possibly match your prestige? After all, Dean Meng still has this University League tournament to look forward to. Only after you lose this time can I become the dean. Meng Sanxiang's indifferent gaze swept over Xiu Li. Oomph, I thought you were the dean of Xianqiao Academy. Since you're not, why are you putting on airs in front of me? My students can't beat yours, but I can't beat you? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Meng Sanxiang's figure flickered. Before anyone could react, Xiu Li was already flying backward. When Zhang Yang looked back at Meng Sanxiang, he noticed the man had somehow already grasped a long spear in his hand. He blinked, staring blankly at Xiu Li. A pattern resembling tortoise shell had appeared before him, now cracked and shattered into large fragments. Meng Sanxiang, don't push your luck. Xiu Li's eyes darkened with menace. As he spoke, a trickle of blood ran down his graying beard. Meng Sanxiang's eyes flashed with sharpness. I just told you not to show off in front of me. Why can't you learn your lesson? Think you can block my second shot now? At those words, Xiu Li immediately shut his mouth. Seeing Xiu Li fall silent, Meng Sanxiang finally turned his gaze to the two stunned figures. What are you standing there for? Still waiting for your vice dean to award you medals? Follow me. Zhang Yang shot Xiu Li a hateful glance, then pulled Yun Mengyao along as they limped after Meng Sanxiang, ready to leave. But as they tried to leave, the other students present weren't having it. Hey, the fight's over, time to auction off that S-grade beast egg, right? Exactly. After all this commotion, it's time to get down to business. Hey, if you guys leave, where am I supposed to buy my S-class beast egg? Yun Mengyao. Give us an explanation. In an instant, the name Yun Mengyao echoed across the entire playground. Zhang Yang swept his cold gaze around the crowd. Earlier, these people had watched as Lung Mingfeng and Xiu Li attacked him, yet not a single sound had been heard from the entire crowd. And now, seeing the matter concluded, they expected him to proceed with the auction of the beast egg as promised? What kind of pipe dream were they dreaming? Meng Sanxiang also paused, curiosity piqued, turning to look at the two. Zhang Yang grabbed Yun Mengyao, who was about to lash out, his voice laced with mockery. Everyone saw it, I lost my life-bound beast during the entrance trial. Now, Vice Dean Xiu Li has publicly killed my second beast. So forget about this beast egg, I'm keeping it for myself. If any of you have grievances, please take them up with Vice Dean Xiu Li. I'm sure Vice Dean Xiu Li will provide you all with a satisfactory response. However, Zhang Yang shot a peculiar glance at Xiu Li before continuing. After all, Vice Dean Xiu Li publicly killed my SSS grade beast, the rock giant. According to the laws of the Great Qian Empire, the Vice Dean still owes me an explanation. Right, Vice Dean Xiu? Zhang Yang enunciated each syllable deliberately before turning away without a glance, pulling Yun Mengyao away from the scene. Chapter 25, Old Meng, stop showing off. Meng Sanxiang exchanged a meaningful glance with the two adversaries, a faint smile curling his lips. The trio quickly vanished from the training grounds. Those who had been waiting to bid on the S-class beast now cast subtle, lingering glances at Xiu Li after hearing Zhang Yang's words. Yet not a single voice dared to speak. A dangerous gleam flickered in Xiu Li's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Meng Sanxiang's receding figure. Only when the man was completely out of sight did Xiu Li flick his sleeve and turn to leave. The two followed Meng Sanxiang's footsteps, walking deeper into the heart of Xianqiao Academy. As they walked, Zhang Yang's brow furrowed once more. This path, something's off. Why were they straying further and further off course? Soon, a dilapidated, low-rise classroom building came into view. Zhang Yang? Principal? This is it? You've got to be kidding me. Meng Sanxiang paid no heed to the two halting footsteps behind him, striding straight toward the building. The two exchanged a glance, then reluctantly followed. The moment they entered the building, the scene inside left Zhang Yang gaping in shock. The entire first floor was piled high with outdated teaching equipment. In the center of the floor, a clearing had been cleared, with several blood-soaked exotic beasts casually discarded on the ground. Amidst the beasts, 3 blood-soaked figures sat casually on the ground, leaning against the creatures as they rested with their eyes closed. Meng Sanxiang stepped into the center. Simultaneously, the 2 men and 1 woman opened their eyes. Their ruthless gazes simultaneously fixed on Zhang Yang and Yun Mengyao behind Meng Sanxiang, as if observing beasts within a secret realm. Coldness, bloodlust, and desire intertwined. That gaze lasted only an instant before being replaced by pity. Meng Sanxiang cleared his throat twice, about to speak, when the woman cut him off coldly. Old Meng, cut the crap. If you don't spit out that mouthful of blood, you'll choke on it and bleed internally. Another tall, lanky man grinned, slapping the ground beside him and kicking up a cloud of dust. Come on, little Mengzi, take a seat. Meng Sanxiang glanced back at Zhang Yang and Yun Mengyao. His face stern, he scolded. Look at yourselves, what kind of example are you setting? Is this how you speak to the dean? Stand up, both of you. The tall, lanky man and the cool-looking woman both rolled their eyes simultaneously. The only one who hadn't spoken, a boy with a baby face, actually stood up and walked out without a word. As he walked, he muttered. Old Meng, you think you're hot stuff now? Fine, I'll go report to Chioli right now. Old Bai has been looking for me more than once or twice. Meng Sanxiang's stern expression completely crumbled. His stern expression instantly transformed into a fawning one. He stammered awkwardly. Xinglan, there are outsiders here. Could you at least give me some face? Yang Xinglan shot Meng Sanxiang a disdainful glance and replied coldly. I don't know what possessed me to ever associate with such a useless fool. Meng Sanxiang's face flushed with embarrassment. He tugged lightly at Yang Xinglan's sleeve and whispered. Xinglan, don't talk like that. They're not useless. You. But Yang Xinglan paid him no mind. She shifted her body slightly, brushing Meng Sanxiang's hand away, and continued. Hey, I'm talking to you too. Why are you hanging out with that good-for-nothing Meng Sanxiang? Zhang Yang's eyes widened in shock. This Dean Meng, who flaunted his authority in front of Chioli, was now being bullied into silence by these students. The cool-eyed woman also stood up, walking directly behind Meng Sanxiang and delivering a hard slap to his back. Put. Meng Sanxiang spat out a mouthful of blood. I told you to stop pretending earlier, but you wouldn't listen. Dewei watched the blood spurt from Meng Sanxiang's mouth, her brows furrowing slightly as she spoke. Old Meng, what's going on? Your health bar's gotten longer, yet you're getting weaker? With that spurt of blood, Meng Sanxiang could no longer maintain the dignity of the director. He plopped down onto the dusty ground, his voice weak. All right, enough of this. Let me introduce you to your new juniors, Zhang Yang and Yun Mengyao. Zhang Yang caught that same fleeting look of pity in their eyes once more. Even the tall, thin man who hadn't risen from the ground approached, giving Zhang Yang a light pat on the shoulder. The 3 wore varied expressions. Even Dewei, the woman whose face had been perpetually frosted over, managed to squeeze out a sympathetic glance. Zhang Yang was filled with questions. Ever since arriving at this dilapidated classroom building, he'd sensed something was off about the whole situation. Now, observing the looks in his 3 seniors' eyes, his unease only deepened. He hooked his finger around Yun Mengyao's small hand. A warm smile spread across his face. Dean Meng, thank you for stepping in earlier. If there's nothing else, Mengyao and I will take our leave. Leave? Where to? Meng Sanxiang's face twisted into a sinister grin, bearing a mouthful of pearly whites as he flashed Zhang Yang a cruel smile. You think you can just walk out the door after following me in here? Amidst Zhang Yang and Yun Mengyao's bewildered stares, the tall, lanky man Xiong Ming explained everything to them. This story began 5 years ago. Meng Sanxiang and Xiao Li were both transferred to Xianchao Academy 5 years ago to serve as principal and vice principal. Meng Sanxiang's achievements were greater, securing him the position of principal, a fact that deeply rankled Xiao Li. To make matters worse, Meng Sanxiang was a man of action, utterly clueless about the petty scheming and backstabbing that went on. Before long, Xiao Li had won over the majority of the academy's staff. But that alone wasn't enough. After all, Meng Sanxiang was the dean, no one could truly bypass him. Coincidentally, Xianchao Academy's performance in the University League over the past few years has been less than stellar. Xiao Li seized this as an opportunity to challenge Meng Sanxiang to a wager. In the first year, each would control 50% of the educational resources. Each would assemble a team to compete in the University League. Whichever team performed better would earn an additional 10% of the educational resources. Should either party become completely unable to allocate the academy's educational resources, they would voluntarily resign and no longer hold any position at Xianchao Academy. In the first year, Xiao Li selected several top prospects and poured 50% of the resources into building up this 5-person team. He completely disregarded the needs of other students. Meng Sanxiang, bearing the title of dean, could not stand idly by while other students lacked resources. He had no choice but to allocate the majority of resources to the students, leaving only a small portion for the team he personally led. In the first year's intercollegiate league, Xiao Li naturally emerged victorious. The second and third years followed suit. By the fourth year, Xiao Li controlled 90% of the educational resources. At this point, he stepped forward to provide resources to ordinary students. In reality, however, he still allocated 50% of the resources to the teams participating in the league. He used resources won from Meng Sanxiang to benefit ordinary students. Those ordinary students, upon receiving the resources, immediately switched allegiance to Xiao Li's camp. They all seemed to have simultaneously forgotten that the resources they had previously used had all come from Meng Sanxiang. This led to a situation where Meng Sanxiang couldn't even assemble a 5-person team for this year's University League. Only Yang Xinglan, Diwei, and Xiongming for various reasons were forced to join Meng Sanxiang's team. Now, Zhang Yang and Yun Mengyao had joined their ranks. Chapter 26, Lava Giant. After hearing Meng Sanxiang's explanation, Zhang Yang's face was etched with utter despair. Joining Meng Sanxiang's faction. Wasn't this equivalent to joining the Nationalist Army in 49? Wasn't this equivalent to doing construction work in 21? What the hell was the difference between this and cutting off your own escape route? Zhang Yang's eyes were filled with worry. He turned to look at Yun Mengyao, only to find the little girl staring at Meng Sanxiang with eyes that were practically glowing. He murmured unconsciously. So cool. Cool. Sis, this is deadly. Zhang Yang tried to dissuade her, but Yun Mengyao, ever the quickest, had already agreed. Sure thing, sure thing. We're in. I'm Yun Mengyao, an SSS-tier talent beast master. My companion beast is the SSS-tier Polar Ice Phoenix, and my primary beast is the S-tier Frost Spirit. He is Zhang Yang, a D-rank beast master without a companion beast. His primary beast is an SSS rank rock giant. At this point, Yun Mengyao's previously enthusiastic eyes instantly dimmed as she continued. But, to protect me, the rock giant was just killed by the vice dean. So? Diwei's gaze remained utterly indifferent. It was already tough enough fighting teams with 50% resources while we only had 10%. Now we're supposed to carry a D-rank useless who can't even control a beast? Xiongming slumped to the ground, not even bothering to meet Zhang Yang's gaze. He muttered unenthusiastically. Look on the bright side, do you really think a D-rank beast tamer could survive in old Meng's secret realm? We'll just find another poor sap to take the fall later. Yang Xinglan delivered the final blow with precision. Maybe we won't even have enough people to field a team for the college league? After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Meng Sanxiang's complexion actually improved considerably. His eyes held even more despair than Zhang Yang's. Hey, I'm not dead yet, could you at least spare a thought for my feelings? Slice 5. 5 dismissive snorts echoed in unison. Hey, newbie, your dorm's upstairs. Pick any room you like. You've got 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, you'll enter the Class B high-risk combat secret realm. Zhang Yang had never used as many exclamation points in his entire life as he did today. His eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. His neck stiffened as he turned to watch the figure already ascending the stairs. Did he even realize what he was saying? Class B? High risk? Battle secret realm? Was this really something a D-rank, 1-star beast master should be hearing? To verify, Zhang Yang glanced at Xiongming and Diwei, who hadn't gone upstairs yet. The latter still couldn't be bothered to glance his way, while Xiongming smiled warmly at Zhang Yang and nodded, pointing at Meng Sanxiang. 10% of the resources? You don't seriously think that'll cover all of us leveling up, do you? Old Meng's practically emptying his savings to level us up. Too bad, though. Old Meng's secret realm levels were way too high. If it weren't for protecting us, a full-fledged 8-star beast tamer like him wouldn't have ended up so badly injured, right? Alright, rest assured you won't die before old Meng does. After the 3 seniors departed, Zhang Yang and Yun Mengyao exchanged a glance with Meng Sanxiang before heading upstairs to find lodgings. That night, Zhang Yang lay in bed, unable to sleep for a long time. The incessant buzzing of mosquitoes in his ears gave him a headache. Entering the C-rank secret realm. This time, Zhang Yang once again entered the secret realm of the mimic shadow ape. Last time, he had thoroughly explored the dense forest, granting the armor-devouring beetle the abilities of mimicry and shadow transformation. This time, he would continue his outward exploration, preparing for the Class B high-risk secret realm in 3 days. Since Yun Mengyao wished to stay here, he would protect her with all his might. His wife was his everything. The dense forest, which he had destroyed 90% of, had now regained some vitality. The mimic shadow ape stayed put this time, cowering in the survival zone. Zhang Yang had left them, trembling in fear. Zhang Yang had no need for the shadow apes and quickly traversed the forest. Beyond the forest, a vast expanse of crimson earth stretched before him. Flaming stones scattered across the ground, radiating scorching heat. Zhang Yang paused briefly, recalling the name of these stones, Flaming Dragon Lava. It was a landscape of little value, yet utterly unpleasant. The flaming dragon lava served no practical purpose, yet its flames could not be extinguished by conventional means. Moreover, the terrain it occupied was devoid of any living creatures. Zhang Yang scanned the vast lava landscape. A thought flashed through his mind, and he summoned a devouring beetle. He summoned the beetle on a whim, thinking it might work after all. Its description claimed it could devour anything. Yet the beetle showed no interest whatsoever in the flaming dragon lava, lazily sprawled across Zhang Yang's palm. Zhang Yang chuckled and shook his head. He found his own idea rather amusing. The first time the devouring beetle had actively fed, it consumed vibranium, granting SSSS-tier defense. Its second notable action was toward an SS-grade beast master egg. It made perfect sense that the fire dragon lava from a mere C-rank secret realm wouldn't catch the beetle's eye. Just as Zhang Yang was about to explore another area of the secret realm, his primary beast space trembled. Zhang Yang froze. The first beast space belonged to the SSS-grade rock giant. Back then, to prevent the polar ice phoenix from getting injured and affecting Yun Mengyao's development, he had the rock giant use its body as a cushion for the ice phoenix, causing the rock giant to shatter. He himself had been injured in the process. In that dazed moment, he seemed to glimpse a streak of earth-yellow light darting into his own body. Could it be, the stone giant isn't truly dead? But he could clearly no longer sense the rock giant's soul fluctuations. Zhang Yang hastily activated the first beast taming realm. A flash of earth-yellow light shot out from the space, darting straight toward the heart of the flaming dragon lava. To Zhang Yang's stunned expression, the earth-yellow light danced wildly within the flaming dragon lava. The stones, which had been spewing flames, seemed to be drawn by some inexplicable force, gradually converging toward the center. Before long, a fiery red giant materialized at the spot, roaring defiantly toward the heavens. A familiar sense of connection also swirled within Zhang Yang's heart. SSS rank lava giant, loyalty, bulky, flame counter armor. Flame counter reflects 80% of damage taken. New branch. Zhang Yang's heart surged with uncontrollable elation. This had actually become a new branch beast. Building upon the original rock giant's foundation, it now possessed the additional ability of flame counter armor. Zhang Yang had seen the reflect armor attribute on other beasts before. It was common among defensive type beasts, capable of reflecting a portion of incoming damage. But at 80% damage reflection? That was a first for him. Zhang Yang gazed at the lava giant before him, his heart filled with delight. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After entering the secret realm on the first night, Zhang Yang hadn't returned for the next 2 days. It wasn't that he didn't want to go. It was just that, every evening for the past 2 days, all sorts of people had been trying to find him, hoping to buy that S-grade beast egg. Some even tried sneaking in by scaling the walls, attempting to slip through his window without glass. It was only when Dewey, unable to tolerate it any longer, stepped in to teach those wall climbers a lesson that he avoided the tragedy of a home invasion. Yet those people were like cats in heat, yowling incessantly downstairs. Zhang Yang simply couldn't muster any interest in entering the secret realm. Chapter 27, an S-class beast egg, just given away like that? Early that morning, Meng Sangqiang stood before the dilapidated classroom building, silent and still as a spear. Dewey's expression remained as indifferent as ever, stepping out first to stand behind Meng Sangqiang. Next came the tall, lanky Xiong Ming, his eyes ringed with dark circles. Then came Yang Xinglan, whose baby face radiated such arrogance it seemed she saw no one else. Yun Mengyao puffed out her lips, tugging at Zhang Yang's sleeve and whispering, "Brother Yang, they're so noisy. I can't even sleep at night. Your rock giant died. If you can't handle it, just contract it. At least then they won't be chirping like cicadas all day long." Zhang Yang affectionately ruffled Yun Mengyao's hair and chuckled. "Do you really think your Yang brother would ever settle for an S-rank beast?" As the two approached Meng Sanxiang and his group, the students waiting to buy beast eggs around them began to clamor again. "Zhang Yang, when are you selling the beast eggs? You faithless scoundrel. You'll see if we don't make sure you can't set foot in this academy again. That bastard's just trying to screw us over. Everyone, remember this face will find a chance to make him pay. You dare play us for fools? Have you thought this through?" Zhang Yang had been surrounded by such voices for days now, long since accustomed to it. Meng Sanxiang gave Zhang Yang a piercing look. Xiong Ming pointed to his own dark circles, then gestured at the crowd around them, spreading his hands helplessly toward Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang walked straight up to the three men and asked calmly, "It's unlikely, but does anyone here have an S-class beast master?" The moment the words left his mouth, all eyes turned to Dewey, whose face remained stony. Zhang Yang froze. "Ha? This young lady always wears that icy expression, acting like she's the queen of the world. Could it be she doesn't even have a primary beast tamer?" Xiong Ming had quietly slipped up beside Zhang Yang and nudged him with his shoulder. He whispered, "This woman's innate talent is only a grade, but her companion beast is incredibly powerful. She specializes in slaughter, with killing power far surpassing ordinary S-rank talent beast tamers. That's why she's always looked down on ordinary beast eggs, constantly searching for an S-rank beast. She still hasn't found her primary beast yet." Zhang Yang nodded slightly. He promptly produced Yun Mengyao's S-rank beast egg. "Hey, you! Zhang Yang's sharp exclamation instantly drained the color from Meng Sanxiang and Xiong Ming's faces. Even the haughty, baby-faced Yang Xinglan turned to stare at Zhang Yang, her pupils dilating in shock. Dewey froze as if under a spell, her neck stiffening as she slowly turned her head. The frost on her face seemed almost tangible. "You called me what?" The next instant, a beast egg hurtled toward Dewey. She raised her hand, intending to swat away this unwelcome intruder. And perhaps dish out some punishment to this D-rank trash who dared to offend her. Zhang Yang's haunting voice echoed in her ear. "An S-rank beast egg. It's yours." All her anger shattered into pieces at the mere mention of those words. Dewey fumbled to catch the beast egg, clutching it to her chest, so flustered she didn't know where to put her hands. "You. It." Zhang Yang walked nonchalantly toward Dewey and asked curiously. "Why do they call you that bitch? Is there a story behind that?" Dewey froze, then immediately turned to look at Xiong Ming. "What's so hard to understand?" A smile that looked worse than crying spread across Dewey's face. It was less a smile and more the sated expression of a murderer who'd just slaughtered their target. Holding the beast egg in one hand, she beckoned to Xiong Ming with the other. "Come here, Xiao Ming. Big Sis has a special treasure to show you." Xiong Ming's legs buckled, nearly sending him tumbling to the ground in fright. After presenting the S-class beast, Zhang Yang turned to face the entire crowd and stated flatly, "Everyone, I've already given this beast egg to that woman. Please stop bothering me from now on. I'm begging you let this little brother get some sleep." Hearing that name used for the second time, Dewey's fingers tightened involuntarily, nearly crushing the beast egg. Her molars ground together with a sharp crack as she twisted her fingers, digging into Xiong Ming's soft flesh. Xiong Ming's face immediately contorted into a mask of agony. She swept a warning glance across the entire room. Only after she had stored the S-grade beast egg into her beast taming space in full view of everyone did the surrounding crowd reluctantly disperse. With that matter settled, the group prepared to depart for the secret realm. Zhang Yang walked at the rear, holding in Manhwa's hand. Xiong Ming, enduring the sharp pain in his waist, glanced back at Zhang Yang. He flashed a wide grin, raised his thumb, and mouthed the words, "You bastard, you sure know how to play the game." In response, Zhang Yang returned a broad smile. Meng Sanxiang's personal secret realm wasn't too far from the academy. It was a new secret realm he had discovered after being promoted to headmaster. Perched atop a rugged, jagged mountain peak, Zhang Yang stared in disbelief, pointing at the cliff before him. "Dean Meng, you mean the secret realm is beneath this cliff?" Seeing Meng Sanxiang nod firmly, Zhang Yang shot him a peculiar glance. What on earth had this old man been through? How on earth did he discover this hidden realm accessible only by leaping off a cliff? Thankfully, this remote location meant no one witnessed the comical sight of 6 people taking turns leaping off the cliff. Upon entering the realm, Zhang Yang's first sight was the blood-red sky, the signature effect of high-risk secret realms. Humanity's known secret realms fall into 4 categories. The most valuable are pure resource realms, devoid of monsters and rich only in resources. Second are exploration realms where monsters and resources coexist. The 2 C-rank secret realms Zhang Yang had explored so far belong to these 2 categories. Then there are slaughter realms filled entirely with monsters and devoid of resources, and high-risk realms where the monsters' levels surpass the realm's own rating. Human ranks span from 1 star to 9 star. Above 9 stars lie Beast Sovereign, Beast King, Beast Saint, and Beast God. Beast Lords are already 1 in 10,000, while Beast Kings are even rarer. Beast Saints and Beast Gods exist only in legend. Secret realms range from D rank to A rank, with each rank corresponding to 2 human tiers. A B rank secret realm corresponds to the strength of 5-star and 6-star beast masters among humans. High-risk secret realms, where the beast level equates to an A-grade secret realm, correspond to 7-star and 8-star beast masters. This was precisely why Zhang Yang was so shocked. He and Yun Mengyao were merely 1-star and 2-star beast masters. Meng Sanxiang leading them into a secret realm equivalent to an 8-star beast master's level, wasn't that tantamount to sending them to their deaths? The moment they entered the secret realm, everyone's expressions turned grim. Meng Sanxiang immediately summoned the very spear he'd used to repel Chioli that day, gripping it firmly in his hands. "Same as always, I draw the monsters, you kill them. Today, Zhang Yang and Yun Mengyao need only watch, no need to fight. You 3, get ready." Chapter 28, Mengyao, cool it down. Yan Xinglan's adorable little face was also filled with seriousness. "Yun Mengyao, starting today, we're teammates. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Yang Xinglan, an S-rank celestial talent, a 4-star beast master, with a companion celestial beast, the paralysis snake demon." Yang Xinglan waved a hand, and a dark purple serpent head slowly materialized behind him. "My first beast is an A-rank ice crystal spider. Both pets are control type, so I'm the team's controller and commander." Snake head on the left, spider on the right, with Yang Xinglan's chubby little face in the middle. Xiong Ming beckoned with a wave, drawing the attention of Zhang Yang and the others. He smiled faintly and said, "Xiong Ming, a great talent, for Star Beast Master, a great ancient demon blood crocodile, a great blood-crossed rabbit. My crocodile can drain blood, and the rabbit can transfer health to specific targets. Explaining it all is complicated. Just know I handle both offense and healing. At Xiongming's feet, a vicious, ugly crocodile lay motionless on the ground. A small, emerald-green rabbit appeared in his arms. Di-Wei's introduction was even simpler. For Star Beast Master, a ranked companion fireplay tiger. At the same time, a spotted tiger head rubbed against Di-Wei's pant leg. Just as it was about to roar, Di-Wei smacked its head with a slap. What should have been a menacing roar was abruptly smacked into a belch. Yun Mengyao's eyes crinkled with amusement as she gazed at the fluffy tiger head, blurting out without thinking. Can I pet its head? It looks so fluffy and soft to touch. Xiongming? Di-Wei? Yang Xinglan? Zhang Yang slapped his forehead. I knew it. He quickly grabbed Yun Mengyao to stop her from embarrassing herself further. My name is Zhang Yang. D-tier talent, 1-star beast master. No companion beast. My primary beast is an SSS-tier lava giant. Yun Mengyao wrenched free from his covering hand and exclaimed in surprise. Brother Yang, wasn't your rock giant killed in battle? Where did this lava giant come from? When did you level up? Zhang Yang could have slapped himself. Earlier, he'd been so preoccupied with preventing Yun Mengyao from embarrassing herself that he'd forgotten the rock giant had been disabled. His slip of the tongue had exposed both the lava giant and his own status as a 1-star beast master. To prevent further exposure, Zhang Yang pressed his hand harder over Yun Mengyao's small mouth. This earned him a vicious bite on his cheek. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yang continued his introduction. This is Yun Mengyao, SSS-tier talent, a 1-star beast master. Her companion beasts are the SSS-tier Polar Ice Phoenix and the SS-tier Frost Spirit. After the introductions concluded, the three across from them all shared a look of pure envy. SSS-tier represented the pinnacle of human potential. That Yun Mengyao, with her SSS-tier talent, could possess an SSS-tier beast companion. They had no complaints about that. But seeing a mere D rank like Zhang Yang acquire an SSS rank beast companion? How could that not make their blood boil? Before they could dwell on it further, Meng Sanxiang's shout echoed from the distance. Black Spotted Bull, get ready! At the sound of Meng Sanxiang's call, the three men's envious stares instantly sharpened into fierce glances. The fire-tongued tiger let out a low, muffled growl and immediately bolted forward, its eyes blazing with murderous intent. The ancient demon blood crocodile sloshed its massive body forward. Zhang Yang watched this scene, his brow furrowing deeply. The azure black savage bull was a wood attribute beast, renowned for its thick blood, high defense, and innate regenerative abilities. Though its offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking, it possessed strength equivalent to a human 7-star beast master, far beyond what these two tamed beasts could withstand. Zhang Yang glanced at the three who stood ready for battle. Yet, there was no sign of tension in their eyes as they prepared to face the azure black savage bull's charge. Zhang Yang suppressed his urge to summon the lava giant, deciding to observe their strategy first. The azure black savage bull charged straight toward them, its blood-red eyes fixed and unblinking. The fire-tongued tiger sprinted forward, its roar echoing across the land. Though the azure savage bull had been driven mad by Meng Sanxiang's provocation, the tiger's roar held a bloodline-level suppression over it. Its stride faltered momentarily before accelerating toward the group with renewed ferocity. That brief pause was all it needed. A purple snake head shot out at lightning speed, striking the beast's calf with a bite. The massive beast paid no heed to the insignificant bite of the paralyzing serpent demon. Not a trace of disappointment flashed across Yang Xinglan's face. With a thunderous roar, the fire-tongued tiger charged directly at the wild bull, clearly intent on a head-on collision. Meanwhile, the ice crystal spider had already appeared behind the fire-licking tiger. Di-Wei certainly wouldn't let the fire-luring tiger clash head-on with the savage bull. She merely sought to further intimidate the beast, allowing the ice crystal spider to weaken it further. Yun Mengyao saw through their tactic clearly. Tilting her head slightly, she summoned the frost spirit. With a flutter of its wings, a faint glow visible only to a few shot toward the ice crystal spider. The three combatants merely glanced briefly over Yun Mengyao's shoulder before immediately shifting their focus back to the fight. The ice crystal spider's body was struck by the faint light, and it shook the fur on its legs in a refreshing manner. The black-eyed bull's charging stride halted abruptly when the fire-licking tiger closed to within 300 paces. This time, its pause lasted longer, as if calculating how much damage this tiger barely half its size could truly inflict. The ice crystal spider's 8 legs danced frantically within less than 3 seconds. Wave after wave of transparent spiderwebs shot forward. 2 seconds later, the ice crystal spider collapsed behind the fire-licking tiger, utterly spent. Receiving Di-Wei's signal, the fire tiger immediately turned and sprinted back. Only then did the bruised blue bull realize it had been intimidated by the fire-licking tiger's bluster. Its already bloodshot eyes turned even redder. It snorted out 2 puffs of murky breath, lowered its head, and aimed its sharp horns straight for the fire-licking tiger's hindquarters. At that moment, the ice crystal frost spider's web proved its worth. One by one, transparent spider webs were crushed beneath the wild bull's hooves. Unlike ordinary webs that shatter under pressure, these clung to the bull's hooves like sticky taffy. The dark blue wild bull didn't even notice its charging speed gradually slowing down. Witnessing this, the three individuals' expressions grew even more grave, rather than relieved that the bull had been restrained. Yang Xinglan, the team leader with a baby-faced appearance, instantly frowned deeply and made a decisive call. Fall back. We can't handle this speed. Xiong Ming and Diwei immediately pulled back, while Zhang Yang grabbed Yun Mengyao and sprinted backward. Though the fire-tongued tiger shared the same level as the dark blue savage bull, its power was currently sealed due to the contract. The distance between it and the wild bull was closing rapidly. With only seconds left before being caught, Yang Xinglan's expression grew heavier. Diwei, it seems the fire-licking tiger is bound to get injured. The ancient demon blood crocodile prepared to take the second attack. Blood-crossed rabbit, prepare. Heal whoever is most severely injured first. Zhang Yang halted his steps. His eyes narrowed slightly. Judging by the black-spotted bull's speed, when it collides with the fire-teasing tiger, it won't be a matter of just getting injured. Mengyao. Cool it down. Chapter 29, Old Deng, Don't Lose Li Ji. Mengyao, cool it down. Zhang Yang and Yun Mengyao exchanged a glance, and she instantly understood his intention. The Beastmaster channel opened wide overhead. Before the polarized phoenix could appear, snowballs rained down like a torrential downpour, pelting the azure black savage bull. The black-blue savage bull, which had been gradually picking up speed after the spiderwebs lost their effect, slowed down again under the barrage of snowballs. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yang summoned the lava giant directly above the beast's head. Already within the beast summoning space, the giant leapt high upon Zhang Yang's command, striking a punch toward the air. This fist was summoned before it even landed. To an uninformed observer, it would appear as though the brute had foolishly charged straight into the lava giant's fist. Thud! A deep, muffled sound reverberated, making the eardrums of those present ache. The mountain-sized head of the bull collided with the lava giant's massive fist, forcing the colossal creature back over 10 meters. But that was as far as it went. The mighty bull's charge ultimately failed to breach the lava giant's defenses. Yang Xinglan's eyes flashed with determination as she immediately ordered. Attack! No! At the same moment, Zhang Yang, as if reading his mind, also spoke up to stop him. Before the puzzled gazes could turn to Zhang Yang, another equally muffled thud echoed from the Minotaur's head. Thud! This time, the wild bull seemed to have been struck once more by the lava giant's fist, right on the top of its head. He staggered backwards several steps. Zhang Yang grinned. This was the lava giant's skill, flaming counter. Now! Attack! Suppressing their shock, the three immediately commanded their beasts to attack the dark blue savage bull. This time, the black blue savage bull had lost its charging momentum. Standing still, it was as good as a sitting duck. Its only means of counterattack lay in its pair of razor-sharp horns. However, the strikes were either dodged by the agile fire-laced tigers or met head-on by the lava giant. As for the smaller paralysis snake demon and the ancient blood crocodile slithering on the ground, it couldn't even touch them. The frost elf buffed the polarized phoenix and ice crystal spider, and the two ice-type beasts continuously hurled spells at the wild bull from a distance. The battle raged on for a full 2 hours before the sheer volume of attacks finally brought the wild bull down. After the beast fell, the trio's assault gradually slowed. Before the dark blue savage bull drew its last breath, all three simultaneously halted their attacks. Only then did they notice that Zhang Yang and Yun Mengyao had long since ceased their attacks and stood at a distance. Once the dust settled, Meng Sanxiang, who had been vigilantly scanning the surroundings, slowly descended. He nodded with satisfaction. Your first coordination, I'm quite pleased. Originally, I only planned for Yun Mengyao to join the fray at an opportune moment. As he spoke, Meng Sanxiang shot Zhang Yang a meaningful glance before continuing. Unexpectedly, Comrade Zhang Yang possesses remarkably deep foundations. A faint smile played on Meng Sanxiang's lips, his emphasis lingering heavily on the word depth. Zhang Yang's eyes darted, instantly grasping the subtext of Meng Sanxiang's words. A smirk touched his lips as he retorted instantly. Dean Meng, my rock giant was defeated by Qiu Li right before your eyes. It's only thanks to my old man leaving me a backup that I could seamlessly transition and contract the lava giant. Plus, my companion beast sacrificed itself during the entrance trial. You've got to stand up for me on this. Meng Sanxiang nodded slowly, the corners of his eyes involuntarily lifting in a faint smile. All right. The Academy will certainly provide you with a reasonable explanation for this matter. Now, who among you will take down the wild bull? The four present stared at the old man and the youth in utter bewilderment. None could fathom why, at the very moment they were about to kill the savage bull, they suddenly shifted to discussing beast taming. Then, just as abruptly, they'd shifted from discussing compensation to the task of slaying the savage bull. The four exchanged bewildered glances, their minds momentarily unable to process the rapid shifts. Meng Sanxiang urged them several more times. Yang Xinglan stepped forward and said. This time, Zhang Yang and Yun Mengyao had contributed the most. And they're also the two with the lowest levels right now. I suggest we prioritize leveling them up first, then distribute the rest later. His proposal gained unanimous approval. Zhang Yang didn't object either. All three were 4-star Beast Masters, and the maximum level allowed in the college league was 5 stars. And Yun Mengyao undoubtedly needed the experience the most. In the end, Yun Mengyao delivered the final blow. And a rank black-spotted Savage Bull instantly granted Yun Mengyao 10,000 experience points. Her level instantly jumped to a 2-star Beast Master, gaining 9,000 experience points. She only needed another 1,000 experience points to advance to a 3-star Beast Master. Ding! Congratulations to the host's wife for gaining 10,000 experience points. Host receives a tenfold return, gaining 100,000 EXP. Congratulations, host, on becoming a 3-star Beast Master. Current experience, 908,051 million. Please continue to embrace the Sichuan Chongqing style of doting on your wife. 100 experience points grants 1-star Beast Master status. 1,000 points grants a 2-star rank. 3 stars, 10,000 points. 4 stars, 100,000 points. 5 stars, 10. After leveling up, Zhang Yang showed no sign of joy on his face. He suddenly realized if Yun Mengyao gained 1,000,000 experience points and ascended to a 5-star Beast Master, and he received a tenfold return 10 million experience points, he would advance to a 6-star Beast Master. How could he possibly compete in this college league now? Brother Yang, what are you thinking about? The newly upgraded Yun Mengyao was visibly happier. She skipped over to Zhang Yang's side. She gave his shoulder a light pat and asked, "Don't worry, once I level up, I'll make sure you level up quickly too." Zhang Yang pushed aside his worries and ruffled her fluffy hair. Whispering close to his ear, she added softly, "I believe in you, honey." Those words made Yun Mengyao's face flush bright red. She gave Zhang Yang's waist a sharp pinch. Seeing his grimacing expression, she finally gave a proud little snort before running over to Dewei and whispering to her, "Alright, that's enough for today. No one is to mention Zhang Yang's SSS rank Beastmaster status. He will be our team's secret weapon." The group withdrew from the secret realm. Early the next morning, Zhang Yang was fast asleep when he was suddenly yanked out of bed. Forced awake, he was still dazed. His eyes widened in terror as he stared at Meng Sanxiang. "Dean, if you're sick, go get treated. I finally got a chance to sleep properly, and you have to pull this?" Meng Sanxiang's weathered face darkened like a sooty pot bottom. His hand, gripping Zhang Yang's collar, tightened like a vice around the back of his neck. Like a chicken, he hauled Zhang Yang out of the dilapidated dorm room. "Hey! Old dang! I'm still wearing my underwear. Don't I have any dignity? Old dang! Don't lose your mind." Zhang Yang's wails echoed throughout the entire teaching building. Chapter 30, go ahead, keep following me. Ha! Yun Mengyao's laughter was coarse and unrestrained. Zhang Yang looked like a humiliated little wife, covering his bitter tea seeds, his face unusually flustered and bashful. Dewei rolled her eyes so hard her pupils nearly vanished, her face cold as she stared at the wall. Xiong Ming's eyes narrowed mischievously, a puzzled smile playing on his lips. Yang Xinglan, meanwhile, circled around Zhang Yang like a little kid. "Hey, Zhang Yang, don't block me. I totally love sticky beasts too." Sticky beasts, a type of jelly-like, petite exotic creature. With its adorable, goofy looks, soft texture, and vibrant colors plus being completely non-aggressive, it became the pet of choice for most kids across the empire. "Where'd you get this bitter tea seed? Buy me too. At this moment, Zhang Yang really wanted to ask, "Hey, Meng Sanxiang, do you need a new teaching building?" His toes had already dug out an entire new teaching building. Meng Sanxiang couldn't bear to watch any longer. His stern old face twitched as he said, "Alright, enough fooling around. Zhang Yang, don't forget you still have class today." "Class? What class? We just took down an A-rank beast yesterday, and now you want me to sit in a classroom with a bunch of 1-star, or even unranked, little kids learning theory?" Meng Sanxiang seemed to read Zhang Yang's mind, curling his lip in disdain. "Don't think that just because you participated in killing an A-rank beast, you're exempt from class. Right now, you can only command your beasts based on their instincts. You're barely tapping into 1/10 of an SSS grade beast's true potential. Only by learning how to unlock your mount's innate talents and mastering more attack techniques can their true power be fully realized. First-year theoretical knowledge, don't even think about skipping a single class. Not even the Dragon Emperor himself dared miss a single lecture back in his day." Half an hour later, Zhang Yang tugged at Yun Mengyao's sleeve with a pout. He said pitifully, "Honey, I can handle having to attend class. But why do they have to separate us by gender? Honey, this Xianxiao Academy is a total dump. Let's switch to another academy, okay?" A doting smile blossomed on Yun Mengyao's petite face. She ruffled Zhang Yang's hair, turning his neatly combed locks into a messy nest. Her eyes crinkled with amusement as she said, "Brother Yang, other academies also have separate classes for boys and girls. Only when entering the secret realm do they act together. Then everyone scrambling for the beasts and resources in the secret realm might as well stay here. Be good, Yang Gu. After freshman year, we won't have to take any more theory classes. Can you just hang in there a little longer?" With Yun Mengyao coaxing him like this, what else could Zhang Yang say? He pouted dejectedly, watching Yun Mengyao's retreating figure with resigned resignation. Once she was completely out of sight, Zhang Yang instantly shed his pitiful puppy dog expression and walked toward the classroom with a blank face. Zhang Yang found his name and assigned class on the bulletin board below the teaching building. Strictly speaking, he was merely an afterthought, shoved into the class with the weakest talents and the most incomplete roster. Class 13, freshman year. Every student in the class was a B-tier beast master. Unlike other classes with 60 members, Class 13, including Zhang Yang, had only 43 students. For today's class, he had no choice but to don that bulky black school uniform once more. The moment he stepped into the classroom, he immediately drew the attention of every student. Black uniform? That's Zhang Yang, the D-tier loser. How did he even get into the academy? Looks like he's got connections reaching to the heavens. But you wouldn't know that, would you? Wherever you go, there's always someone in the know. At that moment, a sly-eyed yet fair-featured male student, chin held high with pride, casually remarked amidst the circle of classmates. Let me tell you, this Zhang Yang guy only got into our academy because of his connection to that SSS-tier talent, the beast tamer Yun Mengyao. The tension in the air was palpable. Yun Mengyao was originally accepted into the Royal Academy, but they refused to admit Zhang Yang. So she simply gave up on the Royal Academy's internal recruitment. Hyacinth's voice gradually lowered, and the surrounding students instinctively crowded closer to the center to hear what he was saying. He relished this feeling of being surrounded by the crowd. Satisfied, Hyacinth scanned the crowd before continuing in a hushed tone. At the time, the four academies had practically beaten each other senseless trying to secure Yun Mengyao. Each offered increasingly generous terms, each pledged more resources than the last. They were practically ready to snatch her away by force. Guess why Yun Mengyao ultimately chose Xianshao Academy? Zhang Yang was also squeezed into the crowd. As Hyacinth's story grew increasingly far-fetched, Zhang Yang offered a faint smile. It was true that Yun Mengyao had declined the Royal Academy, and it was also true that 4 academies had vied for her. But it hadn't escalated to the point of physical confrontation. He listened in partly because he wondered if this classmate might actually know something. If he truly knew about his marriage to Yun Mengyao, Zhang Yang would have to consider silencing him permanently. Fortunately, all he seemed to know were mere rumors and hearsay, nothing to be concerned about. Zhang Yang walked straight to an empty corner and sat down. Leaning on the table, he watched his classmates bickering and jostling, a strange sense of calm settling over him. Unfortunately, this scene that calmed his restless heart was soon disrupted by a figure. Zhang Yang shot an impatient glance at the figure suddenly standing before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Get lost. This is my seat. The newcomer looked down on Zhang Yang. Or rather, it wasn't so much looking as if Zhang Yang didn't even exist in his field of vision, his gaze seemed fixed on some unseen point. Zhang Yang had arrived a few days late to study the theoretical knowledge, and he thought he might have taken someone else's seat. Without a second thought, he stood up and vacated the seat. But when he sat down at another seat, that person stood before Zhang Yang again. Get lost. This is my seat. The same words, the same glare, even the tone remained unchanged. Zhang Yang's frown deepened. Damn it, is this guy even bothering to act? Is this deliberate targeting, and he's so good at it? He stood up, abandoning the back row seat, and walked toward the front of the classroom. The troublemaker, arms crossed, continued to trail behind him. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Deciding against finding a seat, he walked straight up to the podium and plopped down on it. The shadow trailing him paused. A smirk played on Zhang Yang's lips as he beckoned with a finger. He went in for the close-up. Come on, if you've got the guts, keep following. Chapter 31, In Juzuo, Shadow Controlling Insects. Zhang Yang waved provocatively at the approaching figure. Come on, if you've got the guts, keep following. Lang Jiqing's icy gaze narrowed slightly. Staring at Zhang Yang's smug grin, a surge of inexplicable rage welled up within him. Originally, he'd only received orders from his cousin to target a D-rank trash from their class. Now, he finally understood why this D-rank loser had managed to provoke the resentment and targeting of his S-rank cousin. He really was despicable. Zhang Yang, face reality sooner rather than later. A D-rank loser like you has no place at Xianshao Academy. Don't think Yun Mengyao can shield you forever. She might protect you for now, but she can't shield you for life. In this world, might makes right. Squashing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. A smile bloomed on Zhang Yang's face like a chrysanthemum. He clapped his hands lightly. This brilliant speech, coupled with the balding old man behind him whose glasses were thicker than beer bottle bottoms, truly made it a perfect storm of timing, location, and manpower. I never imagined our cold-hearted young master could kill an imperial beastmaster as easily as crushing an ant. Would crushing this old man be like crushing a slightly larger ant? Lang Jiqing, who had been gnashing his teeth moments ago, instinctively shuddered upon hearing the voice behind him. This old man had become every freshman's nightmare within mere days, a far cry from his kindly appearance. Lang Jiqing cursed his mother for not giving him an extra pair of legs. He bolted to the back row, burying his head in his books and trembling. The old man shot a cold glance at Lang Jicheng, who was cowering like a quail, then turned his gaze back to Zhang Yang, who remained as composed as ever, seated at the lectern. "Little ant," he said, "are you planning to teach this class for me, the big ant, today?" Even Zhang Yang, whose face was as thick as a city wall, flushed crimson at the old man's taunt. Teacher. I was sitting just fine a moment ago, but that student Ling chased me from east to west, forcing me to stand at the front of the classroom until you assigned me a seat." The old man pushed up his thick glasses. Beneath them, his aged, cloudy eyes flashed with a sudden sharpness. "All right, then go sit there." Zhang Yang followed the old man's pointing finger. At a double desk facing the podium sat a hooded boy. His entire face was hidden in the shadow of the hood, leaving Zhang Yang to see only his pale cheeks and lips that looked as if they were dripping with blood. Those lips, as if freshly fed on blood, glowed with an unnatural, almost demonic red. Without a second thought, Zhang Yang walked straight over and was about to sit down. But just as his buttocks were about to touch the bench, within the beast taming space, the armored devouring beetle suddenly erupted with fury. Zhang Yang froze, his movement to sit stiffening midair. The hooded man tilted his head slightly, stealing an imperceptible glance at Zhang Yang. The movement was so subtle, no one else noticed. The smile vanished instantly from Zhang Yang's face. He shifted his body to the side, his gaze fixed on the empty seat, his eyes sharp and intense. After all this time, Zhang Yang had pretty much figured out the devouring beetle's abilities. Its outbursts fell into two categories: ravenous outbursts and warning outbursts. The former occurred when the beetle detected something it desired to devour, while the latter signaled it had sensed danger. Just now, the beetle had warned Zhang Yang this seat was dangerous. But Zhang Yang scanned the seat repeatedly. He still couldn't discern what exactly was amiss. The old man's gaze swept over him again, its warning implicit. With no other choice, Zhang Yang steeled himself and sat down. But before settling in, he summoned the armored devouring beetle and concealed it beneath his clothes. His buttocks settled smoothly and unimpeded onto the chair. In a daze, he thought he heard two piercing squeaks. When he steadied his nerves to listen again, there was nothing to be heard. Zhang Yang's eyes darted nervously across the desk and seat, only to see a gaunt, bone-white hand, its knuckles starkly visible, reaching toward him. Simultaneously, a voice that seemed to crawl up from the depths of hell, like a slimy worm, desperately burrowed into Zhang Yang's ears. "Hello, I am Yin Juzuo." The first class slipped by unnoticed. The balding old man was named Luo Hong, their freshman year theory instructor. He taught conventional theoretical knowledge in the classroom. Zhang Yang had already studied all of this before. The moment Luo Hong left the classroom, Lang Jicheng immediately walked over to Zhang Yang's seat, glaring at him with hostility. "Now, where else can you hide? You worthless D-rank." Lang Jicheng's three henchmen joined in the commotion. "Zhang Yang, do you realize your very existence is a disgrace to Xianchao Academy? You're an adult now. It's time you recognize the gap between genius and trash. You and Yun Mengyao aren't even in the same league. Clinging to her like a leech only makes you look like a clown. If I were you, I'd have left long ago instead of clinging on like a stubborn leech, becoming the laughingstock of the entire academy." Zhang Yang's patience with this idiot had reached its limit. This Leng Dai must be on the same side as that idiot Leng Mingfeng. The big fish have already been dealt with, why bother with this small fry? Just as he was about to teach this brainless fool a lesson, that cloying voice piped up again. "Have you forgotten my rules?" The four men's faces turned ashen simultaneously at the sound of that voice. Zhang Yang watched as their lips parted slightly, as if they wanted to say something. For pitch-black shadows swiftly crawled into their mouths. Had Zhang Yang not specifically trained his eyesight to keep pace with the armored beetles, even he might have missed these four imperceptibly faint shadows. Ha! After the shadows burrowed into their mouths, their throats emitted a series of sounds like broken bellows. Then, like puppets under control, they mechanically turned and mechanically walked away. Almost simultaneously, all four approached the window and pulled it open with trembling hands. They turned and sat upon the windowsill. Zhang Yang could tell from their facial expressions and bulging veins that they were desperately trying to control their bodies. Yet their efforts yielded no results whatsoever. In the next instant, they all leaned backward and tumbled out the window together. All of this seemed connected to Yin Juzuo beside him. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes. First, the sudden uprising of the devouring beetles. Now, the abrupt appearance of a beast master without any spatial fluctuations. If he hadn't been alerted by the beetles' uprising, would he too have been manipulated by Yin Juzuo to jump off the building like those four? Zhang Yang's probing gaze fell upon the shadow concealed beneath the hood, catching just the corner of Yin Juzuo's mouth curling upward, revealing a row of white teeth. My apologies, he thought. A mere B-rank shadow insect tamer. Chapter 32, When the neighbor eats Sichuan pepper, the next door gets numb. Zhang Yang was quite familiar with shadow-controlling insects as a type of beast. It was precisely this familiarity that made his brow furrow even deeper. He couldn't recall the shadow-controlling insect ever possessing such formidable abilities. Zhang Yang shot Yin Juzuo a piercing glance. This man gave him a very bad feeling, and he didn't want to have much to do with him. Before long, four boys with black eyes and swollen faces hobbled up, supporting each other. Ling Jiqing shot In Juzu a nervous glance before deliberately taking a wide detour back to his seat, keeping a safe distance. A smirk touched Zhang Yang's lips. Looks like quite a few interesting things happened in this classroom during the days I missed class. His gaze burned with intensity as he looked at In Juzuo. This shadow-controlling bug has excellent attributes. Wonder how many it would take to grant the armored devouring beetle this ability. Meanwhile, In Juzuo's eyes, hidden beneath his hood, were fixed intently on Zhang Yang. This D-rank boy is truly fascinating. A group of B-rank students couldn't even get close to him. Yet this D-rank beast tamer possesses something that even my SSS rank shadow-controlling mother bug fears. The human world is truly fascinating. For the entire morning, Zhang Yang nearly dozed off listening to Luo Han's theoretical lecture. He had already mastered all this pure theoretical knowledge back in high school. The moment the bell rang, Zhang Yang bolted out the door like a wild boar breaking free from its pen. Compared to this tedious lecture and the balding Luo Han, he'd much rather be by his wife's side. Downstairs at the girls' building, Yun Mengyao also dashed out of her classroom the moment she could. Her theoretical knowledge was no weaker than Zhang Yang's. However, she had diligently listened to every lecture and flawlessly answered all the teacher's questions, earning unanimous praise from the faculty. She also gained a bunch of little fangirls along the way. Yun Mengyao knew Zhang Yang would come looking for her first thing, so after class, she stood waiting at the bottom of the building for him to pick her up. Her little admirers were all vying to invite her out for lunch. Yun Mengyao endured her growing impatience, wishing she could push aside the girls blocking her view to catch Zhang Yang's figure the moment he arrived. When Zhang Yang arrived at the school building, he didn't see Yun Mengyao anywhere. His brow furrowed slightly. How could Yun Mengyao not be waiting for him? His gaze shifted, and he immediately spotted a large group of girls gathered not far away. Thinking they might know Yun Mengyao's whereabouts, he approached to inquire. Zhang Yang gently tapped a girl on the shoulder and spoke softly. "Hello, classmate." The girl glanced back at Zhang Yang, then promptly turned her head away in disgust. "Zhang Yang?" Zhang Yang touched his own cheek, utterly perplexed. Had his face become so unappealing? Unwilling to give up, he tapped the girl's shoulder again. "Hello, classmate?" Wuxia had been interrupted twice while watching her idol, leaving her in a foul mood. She spun around, brushing Zhang Yang's hand away from her shoulder with a dismissive wave. "How did you even get into this academy? If you bother me again, I'll have security kick you out." Zhang Yang was dumbfounded again. Sneaked in? He was a student, how had he become someone who snuck in? After swatting away the annoying fly, Wuxia turned back and pushed his way through the crowd. Among the crowd was none other than his idol. If he could just hold his idol's little hand, he might just get a major luck boost. And if he managed to contract an S rank or higher beast egg? That would be a direct ticket to soaring high. Then, those guys who snuck in from outside the academy earlier, those dark, fly-like guys trying to chat her up, she could swat a whole bunch of them with one slap. Wait a minute. Dark and shadowy? A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed through Wuxia's mind. Inside the academy, the pitch-black uniforms. Could it be? Wuxia spun around, one hand covering her small mouth, the other pointing at Zhang Yang. She exclaimed in disbelief. "You're the disgrace of Xianshao Academy, the trashy D-rank beast master, Zhang Yang?" The word trash had grown so familiar to Zhang Yang, his ears were practically calloused from hearing it. He gave a helpless, bitter smile and said, "If there isn't another D-rank talent in this academy, then I suppose you're referring to me. Classmate, I was wondering if you've seen Yun Mengyao? I'm waiting for her to have lunch." Little did he expect that the moment Zhang Yang finished speaking, Wuxia burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. "Ha! You? Waiting for Yun Mengyao to eat lunch? In broad daylight, why are you suddenly talking nonsense?" Wuxia poked Zhang Yang's chest with her finger, saying, "Do you even realize you're known as the disgrace of Xianshao Academy, while Mengyao is hailed as its shining star? You don't seriously think those are your couple nicknames, do you? Don't you have any self-awareness? You're a D-rank loser. Standing next to an S rank is like comparing stars to dirt, let alone an SSS rank like Mengyao. Do you realize the line of people wanting to have lunch with Mengyao stretches from the south gate all the way to the north gate? How dare a D-rank loser like you even think about Mengyao?" Zhang Yang was stunned speechless by the girl's rapid-fire barrage. How could anyone in this academy still be unaware of his relationship with Yun Mengyao? Are people really that tight-lipped? The entrance trials, the beast egg auction. After these two incidents, coupled with his one-of-a-kind D-rank talent. If he wasn't already famous, he should at least be infamous by now. How come this little girl still acts like she has no clue? Has she been living under a rock? Zhang Yang took a few steps back, pulled out his phone, and waved it in front of the girl. "Forget it, I'll just call her myself. Damn my big mouth, I should have just called Yun Mengyao directly. Why waste the effort arguing with her?" At this stage, communication tools like phones and text messages were often selectively forgotten by Zhang Yang. After all, once inside the secret realm, this thing was practically useless, less handy than a rock. Humans naturally hadn't put much effort into developing it. Wuxia heard Zhang Yang's words and doubled over laughing. "Ha! Is this some new kind of abstract performance? Or are you trying to grab my attention with this? In that black outfit of yours, isn't it common knowledge among Xianxiao Academy students that you're the only D-rank failure since the school's founding? Zhang Yang, give up those unrealistic fantasies. Forget about Yun Mengyao, even I am far beyond the reach of a loser like you. Zhang Yang's eyes nearly rolled back into his head. It's like the neighbor eating Sichuan peppercorns, numbing the whole block. How can this brat be so full of himself? Zhang Yang completely ignored Guo Shi's wild gestures and dialed the number. Seeing Zhang Yang dare to ignore her, Guo Shi felt a surge of inexplicable rage. I'll say it right here today, if a loser like you can get Jin Mengyao to even glance your way, I'll do a handstand poop right here on the spot. Chapter 33, Want me to help you do a handstand? Yun Mengyao was already annoyed at being surrounded by the crowd and unable to see Zhang Yang. The crowd grew denser. Those nearby tried every trick to strike up a conversation with her. Those farther back simply treated her like a monkey on display, pointing and whispering among themselves. Yun Mengyao's polite smile was on the verge of cracking. This good girl persona? Let whoever wants it have it. She pushed through the crowd with a cold expression. She thought bitterly to herself. That rotten Zhang Yang, that wicked Zhang Yang. How dare he not come find me after all this time? When she saw him later, she'd definitely ignore him. At the very least, she'd make him wait 5 minutes. Not a minute less. After pushing through the crowd, Yun Mengyao immediately spotted Guo Shi with her back to her and directly opposite, Zhang Yang preparing to make a call. What 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Those thoughts vanished instantly. Yang! Yun Mengyao yanked Guo Shi aside, who had been blocking her view. Lifting her skirt slightly, she ran toward Zhang Yang with joy. Zhang Yang now saw Yun Mengyao rushing toward him. All the earlier unpleasantness vanished like smoke, replaced by nothing but this joyful little lark filling his heart and eyes. He spread his arms wide, ready to embrace her. But unexpectedly, Yun Mengyao slammed on the brakes just a step before him. She gave Zhang Yang a playful wink. Brother Yang, did you come to pick me up for lunch? 3 black lines appeared on Zhang Yang's forehead. He awkwardly withdrew his arms, scowled, and headed toward the cafeteria. Behind him, Yun Mengyao playfully stuck her tongue out at Zhang Yang. She followed closely behind him. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she whirled around. The playful, childlike charm from moments ago vanished completely, replaced by a cold glint in her eyes. She murmured softly. Need me to help you do a handstand? Guo Shi froze. The chill in Yun Mengyao's eyes held more than just coldness. It was laced with a thread of murderous intent. Moreover, a beast summoning space had already opened above Yun Mengyao's head. A golden, gleaming eye possessing the same icy glare as Yun Mengyao stared fixedly at her. Startled, she stumbled backward several steps, tripped on the steps, and landed flat on her backside. Zhang Yang sensed the fluctuations of a beast control space behind him. When he turned around, however, everything appeared normal. He scratched his head in puzzlement. Before he could ponder further, Yun Mengyao bounced over to his side like a joyful bird. Brother Yang, let's go. The cafeteria at Xianxiao Academy was so vast it stretched beyond sight. Students of different grades dined on separate floors. As first-year students, Zhang Yang and his classmates ate on the first floor. Despite its vast size, the sheer number of students created a scene as chaotic and noisy as a bustling market. Zhang Yang seized the moment and snagged 2 seats. He asked Yun Mengyao to hold the seats while he went to get their food. Seeing the serpentine line stretching before him, Zhang Yang felt a chill run down his spine. With a line this long, wouldn't he have to wait until the cows come home to get his food? Sighing, Zhang Yang obediently joined the queue. With only 3 people ahead of him, it was almost his turn. A boy with hair more colorful than a rainbow walked straight up to Zhang Yang. Amidst his stunned expression, he casually planted himself in front of him. Immediately after, 3 girls with similarly dyed hair also cut in line. The last one, unable to squeeze in, bumped into Zhang Yang. Instead of apologizing, she shot an impatient glance back at the bewildered Zhang Yang. TSK. Just then, Zhang Yang blurted out the question that had been on the tip of his tongue. Wait, who are you guys? The moment the words left his mouth, that sharp tisk pierced his ears. TSK? Li family bastard. You stabbed me in the back, and now you dare to sneer at me? You must be out of your mind, asking for trouble. Zhang Yang slapped Rainbow Ponytail right across the face, sending him flying out of the formation. Then the second one. Then the third. After dealing with the 3 girls, it was the turn of the boy who led them. With the guy, Zhang Yang showed no mercy. He grabbed the boy's rainbow-colored long hair and flung him forcefully outward. The boy let out a wail as he was flung out of the group. Zhang Yang didn't even glance at them as he returned to his original spot. Holy! He's even beating up Rainbow Guild members. This guy's badass. Awesome? More like an idiot. The Rainbow Guild is the biggest union in the entire Xianxiao Academy. Attacking them is like slapping them in the face. Just you wait. That kid's got it coming. The Rainbow Guild won't let him off the hook. The clamor reached Zhang Yang's ears. But compared to whatever the Rainbow Guild was, the food right in front of him was clearly more appealing. Soon it was Zhang Yang's turn to get his meal. His eyes were practically glowing with hunger. He pointed at several dishes that looked incredibly appetizing and ordered them all. Eat? Hell yeah! The cafeteria auntie had just handed Zhang Yang his food when a whistling sound suddenly streaked toward his head. An attack of this caliber was easily dodged by Zhang Yang with a slight turn of his head. The fist grazed the tip of his nose and slammed into the glass. The multicolored man, his strike having missed, grew even more enraged. Damn it, you dare dodge! All together now, grab him! At the multicolored man's command, 3 girls with similarly dyed hair lunged forward, clawing and snarling. Zhang Yang wasn't made of clay. Facing the relentless barrage, his temper flared up instantly. Holding 2 plates of food, he couldn't spare his hands, so he simply kicked each of them once. The 3 girls never imagined they'd be kicked out in broad daylight. They sat on the ground, 3 pairs of eyes wide with disbelief, and began wailing. The multicolored man, kicked in the calf, hopped up in a rage beside them. He hopped around, shouting, You dare hit someone from our rainbow society? You're dead meat. Just you wait, I'll call my people right now and have them beat the crap out of you. Zhang Yang had thought that dealing with such a clown would be enough. But he never expected this little punk to spew nothing but filthy insults from the moment he opened his mouth. For someone with no manners, Zhang Yang saw no obligation to educate him on behalf of his parents. The best solution was to shut him up for good. Zhang Yang walked over to the rainbow guy with his meal in hand. Before the guy could react, he delivered another kick straight to his calf. The multicolored man doubled over in pain. Next, Zhang Yang stomped directly on his mouth. He struck with brutal force. The multicolored man's pupils dilated in terror. Clutching his blood-soaked mouth, he found 2 teeth lying silently in his palm. Zhang Yang turned to face the 3 girls still screaming. Seeing the rainbow man's gruesome state, they all clamped their hands tightly over their mouths. Whether from sheer terror or the pain of being kicked, beads of tears fell silently, smudging their heavy smoky eye makeup. Chapter 34, The Overbearing Rainbow Society. Brother Yang, what just happened over there? Yun Mengyao ate in small bites, her watery eyes fixed on Zhang Yang, almost forming strings. Zhang Yang kept his head down, eating, and mumbled a reply. I'm just eating. I'm just being cool, okay? Put. Yun Mengyao watched Zhang Yang's silly expression and let out a soft chuckle. Her mood lifted even more, and even the food on her plate seemed to taste better. One devoured his food like a whirlwind, the other chewed slowly in small bites. One dazzled in golden robes, the other swallowed in dark, bulky garments. The only thing they shared was the deep, unbreakable love that filled their eyes whenever they looked at each other. The surrounding sounds gradually faded away. Zhang Yang, still holding the chicken drumstick he'd deliberately saved for last, lifted his head with a hint of confusion. He hadn't noticed when the entire dining area had emptied of students. He turned his head to look behind him. His eyes widened in shock. A group of sunshine rainbow white ponies stood in perfect formation not far behind him. Before them, seated at a table, were 7 individuals with pure colored hair. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet from left to right. Their alignment was so perfect it made Zhang Yang want to applaud them. A girl with fiery red hair met Zhang Yang's inquiring gaze. A faint smile played on her lips as she raised her hand slightly toward him. Take your time eating. We'll talk after you're done. Zhang Yang nodded instinctively. He buried his head back into his chicken drumstick. Yun Mengyao didn't even spare them a glance. She continued eating her meal in small, measured bites. When Zhang Yang finished, she handed him a tissue and asked, Brother Yang, are they here to cause trouble for you? Do you want me to help you? Zhang Yang instinctively raised his hand to ruffle her hair. But remembering he'd just been gnawing on a chicken drumstick, his hands were greasy. His hand paused mid-air and dropped back down. No, I'll go see what they want. You eat first. Wait for me when you're done, and we'll head back to class together. Yun Mengyao nodded obediently. The cafeteria was only so big. Zhang Yang was practically right under her nose. There was no way anything could go wrong. Zhang Yang strolled over to Redhead. Looking for me? The redhead girl's lips curved into a slight smile as she extended a hand. Her pale palm bore bright red nail polish, a color so vivid it seemed almost unnatural. Pleased to meet you. I'm Yuling Yang, second-year president of the Rainbow Club. You must be Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang wasn't surprised he recognized him. His black school uniform was more famous than he was. He extended his hand to touch Yuling Yang's briefly, then instantly withdrew it, wiping it several times on his pant leg. Yuling Yang's expression darkened, his face stiffening for a moment. Suppressing the urge to punch Zhang Yang, she offered a forced smile. Zhang Yang, would you be interested in our Rainbow Club? Our Rainbow Society. Before she could finish, Zhang Yang, bored, picked his nose and said indifferently. Not interested. If you have business, get to it. If not, I'm heading back to class. This time, Yuling Yang's expression completely fell apart. You know what? This woman looks far more striking with a stern expression than when she's smiling. It's just that fiery red hair of hers that really spoils the mood. Zhang Yang, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Our Rainbow Society doesn't accept just anyone. If it weren't for... Ha! Is there anyone in our empire with talent even lower than my D rank? You invited me, a D rank beastmaster. So you do accept anyone after all? Interrupted by Zhang Yang for the second time, Yu Lingyang nearly dug her bright red nails into her own palm. The orange-haired boy beside her stepped forward, arms crossed, nose in the air, snorting as he declared. D rank might mean lacking talent, but interrupting others speaks to your upbringing. Honestly, Lingyang, you shouldn't have wasted your breath on him. With scum like this, beating them into submission before talking is far more effective. Zhang Yang shot the guy a sideways glance. A girl with flashy hair color is one thing, it might even add a touch of charm. But you, a grown man, dyeing your hair that yellow color, what's the point of that? Seeing the man about to blabber on, Zhang Yang cut him off with a direct hand gesture. I agree, talent and upbringing shouldn't be lumped together. He nodded toward the multicolored man, still spitting blood, and continued. There you go. Bad manners? I've taken care of that for you. If you're here just to thank me, that's unnecessary. Now that the multicolored man had someone backing him up, he suddenly found the courage to speak up. Me. That's our second-year president of the Rainbow Society. How dare you talk to him like that? Damn it, you just ask for a beating, don't you? This time, before Zhang Yang could even move, the orange-haired man slapped the rainbow guy across the face, knocking out 3 more teeth from his already sparse set. We're talking here, got a right to butt in? The rainbow guy dared not lash out at the orange-haired man, only glaring at Zhang Yang with murderous intent. Zhang Yang caught his glare and shrugged helplessly. Your own people hit you, what can I do about that? Anything else? If not, I'm really leaving. The orange-haired guy finally understood why Yu Lingyang was so angry. That damn kid really knows how to get under your skin. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Zhang Yang with venom in his eyes. We'll handle our own people in the Rainbow Society. It's none of your business to interfere. You hit one of our 7 Colors Society members, you don't think we'll just let it slide, do you? Don't you have any idea how we handle things in the Rainbow Society? Zhang Yang shot the orange-haired man a look reserved for fools. Sure enough, hair color really does affect one's IQ. He feared that if he continued talking to them, his IQ would be dragged down to their level. Muttering "you're sick" under his breath, he turned and walked away. Yu Lingyang's indifferent voice echoed behind him. According to academy rules, upperclassmen cannot challenge underclassmen. However, students of the same year may challenge their peers within the same grade. Each person has 3 opportunities to refuse a challenge and 3 opportunities to issue a challenge each month. If an individual declines more than 3 challenges, each subsequent refusal will reduce their chances of entering the secret realm the following month. Zhang Yang, are you sure you want to leave now? Our Rainbow Society now has no fewer than 100 freshman probationary members. Yu Lingyang's threat was laid bare for all to see. Zhang Yang's footsteps faltered. He said somewhat weakly. I don't really care. Anyway, as a D-rank beastmaster, I never really wanted to enter the secret realm in the first place. Zhang Yang had heard about this rule from Xiong Ming. It seemed to have been devised by Qiu Li to inspire the students' fighting spirit. The conflict between Meng Sanxiang and Qiu Li had originally stemmed from differing teaching philosophies. Qiu Li believed students should possess a fighting spirit. He believed that whether fighting in secret realms or surviving in the Great Qian Empire, threats from the 10,000 tribes were no different from threats from enemy nations. Therefore, he sought to cultivate a competitive spirit in students from their freshman year, ensuring they could employ iron-blooded tactics whether facing beasts of the 10,000 clans or beast tamers from hostile nations. Meng Sanxiang, however, believed that education should not overcorrect to the extreme. Students should prioritize their studies, and those bloody, underhanded tactics could be gradually introduced after they left the academy. Currently, Meng Sanxiang held the disadvantage in academy management, so the institution's educational approach remained largely dominated by Qiu Li's teaching methods. Chapter 35, Nothing there, why force it? Yu Lingyang seemed unfazed by Zhang Yang's words. He scoffed. Do you really think Dean Qiu, with his insight, couldn't have anticipated slackers like you? Lying flat, giving up, not caring. Zhang Yang, you don't seriously think that just by giving up your chance to enter the secret realm, you can coast through, do you? Zhang Yang flinched. His gaze grew unfocused. He timidly asked. Is that not possible? Yu Lingyang was thoroughly pleased with his reaction and continued. Dean Qiu stipulated that each contestant must present materials of no less than B-grade quality as stakes. Violating this agreement more than 3 times will result in expulsion from the academy. Oof. Zhang Yang, you can't seriously believe that by piggybacking on others to get into the academy, you'll smoothly obtain our Xianshao Academy's diploma? Then take that diploma home to puff up your own ego, tarnishing the reputation of our Xianshao Academy. Ha! Zhang Yang, just wait for your expulsion. The moment Yu Lingyang spoke, a perfect plan crystallized in Zhang Yang's mind. Once he entered the secret realm, his true strength would soon be impossible to conceal. Since that was the case, why not seize the opportunity they were creating to pick a fight and make a hefty profit in the process? However, this plan still lacked one crucial piece, an accomplice. If he acted alone, the other party would inevitably grow suspicious. Zhang Yang nearly couldn't suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He forced himself to recall the countless times Yun Mengyao had pinched his soft flesh, finally suppressing the smile. He now resembled a rabbit scared out of its wits, hunched over with a cowering posture, his eyes darting nervously as he scurried toward Yun Mengyao's seat. Yu Lingyang folded his arms, watching Zhang Yang's hasty retreat with a look of disdain. A mocking smile touched his lips. Zhang Yang, don't worry. Once the first week's transition period ends, we Rainbow will have plenty of time to play with you. Just as Yun Mengyao finished her last bite, Zhang Yang returned. Before she could wipe her mouth, Zhang Yang yanked her to her feet. Amidst the jeers of the Rainbow little white horses, the two dashed out of the cafeteria. The moment they were out of sight, Zhang Yang slowed his pace. The two strolled through the lush green campus. Yun Mengyao didn't ask Zhang Yang what he'd discussed with them earlier, nor why they'd fled. With her hands tucked behind her back, she strolled leisurely ahead of Zhang Yang. Her little head turned left and right, looking around. Zhang Yang couldn't fathom how she could be so joyful. Still, seeing her so happy made Zhang Yang genuinely glad from the bottom of his heart. They walked all the way to the girls' dormitory building. Yun Mengyao kept her hands behind her back, her toes gently brushing against the delicate blades of grass beneath her feet. Her gaze drifted over the surrounding flowers and plants, the passing students, everything but Zhang Yang. He knew the little minx was deliberately giving him the cold shoulder because he hadn't taken the initiative to explain himself. He didn't call her out on it. Instead, he shuffled closer to her side, then pitifully reached out to tug at her sleeve. Yun Mengyao lifted her small face, the corners of her mouth curving upward. The word smug was practically carved right onto her forehead. Zhang Yang watched her mischievous expression and couldn't help but feel a chuckle rising in his chest. Seizing the moment when Yun Mengyao wasn't looking at him, he gently flicked her smooth forehead. Then he dashed off in a flash. Yun Mengyao's face instantly puffed up like a pufferfish. She stomped her foot in a huff. Then, she caught sight of Zhang Yang's retreating figure and couldn't help but smile foolishly. No matter what Brother Yang did, she didn't need to know. All she needed to know was that she would stand firmly behind Brother Yang. Not let him be bullied in the slightest. A week passed quickly. The week primarily involved learning the academy's basic rules and theoretical knowledge. At Xianshao Academy, weekends simply didn't exist. Everyone strives diligently for their own growth. Thus, the paths were filled with bustling figures. Zhang Yang feared the Rainbow Clan might not come looking for him, so he dragged his ally out for a stroll. After wandering for ages, the person he was hoping for still hadn't appeared. Yang Xinglan, bored, rested her head in her hands as she shuffled along behind Zhang Yang. Hey, are you even sure about this? I've wasted my entire precious morning playing along with your charade. Just so you know, if this act falls through, don't blame your senior for being ruthless. Zhang Yang grew impatient with his nagging. He simply held up 3 fingers behind him. Yang Xinglan saw this and immediately shut his chattering mouth. The efficiency of the Rainbow Society was truly beyond praise. By the time he finished strolling around, it was almost lunchtime. Not only had he seen no sign of the Rainbow Society, he hadn't even spotted a single person with a different hair color. Seeing the hunt was about to come to nothing, Zhang Yang could only lead Yang Xinglan to lunch in a sour mood. After all, having wasted someone's entire morning and not even offering lunch would be downright rude. The moment they reached the cafeteria entrance, the multicolored gathering Zhang Yang had anticipated for so long appeared. Yu Lingyang still wore that aloof, unapproachable look, arms crossed tightly across her chest, emphasizing her minimal assets as she said. Ha, I knew you'd be hiding. Zhang Yang, didn't expect us to ambush you in the cafeteria, did you? If I were you, if you're going to hide, you should hide properly. You clueless fool, you should have just had someone bring you lunch. Yu Lingyang's longtime partner, the orange-haired guy, chimed in with a cold sneer. Don't you realize? He's a D-rank loser. What friends do you expect him to have? Enough with the chatter. Bring it on. Whoever tortures Zhang Yang the worst gets an early lock on the student council president nomination. At this, a crowd of people with hair dyed every color imaginable swarmed around him. Zhang Yang could practically spell speechless across his face. Wasn't this Rainbow Guild supposed to be the biggest union in the academy? And not a single one of them has a brain? I wasted my entire morning wandering around campus, and you didn't even send out a single scout. All of you were just waiting to ambush me in the cafeteria? If it weren't for hoping these money-making angels would deliver resources to me, I'd seriously ask if the whole group couldn't even muster one decent brain. The noose tightened. It was time for Yang Xinglan to make her move. Who knows how he managed to squeeze through this dense crowd. Despite his baby face, he insisted on putting on an act of being the coolest guy in the world. Hands tucked into his pockets, he declared. Oh? Isn't this the bunch of punks under He Junnan? What's this? Bullying people? Now you're picking on us? Yu Lingyang didn't change his stance, just snorted coldly. Yang Xinglan, you dare even utter the name of Chairman He? Once this year passes, your faction will have no foothold left in the academy. How dare you speak to me like this? Yang Xinglan glanced at Yu Lingyang out of the corner of his eye before looking away. Put. Nothing's going on. Why are you forcing yourself in? Chapter 36, Fight Today. Wang Zai mini buns the lifelong torment of Yu Lingyang. But her strength was no match for his. Though she wanted to grind her teeth to dust, she dared not act out in front of Yang Xinglan. Bullying? Ha! Yang Xinglan, your personal strength only lets you bully others within the academy. Don't even talk about bullying him. If I wanted to play him to death, could you even stop me? What can you possibly do to me? Yang Xinglan's adorable face twitched with fury. He seriously suspected that the 3 challenge 3 refusal rule had been specifically designed by Chioli to make life difficult for their Ming faction. Outnumbered, even if they were stronger than these ordinary lackeys, the 3 refusal mechanism meant they posed no real threat. Instead, the minions could exploit their numerical superiority to constantly harass them. It was like a toad crawling on your foot. It didn't bite, but it was damn annoying. If he hadn't believed Zhang Yang's plan had a high chance of success and could properly punish these lackeys, why would he bother acting alongside Zhang Yang for such meager resources? The thought of acting reminded Yang Xinglan of the task Zhang Yang had assigned him. He immediately suppressed his rising anger and slipped into character. He stormed toward Zhang Yang. Hey! Our faction doesn't have any cowards. People are ting and pissing all over you, and you just stand there without a word? Startled by Yang Xinglan's outburst, Zhang Yang flinched and stammered. But I'm only D rank. And, my beast companion got killed. Yang Xinglan, frustrated beyond belief, kicked Zhang Yang hard in the rear. She snapped bitterly. Is losing your beast master your excuse to avoid battle? Is having a D-rank talent your excuse for avoiding battle? We don't have such a disgraceful junior. Zhang Yang, mark my words, I'm giving you 3 more days at most. If you're still acting like such a cowardly wimp after 3 days, I'll have old Meng kick you out of the academy immediately. Now. Immediately. Right this instant. Come with me. With that, Yang Xinglan grabbed Zhang Yang, who was practically curled into a ball, and started dragging him toward the edge of the crowd. Yu Lingyang snorted derisively. He remarked indifferently. Yang Xinglan, playing these games in front of me, don't you think it's a bit childish? Zhang Yang attacked our Rainbow Society members and spoke insolently to me. Do you really expect me to give him 3 days? It's not even night yet, how come you're already dreaming? The expression on Yang Xinglan's face visibly darkened. His fists clenched tightly. His adorable baby face was now completely overcast. Yu Lingyang, I advise you not to overstep. After all, Zhang Yang entered the academy under Yun Mengyao guidance and now follows Dean Meng around. Don't you dare court death. Don't forget, Yun Mengyao is an SSS-tier beastmaster. Bullying Zhang Yang like this, aren't you afraid of her retaliation? Hiss. Hiding behind Yang Xinglan, Zhang Yang sucked in a sharp breath. Why did this guy drag Yun Mengyao into this? If he really gets scared off by this Yu Lingyang, how am I supposed to collect my winnings? He subtly tugged at Yang Xinglan's sleeve, hinting for him to tone it down. Don't scare away the duck that's already in your mouth. Put. Yu Lingyang snorted disdainfully, glaring at Zhang Yang with disgust. Look at him, such a coward. Does he even deserve to stand beside Yun Mengyao? As a woman myself, how could I not understand Yun Mengyao? Right now, she's only protecting Zhang Yang because she's still clinging to that insignificant feeling from the past. But you must understand, battling in the secret realm is the defining struggle of a beastmaster's entire life. Zhang Yang? What could he possibly offer Yun Mengyao? Feed her exotic beasts? This is exactly what Zhang Yang has been waiting for. Only when the other party brought up matters between him and Yun Mengyao would it make sense for him to accept the challenge and raise the stakes. His hand trembled as he gripped Yang Xinglan's arm, his face flushed crimson. Even his eyes, which had been darting nervously moments before, now glowed with a faint crimson hue. He roared. Bull! I can definitely stay by Mengyao side forever. I can definitely help Mengyao. Hearing his words, Yu Lingyang grew even more contemptuous. Zhang Yang, know your place. You can't even accept a challenge from a classmate your own age. What makes you think you can stand by Yun Mengyao's side forever? Is it just with your big mouth? Zhang Yang's resolve seemed crushed once more as he stammered. I no longer have my beast riding ability. Wait for me to bind another beast. No matter how many of you come, I'll fight them all. Every reaction from Zhang Yang. His fear, his rage, and now his childish stubbornness all fell into Yu Lingyang's eyes as the clumsy displays of a coward's fragile pride. She knew that at this moment, Zhang Yang only needed a slight provocation to ignite his impotent rage. And it was only natural for an enraged person to make irrational decisions. Cut it out. No matter how you slice it, he's still a coward. A coward dares to dream of standing beside the sun? Zhang Yang, a man must never lose his fighting spirit. On the battlefield, would you tell your enemy that your beast companion has fallen, asking them to wait while you contract a new one before resuming the fight? Yu Lingyang crossed his arms and advanced step by step toward Zhang Yang. His tone grew increasingly intense. As a beastmaster, you must never retreat even half a step. Bite with your teeth, kick with your feet, even charge headfirst, but never retreat an inch before your foe. You must understand, in the world of beastmasters, retreating once means you'll never have the chance to advance again. Do you understand, Zhang Yang? Under the pressure of Yu Lingyang's words, Zhang Yang's face flushed crimson, then turned pale, then ashen, and finally darkened to black. Veins bulged prominently along his neck. His complexion turned a deep crimson tinged purple. His fists clenched so tightly that if his nails had been even slightly longer, they would surely have dug deep into his flesh. Yang Xinglan's eyes widened like copper bells. Had Zhang Yang not anticipated this very scene before the operation began, he might have believed this was his genuine reaction. Yu Lingyang delivered the final blow at the perfect moment. He wanted to push Zhang Yang into the abyss. Zhang Yang, you big man, don't just talk the talk. If you've got the guts, accept the 7 Colors Society's challenge. Prove with your actions that you deserve to stand by Yun Mengyao's side. Seeing Zhang Yang about to charge out of control, Yang Xinglan instantly grabbed his wrist. She shouted sternly. Zhang Yang! Calm down. You can't beat them. Don't embarrass us. Zhang Yang whipped his head around, glaring fiercely at Yang Xinglan. His teeth clenched so hard they ground together as he snapped. Embarrass us? I won't embarrass us. I won't retreat. I won't be afraid. I'll stand by Mengyao's side forever. With that, Zhang Yang turned and roared at Yu Lingyang. Fight! Gather every freshman here. No one gets 3 matches. 1 A grade material per match. Sign the contract, we fight today. Chapter 37, not even 3 seconds? Are you that weak? Yang Xinglan's face instantly turned cold at Zhang Yang's shout. Oomph, who cares about you? I see. Yu Lingyang was absolutely right, know thyself. Win, and we'll forget the past. But if you lose and disgrace old Meng, I swear I'll make sure he kicks you out. Yang Xinglan stormed out of the cafeteria without looking back. This time, no one stopped him. Zhang Yang's eyes burned crimson as he panted heavily, following Yu Lingyang toward the academy's dedicated dual sanctuary. Every known secret realm of humanity had dedicated guardians. The trial secret realm was no exception. The dual realm was transformed from a realm whose resources had been completely mined and depleted. Xiuli's teaching style was extremely strict, even duels adhered to the principle of not taking lives. Zhang Yang approached the realm's administrator and spoke before Yu Lingyang could utter a word. Please prepare a contract for me. I intend to duel every first-year student of the Rainbow Society. 3 matches per person, with each match requiring 1 A-grade beast core or 1 A-grade material as wager. Furthermore, nothing that occurs within the secret realm may be disclosed outside. Violators will compensate me with 10 SSS grade materials. Yu Lingyang waited until Zhang Yang finished speaking before stepping forward. Zhang Yang, I thought you'd finally stood up for yourself once. Who'd have guessed you'd resort to such petty tricks even while raging mad? Do you really think using A-grade materials as stakes will stop us, the Rainbow Society? Stop measuring our 7-colored society's strength with your petty perspective. With a wave of Yu Lingyang's hand, a line of freshmen immediately formed. Everyone, today's materials are on me, Yu Lingyang. After victory, each of you will receive 1 grade B material as a reward. And I'll personally contribute 10 A-grade materials as an extra reward. Seeing the crowd's enthusiastic response, a mocking smile curled at the corners of Yu Lingyang's mouth. Zhang Yang, my people have signed the contract. Our A-grade materials will be delivered soon. What about yours? Zhang Yang watched helplessly as over 80 members of the Rainbow Society signed their names one by one on the challenger's side and handed over a set of materials to the administrators. With each additional signature, his face paled further. Yu Lingyang savored Zhang Yang's expression with obvious satisfaction. Only after everyone had signed did Zhang Yang snap out of his daze, instinctively taking half a step back. Turning around, he found 7 sophomore students with solid colored hair already forming a semicircle around him. Yu Lingyang's face wore an expression that said, I knew it would be like this. He said calmly. Zhang Yang, at this point, you don't seriously think you can still get away, do you? You agreed to the challenge yourself, and the terms were set according to your demands. Now, hand over your stake. The others closed in step by step, forcing Zhang Yang to retreat inch by inch under their pressure. Clunk. Suddenly, he collided with the manager's desk, a sharp pain shooting through his waist. Startled, Zhang Yang jumped up instantly. Meanwhile, the secret realm administrator had already extended a hand toward Zhang Yang with a smug smile. Zhang Yang's face flushed alternately pale and crimson. Under the urging words of the others, he clenched his teeth. He reached into his beast taming space, pulled out the S-grade beast taming egg, placed it on the table, and said, I don't have that many A-grade materials, but I have an S-grade beast egg. You lot from the Rainbow Society want to challenge me? Then make up the difference. Otherwise, today's contest is off. In the eyes of Yu Lingyang and the others, Zhang Yang's display was nothing but bluster. She couldn't be bothered to waste more words on him, pulling out more materials to cover the price difference. She sneered. Any other conditions? Speak up. But I hope you can come up with something new. You're not even worthy of using resources to pressure my Rainbow Club. Zhang Yang understood the principle that you couldn't shear a sheep hair in one go. The Rainbow Society clearly wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Opportunities like this would come around again. Zhang Yang put on a final performance. His face was etched with struggle, conflict, and reluctance, all of which ultimately dissolved into profound despondency. Resignedly, he lifted the pen. In Zhang Yang's hand, the brush felt heavier than 10,000 pounds. Stroke by stroke, he wrote his name. As his final stroke fell, the entire contract spontaneously ignited, transforming into a beam of light that opened a secret realm passage in the void. The moment the portal opened, Zhang Yang darted inside with lightning speed. Once inside the secret realm, Zhang Yang's timidity and fear vanished completely. He stood at the entrance of the secret realm. To play the fool and reap the rewards, one must first convince the tiger that they are truly a pig. These minnows and somewhat grade materials weren't even worth exposing his true strength for. He had an even more despicable plan. He would make them hate him with a passion. With a flick of his thoughts, a figure materialized at the passageway's entrance. Without a second thought, Zhang Yang kicked him right out. Yu Lingyang watched as Zhang Yang finally entered the dueling secret realm, her mood lifting considerably. Her heart burned fiercely as she gazed at the S-grade beast egg placed neatly on the table. Her intention to teach Zhang Yang a lesson stemmed entirely from his refusal to cooperate and join the Rainbow Society. Without his membership, the Rainbow Society had no guarantee of luring Yun Mengyao into joining as well. Fundamentally, Zhang Yang's refusal directly threatened the Seven Colors Society's continued dominance over Xianqiao Academy. This constituted a grave dereliction of duty for their sophomore president. But now, things were different. An S-grade beast egg could fully compensate for this failure. Moreover, it could even earn the third-year president's reward. She never imagined she could squeeze such rich rewards out of that good-for-nothing Zhang Yang. With her mood lifted, everything suddenly seemed more agreeable. What are you waiting for? Enter an order and earn your resources. Remember, I have 10 A-grade materials. Here their rewards for the 10 most hardworking individuals. You'd better give it your all. The top-ranked freshman chuckled as he spoke. President Yu, I'm going first, but I'm at a disadvantage. I'll break one of his legs right away, so that a grade material better include my share. Yu Lingyang waved his red-polished hand weakly in the air, replying indifferently. As long as you don't kill him, anything goes within the duel rules. Just hold back a bit, don't leave Zhang Yang critically injured and unconscious, forcing him out of the secret realm. The guys behind us won't get any soup, and they'll come looking for trouble. The speaker clasped his fists in a pleading gesture, grinning as he stepped into the secret realm. Yu Lingyang turned his head, fixing his gaze on the orange-haired man. Guess how long it'll take him to finish the fight. Before the word fight even left his lips, the man rolled out of the secret realm like a tumbleweed. Yu Lingyang? Orange-haired man? Dude. Not even 3 seconds. Are you that weak? Chapter 38, How come there's not a single one who can fight? Yu Lingyang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The guy who just boasted about breaking Zhang Yang's leg turned as black as a pot bottom. He rolled over and scrambled to his feet, ready to bolt into the secret realm. Before he could take 2 steps, Yu Lingyang kicked him flying. What the hell? The man rose with a grim expression, about to speak. Suddenly, he remembered that before the duel began, Zhang Yang had demanded an additional clause. Everything that happened within the secret realm was strictly forbidden from being disclosed. The words on the tip of his tongue were forcibly swallowed back. Chairman Yu, this kid has a treacherous mind. I can't say anything, or we'll have to compensate with 10 SSS grade materials. Yu Lingyang also recalled this clause, his face equally dark as he stared at the secret realm's entrance, speechless for a long while. What followed was nothing short of dramatic. Before the secret realm's passageway, a group of individuals with hair dyed in at least 3 distinct colors stood anxiously in line. On one side of the passageway, 7 individuals with pure hair colors stood with grim expressions, their eyes fixed intently on the passage. Behind them sat a small cluster of people, heads bowed like defeated roosters. Pale-faced and utterly dejected, they sat slumped on the ground. Thud. Another thud echoed as yet another person tumbled out of the secret realm. His 3 chances were exhausted. He joined the ranks of the defeated roosters. The queue grew shorter and shorter, while the huddled group grew larger and larger. Finally, not a single soul remained before the secret realm's entrance. Zhang Yang, hands behind his back, strolled leisurely out of the passageway. The moment he spotted Yu Lingyang, a sly grin spread across his face. Oh? Still here? I thought you guys had all gone back for dinner. Zhang Yang walked up to the secret realm administrator's desk, first stowing the S-grade beast egg he'd retrieved into his spatial storage. Then he began scooping handfuls of A-grade materials into his arms. As he gathered them, he remarked, "The seniors from the Rainbow Society are the best." Knowing his junior was short on resources, he specially sent me supplies. And here I was worrying earlier that the seniors from the Rainbow Society were deliberately targeting me. He picked up the last handful of materials, paused, then placed 5 A-grade items on the table. He gave the secret realm administrator a knowing wink. Only then did he turn back to continue. Turns out, not a single one of them could fight. Sigh. This junior is truly unworthy of such generosity. Truly unworthy. Yu Lingyang raised a finger in exasperation, pointing it at Zhang Yang's nose. That slender, white finger, painted with bright red nail polish, should have been quite beautiful. But now, her fingertip trembled slightly in the tense atmosphere. That. He was playing shrimp and pork heart. He's playing games. Zhang Yang. What kind of trick are you pulling? How could a D-rank loser like you defeat everyone so quickly? Before Yuling Yang, Zhang Yang was determined to sell this sword to the very end. Want to know? Ask them yourself. He feigned sudden realization, slapping his forehead and declaring. Oh. I forgot. To find out the answer, you'll need to provide 10 SSS grade materials. That way, I'll give you a discount. Give me 5 SSS grade materials, and I'll tell you the answer myself. How about it? President Yu, this is already a rock-bottom price. Yuling Yang was so furious his liver trembled. He couldn't utter another word for half a day. A smile spread across Zhang Yang's face. He paced away from the scene. Finally, he didn't forget to turn back and wink at the Secret Realm's caretaker. At that moment, the 5 A-grade materials on the table had vanished without a trace. The senior student narrowed his slanted eyes and gave a slight tug at the corner of his mouth in response. After this incident, the Rainbow Society wouldn't bother him for a while. But Zhang Yang knew deep down that Yuling Yang wouldn't swallow this humiliation so easily. Next time, she wouldn't give him another chance to exploit such loopholes. But he wasn't afraid at all. He welcomed such money-making opportunities with open arms. Zhang Yang returned to the dilapidated classroom building and eagerly sought out Yun Mengyao. Yun Mengyao was delighted to see him, though she didn't show it. She hadn't forgotten that Zhang Yang was secretly plotting something behind her back. Zhang Yang was exceptionally adept at charming Yun Mengyao with his sweet talk. He puckered his lips, widened his eyes to their fullest, and gazed at Yun Mengyao with moist eyes. Without a word, he tugged at her sleeve, shaking it back and forth. Yun Mengyao intended to give Zhang Yang the cold shoulder, but unexpectedly, he managed to pull her delicate little hand from her sleeve. She tried to shake him off gently, but he wouldn't budge. Annoyed by this persistent clinginess, Yun Mengyao puffed out her cheeks and angrily slapped Zhang Yang's hand. Though she called it slapping, it was more like a gentle caress. She couldn't even bring herself to use that much force. At this point, the sweetheart was practically coaxed into submission. Zhang Yang murmured in a sticky, clingy voice. My dear, I'm just earning some milk money for our future child, you know. Look, I've earned so much grade A material for our son, plus an S-grade beast egg. With a wave of his hand, 100 pieces of A-grade materials he'd won and the S-grade Beast Tamer egg from the system's reward appeared before Yun Mengyao. The moment he uttered my dear, Yun Mengyao's face flushed crimson, even the tips of her crystal-clear ears tinged with a faint blush. She pinched his waist playfully, then hung her head in embarrassment. Don't say that. Who says I'm your wife? You're so annoying. Leave me alone, go away, go away. Her small hands gently pushed against Zhang Yang, who half-heartedly resisted as he walked toward the door. As he walked, he grinned mischievously. Well, the wife's gonna have to keep a tight grip on our son's formula money, huh? If you, as the mother, want to use it first, that's fine too. Just make sure you explain it to our son later. Yun Mengyao blushed even more. She pushed and patted Zhang Yang out the door. She slammed the door shut, leaning her whole body against it. Cupping her burning cheeks in her hands, her eyes rippled like water. When she saw the pile of materials and the beast egg on the floor, her face flushed crimson. She muttered softly. You belong to me, so anything you earn for our son naturally belongs to me too. Put. Who said I'd bear you a son? You want a son? I'll give you a daughter instead. Oomph. Ding. Host gifted wife 100 pieces of grade A material, receiving tenfold return, 1000 pieces of grade A beast taming material. Rewards have been deposited into the beast taming space. Please collect them yourself. Ding. Host gifted wife 1S grade beast egg, receiving tenfold return, 1S grade beast egg. Reward has been deposited into the beast taming space. Please collect it yourself. Lying on the bed, Zhang Yang clenched his fist. It worked. S-class upgraded to S. S to S. If I give that S rank to Yun Mengyao, could it become SSS rank? If he kept giving it away like this, wouldn't that SSS grade beast egg? Zhang Yang's face flushed crimson. An SSS grade beast egg. Wouldn't he become an SSS grade beast egg production machine? Zhang Yang knew full well that eggs rewarded by the system never failed to deliver. Chapter 39, Immune to all poisons, Boneworm of 10,000 venoms. With the annoying snatchers gone, Zhang Yang could finally enter his personal secret realm with peace of mind. The same broad river flowed, the same forest lay ravaged, now reduced to a mere fragment. The ravaged area showed faint signs of regrowth, and the mimic shadow apes now ventured out of the woods to forage. The moment Zhang Yang appeared, the mimic shadow apes immediately scattered back into the forest. He watched the scene with a touch of amusement. Zhang Yang had no shortage of beast cores now, and the devouring beetles showed no desire to consume them. Zhang Yang hurriedly crossed the forest and pressed forward. The fiery dragon's lava, once devoured entirely by the lava giant, now only flickered in scattered patches, here a cluster, there a cluster, scattered like sparse hairs on a bald head, an unsightly sight. He pressed onward. After crossing the flaming dragon lava region, he merely climbed over a hill when the scorching heat was instantly replaced by a bone-chilling cold. Zhang Yang focused his gaze. What met his eyes was a desolate graveyard. A few withered trees stood sparsely scattered across the land. Beyond them lay nothing but gravestones, a desolate sight, utterly devoid of life. Stone markers, wooden markers, and unmarked graves dotted the landscape like scattered stars. Zhang Yang had seen this kind of terrain described in books. They were mostly undead beasts. During the entrance trials at Xianshao Academy, the skeletons he encountered in that slaughter secret realm were precisely this type. Zhang Yang summoned the armored devouring beetles. 35 egg-sized armored beetles swarmed around him, fluttering their wings excitedly, their affectionate nature evident. After playing with them for a while, Zhang Yang gathered the beetles around him and set off toward the steel forest. The boundary between the flaming dragon lava and the steel forest was a perfectly straight dividing line. The crimson rock and grayish-white soil were distinctly separated. As Zhang Yang's foot touched down, a thin layer of dust stirred up. His second foot stepped onto the steel forest's soil. He stood still, waiting for the undead beasts to appear. The undead beasts possessed an intense territorial instinct and an insatiable thirst for blood. Any living creature that approached would inevitably trigger their immediate appearance, driven by the urge to devour flesh. His approach was textbook perfect. Yet after waiting for quite some time, Zhang Yang detected no sign of the undead creature. Perhaps he was too close to the edge, and the undead beast hadn't detected his presence. In such situations, as the books advised, one must advance cautiously, probing step by step toward the central territory. Zhang Yang lifted his foot and took another step forward. At that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. A pale gray light shot up from beside his foot, hurtling straight toward the soul he had just lifted. He had no time to react. Just as the light was about to collide with Zhang Yang's foot, a voracious beetle circling around him shot forward at an even greater speed, colliding head-on with the grayish-white glow. Clang! The crisp sound of impact rang out, and only then did Zhang Yang snap to attention, swiftly pulling his foot back. His gaze followed the light to see a beetle clutching a small grayish-white insect in its jaws, gnawing away with gusto. At Zhang Yang's command, the beetle reluctantly flew back, dangling the half-chewed insect in its jaws before hovering before him. He held out his palm, wanting the beetle to drop the half-chewed insect so he could identify it. But to his surprise, the beetle only hovered the insect carcass before his eyes, refusing to release its hold on the remains. Zhang Yang chuckled in amazement. This little thing sure is protective of its food. So be it. Once they've had their fill, I'll take a look myself. Zhang Yang took a step back, returning to the ground of the Yanlong lava. Summon the lava giant. Since these little bugs love ambushing, let them bite on stone instead. Who knows whether their teeth are harder or the lava giant's stone is tougher. The lava giant, as massive as a small mountain, planted one foot on the grayish-white ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Rising with the dust were several beams of light concealed within the haze. Most were intercepted by the armor-eating beetles as soon as they appeared, but a few broke through the defense and reached the lava giant's side. Zhang Yang stood nearby, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. He craned his neck to peer at the giant's feet. The tiny insects relentlessly collided with the lava giant's body. The clanging sounds filled the air, yet they couldn't even scratch the surface of the lava giant's skin. One by one, they were devoured and consumed by the carrion beetles. Once the insects were devoured, Zhang Yang commanded the lava giant to advance another step. The same scene repeated itself. Only after the lava giant had advanced over 10 paces, nearing the very center of the stone forest, did a pleasant mechanical tone reach Zhang Yang's ears. Ding! The devouring beetle has reached its maximum capacity for consuming the poison boneworm. Acquired attributes: immunity to all poisons, venomous fangs. Armor-eating beetle, entire body composed of vibranium capable of mimicking any substance's form and scent, can become shadowy immune to all poisons and possesses venomous fangs. Defense: SSSS-tier. Attack: B-tier. Venom fangs: the devouring beetle grows a pair of venom fangs. Biting prey with these fangs allows it to inject different toxins into the victim as needed. After consuming enough boneworms, the armored devouring beetle immediately flew back to Zhang Yang's side and began to split. Upon completion of the division, the number of devouring beetles increased to 90. Each beetle also grew in size, now reaching the dimensions of a goose egg. Though the growth rate slowed, Zhang Yang rejoiced at any increase. At that moment, he also understood why the beetle had refused to hand over the insect carcass earlier. The name 10,000 toxin boneworm alone suggested extreme toxicity. Had the carrion beetles actually placed the carcass in his hands, he might well have been poisoned to death on the spot. Zhang Yang scooped up a beetle and pried open its jaws. The dense forest of tiny teeth lining its jaws made Zhang Yang's scalp tingle. After a moment's search, he spotted a pair of hidden fangs on its upper jaw. These fangs resembled those of a venomous snake, usually concealed, yet capable of springing forth when needed to bite prey and inject venom. The beetle remained remarkably docile in Zhang Yang's grasp. Even when he pried open its jaws, it merely kicked him lightly with its hind legs a few times, expressing its displeasure. After examining the fangs, Zhang Yang released the beetle. At his command, 90 beetles instantly clung to his body. Their carapaces shimmered with a faint silver glow, interlocking to form a half-body armor over Zhang Yang. Judging by the situation, there was still a considerable gap before the beetles could cover his entire body. The venom boneworm was another strange beast Zhang Yang had never heard of before. Once the armored beetles had devoured their fill, Zhang Yang recalled the lava giant. This place gave him an uneasy feeling. He decided to abandon exploration of this area for now, planning to return once the devouring beetles could cover his entire body. By the time he emerged from his personal secret realm, the sky had begun to brighten. He held a single armored devouring beetle in his hand, examining it. Today was the day he would re-enter the Class B high-risk secret realm for the hunt. Wondered what kind of surprise old Meng would have in store for him today. Chapter 40, Meng Sanxiang, You're Not Human. Another classic scene, line up and jump off the cliff. 6 people leaped into the secret realm one after another. After instructing the 5 others to prepare for battle, Meng Sanxiang curled his lips and moved to lure the monsters. Di-Wei grabbed his arm. A rare flicker of panic flickered across the icy woman's face. Old Meng, don't mess around. Xiong Ming immediately lunged forward, clutching Meng Sanxiang's arm tightly as his voice trembled. Old Meng, when you get that smirk on your face, it's a death sentence. Don't forget last time you said you'd ramp up the intensity for us 3. We nearly wiped out the whole team. Even the baby-faced Yang Xinglan panicked, rushing toward Meng Sanxiang while calling out to Zhang Yang. You two, hurry up and stop him. Old Meng's a sneaky bastard. Whenever he smiles like that, he's definitely about to screw us over big time. Last time he coughed up blood? That was all his doing. The 3 of us nearly died in that secret realm. Hearing this, Zhang Yang's heart skipped a beat. Their pitiful state upon their first meeting was still vivid in his mind. That wasn't returning from a secret realm hunt. They looked like they'd barely scraped by on the battlefield. Just as he was about to rush over and join the others in persuading Meng Sangun. But Meng Sanxiang merely gave a slight shake of his shoulders, and the 3 were instantly flung aside. He soared skyward, leaving behind the words, You are my last hope, Meng Sanxiang. How could ordinary training possibly help you progress? Before the words had fully left his mouth, he was already soaring into the distance. Yang Xinglan's face turned ashen. But at this moment, no amount of words would matter. He hastily summoned the paralysis snake demon and the ice crystal frozen spider. Seeing this, the others could only summon their own beasts, preparing to face Meng Sanxiang's trial. The ancient blood crocodile, naturally sluggish, was positioned over 10 meters ahead of them. The fire-tongued tiger lay quietly at Di-Wei's left side, while a 2-headed wolf stood guard at her right. Di-Wei shot Zhang Yang a grateful glance and said, Thank you. This is an S-rank beastmaster creature, the twin-headed wind wolf, a long-range magical attack beastmaster. Xiong Ming, cradling the blood-crossed rabbit, glanced curiously at the twin-headed wind wolf before withdrawing his gaze. Yun Mengyao summoned her polarized phoenix, which hovered above the group. After the frost elf buffed the spider, it hopped playfully on her shoulder, entertaining itself. Once everyone was prepared, their eyes fixed intently on the direction Meng Sanxiang had departed. Suddenly, a towering cloud of dust erupted in the distance, hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. Yang Xinglan's baby face turned serious as he asked sternly, Mengyao, can you make out what kind of beast it is? Yun Mengyao understood his meaning. Borrowing the polarized phoenix's shared vision, she peered into the dust cloud before shaking her head. Still too hazy to tell. The dust is too thick, but it's wider at the bottom and narrower at the top. Doesn't look like a large creature, more like a massive stampede of small to medium-sized beasts kicking up that cloud. Hearing this, Yang Xinglan clenched his jaw tightly and growled. Who knows what kind of trouble old Meng's gotten himself into this time. Mengyao, Zhang Yang, remember this, if things get out of hand, recall your beasts immediately. Old Meng will handle the rest. Seeing both of them nod solemnly, Yang Xinglan's heart finally settled a little. Soon, the dust cloud approached within 3 kilometers of the 5. Yun Mengyao could now make out what it was. Her face paled, her voice trembling as she spoke. She recognized them, the rare herbivorous beasts charging toward them, the thunder-scaled flame sheep. Moreover, they had now entered the second stage, the rage form. Each beast's eyes blazed with fire. Their numbers, no fewer than 200. Xiong Ming's grip loosened, and the blood-crossed rabbit plummeted to the ground. The little rabbit took a hard tumble, then leaped up in anger and kicked Xiong Ming's knee. But he seemed oblivious, his mouth slightly agape as he muttered, Meng Sanxiang, you're a real beast. Didi's pretty face turned deathly pale. Her hand tightened instinctively, pulling a clump of fur from the 2-headed wind wolf's head. Even Zhang Yang wore a solemn expression. Thunder-scaled flaming sheep, rare herbivorous, gregarious beasts. But don't assume they're harmless herbivores and lower your guard. Within the secret realm, the relationship between the myriad alien beasts and humanity was constantly shifting. Humans hunted the beasts, and the beasts, in turn, viewed humans as prey. Mutual warfare among all races was commonplace. That the thunder-scaled flaming sheep could survive in such an environment meant they were anything but easy prey. Thunder-scaled flaming goats are not defenseless creatures. In their normal state, they resemble ordinary goats covered in fish scales, spending their days eating, drinking, and living carefree lives. But when danger strikes or they are provoked, they enter their second form. In this state, their eyes blaze with fire, and flames spill from all four hooves. They charge toward their enemies like ancient soldiers in battle. Using their immense momentum, they smash any foe in their path into dust. If this fails to eliminate the threat or if they face an even greater crisis, the thunder-scaled flame sheep would enter its third form. Their scales erupt with thunderous sparks, slicing enemies into shreds with their high voltage and razor-sharp edges. The greater the number of these beasts, the greater their destructive power, making them unsuitable for beastmasters with only a few beastmaster slots. But that doesn't stop beastmasters from recognizing their terrifying power. Meng Sanxiang stood above several people, gripping a still dripping ram's horn in his hand. He chuckled darkly. Earlier, he'd accidentally snapped off the lead ram's horn. Keep up the good work, and we'll have mutton hot pot tonight. Zhang Yang wanted to roar, eat my ass. Over 200 thunder-scaled flaming rams after one charge, the 5 of them estimated there wouldn't even be scraps left. In the time it took Meng Sanxiang to speak, the thunder-scaled flaming goats had already charged to within 2 kilometers of the group. If they wasted any more time, they'd be lucky if anyone could salvage a decent piece of meat from their corpses. At that moment, Zhang Yang couldn't care less who was commanding the battle. He immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. Close ranks. Have the lava giants hold the first wave. The ancient demon blood crocodile shook its head and crawled back desperately. Several people guided their beasts forward to meet the threat. Yun Mengyao tried to follow Zhang Yang, but he stopped her. Mengyao, mount Ice Phoenix's back and scout the situation from above. Yun Mengyao hesitated to refuse, but Zhang Yang's gaze was unwavering. Gritting her teeth, she turned and ascended into the sky with the Ice Phoenix. The 4 riders and 6 beasts finally converged, and Yun Mengyao signaled the first countdown from above. 500 meters to go. Zhang Yang immediately summoned the lava giant before him. Already curled up within the beast taming space, the giant instantly enveloped the 4 within its embrace upon summoning, then lay flat on its side. The next instant, the dust and the lava giant's fiery body collided. Only the 4 voices echoed in the air, their hoarse, furious curses reverberating. Meng Sanxiang. You're not human. Chapter 41, Hands Off My Lamb Chops. Northeast Gate of Xianshao Academy. Yun Mengyao strolled in leisurely. She cautiously scanned the entrance with her eyes, then quickly beckoned with her hand behind her back. 4 figures clad entirely in black, their hair standing on end, darted inside. The only white parts left on their bodies were the whites of their eyes and their teeth. The 4 figures exchanged a glance before quietly dispersing in different directions from the northeast gate. Only after they had all vanished did Yun Mengyao pinch her sleeve and head toward the dilapidated classroom building. The sleeve she gripped tightly tore open, revealing a large gash. Yet compared to the others, this minor damage was insignificant. Zhang Yang darted about the Xianshao Academy grounds like a giant black rat. Several times, students blocking his path forced him to change course. After weaving around and around, Zhang Yang suddenly realized how unfamiliar the path before him seemed. He tried to turn back to find a familiar path, only to find several more students approaching from behind. Left with no choice, he hid behind a tree, waiting quietly for them to pass before trying to find his way back. Suddenly, the beetle sensed an attack approaching from behind. Zhang Yang instinctively twisted his body, grabbing his leg and kicking it forward. With a light tug forward. Rip! The sound of fabric ripping echoed crisply. By the time Zhang Yang regained his senses, Lin Jiqing was already clutching his groin with a twisted, ferocious expression, his mask of agony firmly in place. Frowning at this persistent nuisance, Zhang Yang slipped away before the man could react. The Meng faction's stronghold was within sight. Tears welled up in Zhang Yang's eyes. That damn Lei Lin Yang had not only blown him up into a rat on the run. Now he really had to scurry around the academy like one. Damn beast taming space. Why couldn't it store anything unrelated to beast taming? Beyond his resentment toward the beast taming space, Zhang Yang's desire to accelerate the reproduction of the armored devouring beetles had reached its peak. If only these things could cover his entire body, he'd wear the armored beetles like clothing. Then, forget about the thunder-scaled flame sheep's lightning fire. He'd likely achieve the same dust-free state as those immortals in cultivation novels. Zhang Yang fled back to his dorm, took a shower, and changed into clean clothes before heading back downstairs. The others hadn't gotten lost or caused any drama, so they were already waiting downstairs, clean and tidy. The 4 corpses of the thunder-scaled flaming sheep lay neatly arranged in the center. Meng Sanxiang, after all, wasn't one to go overboard. He had single-handedly circled most of the thunder-scaled flame sheep, sending only a few over for Zhang Yang and the others to practice on. They started with 1, and their coordination was flawless. Slowing it down, kiting it. Frontline combatants included the fire-licking tiger and ancient demon blood crocodile. Ranged damage came from the twin-headed wind wolf and polar ice phoenix. Control was handled by the ice crystal frost spider and paralysis snake demon. Plus, an ice spirit boosted the 2 ice-type beasts on Yun Mengyao. So the first one went down pretty smoothly. Meng Sanxiang deployed 2 more. This time, Zhang Yang's lava giant proved invaluable. Though slow-moving, Zhang Yang's masterful tactics kept it constantly summoned and recalled. It stubbornly held off 1 thunder-scaled flame ram. Using the same tactic, the 5 of them wore down and killed 2 more. The third time, Meng Sanxiang ignored their desperate pleas and the predator's hungry glare, unleashing 3 more. Zhang Yang had no intention of revealing the existence of the devouring beetles so soon. He dragged 2 thunder-scaled flame rams, but before the other 4 could finish them off, he could no longer hold them back. At that moment, a rather intriguing development unfolded. Yang Xinglan wavered, considering sending her 2 beasts to assist Zhang Yang in stalling, buying time for the remaining 3 to finish the kill. But Zhang Yang judged this plan unfeasible. Once they lost control of the core element of this kite tactic, they would inevitably be overwhelmed by the thunder-scaled flame rams. At that point, forget about killing them, they'd likely suffer some serious setbacks. While executing Yang Xinglan's plan, Zhang Yang voiced his own opinion. He had no intention of usurping command, but on the battlefield, his assessments should be promptly relayed to the commander. After a moment's consideration, Yang Xinglan decided to proceed with her own plan. The outcome, naturally, fell squarely within Zhang Yang's expectations. Without their control core, the 3 offensive-type beast masters were indeed unable to continue kiting the thunder-scaled flame ram. By the time Yang Xinglan considered turning back, she found herself caught between a rock and a hard place. With no other choice, Zhang Yang decisively took command. He recalled the lava giant, only to summon it again beside the lightning-scaled flame ram, now on its last legs. Yang Xinglan recognized Zhang Yang's intent and promptly recalled both of her beasts to retreat. Ultimately, Zhang Yang used his defensive-type beast to fill the gap left by the control-type beast. The 4 briefly held off the attacks of the other 2 thunder-scaled flaming rams, finishing off the critically wounded one. Then it was time to recall the beasts and shout for help. Before Meng Sanxiang arrived, the group was chased by the 2 flame sheep, scrambling for cover. Their bodies were scorched black by lightning and fire. Only Yin Mengyao remained calm, perched atop the polar ice phoenix, acting as their firefighter. Wherever danger struck, she rushed to the rescue. Even her sleeve was torn open by the horn of a thunder-scaled flame ram. Only then did the group manage to hold out until Meng Sanxiang returned. After Zhang Yang descended the stairs, Meng Sanxiang followed closely behind, carrying a large soup pot. Steam billowed from the pot, where various seasonings blended into an enticing, nose-tickling spicy aroma. Yet none of them detected the distinctive lamb odor in the broth. Exchanging glances, Zhang Yang, Yang Xinglan, Diwei, and Xiongming each grabbed the nearest carcass. Meng Sanxiang's steps faltered as he held the pot. His eye twitched slightly. All 4 turned their heads to look skyward. Xiongming even whistled. Yun Mengyao? Oh my. What just happened? Meng Sanxiang helplessly set down the soup pot in his hands and casually dragged over a battered desk. He then retrieved the carcass of a thunder-scaled flame sheep from his beast taming space. The next moment, the 4 who had been staring at the ceiling moments ago had already gathered around the desk. Even Yun Mengyao was pulled over by Zhang Yang to take a seat. The 5 of them completely ignored Meng Sanxiang, who was still standing in place, and immediately began devouring the meal. Meng Sanxiang. Ah! The world is going to hell in a handbasket, and people's hearts aren't what they used to be. Why has the noble virtue of respecting teachers and honoring the way been lost? Hey, old Meng. If you keep spacing out, we'll finish eating before you do. Let's make a deal, whoever finishes last does the dishes. Meng Sanxiang. You little brat, don't you dare touch my lamb kidneys. Meng Sanxiang rolled up his sleeves and plunged straight into the fierce battle. In the end, Yun Mengyao, unable to shake her obsession with pretty girls, ate the slowest. Zhang Yang voluntarily took on the chore of washing the dishes, clearing the tableware and heading off to scrub them alone. Meng Sanxiang leaned against the doorframe, picking his teeth, and remarked indifferently. About that beast riding issue of yours, I think we need to tackle that first. Got any ideas? Chapter 42, if he doesn't himself clean, it's his loss. Zhang Yang's hand paused mid-scrub. I've got plenty of ideas, but I'm not sure if my arms can twist my thighs. Compensation equivalent to an SSS-tier beast tamer's worth that old codger probably can't cough it up himself. He embezzled academy resources. I wonder if you, as the nominal dean, can even hold him accountable. Meng Sanxiang, a toothpick between his lips, gave Zhang Yang a sidelong glance and snorted coldly. Can't handle it? You really think I have no one above me? Use whatever leverage you have. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. We split the profits 50-50 in the end. Clang! A bowl slipped from Zhang Yang's palm, shattering cleanly into 2 pieces. Meng Sanxiang stared at the shattered bowl, shook his head, and sighed regretfully. Now it's 60-40, I take 60. If he hadn't been genuinely outmatched, Zhang Yang would have pointed his finger right at Meng's nose and demanded an explanation. How could such cold words come from that treacherous mouth? Zhang Yang's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Old Meng, is there a statue of you in the north-facing courtyard? Is that even human speech? A 50-50 split? You could have just taken it all yourself, but you insisted on helping me out. You're a real idiot. Even Meng Sanxiang, whose face was as thick as a city wall, couldn't help but flush crimson. Unfortunately, his face was already so dark that this faint blush went completely unnoticed by Zhang Yang. Ahem. We shouldn't talk like that, right? I told you, go ahead and make a scene. No matter how big it gets, I'll cover for you. Think about it, if I hadn't got your back, do you really think you could have squeezed a single penny out of Qiu Li's hands? But still, Zhang Yang knew Meng Sanxiang was right. He hadn't expected to get anything from Qiu Li right now anyway. But that didn't mean he didn't want it. With old dog targeting him so relentlessly, how could Zhang Yang possibly feel nothing? Initially, he'd assumed that with Meng Sanxiang suppressed to such an extent, he wouldn't have the capital to confront Qiu Li. So he hadn't considered enlisting Meng Sanxiang to stand up for him. He planned to wait until his Shijia beetles matured before reclaiming everything. Yet Meng Sanxiang had dared to declare, if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. The plan of revenge can wait a decade was clearly no longer Zhang Yang's first choice. He shot Meng Sanxiang a sinister glance. 6, he said. We can still talk. Otherwise, I'd rather not take it. I'll settle this debt with him myself later. Meng Sanxiang's decisive nod made Zhang Yang briefly wonder if he'd offered too little. This old Meng isn't exactly a saint either. His tricks to rip people off never cease to amaze. Still, Zhang Yang didn't dwell on it. He casually wiped the dishwater off his hands and said coldly, if I don't squeeze every last bit out of him today, it'll be as if he never even took a. Hearing this, Meng Sanxiang felt a sudden tightening in his gut. A vague sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Had he gone too far with his words? Evening. Qiu Li's favorite pastime was sitting in his own office, sipping tea, and staring blankly at the wide-open door of the dean's office across the hall. Although he had kicked Meng Sanxiang out of that office, according to the rules, as long as he couldn't be promoted to dean, he couldn't sit in that seat. Soon. Qiu Li's face was filled with satisfaction. Meng Sanxiang, this is your final year. You are destined to be expelled from the academy by me. The position of dean belongs only to me, Qiu Li. I'll show you whose teaching methods truly cultivate talent for the empire. Under my leadership, Xianshao Academy will undoubtedly become the premier Beast Master Academy beneath the Royal Academy. After finishing the last sip of tea, Qiu Li gently replaced the lid and rose to leave the faculty building. As always, students hurried through the academy grounds in the evening. On this continent, everyone seemed to be rowing against the current. For everyone knew that with each ounce of strength gained, they would earn an ounce more of influence in this world. Yet tonight, outside the entire faculty building, Qiu Li saw not a single soul. This left Qiu Li, who prided himself on rigorous teaching, feeling somewhat displeased. It seemed these teachers and students had grown lax. Qiu Li muttered under his breath as he continued toward his dormitory. If anyone familiar with him had overheard that remark, their knees would surely have trembled. For whenever Qiu Li uttered such words, it invariably meant that teachers and students would face extremely severe punishment. He was already formulating plans in his mind on how to boost the motivation of both teachers and students. Thud. Suddenly, a figure clad entirely in black burst out of a small grove not far from Qiu Li. He jogged over, slid on his knees from a distance, and skidded along the blue stone slabs. He wrapped his arms precisely around Qiu Li's calf. He burst into tears. Deputy Dean Qiu, I'm so miserable. Qiu Li frowned. Could it be that someone outside the Meng faction was addressing him as Vice Dean? The title Vice Dean only deepened Qiu Li's already foul mood. Stand up. Didn't I tell you, men? A man's knees are made of gold. Kneeling directly on the ground like that, what kind of example is that? Qiu Li couldn't care less about what this figure, dark as charcoal, had endured. In his eyes, existing in this world without strength was the greatest original sin. What good does crying to me do? If you've got the guts, go make those who bullied you cry. Qiu Li had expected his sharp rebuke to silence the sobbing. But unexpectedly, after being scolded, the person cried even harder. Vice Dean Qiu. You must stand up for your students. My companion beast was framed by treacherous individuals and perished in battle within the secret realm. My primary beast was also publicly slain by that very person. I've lost 2 beasts at once, I can't go on living. Hearing the students' wails, Qiu Li couldn't help but frown. It was true that he required students to compete against each other. But unless it was an exceptional circumstance, or a one-on-one duel between equals, killing a student's beast was strictly forbidden. This wasn't merely about one beast. It was a grave matter that could ruin someone's future. Moreover, when deliberate schemes to frame others and the killing of companion beasts are involved, it becomes utterly unacceptable. Remember, if the primary beast dies, one can contract another. But if a companion beast dies, there is absolutely no way to make up for it. Alright, stop crying. Killing a companion beast is an extremely grave matter. It even requires escalating the matter to the garrison command for handling. Tell me which class's student could resort to such a despicable tactic? Qiu Lihan's words, half scolding and half consoling, seemed to have an effect. The boy clinging to his leg finally stopped sobbing. He slowly lifted his head. The face that made Qiu Li hate him to the core appeared before his eyes. Not a trace of tears remained on Zhang Yang's face. A smug, insolent grin played at the corners of his mouth as he spoke coldly. If that person were you, Vice Dean Qiu, how would you handle it? Chapter 43, Yun Mengyao is your Achilles heel. Zhang Yang? Xiu Li narrowed his eyes, his gaze dangerous as he fixed it on Zhang Yang. Do you know what crime it is to slander a college's vice president? You claim someone plotted to kill your companion beast and publicly slaughtered your primary beast. Yet in the end, you dare claim all this was my doing? Do you think the vice dean of the esteemed Xianxiao Academy is someone you can slander at will? Zhang Yang calmly stepped back 2 paces, brushed the dust off his clothes, and replied indifferently. Deputy Dean Xiu, the way you put it, it sounds like I'm the one in the wrong, doesn't it? You witnessed my SSS grade rock giant beast master beast with your own eyes, correct? You also verified that my symbiotic beast space contained no living beast's aura, correct? And it was you who, in front of numerous students, used the polarized phoenix to crush my rock giant to death, wasn't it? What? You don't want to admit it? Xiu Li's teeth itched with rage toward Zhang Yang at that moment. How long had it been? How long since a student had dared to speak to him like this? He was merely a fallen heir of the Zhang family, on the verge of being expelled from the 10 vassals. How dare he speak to me like this? Zhang Yang, it seems you've truly reached the height of lawlessness. Xiu Li clasped his hands behind his back and took a step toward Zhang Yang. Distorting the truth, showing no respect for elders, framing the Dean Zhang Yang, you have chosen your own path to death. With each word spoken, Xiu Li advanced another step toward Zhang Yang. This time, Zhang Yang did not retreat. After 3 steps, the two stood nearly face to face, pressed close together. He could even sense the overwhelming blood energy unique to an 8-star beastmaster in the breath Xiu Li exhaled. Yet his expression remained unflinching as he coldly stared at Xiu Li, now mere inches away. Not only did Zhang Yang not retreat, he actually thrust his chest forward. Deputy Dean Xiu, he said, your talent for twisting the truth is every bit as formidable as mine. You committed these acts in plain sight. Surely you don't expect to get away with them? Xiu Li snorted coldly. Zhang Yang, I only felt pity for you. Your companion beast died because of a mistake you made upon enrollment. So out of great compassion, I gifted you an S-grade beast egg as compensation for the Academy's staff error. How did that turn into me scheming to frame you and cause your companion beast's death? Isn't this slander against me? Zhang Yang had anticipated Xiu Li's evasive tactics and was fully prepared. He chuckled mockingly. Deputy Dean Xiu, you really have a knack for telling jokes. How can an S-class beast egg possibly compare to an SSS-class companion beast? Have you lost your mind? Xiu Li's face darkened, but before he could continue his tirade, Zhang Yang cut him off. Who in the entire academy doesn't know that Dean Meng has been sidelined by Vice Dean Xiu? Across the whole Xianxiao Academy, Vice Dean Xiu rules with an iron fist. And you expect me to believe that the secret realm for the entrance trials could be swapped out right under the nose of an 8-star beast master like yourself? Who would believe such nonsense? Zhang Yang seized the initiative, stepping forward slowly. The two had been standing extremely close, and this single step completely defied Xiu Li's expectations. Xiu Li instinctively took a step back. Zhang Yang continued. I'll assume you, Vice Dean Xiu, are swamped with responsibilities and can't spare the time. But if you can't even spare time to oversee something as crucial as new student enrollment, doesn't that mean you simply don't care about the lives of us freshmen? This makes me wonder if all the rumors I've been hearing around campus lately might actually be true. You, Vice Dean Xiu, spend your days preoccupied with power struggles and rivalries yet remain utterly indifferent to the fundamental matters of educating students and strengthening the academy. Am I right, Vice Dean Xiu? Zhang Yang took another step forward. With such a heavy accusation pinned on Xiu Li, he was too preoccupied with how to refute it to notice Zhang Yang's highly invasive advance. Instinctively, he took another step back. But it wasn't over. A faint smile touched Zhang Yang's lips as he continued. Days have passed since the incident, yet not only has Vice Dean Xiu failed to provide me with a reasonable explanation or appropriate compensation, he has also allowed your student, Long Mingfeng, to attack me and Yun Mengyao, the SSS-tier beast tamer. When the young ones bully, you turn a blind eye and deaf ear. When the young ones can't win, you, the old one, step in to save face. He tried to kill Yun Mengyao's companion beast right then and there, a genius beast tamer's companion beast. Had I not intervened with my rock giant, it wouldn't have been the first beast of some worthless D-rank beast master like me that perished, it would have been the companion beast of SSS rank prodigy Yun Mengyao. Not only are you refusing to take responsibility for this, you won't even offer an explanation. Xiu Li, do you truly regard Xianxiao Academy as your personal fiefdom? Have you grown so contemptuous of the Empire, the Public Security Bureau, and the Yun family of the capital? By the end of his speech, Zhang Yang had even addressed Xiu Li by name. Simultaneously, his footfall took a resolute third step forward. He forcibly pushed Xiu Li back onto the steps. Xiu Li stood atop the steps, looking down at Zhang Yang with a face as dark as storm clouds. So that's why you only possess a measly D-rank talent, Zhang Yang. Turns out you've poured all your talent into this silver tongue of yours. His eye twitched uncontrollably with fury. A pair of aged eyes swept around the surroundings. Suddenly, the corners of his downturned mouth curled into a mocking smile as he declared. But you're right about one thing, Zhang Yang. Within Xianxiao Academy, it truly is my, Xiu Li's, one-man show. I can cover the sky with one hand. I can decide your life or death at will. What? You, a D-rank worthless trash, a 1-star beast master, actually dare to defy me, an 8-star beast master and the academy's vice dean? The defiant expression on Zhang Yang's face vanished completely. His handsome features grew solemn as he demanded. So now you don't even bother pretending anymore? Ha! I bet the entrance trial incident was your doing too, right? You genuinely intended to kill Yun Mengyao's companion beast, didn't you? What I just can't figure out is this: Yun Mengyao and I have neither past grievances nor recent enmity with you. Why are you targeting us so relentlessly? Ha! To Zhang Yang's surprise, Xiuli burst out laughing upon hearing his question. I thought you were actually quite clever. Zhang Yang, you're not as clever as I imagined. Since we've already shown our true colors, as your mentor, I'll teach you a lesson today. The more Zhang Yang's expression darkened, the more smug Xiuli looked. Let me be perfectly honest with you, I never intended to target Yun Mengyao. She's an SSS-tier genius beastmaster of our great Qian Empire. I wouldn't have enough lives to make amends to her. But she is your Achilles heel. I know you can't bear to see her hurt. So by targeting her, I'm targeting you. Now, do you understand? Chapter 44, Vice Dean Xiu, you sure have some authority. Zhang Yang's gaze shifted from solemnity to fury. So it was you who ordered the trial realm replaced with the slaughter realm. And to destroy my SSS grade rock giant, you gambled on whether I'd go save her beast companion, even risking injury to Yun Mengyao? Xiuli, what exactly have I done to offend you? Why are you targeting me so relentlessly? Zhang Yang's anger wasn't entirely feigned. He genuinely wondered why Xiuli had singled him out. He could also confirm that in his entire life up to this point, he had never crossed paths with this Xiuli from the distant city of Xianxiao. Thus, his rage was 3 parts genuine, 7 parts feigned. Xiuli desperately wanted to tell Zhang Yang outright, it's all because of your dead father. But he couldn't. If word got out that he, an 8-star beast master, had dragged some kid into trouble over some baseless grudge, his proud career would come to an abrupt end. Why? You ask why? Zhang Yang, you've been enrolled for so long, you must have heard about my management style by now. Do you really think your D-grade trash talent deserves a place in Xianxiao Academy? Let me make this clear, within Xianxiao Academy, I care not who you are or what connections you have. I will make sure you, Zhang Yang, can't take a single step until you withdraw from the academy. Smack! As Xiuli finished speaking, a sudden burst of applause erupted from the grove where Zhang Yang had fled. The applause grew louder as the figures of 7 or 8 people gradually came into view. Xiuli's heart sank deeper and deeper with each figure that appeared, until it hit rock bottom. Who did he see? The Chief and Deputy Chief of the Xianxiao City Security Bureau, the Chief and Deputy Chief of the Xianxiao City Garrison Command, and the Director and Deputy Director of the Xianxiao City Education Bureau. Also present were Meng Sanxiang and an unidentified youth standing at the very center of the group. The applause came from none other than his old adversary, Meng Sanxiang. Well, if I hadn't just invited several chiefs and directors to tour the school, I'd never have known that within our Xianxiao Academy, there exists someone capable of controlling everything with a single hand. Dean Xiu, you sure know how to wield your authority. Meng Sanxiang's smug expression made several people simultaneously roll their eyes. Little did they know that come afternoon, it would be that shameless scoundrel who burst into their dinner gathering, sniveling and weeping. The wailing was heart-wrenching, utterly unbearable. They had intended to throw him out immediately. They were well aware of the feud between Meng Sanxiang and Xiuli, and had already reported it to the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor himself wished to observe the difference between students nurtured in ivory towers by other academies and those forged through Xiuli's iron-fisted methods. Thus, they all deliberately avoided Meng Sanxiang, unwilling to get drawn into the rivalry between the two men. Yet inexplicably, the distinguished guest they were tasked with hosting collectively developed a desire to see for himself after hearing Meng Sanxiang recount the harrowing ordeal of one specially recruited student. Left with no choice, they accompanied the distinguished guest to the academy. Their original plan was to find the student directly and bring him to confront Xiuli. But for some inexplicable reason, the distinguished guest insisted they hide in a small grove, enduring mosquito bites, to watch the student confront Xiuli. What they heard left them stunned. Under their deliberate lax oversight, Xianxiao Academy had become nothing more than Xiuli's personal fiefdom? Worse still, he'd risk harming Yun Mengyao just to target this D-tier talent student. Worse still, it sounded like Xiuli had orchestrated a frame-up, even going so far as to personally murder 2 of the student's beasts. This had escalated to the level of criminal activity. The chief of the security bureau abruptly shoved the smug Meng Sanxiang aside. His tone remained calm, yet it carried a palpable chill. Deputy Dean Xiu, the trial realm for student enrollment was replaced with a combat realm, resulting in the death of a student's companion beast. Why has our security bureau received no reports or notifications regarding such a major incident? Or is it that the security division of Xianxiao City truly has no jurisdiction over your all-powerful Xianxiao Academy? Xiuli's face had darkened to the color of a sooty pot bottom. Hearing the chief of the security bureau's inquiry, he had to lower his proud head despite his inner resentment and replied in a low voice. Reporting to the chief, Xiuli said, this incident resulted from mismanagement within Xianxiao Academy. We are currently pursuing the guard commander responsible for the crime. Such a minor matter did not warrant alerting the Security Bureau, so we did not report it promptly. Upon hearing Chiu Li's explanation, the chief of the Public Security Bureau snorted coldly and said, Vice President Chiu, just as President Meng said, you really do wield your authority with great pomp. How dare you conceal such a major case? Mark my words, tomorrow, investigators from the Public Security Bureau will arrive to probe this matter. Until this case is thoroughly investigated, the Public Security Bureau will not withdraw from Xianqiao Academy. The chief of the Public Security Bureau stepped back half a pace, no longer glancing at Chiu Li. The chief of the Garrison Department stepped forward. He held his head high, his piercing gaze fixed on Chiu Li as he declared, Our Garrison Bureau isn't like the Public Security Bureau, full of twists and turns. If you dare lay a finger on Yun Mengyao, be prepared to face the consequences. You have 3 days to negotiate with Yun Mengyao and Zhang Yang. If the talks go well, I'll consider this incident never happened. Should negotiations fail, the Garrison Bureau will personally come knocking to seek justice. The Public Security Bureau's actions had already given Chiu Li a headache as big as a cauldron, and now the Garrison Command was jumping into the fray too. Chiu Li suppressed his inner frustration. Though his head was bowed, his tone held not a shred of concession. Your Excellency, he said, this matter seems to have little to do with the Garrison Division, does it not? The Public Security Bureau, after all, oversees regional security. Interfering with Xianqiao Academy's affairs falls within its normal purview. But I'm not aware that the Garrison Department, a unit tasked with defending against enemy nations, also holds authority over the Academy? Chiu Li's words subtly criticized the Public Security Bureau for meddling in matters beyond their purview, while also implicitly mocking the Garrison Bureau for overstepping its authority by forcing its way into Academy affairs. It could be said he offended 2 departments with a single remark. In fact, it would be no exaggeration to say he offended 2 entire departments. How could the commandant of the Garrison Bureau fail to see through his subtle maneuvering? But he had his own methods to make Chiu Li eat his words. It's true that most of the Garrison Department were soldiers by background, and it's also true they weren't skilled in words. But that doesn't mean they're all uncultured boors. The chief of the Garrison Command's gaze was as still as the waters of a deep well as he spoke. Yun Mengyao was already commissioned in our Garrison Command before she even enrolled. Since when did our Garrison Command need to report to someone like you to seek justice for our own? Or are you, Vice Dean Chiu, planning to audit our Garrison Command's paperwork as well? Oh, right. The chief of the Garrison Bureau suddenly pointed his finger at Zhang Yang's nose. This man is now also part of my Garrison Command. If you want to see his appointment documents, I can write one up for you right now. The Garrison Command chief's words were like a slap in the face to Chiu Li. You dare question me? Then I'll seal off every avenue of retreat you have. Let's see what you can do about it. Chapter 45. This little thief wants to blackmail me in public. Sure enough, upon hearing the chief of the Garrison Command's words, Chiu Li's face turned as if a paint palette had been overturned. His weathered face shifted through a spectrum of colors in an instant, each more hideous than the last. Chiu Li's molars nearly ground to dust as he forced out a stiff reply. Chief of the Garrison Command, this is utterly unreasonable. Unexpectedly, the chief of the Garrison Bureau didn't spare him another glance, instead turning to converse quietly with the deputy chief. The superintendent of the Education Bureau stroked his graying beard as he delivered his final verdict. Enough. As the Academy's vice dean, Chiu Li handles countless official duties daily. Oversights are inevitable. Fortunately, no casualties were involved. Compensate the victims according to reasonable standards. We all serve the Great Qian Dynasty and the Dragon Emperor. Let's not make this too contentious. The Education Department director, who had accepted considerable favors from Chiu Li over the years, now found himself compelled to put in a good word for him. All 6 individuals from the 3 departments ultimately focused their gaze on the young man standing at the center. Though Meng Sanxiang and Chiu Li didn't know his exact status, his importance was evident from the others' attitudes. Their gazes shifted to him as well. Only Zhang Yang, who had been blocking the transparent man all this time, didn't even give him a proper glance. He couldn't help but feel disgusted. He never imagined Gongshu Qingtian would command such immense influence. Had he known earlier that this man could make the heads of 3 departments grovel before him? Why else would he have to endure this humiliation at Xianqiao Academy? He'd have strapped this big shot right onto his back. Then wherever he went, he could strut around like a big shot. How satisfying would that be? Though Gongshu Qingtian wore a solemn expression, feigning the air of a reclusive sage. His eyes never left Zhang Yang. As if saying, watch. Just watch. Open your dog eyes wide and see. What kind of status does the Great Qian's foremost weaponsmith hold in the eyes of others? Gongshu Qingtian was indulging in fantasies within his mind. It was only because that brat Zhang Yang didn't know his own standing that he dared to treat him this way. But the fault also lay with the fools around him, who failed to fully demonstrate his worth and standing. That's why this brat never realized what an honor it would be to be connected to him. Now, the heads of 3 departments, the Public Security Bureau, the Garrison Command, and the Education Bureau, were all gathered around him. And the two deans of your academy, both the chief and deputy, were waiting for his command. Now, you should finally realize how gravely mistaken it was to treat me with such contempt. But Gongshu Qingtian waited and waited, yet Zhang Yang never broke down in tears to admit his mistake. Could it be that Zhang Yang was truly this obtuse? Could he really fail to see how formidable I am? For the first time, Gongshu Qingtian felt such utter disregard from someone of the great Qian Empire. He desperately wanted to blurt out to Zhang Yang, do you think I'm awesome? This desperate urge to show off in front of someone was agonizing for Gongshu Qingtian. After locking eyes with Zhang Yang's dismissive gaze, he then met the adoring stares of the other few men. This dual sensation of ice and fire made him feel as if ants were crawling all over his body. As a result, Gongshu Qingtian's mood plummeted considerably. What are you all staring at me for? My business is my own to handle. I'm just a passerby, damn it. Don't act like I'm in charge of you lot. The heads of the positive and negative divisions all wore expressions of resentment upon hearing this. Easy for you to say, old man. Who in the great Qian Empire doesn't know that Gongshu Qingtian has a temper? Everyone says it's better to provoke the Dragon Emperor of Daqian than to cross Gongshu Qingtian. If you anger the Dragon Emperor, worst case scenario is being exiled to guard the Suicide Squad. You might clear your name and even earn some military merit. But provoke Gongshu Qingtian? If he were to issue a decree, not a single beast weaponsmith in the entire Great Qian Empire would ever forge weapons for you. After being rebuffed by Gongshu Qingtian, the group's resentment toward Qiuli intensified. Even the Education Bureau director, who had received numerous favors from Qiuli, chose Gongshu Qingtian without hesitation when forced to pick between the two. Alright, since things have come to this. Qiuli, you'd better hurry up and make amends with this, who was it again? Reminded by someone, the Education Bureau director finally recalled the name of this obscure figure. You'd better hurry up and negotiate compensation with this Zhang Yang fellow. We'll serve as witnesses today. Once you've reached an agreement, this matter will be considered settled. Qiuli felt that within Xianshao Academy, he truly held absolute power. But in front of these 6 people, he had no choice but to bow to Zhang Yang. The corners of Qiuli's narrow eyes twitched uncontrollably, clearly boiling with rage. Zhang Yang, this matter, it was this old man who acted too hastily. The harm and losses caused to you should indeed be borne by our college. What do you? Hold on. Meng Sanxiang, who hadn't found the footage for ages, suddenly interrupted. Vice Dean Xiu, you're mistaken. In this matter, there is not a shred of fault on Xianshao Academy's part. Don't expect us to take the fall for your own actions. If you need to pay compensation, you pay it yourself. Don't drag Xianshao Academy into this. Qiuli nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. That bastard Meng Sanxiang sure knows how to get under your skin. He could even hear his own teeth grinding together. Yet, upon hearing Meng Sanxiang's words, those few justice officials showed no reaction whatsoever, clearly endorsing his stance. Qiuli had no choice but to backtrack. Fine. This incident stems from my poor management. I bear primary responsibility, that's undeniable. Zhang Yang, whatever compensation you require, feel free to state it plainly. Zhang Yang had orchestrated all of this and spent most of the night playing along with Qiuli. Except for Gongshu Qingtian's unexpected appearance, everything else had unfolded exactly as he had calculated. All for this moment to hear Qiuli utter those words. He curved his lips, his face radiating the satisfaction of a bountiful harvest. Old man, if I don't drain every last penny from your coffers, wouldn't I have wasted all that effort building such a grand stage? The joy flickered across Zhang Yang's face. When he lifted his face again to look at the crowd, his expression had turned utterly desolate. Deputy Dean Xiu, do you truly believe I'm only after a mere token compensation? Though I'm only a D-tier beast master, my companion beast was an SSS-tier high-grade beast. The death of my companion beast has dealt a devastating blow to my entire life. Can mere compensation possibly make up for that? At the mention of an SSS-tier companion beast, the expressions of several justice officials instantly paled. How could they not know that besides Yun Mengyao, another SSS-tier companion beast had emerged in the Great Qian Empire this year? But their shock didn't end there. Zhang Yang continued. Now, even the SSS-tier beast rock giant or relic my father left me has been killed by you in public. I have no interest in a cripple. Could any amount of compensation possibly bring my companion beast back to life? Can it bring back the relic my father left me? Qiuli's face had turned darker than the bottom of a pot. Yet he couldn't refute a single word. Zhang Yang had publicly demonstrated his SSS-tier beast, the rock giant. He had also publicly permitted Zhang Yang to inspect his beast space, confirming the death of his companion beast. That little thief. He was blatantly trying to extort him in front of everyone. Chapter 46, A Bountiful Harvest. Having been pushed to such depths, Qiuli naturally didn't care about swallowing this humiliation whole. A dangerous gleam danced in his eyes. This time, it carried a murderous intent. Zhang Yang, I deeply sympathize with your plight. Tell me what you want. I'll do my best to grant it. Qiuli could swear to heaven that this was the most humiliating moment he had endured since becoming vice dean. Yet while he felt utterly degraded, Zhang Yang showed not a shred of such awareness. For a perfect negotiation, he certainly wouldn't reveal his conditions lightly. Zhang Yang's face was etched with sorrow, his lips trembling slightly with grief. Deputy Dean Xiu, I ask only for fair and impartial treatment. Not a word more. Just those two words, fair and just, were enough to crush Xiu Li's pride. As the college's vice president, a position widely acknowledged to wield greater authority than even the president Xiu Li. If he couldn't resolve this issue flawlessly in front of several department heads, how could he possibly prove he was more suited for the position than Meng Sanxiang? After all, if he couldn't even guarantee fairness and justice for one person, how could he guarantee a fair and just learning environment for all students? Xiu Li increasingly felt that Zhang Yang was growing more and more like his dead father, Zhang Haotian. And that only deepened his hatred. Xiu Li said with a forced smile. Last time, I already compensated you with an S-grade beast egg. Now let's discuss the matter of the stone giant. No sooner had Xiu Li finished speaking than Zhang Yang appeared before him, holding a beast egg aloft. Vice Dean Xiu, if an S-grade beast egg could compensate for my SSS-grade companion beast, then this S-rank beast egg is beyond my means to accept. The piercing gazes of several department heads immediately turned toward them. An S-rank beast egg in exchange for an SSS-rank companion beast? Such a deal would be a dream come true. Gongshu Qingtian, sensing his lack of presence before Zhang Yang and mindful that he'd soon have to shamelessly ask for some vibranium. He wouldn't miss this chance to make a name for himself. He remarked with feigned nonchalance. Wow, this is an S-class beast egg. Truly a rare treasure in this world. My friend, I suggest you take it. Otherwise, forget S-grade, even a D-grade beast egg might be beyond your reach within Xianshao Academy, where Dean Xiu holds absolute sway. You really should thank these justices. Now, who wouldn't know that Gongshu Qingtian had taken issue with Xiu Li? One by one, they spoke with veiled insinuations. They managed to darken Xiu Li's already pitch-black complexion by another shade. And now, the S-grade beast master egg that Zhang Yang was holding and presenting before him felt like a hard, stinging slap across his own face. He suppressed the rage boiling in his chest and gently pushed the egg back. Consider this beast tamer egg my apology for failing to discipline him properly. Zhang Yang, whether you believe it or not, I truly had nothing to do with the secret realm trial being switched. But I bear responsibility, and I won't shirk it. How about this? I'll give you a mobile secret realm and a fixed secret realm as compensation for your two beast tamers. Add this S-grade beast egg to the mix. Is that acceptable? Meng Sanxiang and Xiu Li had battled for so long that he knew Xiu Li's background inside out. He stood aside, his tone laced with sarcasm. Mobile realms max out at a grade, and even your personal fixed realm, Dean Xiu, is only S-grade, a combat realm at that. Neither even reaches SS rank, just worthless junk that aren't even resource realms, and you expect to trade them for two SSS rank beast tamers? Vice Dean Xiu, this joke is a bit too much. Are you suggesting that mobile secret realms are more valuable than fixed ones, so you want to charge a premium? Even if I grant you a 2-tier premium, how could it possibly compare to Zhang Yang's 2 SSS-tier spirit beasts? Meng Sanxiang's repeated provocations became the final straw that snapped Xiu Li's frayed nerves. His pent-up emotions found an outlet in Meng Sanxiang. His icy words made it crystal clear to everyone present, he was furious. Meng Sanxiang, what do you propose? Unfortunately for him, Xiu Li was no longer facing the students of Xianshao Academy, whom he had dominated for years. His oppressive aura had absolutely no effect on these individuals. As for the insignificant Zhang Yang, he wasn't the least bit afraid of Xiu Li and certainly didn't care whether he was angry or happy. Meng Sanxiang's expression darkened. Xiu Li, what am I supposed to do? How dare you even ask that question? The victim lost his companion beast. If you're trying to tell me you don't know the meaning behind the terms SSS rank and companion beast, then I must question whether you still possess the competence to continue serving as vice dean. The two men faced off, their words sharp as needles. Xiu Li's weathered face contorted with intense fury. His eyes darted back and forth between Zhang Yang and Meng Sanxiang's faces. If anyone claimed tonight's situation had nothing to do with these two scoundrels, he'd personally toss them into the high-risk ice and snow secret realm to sober up. Zhang Yang's provocation had forced him to admit the truth of the matter. The several magistrates Meng Sanxiang had invited felt like he was being roasted over a fire. The actual truth of the matter? No one cared about that anymore. How he would resolve this mess, and how much Meng Sanxiang would squeeze out of him. These became the primary points of contention in the current situation. His gaze fixed on their faces, filled with venomous resentment. In the end, when forced to choose between resources and the position of vice dean, he opted for the latter. 1 A-grade mobile exploration realm, 1 C-grade mobile combat realm, 1 S-grade combat realm, and 1 B-grade resource realm. 4 realms in total, plus that S-grade beast egg I gave you as compensation for this incident. What do you say? Zhang Yang's face nearly split from the grin. He had to summon every sorrowful memory of his life just to force his lips back into a straight line. This subtle reaction was as clear as a candle flame in the night to the others. Xiu Li's face darkened to the point of being pitch black. Zhang Yang shot a quick glance at Meng Sanxiang. Upon catching the other's subtle nod, he instantly understood. They might have truly cleaned out Qiu Li's entire nest egg this time. Zhang Yang forced a pained expression and reluctantly nodded. Qiu Li not only failed to find any solace for his shattered heart in Zhang Yang's clumsy performance. Instead, he felt it was a mockery, a provocation. Qiu Li could only suppress the urge to strangle Zhang Yang, shifting his gaze toward the several magistrates. He gave a slight nod and said, "Do you think this compensation is sufficient? Can we put this matter behind us?" Chapter 47, this script doesn't add up. If the aggrieved party had no objections, what more could they say? After Zhang Yang obtained the 4 core keys to the secret realms, he turned and walked away immediately. What tragic backstory. What heart-wrenching grief. That was all about Zhang Yang, the D-rank beastmaster who lost his companion beast. What did any of that have to do with me, the owner of an SSSS rank armor devouring beetle? At this very moment, figures like Qiu Li, Meng Sanxian, Gongshu Qingtian, and the 6 Grand Justices. None of them mattered to Zhang Yang as much as seeing Yin Mengyao. With Zhang Yang gone and the protagonist absent, the other justices saw no reason to linger and endure Qiu Li's sour expression. Just as he was about to invite Gongshu Qingtian to continue drinking and reveling outside, he noticed the man had already set off in pursuit of Zhang Yang. Meng Sanxiang stared at Gongshu Qingtian, who was running faster than him, and paused in surprise. He immediately quickened his pace to follow. After all, 3/10 of the treasures in those 4 secret realms belonged to him. Heaven help him. Over the years, he'd poured his heart and soul into ensuring his students could outshine Qiu Li's team in the University League. Finally, he'd found Zhang Yang, someone who could actually extract something from Qiu Li. He was finally about to see some return on his investment. Don't let that black-hearted brat cheat him out of it. The pitch-black teaching building shimmered with a heart-stirring glow in Zhang Yang's eyes, all because of Yin Mengyao's presence. Just as he was about to meet Mengyao, Meng Sanxian and Gongshu Qingtian caught up and blocked his path. Zhang Yang glared at the 2 men with irritation. He knew exactly what they were up to. But the fact that they were delaying his meeting with Mengyao was really getting on his nerves. Meng Sanxian awkwardly grabbed Zhang Yang's hand. His eyes were practically straining from the effort. He was desperate to split the profits with Zhang Yang, but with that mysterious young man present, he couldn't bring himself to say it outright. Gongshu Qingtian, meanwhile, clutched Zhang Yang's other hand, his mouth stretched so wide it felt like it might spasm. He still wanted to ask Zhang Yang for some vibranium. But this material, incredibly valuable and not yet fully understood, was something he didn't want others to know about. Both men desperately gestured for Zhang Yang to follow them. Zhang Yang shrugged his shoulders, shaking off the 2 clingy figures. He turned to Meng Sanxiang. "Who the hell are you?" Meng Sanxian froze as if struck by lightning. He stammered, pointing at himself, then at Zhang Yang, then back at himself again. His eyes turned red with frustration. After a long moment, he still couldn't form a coherent sentence. Zhang Yang turned his gaze to Gongshu Qingtian. "And who are you?" Gongshu Qingtian's lips turned down, looking as aggrieved as a young wife abandoned after being seduced. "How dare you?" The 6 chief and deputy justices, already drenched in sweat after finally catching up to the group, had barely approached when they heard this ignorant child's insolent words. Cold sweat instantly broke out on their brows. "Do you even know who he is? How dare you be so disrespectful?" The director of education hadn't even caught his breath before he barked out the rebuke. "No wonder Vice-Chancellor Qiu has singled you out. In my view, a disrespectful upstart like you should be expelled from Xianqiao Academy immediately." With that, the director of education shot a smug glance at the other 2 justices. "When it comes to wit, who could possibly match me? Master Gongshu has always been a proud and arrogant man. Though I'm not sure why he'd seek out this brat. But as always, it must be that the master has some resource-related need. Or perhaps he's set his sights on some secret realm this kid just acquired. Poof. This ignorant brat, even if a colossal opportunity fell right into his lap, he wouldn't have the skill to seize it. Well then, this old man will gladly accept it." The education commissioner's heart raced with excitement. Regardless of what Gongshu Qingtian truly desired, as long as he forced the youngster to submit, once he obtained the item, he would owe him a favor. Then, his beast equipment would be secured. The thought of his beast soon donning armor forged by Gongshu Qingtian himself sent a surge of excitement coursing through his veins. "Zhang Yang, I command you. Now, immediately, at this very moment, kneel before Master Gongshu and apologize." "Master Gongshu." Meng Sanxian couldn't believe his ears and rubbed them in disbelief. What had he just heard? The young man before him was Gongshu Qingtian, renowned as the capital's foremost beast weaponsmith. Master Gongshu? On his very first day in office, he'd heard that Gongshu Qingtian was a nominal professor at Xianqiao Academy. He had hoped this connection might allow him to establish a relationship with Master Gongshu. If not for a custom-made beast weapon, he could at least shamelessly beg for one using the dean's authority. But when he finally grasped the full picture, that dream shattered instantly. It was true that Gongshu Qingtian held a nominal professorship at Xianqiao Academy. But he held honorary titles at more than just this one academy. The Royal Academy and 4 other institutions all bore his name as an honorary professor. Moreover, apart from a single appearance when he was promoted to honorary professor, Master Gongshu had never set foot in Xianqiao Academy again. To the point that no one had any idea Master Gongshu was actually such a young man. Zhang Yang sighed helplessly. These annoying clingy people are getting in the way of me finding a wife to cuddle with. They're really annoying. Especially that so-called education department director. Chattering away like a magpie, driving me absolutely crazy. He rolled his eyes dramatically, then yanked Gongshu Qingtian into his arms, wrapping his arm around his shoulder. He said in a tone that was neither here nor there. Qingti, is this person close to you? He's making me kneel and apologize to you right here. I'm so scared. When the education bureau chief was speaking earlier, he practically wanted to jump over and punch him in the face. That sly fox Zhang Yang pfft. That little fox Zhang Yang, do you really think you can mess with him? If I don't get that vibranium because of you, I'll skin you alive. Fortunately, Zhang Yang didn't seem to be angered by the education bureau director's words. Gongshu Qingtian shot Zhang Yang a subtle glance. Or rather, he wasn't unaffected. He intended to use his master craftsman title to humiliate the education bureau director. That little fox, what a petty mind. Once he understood what Zhang Yang desired, Gongshu Qingtian decisively chose vibranium over the education bureau director. His face hardened, and the authority of the capital's foremost beast artisan radiated from him once more. How dare you? Gongshu Qingtian barked coldly. You, the director of education, cannot distinguish right from wrong, black from white. Just because your student doesn't recognize me, you demand he kneel and apologize? Then what about all the people across the great Qian Empire who don't know me? Should every single one of them kneel before me and beg forgiveness? Is this how you educate your students? The education bureau director, who had been fantasizing about Gongshu Qingtian owing him a favor in crafting beast weapons for him, froze in shock. This script, it's all wrong. Chapter 48, Brainwife, please forgive me. Before Gongshu Qingtian, the education bureau director dared not put on any airs. Though scolded, he dared not utter a single word of rebuttal. Like a frightened quail, he shrank back a step, head bowed, speechless. Gongshu Qingtian never intended for them to know about his shady dealings with Zhang Yang. Scolding one person was the same as scolding a whole group. He might as well use this outburst as an excuse to send them all packing. Otherwise, if they witnessed the esteemed first beast artisan humbling himself to beg a mere child, what would become of his reputation? Meng Sanxiang was the last to leave. He tugged at Zhang Yang's sleeve, his eyes darting nervously. Finally, under Gongshu Qingtian's increasingly stern gaze, he reluctantly let go of Zhang Yang's sleeve. He left the place, glancing back every few steps. Once everyone had left, Zhang Yang shot a glance at Gongshu Qingtian, who still wore a stern expression. Hey, old fart, got addicted to acting all high and mighty? Gongshu Qingtian nearly choked on his own spit. Cough. Shang, how dare you speak to me like that? Don't I have any pride? Zhang Yang rolled his eyes at Gongshu Qingtian. Face? You jerk, do you even have any dignity left with me? Fine, you want face, huh? No problem. I wonder what Master Gongshu needs with this kid. Gongshu Qingtian felt a tinge of unease hearing Zhang Yang address him as Master Gongshu, yet he couldn't help but bask in the warm glow of the title. When a man feels good, he can't help but get a little carried away. He narrowed his eyes slightly and gave a non-committal hum, instantly radiating that air of mastery. Young Zhang, I do indeed have business with you. That vibranium, give me 2 more pieces. My research has hit a bottleneck. This time, your name will echo throughout the entire Great Qian Empire alongside that vibranium. As he spoke, Gongshu Qingtian naturally reached out toward Zhang Yang's position beside him. But he waited a long while without Zhang Yang handing over the vibranium. Suddenly, the scene of their first encounter flashed through his mind. An ominous foreboding grew stronger within him. Opening his eyes, he saw exactly what he feared. Where was Zhang Yang now? Had he opened his eyes just a few seconds later, Zhang Yang's retreating figure would have vanished from sight. Gongshu Qingtian scowled and jogged after him. Only after Zhang Yang produced several more small pieces of vibranium did he finally dismiss Gongshu Qingtian. Fortunately, Gongshu Qingtian also brought him some good news. The prototype for the Polarized Phoenix's beast armor was already taking shape. This time, he'd come asking for vibranium because while forging the beast weapon, he'd come up with some even better ideas. But without vibranium to experiment with, he'd hit a bottleneck. After receiving the vibranium, Gongshu Qingtian changed his expression faster than turning a page. Cradling the vibranium as if it were his own precious treasure, he vanished in a flash. Zhang Yang, preoccupied with gifting Yun Mengyao the secret realm, paid no mind to his attitude. To evade Meng Sanxiang's ambush, he deliberately avoided the main entrance. Instead, he chose to scale the wall from outside the window to find Yun Mengyao. Yun Mengyao's room was one of the few still possessing windows. Peering cautiously, Zhang Yang scaled the windowsill. Just as he was about to tap on the glass and ask Yun Mengyao to let him in. But the moment he lifted his head, he froze in place as if struck by lightning. Inside the window, a soft yellow light illuminated the girl's silhouette. Her gauzy nightgown offered little resistance to the warm light caressing her form. And in that moment, the light took shape. If you must ask what the light looked like, well, Zhang Yang, whose nosebleed had already formed a small stream, might have something to say about that. Almost the instant Zhang Yang appeared, Yun Mengyao detected his presence through the shifting light and shadow within the room. Who's there? Her gasp was followed even sooner by a pen hurled at him. Zhang Yang hadn't yet torn his gaze away from the dazzling, plump cherry atop the round cake's peak. A fountain pen whistled through the air, piercing the glass and whizzing past his ear. Brother Yang! Don't be fooled by Yun Mengyao's soft and sweet demeanor around Zhang Yang. She was no mere ornament. Not only was she an SSS-tier talent as a beastmaster, the training she received from the Yun family was no less rigorous than Zhang Yang's. The reputation of the 10 Grey clans wasn't earned for nothing. Yun Mengyao reacted instinctively. The pen flew from her hand, and she immediately recognized the figure hiding outside the window. It was Zhang Yang. Her gaze shifted from fierce to frantic, and she hurriedly ran forward to open the window. The sight of blood trickling from Zhang Yang's nose pierced her heart. Forgetting the sheer silk robe she wore, she rushed forward and began frantically searching Zhang Yang's body. As she searched, she kept asking, "Brother Yang, how are you? Why are you bleeding? Did I hurt you?" Watching Yun Mengyao's flustered state, Zhang Yang finally snapped out of the scene he'd just witnessed. At the same time, his heart felt warm and fuzzy. Watching her dart about like a frightened little rabbit, Zhang Yang reached out and swept Yun Mengyao into his arms. Even in his embrace, Yun Mengyao remained restless. She tried to wriggle free from his embrace, determined to thoroughly inspect why her Yang brother was bleeding from the nose. At that moment, Zhang Yang felt as though his heart were being scorched by a raging fire. If he hadn't feared Yun Mengyao might kick him off the windowsill, he would have blurted out, "Hey, lady, don't forget you're still dangling in midair. Frictioning yourself all over me like this, no wonder my nose won't stop bleeding." Suddenly, Zhang Yang felt a wave of warmth wash over his chest. He looked down to see his chest dampened by a patch of Yun Mengyao's tears. The softest string in his heart suddenly tightened. Was she crying for me? Zhang Yang gently cupped her small face. Her eyes were red and swollen, evoking an overwhelming sense of tenderness in anyone who saw them. Yun Mengyao pouted her small mouth, her crimson lips glistening with an alluring sheen. Tears fell like broken strings of pearls, streaming down without end. Zhang Yang's heart began to race with panic. He didn't know how to comfort her. In desperation, he lifted his hands and kissed her directly. After a long moment, Yun Mengyao finally stopped crying. Snuggled in Zhang Yang's embrace, her large, watery eyes fixed on him. Her long, curled lashes fluttered as she stared intently at him, saying nothing. The faint blush on her cheeks from the kiss hadn't yet faded. Zhang Yang held Yun Mengyao in one arm while gently tickling her little nose with the other. "Please don't be angry anymore, okay? I know I was wrong. My dear, please forgive me." Chapter 49, like a bunch of eunuchs visiting a brothel. Yun Mengyao gave a soft snort, turning her face away and refusing to look at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang now had a whole bunch of black lines on his forehead. This little tyrant. She nearly stabbed him to death with that brushstroke. How had it become his fault now? Well, but... Setting aside the facts, was it really him wanting to see her body? Was it him wanting to get a nosebleed? Could it be? Fine, he did. He'd kissed her and held her. Still had to coax her. Zhang Yang tickled Yun Mengyao's earlobe with his finger, watching as a crimson blush spread across her cheeks and up to her ears. His heart skipped a beat. Damn it! He wanted to kiss his brain wife again. As if sensing his thoughts, Yun Mengyao placed her delicate hand on his forehead just as his lips were about to touch hers. She pouted playfully. "If you kiss me again, I won't forgive you." Zhang Yang chuckled softly, pressing his head down firmly. Just as Yun Mengyao could no longer resist, closing her eyes with trembling lashes, ready for another kiss. Zhang Yang's lips paused at the tip of her nose. His warm breath tickled her, making Yun Mengyao's heart race wildly. "Mengyao, my dear, please forgive me. I just earned some formula money for our little one and wanted to hand it over to my wife ASAP. That's why I climbed over the wall in such a hurry. Please forgive me, okay?" Zhang Yang had her heart racing, fluttering up and down, stuck in limbo, all over the place. She was both embarrassed and annoyed at that moment. But when Zhang Yang acted so pitiful, she immediately surrendered. "You're so annoying. Who needs your formula money anyway?" Zhang Yang suddenly released his arms from around Yun Mengyao's waist. The moment that scorching palm left her waist, Yun Mengyao felt a hollow void in her heart. Zhang Yang dramatically clutched his chest, his brows furrowed and eyes squinted. He said pitifully, "Honey, you can't go back on your word now. Just the other day, I earned a bunch of great Beastmaster materials and handed them over to you. Why won't you acknowledge it today?" Yun Mengyao had never been able to resist his tantrums and antics. In just a few words, the earlier unpleasantness vanished like smoke. Zhang Yang pulled out the 4 secret realm keys he'd swindled from Qiuli and handed them over. "Honey, these are 2 mobile secret realms and 2 fixed ones. They're yours." Yun Mengyao. Yun Mengyao? Yun Mengyao. What? 4 realms? Zhang Yang reached out, scratching Yun Mengyao's chin like he was petting a puppy, and chuckled softly. "What? Don't recognize them? Yun Mengyao swatted away his playful hand, pushed back the 4 secret realm keys, and said sternly, "Brother Yang, I can't accept these secret realms." Zhang Yang froze. But Yun Mengyao continued in his serious tone. "Brother Yang, you're also a beast tamer. You need resources and cultivation too. If you give all these things to me, what will become of you? So that's why." Zhang Yang always felt that being with Yun Mengyao would inevitably warm his heart through her words and actions. This feeling was truly intoxicating. He caressed Yun Mengyao's skin, as smooth as a freshly peeled egg, his fingertips gliding over every inch of her flesh. He murmured softly, "Why do you draw such clear lines between us, honey? What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. We are one and the same. After I give myself to you, will you refuse to give yourself to me?" Seeing Yun Mengyao about to protest, he continued, "Think about it, you're an SSS-tier beastmaster. The entire Yun family stands behind you, supporting you. These items are a liability in my possession, but with you, it's different. Who would dare risk offending the entire Great Qian Empire just to covet your possessions?" Under Zhang Yang's persuasion, Yun Mengyao finally accepted the secret realms. Ding! Host gifted wife for secret realms, receive tenfold return. Host receives first kiss from wife, triggering 10,000x critical bonus. Host receives rewards, SS-tier secret realm x1, S-tier secret realm x1, S-tier secret realm x1, S-tier secret realm x1. Host has qualified for secret realm fusion. Proceed with merging all 4 realms? Yes. Fusion? This was the first time Zhang Yang had ever seen this option. As for him now, forget about S rank or higher secret realms. He wouldn't even dare attempt an A rank secret realm. If he stumbled upon a high-risk or combat-heavy A rank secret realm, Zhang Yang might very well achieve a life milestone, getting wiped out instantly. Well, might as well give it a shot. Zhang Yang hesitated briefly before selecting fusion. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an SSS-grade portable secret realm pure resource realm. Holy! Zhang Yang nearly jumped out of his skin. A SSS-tier secret realm? He'd never even heard of such a high-tier realm, let alone seen one. In Zhang Yang's understanding, since the emergence of secret realms and the myriad alien beasts, the highest level secret realm discovered to date was merely an SS-grade high-risk realm. And this particular secret realm? Not even 1% of its territory had been explored. The reason was simple enough. No human beastmaster below 9-star rank had ever emerged alive from this realm. Even for 9-star beastmasters, the casualty rate upon entering reached a staggering 90%. Humans once organized an expedition of nearly 100 9-star beastmasters into this realm, led by 4 beast kings and 8 beast lords. That expedition became a collective trauma for all humanity. The findings of that expedition remain the Empire's highest level secret to this day. Outsiders only know that of the 4 beast kings, only one survived that expedition. He perished within 3 days of exiting the secret realm. None of the 8 beast lords ever made it out alive. Over a dozen 9-star beastmasters survived. Every single one of them was a defensive or speed-type beast tamer, and each was gravely wounded. Later, one of the surviving 9-star beast masters revealed that had it not been for the 8 beast lords and 4 beast kings holding the line at all costs, their group would have lost every last member. No more than 5 would have survived. If an SS-grade secret realm was already this terrifying, how dreadful must an SSS-grade secret realm be? Yet, as Zhang Yang studied the description on the system interface, his heart burned with fervor. This was a pure resource secret realm. A C-grade pure resource secret realm had yielded vibranium, a material coveted even by the foremost beast equipment craftsmen. Then what about the treasures within this pure resource secret realm? Couldn't they propel him to new heights instantly? Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Zhang Yang hurried back to his dorm after tucking Yun Mengyao into bed. Enter the SSS-grade secret realm. Lying on his bed, Zhang Yang selected the realm without hesitation. Ding! Host's current level does not meet the minimum requirement for entering the secret realm. Please level up before attempting entry again. Zhang Yang? What? Are you kidding me? You're messing with me, right? System, what level is required to enter an SSS-tier secret realm? Zhang Yang waited for ages but never got a response from the system. Alright, he was getting impatient. Besides its announcements, when had the system ever acknowledged him? In an instant, Zhang Yang felt utterly defeated, staring blankly at the ceiling. Damn it! How much sorrow can one endure? Isn't this just like a bunch of eunuchs visiting a brothel? Chapter 50, from now on, I'll cover your lunch. Early the next morning. Zhang Yang, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, encountered Meng Sangxiang, who also bore 2 dark circles, in the living room. Meng Sangxiang's resentful gaze clung to Zhang Yang like maggots on bone. Wherever he went, that gaze followed. Zhang Yang, his eyes hollow and vacant, shuffled over like a zombie and sat down beside Meng Sangxiang. Ugh! Ah! 2 sighs echoed simultaneously from the 2 men. Meng Sangxiang's hand reached weakly toward Zhang Yang, only to be pushed away just as feebly. Ah! Ah! 2 more sighs. Meng Sanxiang couldn't even be bothered to get angry with him anymore. He said weakly. Zhang Yang, you black-hearted little fox. Are you trying to pocket my 3/10 share? Zhang Yang hadn't closed his eyes all night, driven to insomnia by that SSS-tier secret realm. Now he couldn't be bothered to argue with Meng Sanxiang. He just said. I've already given the secret realm to my wife, to Yun Mengyao. We can explore it together, but there's no way I'm giving it to you. Meng Sanxiang's face wore an expression that said, I knew it. Sigh. When Gongshu Qingtian sided with him, Meng Sanxiang had already anticipated this outcome. Now, getting his promise that they could explore together was already the best outcome. Sighing heavily, Meng Sanxiang lost all desire to argue further. He and Zhang Yang stared blankly at the ground. When Yang Xinglan and the others descended, they were all stunned by the scene before them. Meng Sanxiang and Zhang Yang leaned against each other, their eyes dark and hollow. They looked as if their vital energy had been drained. Yang Xinglan frowned. This old-fashioned gesture looked somewhat comical on his baby face. Di Wei merely glanced at the pair before turning away, too disinterested to engage. Xiong Ming grinned as he approached. Oh my! What's gotten into you two? Were you two out thieving last night? The two pandas gave him a vacant stare, neither responding. Yun Mengyao was the last to come down. When she descended, the other three froze in place. How could there be a third panda? Zhang Yang was so consumed by the SSS-tier pure resource secret realm that he couldn't sleep a wink all night. As for Yun Mengyao, she'd been left in a state of restless agitation by that bastard Zhang Yang, tossing and turning all night. Meng Sanxiang scrambled to his feet. Zhang Yang, who'd been leaning against him, staggered and nearly fell back down. He glanced at Zhang Yang, then at Yun Mengyao's dark circles under her eyes. Running a hand over his own chin, now sprouting stubble, he raised an eyebrow. Young man, you really ought to exercise some restraint. Everyone's in rough shape today. Let's push back our entry into the secret realm by a day. You lot, off to theory class. Yang Xinglan and the other two were already sophomores and didn't need to attend theory classes. Thus, only Zhang Yang and Yun Mengyao, two exhausted pandas, dragged their weary bodies toward the classroom. Zhang Yang walked straight into the classroom. The seat next to Yin Juzuo remained empty. He instinctively moved to sit down. Suddenly, the armored devouring beetle erupted in chaos within the beast taming space. His previously vacant eyes instantly flashed with sharp focus. Hey, again? Got nothing better to do? A handsome curve spread across Yin Juzuo's lips, hidden beneath his hood. His teeth gleamed with a cold, icy white. Don't you know that people always crave what they can't have? Zhang Yang was simply too drained to bother responding. He summoned several armored beetles to disperse Yin Juzuo's shadow-controlling insects, then plopped down on a bench and immediately fell asleep face down. Yin Juzuo stared at Zhang Yang with growing curiosity. This human boy was becoming more and more intriguing. Luo Hon, known for his strictness, showed no reaction whatsoever after seeing Zhang Yang fall asleep. This left the assembled students utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Yang slept soundly. When he awoke, it was already lunchtime. He wiped the drool that had trickled from the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to get up to find Yun Mengyao for lunch, he spotted three figures peering cautiously through the classroom doorway. Lang Zhiqing and his two lackeys. Glancing back at Yin Juzuo, who remained seated beside him, he understood immediately. These three jerks were clearly looking for trouble with him, but they were too scared of Yin Juzuo to make a move. So they were just waiting for him at the door. Zhang Yang chose to ignore this childish and pointless nonsense. After all, each of those colorful punk-style thugs could at least provide him with one A-grade beast taming material. These three jerks? Fighting them would be a waste of energy. Yin Juzuo, aren't you having lunch? Yin Juzuo regarded Zhang Yang with a faint, ambiguous smile. This man was truly unlike any human he had ever encountered. Other humans seemed to flaunt their strength at every opportunity. Yet he, possessing the ability to directly confront SSS-tier beast masters, consistently refuses to reveal it. Didn't he understand that only by actively demonstrating his strength could he secure more resources and climb toward the pinnacle faster? Yin Juzuo found himself intensely intrigued by Zhang Yang. Among her own kind, among all the humans she had encountered, Zhang Yang was utterly unique. That alone, the quality that even her SSS-tier shadow-controlling mother insect found intimidating, was worth her investigation. Beneath her hood, Yin Juzuo's vivid red lips pressed together in a faint smile. It seemed most humans possessed something called compassion, didn't they? That was the conclusion reached by their ShadowClan Human Research Center. Deliberately avoiding speech patterns typical of her gender, she stated flatly. I came to school, but my family's been cleaned out. I have no more living expenses. So I usually only eat one meal a day. Whoa. Zhang Yang executed a tactical backstep. Bro, you can't do this. Being a beast master is insanely expensive. If you're struggling to even afford meals, what's the point of continuing? For the first time, he properly appraised Yin Juzuo. At first, he'd assumed the hood concealing his entire body was a sign of pride and reluctance to interact with others. But now it seemed more like he was hiding himself out of insecurity? And that deathly pale complexion, lips as blood red as ever. Could it be hunger? TSK. This kid, he's pitiful. The thing is, he's not just pitiful, he's also fiercely proud. Otherwise, he wouldn't be hiding under that hood. He definitely doesn't want anyone to see his embarrassment. I want to help him, but I have to respect his pride. What a pain. What a real pain. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yang suddenly placed his hand on Injuzuo's shoulder. Hey, don't talk like that. Come on, I'll treat you. Let me tell you, I just made a killing off a bunch of punk kids the other day. From now on, I'll cover all your lunches. Injuzuo stiffened. The moment Zhang Yang's arm draped over her shoulder, she nearly couldn't suppress the murderous intent surging within her. Fortunately, she'd cut her long nails to pass as a boy. Otherwise, her nails would have been digging deep into her own palm right now. Chapter 51. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. She fought the urge to shake off Zhang Yang's arm, her voice dry and devoid of emotion. Thanks, but I'm used to skipping lunch. No need to trouble yourself. Heh, this kid sure is stubborn. Even now, he clung to his pitiful pride. Zhang Yang didn't want to expose him. A beastmaster who could so easily control Lang Ziqing couldn't be weak. And a strong opponent deserved his dignity. He wouldn't look down on someone just because they were a B-rank beast tamer. Zhang Yang shifted his arm to hook around Injuzuo's shoulder, lifting him up with a firm grip. He stated firmly. No need for formalities. Let's go. We're heading to the cafeteria together. He wrapped his arm around Injuzuo and strode toward the exit. The three blocking the doorway saw Injuzuo following Zhang Yang out. Their expressions turned uglier than eating poop. Wasn't Injuzuo that aloof loner who ignored everyone? How did he end up hanging out with Zhang Yang? They recalled how, just days ago when school had started, they hadn't been the least bit hesitant to approach Injuzuo. But even getting close to Injuzuo meant getting tormented by his shadow-controlling bugs. Now look at Zhang Yang. Not only could he sit beside Injuzuo, but the two even walked arm in arm to lunch together. In front of him, Lang Ziqing dared say nothing. Only after the pair had passed did he mutter bitterly under his breath. Zhang Yang, don't think that just because you've got Injuzuo as your backer, I'm powerless. Just you wait, you two won't be together forever. You D-rank loser, I'll kick you out of Xianqiao Academy sooner or later. Injuzuo struggled several times but couldn't break free from Zhang Yang's grip. Rolling his eyes, he resigned himself to being led toward the girls' academic building. As for why the academic building and not the cafeteria? Isn't that obvious? Brothers matter, but your wife is the only one. Besides, Injuzuo wasn't even a brother yet. Yun Mengyao was waiting for him in the academic building. The meeting between Injuzuo and Yun Mengyao unfolded without any melodramatic twists. There was no mysterious sixth sense or seventh sense between women either. The three of them enjoyed a harmonious lunch together. The only thing that left Zhang Yang unsatisfied throughout the entire process was not seeing those members of the Rainbow Society. In their last duel, he'd essentially outmaneuvered everyone to win. Given their temperament, Zhang Yang didn't believe they'd hold back from seeking revenge. Especially since they hadn't witnessed his true strength, they'd likely assumed he'd exploited a loophole in the rules to outsmart them. Not to mention the massive resources they'd lost, there was no way they'd let this slide so easily. Previously, Meng Sanxiang hadn't had suitable secret realms for the group to level up. But now, he'd secured several secret realms from Chioli. For the upcoming college league, they needed to invest significant time into these secret realms. There was no time left to play around with those little cuties. If he didn't take this chance to squeeze another payment out of them, Zhang Yang just couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. After seeing Yun Mengyao back to class, Zhang Yang and Injuzuo headed toward the boys' classroom building. The two chatted sporadically. Mostly it was Zhang Yang talking, Injuzuo listening. Before long, they arrived at the base of the building. To Zhang Yang's surprise, a large crowd had gathered beneath the building. He peered through the crowd. At the very center of the crowd stood none other than Hyacinth, the self-proclaimed know-it-all of Xianqiao Academy from their last encounter. The moment he saw that sleazy face, a plan instantly formed in Zhang Yang's mind. Injuzuo, do me a favor later. Inside the sophomore girls' dormitory, Yu Lingyang angrily twisted the water cup into a pretzel shape. Her face darkened with storm clouds. What did you say? Standing before her was a fellow sophomore member of the Rainbow Club. With her 5 distinct hair colors, she was clearly the least prominent member of the Rainbow Club. Facing the enraged Yu Lingyang, the girl stammered. President Yu, rumors are spreading outside that our first-year members were wiped out by the disgrace of Xianqiao Academy. Many freshmen are demanding to leave the guild, and even some sophomores are wavering. Rival guilds are seizing the opportunity to recruit. They've already taken in quite a few of our withdrawing freshmen. Yu Lingyang's chest heaved up and down, clearly seething with rage. Bloodshot veins pulsed in her eyes. Fine, Zhang Yang. You're determined to make trouble for our Rainbow Society, aren't you? Investigate. Investigate. Find out who's spreading these rumors. Our Rainbow Society will make sure they can never stand their ground in Xianqiao Academy again. Yu Lingyang's roar echoed throughout the entire academic building. The young girl grew even more terrified. Tears welled up in her eyes. President Yu, the vice president is wondering if we should report this matter to the third-year president? Smack. Before the young girl could finish her sentence, Yu Lingyang's hand struck her face, sending her crashing to the floor. Her eyes blazed with murderous intent, nearly spilling over. Her gaze fixed coldly on the girl who dared to talk back, she said icily. Are you telling me how to do my job? Don't think I don't know you've been rolling around in bed with him for ages. You fool, you don't even know you've been sold out. Get out. He dismissed the woman who, relying on her modest looks, thought she could climb her way up by sleeping her way to the top. Yu Lingyang felt utterly frustrated. Though the Rainbow Guild was the largest guild in Xianxiao Academy, it was far from the only one. They had their rivals too. And don't be fooled by the third year, even fourth-year students still doing odd jobs around the academy. The true elites had long since begun planning for their futures. A significant number of these third and fourth-year elites had chosen to make several secret realms their permanent bases, striding relentlessly to level up and secure resources. The theoretical knowledge and trial realms of the first year, along with the low-risk realms of the second year, are all preparatory steps designed to ensure students can survive within the realms. Meanwhile, the Rainbow Society wasn't as idyllic as outsiders imagined. Yu Lingyang harbors a secret he has never shared with anyone. This secret was revealed to him personally by the current third-year president. The truth was that the Rainbow Guild was founded by its first president to exploit lower-tier members and maximize resource extraction. The Rainbow Guild operates under a strict hierarchical system, where only the true elite can leverage it to pave their own futures. Among these high-ranking members, there was only one true leader, the president. Below the president, even the vice presidents were part of the exploited chain. Once promoted to the third-year level, the second-year president must remit 30% of all monthly earnings to the third-year president, with the remainder retained by the second-year president. Simultaneously, the third-year president ceases managing the Rainbow Club. Thus, Yu Lingyang had effectively become the Rainbow Club's de facto controller. By simply submitting a fixed monthly resource contribution, he could leverage the former president's authority to build his own power base. Zhang Yang. Yu Lingyang's face contorted into a terrifying grimace. Because of this D-rank good-for-nothing, how much less income would he receive each month now? Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents, just you wait. Chapter 52, The Squad Assembles. Hyacinth frowned, his face etched with worry. Bro Yang, Bro Zhua, I finished what you asked me to do. Can you let me off the hook now? Zhang Yang and Yin Juzuo exchanged a glance, their eyes fixed on Hyacinth with a hint of amusement. You've crossed the Rainbow Society now, you know. If I let you off, do you think those Rainbow Society members will spare you? This time, it was indeed Zhang Yang who had Hyacinth spread the news about the Rainbow Society incident. He had assumed that, given Hyacinth's capabilities, the news would spread throughout the first-year students at most. But he hadn't expected Hyacinth to be so capable. In just 3 days, the incident had become common knowledge throughout Xianxiao Academy. This confirmed to Zhang Yang that Hyacinth was indeed a talent when it came to gathering and disseminating intelligence. Though his Beastmaster might not be ideally suited for combat within the secret realm. Exploring secret realms required more than just combat prowess. Sometimes, an excellent scout could play a crucial role. This was precisely why, under Qiu Li's high-pressure regime at Xianxiao Academy, everyone prioritized pursuing individual combat strength. Otherwise, given the capabilities of Hyacinth's two beasts, they would have been snapped up long ago. The people of Xianxiao Academy didn't recognize their worth, but Zhang Yang wasn't about to be blind to such an opportunity. He would seize the opportunity now to bring Hyacinth under his command. Hyacinth's face instantly twisted into a bitter expression. Brother Yang, what are your plans for me? My meager cultivation won't hold up to a 7-colored society investigation. What if they really pin something on me? I'd be finished. Zhang Yang chuckled, one arm around Hyacinth, the other hooked around Yin Juzuo. His smile sent shivers down both their spines. Come on, I'll take you two to meet someone. If you want to thrive at Xianxiao Academy, you'd better solidify your place in this crew. The person Zhang Yang took them to meet was, of course, Meng Sanxiang. The rules of the college league stipulated that each team must have a minimum of 7 and a maximum of 10 members. Only by recruiting Yin Juzuo and Hyacinth into Meng Sanxiang's team could they meet the minimum requirement for league participation. Zhang Yang had seen through it. Relying on that guy Meng Sanxiang was hopeless. He couldn't risk putting in all that effort only to end up without even qualifying for the tournament. His obsession with joining the tournament wasn't about helping Meng Sanxiang. His true goal was the Beast Core reward for first place in the tournament. That was an indispensable part of the upgrade path Zhang Yang had planned for Yin Mengyao. When Meng Sanxiang saw the two of them, his old face practically split in two from grinning. Though he believed Hyacinth's beast taming skills were ill-suited for the University League. But what could he do? He couldn't even get a full team together. Bringing him along would be nothing more than an extra burden. But leaving him behind meant they might not even qualify for the tournament. Especially with a powerhouse like Yin Juzuo on their side. This move? This move was like the first emperor eating Sichuan peppercorns. He won big time. Hyacinth's inclusion was forced and orchestrated by Zhang Yang, a move made out of sheer necessity. In Juzuo, however, joined of his own free will. The reason was simple. By following Zhang Yang, she actually encountered Yun Mengyao. That was a SSS-tier talent, a genius beast tamer. Hiding among humans and observing 10,000 people wouldn't compare to closely following Yun Mengyao. It would help her achieve her goals far more swiftly. And so, the two of them effectively joined Meng Sanxiang's faction. Their team now numbered a staggering 7 members plus a teacher. Finally, they met the minimum requirement to register for the competition. Meng Sanxiang excitedly produced half a corpse of a thunder-scaled flame sheep, and the group happily feasted on a hot pot meal. Early the next morning, all 8 gathered in the living room. Once everyone was present, Yun Mengyao spoke directly. Currently, I possess 1 A-grade mobile exploration secret realm, 1 C-grade mobile combat secret realm, 1 S-grade combat secret realm, and 1 B-grade resource secret realm. The C-grade mobile combat secret realm Yang entered it when he enrolled. It's filled with skeletons. If we want to level up, we should prioritize entering the C-grade combat secret realm. The resources from the B-grade resource realm were already depleted before Chiu Li handed it over to Brother Yang. We won't have time to monetize them before the University League competition. As for A and S rank realms, we'll explore our rank realms once we all reach 4-star Beast Masters. I haven't decided yet how to handle the fixed S rank realm. These 4 dungeons were swindled from Chiu Li by Zhang Yang and gifted to Yun Mengyao. After discussing it with Zhang Yang, she didn't want to keep them all for herself and planned to share them with everyone. If they relied solely on the Academy's allocated dungeon access, this squad would never surpass Chiu Li's team, no matter how long they lived. If that old codger hadn't pulled some shady tricks with the dungeon access, not even Hyacinth, who just joined the squad, would have trusted him, let alone Zhang Yang. Meng Sanxiang remained silent throughout. He watched Yun Mengyao with satisfaction, giving her a slight nod. As an SSS-tier beast tamer, Yun Mengyao would undoubtedly become the core of the Secret Realm expedition. If she could seize command of the team through her own abilities, that would be the outcome he most desired. As for Yang Xinglan. Just then, Yang Xinglan spoke as if in perfect sync with Meng Sanxiang. Mengyao, I think it's best to hand over command of this team to you from now on. All eyes turned to him simultaneously. Yet not a trace of displeasure appeared on Yang Xinglan's face. He calmly met each person's gaze and spoke with composure. You provided the secret realm, and your talent is the highest among us. Taking command is only natural. After all, you are destined to become the core of this team. Getting accustomed to commanding now is only beneficial. Yun Mengyao's adorable little brow furrowed slightly. She instinctively took a step back and took Zhang Yang's hand. Though her expression remained calm, Zhang Yang sensed her nervousness through the fine beads of sweat on her palm. Just as Zhang Yang was about to refuse for her, Yun Mengyao stepped forward. She clutched Zhang Yang's hand tightly, seeking strength from his palm. Senior Xinglan, you're right. I do want this command position. However, as a primary damage-dealing beastmaster, I'm not ideally suited for a commanding role. At this point, Yun Mengyao paused briefly. After calming her nerves slightly, she continued. I don't know if we'll still be on the same team after the high school league, but I can say with certainty that I will always stand by Zhang Yang's side. And his performance these past few times, you've all seen it for yourselves. Therefore, I propose that Zhang Yang take over the role of commander moving forward. After speaking, she waited quietly for the others' reactions. Hyacinth and In Juzuo had only just joined. Who held the command role was irrelevant to them, so naturally they had no objections. The focus was on Yang Xinglan, Di-Wei, and Xiongming. Their eyes met briefly. Both Di-Wei and Xiongming were primary damage-dealing beast masters. Once combat began, they'd have no spare capacity to focus on anything else, so naturally, they wouldn't vie for command of the team. This dilemma fell squarely upon the shoulders of Yang Xinglan, the only suitable candidate. Yang Xinglan's eyes darkened. If he were to relinquish command to Yun Mengyao, he would accept it wholeheartedly. But handing it over to Zhang Yang. He lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes scanning Zhang Yang's figure repeatedly. After a long moment, he finally spoke. I agree. Chapter 53, what are you standing there for? Grab a shovel and get to work. To outsiders, the mobile secret realm already seemed incredibly convenient. Under the control of its keyholder, it could relocate the secret realm's passageway to any desired location. Due to its mobility, its intrinsic value was effectively 1 tier higher than standard ratings. But in Zhang Yang's eyes, it was still too cumbersome. If given a secret realm, he'd rather give it to his wife and exchange it for a portable one. Enter whenever he pleased, exit whenever he wished. Today, they planned to enter the same secret realm Zhang Yang had ventured into during his advancement trials, the one filled entirely with skeletons. Last time, he'd been too focused on clearing the dungeon and hadn't exterminated every last skeleton inside. This time, their plan was to use the secret realm to level up Yun Mengyao and the others. Especially Hyacinth and In Juzuo. As a C-rank secret realm, Meng Sanxiang couldn't be bothered to join the fray, so he didn't even show his face. Standing before the realm's entrance, Zhang Yang's expression grew solemn. Although he had cleared it unscathed once before, that victory had been largely thanks to the armor-devouring beetles. This time, he had no intention of letting the armor-devouring beetle show its face. Based on his assessment, the Ice Dragon's power would still prove challenging for their group to handle. Last time, I got lucky after entering and didn't encounter any high-risk creatures. But I did glimpse a skeleton dragon in the distant passageway. He looked at Yang Xinglan and the others as he spoke. This time, your primary objective isn't to kill it. The final blow must be delivered by Yin Juzuo and Hyacinth. Di-Wei and Xiongming only need to summon the Fire-Tongue Tiger and the Ancient Blood Crocodile. Focus on damage control, don't kill the skeleton outright. Yang Xinglan only needs to summon the Ice Crystal Frozen Spider. Paralysis from the Snake Demon won't affect skeletal creatures. After assigning tasks to the 3 4-star Beastmasters, he turned to the other 3. He pulled a shovel from behind his back and tossed it in front of Hyacinth. His face wore a lecherous, sinister grin. Hyacinth, neither of your beasts can attack. If you want experience, looks like you'll have to use that shovel to smash them. Burp. Sorry, couldn't help myself. Zhang Yang's smile was contagious once he laughed, the others couldn't help but chuckle too. Using a shovel to smash a beast? Is this even a plan a sane person would come up with? Hyacinth picked up the shovel, clutching it to his chest as if it were his only comfort. This world was utterly despicable. Only the shovel in his arms offered him a shred of comfort. Alright. Look at you, acting all girly. Zhang Yang teased Hyacinth again before continuing his instructions. Once we're inside, give everyone a synchronized cicada. Keep the mother insect for me, I'll need it for command. Your surveillance hive will also be crucial, send them out to activate the skeletons. Mengyao, no need to summon frost spirits, just mount the Ice Phoenix and take flight. This time, our main goal is to level them up. You can intervene as needed. As for Yin Juzuo, same deal, shadow insects won't work. Just deploy the shadow puppets, take him down, and finish him off. None of the others raised any objections to Zhang Yang's plan. They immediately entered the sea-level secret realm. The same reddish-brown soil, the same faint stench of decay. The rugged, jagged landscape showed no sign of life. Except for Zhang Yang, the other 6 were entering this secret realm for the first time. Once everyone was inside, Hyacinth distributed a jade-green cicada to each person. These cicadas were nearly half the size of ordinary ones, thin and translucent, their bodies a vibrant emerald green. Hyacinth affixed the cicada to the back of her ear in front of the others. The others followed suit. The cicada settled beneath their ears, yet surprisingly, none felt the slightest discomfort. Hey! Zhang Yang called out softly. The cicada's wings fluttered slightly, and Zhang Yang's voice instantly echoed in the others' ears. The delay was less than a second. Extremely satisfied with the cicada's functionality, Zhang Yang nodded at Hyacinth. He summoned another soccer ball-sized honeycomb, cradling it in his palm. Hundreds of wasps, each smaller than a human pinky fingernail, swarmed out of the hive, forming a cloud of earthy yellow above their heads. Listening closely, not a single sound escaped from the swarming insects. Zhang Yang turned his gaze toward Yin Juzuo. With a single raised hand, Hyacinth's shadow rose to its feet. Vaguely, the shadow retained a semblance of Hyacinth's features. Stiff and expressionless, it moved like a marionette to Yin Juzuo's side. Having observed the beast summoning abilities of his 2 new teammates, Zhang Yang had formed a rough plan in his mind. Last time I entered, I discovered that the skeletons in this secret realm grow stronger the closer you get to the center. Seniors, hold off on summoning your beasts for now. We'll handle the minor karamis on the periphery ourselves. Hyacinth, begin. The surveillance bee skimmed the ground, covering a 50-meter radius. Let's test the waters first. Hyacinth never imagined that the ship she boarded yesterday would set her on the path to leveling up today. This ship of thieves, it seems not so bad after all. Hyacinth hadn't forgotten the cold stares and mockery she endured just days ago. When she tried to form a party with others, she faced nothing but cold stares and mockery. He'd even begun to doubt whether enrolling at Xianshao Academy was the right choice. He'd already made up his mind, since no one wanted him in the secret realm, he'd simply skip it altogether. With his talent for gathering intelligence, he could always earn extra resources and upgrade with materials. It might be slower, but at least it was risk-free, right? Then, inexplicably, he was threatened by Zhang Yang, inexplicably ended up opposing the Rainbow Society, and inexplicably joined some college league team. And now, inexplicably, he'd started leveling up? The prospect of leveling up instantly reignited Hyacinth's drive. The surveillance drones swarmed around, flawlessly executing Zhang Yang's orders as they circled just under 5 centimeters above the ground. One by one, cannon fodder skeletons crawled out from the blood-red ground. Hyacinth, can you control every single surveillance bee? If so, have each surveillance bee distract 1 skeleton, then send 3 over. This level of difficulty was a piece of cake for Hyacinth. Guided by the surveillance bees, 3 skeletons staggered toward them. Yin Juzuo, show me the true power of the shadow puppet. Yin Juzuo received the command. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his hooded mouth as his fingers curled lightly. The shadow puppet no longer stood dumbly still as before. It charged forward at blinding speed, its pitch-black arms swinging lightly. Two skulls turned to dust, their skeletal frames scattering across the ground. The lone remaining skeleton, undeterred by the loss of its companions, continued staggering toward the group. Zhang Yang kicked Hyacinth in the rear, laughing and scolding. "What are you standing around for? Grab your shovel and get moving." Chapter 54, Clearing the C-Rank Secret Realm Unscathed. Hyacinth staggered from the kick. When he looked up again, the gray-white skeleton was practically pressed against his face. Crunch crunch. Help! Hyacinth had never seen anything like this before. He closed his eyes and flailed his arms wildly. The iron shovel in his hand struck the skeleton squarely on the head. The skeleton's frame shattered instantly. But with his eyes tightly shut, he didn't even notice, still wildly swinging the shovel. Several people watched him, bouncing up and down in place like dancers. All of them stood by, covering their mouths to stifle their laughter. "Enough already. You're such a no-good rookie." Zhang Yang stepped forward and held Hyacinth down, stopping his actions. Tears of fright still clung to Hyacinth's eyes. He stared blankly at the disassembled skeleton and the shovel in his hands. I killed a monster?" This insignificant little interlude was quickly interrupted by a tidal wave of skeletons surging in. Under Zhang Yang's command, the low-level cannon fodder skeletons posed no threat whatsoever to the group. After clearing the outer wave of cannon fodder, everyone was exhausted beyond standing straight. Meanwhile, Yin Juzuo and Hyacinth had both reached level 2. Following Zhang Yang's instructions, Yun Mengyao refrained from attacking proactively, ceding the bulk of the experience to the two of them and thus failing to level up. Zhang Yang was already a 3-star Beast Master. Furthermore, once Yun Mengyao gained another 1,000 experience points to reach 3-star Beast Master, he could level up to 4-star with the tenfold bonus. After sufficient rest, Zhang Yang decisively ordered Yang Xinglan and the others to summon their beasts. The remaining skeletons were beyond their ability to handle alone. It would require these 3 4-star Beast Masters to shoulder 70% of the firepower. To deal with the skeletons in the central area, Zhang Yang once again narrowed the activation range. They systematically cleared the area in 20-meter increments. Even so, by the time the central area was cleared, Hyacinth collapsed exhausted onto the ground, gasping for breath. For the final section, Hyacinth simply couldn't muster the strength to rise. Zhang Yang didn't press the issue. The final patch of territory should be the domain of that skeleton dragon I spotted last time. After a moment's consideration, he said. "You 3 seniors have worked hard this time. We've taken care of nearly all the monsters up front. Those cannon fodder monsters are useless against you 4-star Beast Masters. This final gatekeeper should give you a decent experience boost. This final skeleton dragon shall be slain by the 3 seniors." Under Zhang Yang's command, Xiong Ming, Diwei, and Yin Mengyao each activated a skeleton dragon in their respective positions. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang summoned the lava giant, teaming up with Yang Xinglan, who lacked significant offensive power. They took down the skeleton dragon in the final quadrant. After half a day, the 7-member team completed their first collaboration, clearing the C-Rank secret realm without a single casualty. Every skeletal creature within was utterly annihilated. Hyacinth and Yin Juzuo were less than 500 experience points away from advancing to 3-star Beast Masters. Yun Mengyao successfully ascended to a 3-star Beast Master, while Zhang Yang, aided by the system's rewards, reached 4 stars. Although creatures and resources within the secret realm would slowly regenerate, restoring it to its current state would not be achievable in the short term. This C-Rank secret realm had been completely drained by the group and was now useless. After exiting the secret realm, Zhang Yang instructed Hyacinth and the others to quickly move his belongings to the old teaching building. The fact that they had joined Meng Sanxiang's faction was impossible to conceal. To avoid being targeted by Qiu Li's faction, it was more convenient for the group to stay together. After Hyacinth and Yin Juzuo departed, Yang Xinglan frowned as she looked at Zhang Yang. His hesitant expression made it obvious to anyone watching that he had something to say. Diwei couldn't stand Yang Xinglan's dithering any longer and impatiently spoke up for him. "Zhang Yang, I haven't seen you kill a single monster. Fairness in the team shouldn't be achieved by sacrificing the captain's interests. Your level gap is too wide, that's not a good thing." Zhang Yang froze. He hadn't dared to kill monsters because he feared leveling up too quickly not to maintain any notion of fairness. Faced with this beautiful misunderstanding, he found himself at a loss for words. With the system's tenfold reward already in place, Zhang Yang had no need to worry about leveling up. But how could he possibly explain this reason? After much deliberation, he decided to pin the blame squarely on his old man. Who knows, now that he's gone, would he jump up and strangle this ungrateful son with his own hands upon hearing this news? You all know old Meng's situation. Use the limited resources as you see fit. As for my leveling up, you needn't trouble yourselves, I have beast cores. At these words, the crowd fell silent. This bastard rich guy, only a fool would care about him. Damn it, even though he gave us his experience points, why do I still want to punch him? The 3 of them bowed in unison. In unison they declared, "We'll be on our way now." Then they turned and walked away, as if resolved to some purpose. Only Yin Mengyao remained, blinking wide-eyed at Zhang Yang. "Brother Yang, you still have the beast pill?" Yin Mengyao didn't doubt Zhang Yang's words. Beasts existed in their Yin family too, but certainly not enough for their children to rely solely on them for cultivation. After all, alchemists who refine beast pills are even rarer than weaponsmiths who craft beast weapons, and no alchemist would waste time crafting pills just to boost experience points. While refining beast taming materials into beast pills did slightly improve the conversion rate of material utilization, but as the saying goes, use your best steel where it matters most. Alchemists typically only craft specific types of pills. Zhang Yang ruffled Yin Mengyao's hair. He said with narrowed eyes, "I thought you'd blame me for not sharing the beast pill with you." Yin Mengyao shook her head, but didn't shake off Zhang Yang's playful hand, letting him continue. Tilting her head slightly, she asked in confusion, "Why would I blame Brother Yang? Leveling up is hard enough for you, of course you keep the beast pill for yourself. Once I can better control the polar ice phoenix, I'll cripple the beasts, and you'll finish them off. Then Brother Yang will level up super fast." Zhang Yang desperately wanted to cup her little face and plant a firm kiss on it. After the C-rank secret realm was cleared by the group, Meng Sanqiang never led them into another one. Neither his B-rank high-risk secret realm nor Yin Mengyao's A-rank exploration realm were suitable for the group to enter. Fortunately, the theoretical instruction had concluded. Under their instructor's guidance, the four freshmen were now learning how to awaken their beast taming talents in the trial secret realm, forging their own unique combat styles. The role of a beast master's innate talent became abundantly clear at this stage. Even two beasts of the same level and species would manifest differently under masters with varying talents. Except for certain high-tier species possessing innate racial skills, most ordinary beasts possessed distinct developmental potentials. Everyone was busy with their own tasks. Only Zhang Yang was an exception. As for the reason, "You want me, a D-rank beast tamer, to compete with a lump of rock? What? A carapace beetle? Damn it, if it doesn't reject me, I'll be burning incense in gratitude." Boredom-stricken Zhang Yang even found himself idly wondering why those little cuties from the Rainbow Society hadn't come looking for trouble yet. Chapter 55, Rainbow Society's Rematch Challenge. Elimination Conditions. This guy really can't stand being talked about. Now that he was constantly hanging out with Yin Juzuo, Lang Jiqing hadn't shown his face in front of him for ages. The moment class ended today, Lang Jiqing appeared before Zhang Yang, flanked by two lackeys. His face wore an expression of eager anticipation, tinged with an unusual flush. As he said, "Zhang Yang, someone's waiting for you downstairs." Anyone who would send Lang Jiqing to deliver a message couldn't possibly be a good person, even a fool could figure that out. Still, whether good or bad, it would at least break the monotony of Zhang Yang's dull life. Excited, he yanked Yin Juzuo's arm, ready to head out. As they tugged, Zhang Yang's hand accidentally brushed against Yin Juzuo's chest. The soft, yielding sensation left Zhang Yang puzzled. "Hey, Yin Juzuo," he said, "why are your pectoral muscles so flabby?" Yin Juzuo was touched in a sensitive spot. Even though she'd been practically inseparable from Zhang Yang lately, she was momentarily flustered. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. If not for the hood concealing her face, that unnatural flush alone would have given her away completely. Her watery eyes glared at Zhang Yang, half angry, half playful. Unfortunately, it was like talking to a wall. Zhang Yang stroked his chin and spoke without hesitation. "It must be because I'm such a great captain who treats you all too well. Just look at Hyacinth, she gets exhausted just playing with a shovel. And your pecs are all flabby and saggy. Where's the manliness in that? Alright, I get it. Once we get back, I'll set up extra training plans for both of you." Yin Juzuo gritted her teeth, seething with rage, wishing she could skin Zhang Yang alive right then and there. In the end, dragged along by Zhang Yang, she reluctantly followed him downstairs. Downstairs, waiting as expected, was Yu Lingyang. This time, she'd practically mobilized every single sophomore and freshman member of the Rainbow Club. After much deliberation, Yu Lingyang had decided to confront Zhang Yang. Even now, she couldn't fathom how he had effortlessly defeated every freshman student. But she had to come. Originally, Yu Lingyang believed that by giving it some cold treatment, the matter would soon be quelled thanks to the Rainbow Club's stellar reputation. But she had miscalculated. The fact that a D-tier Beastmaster had single-handedly taken on the entire first-year class of the Rainbow Society felt like a thorn deeply embedded in her heart. Now, whenever anyone at Xianshao Academy mentioned the Rainbow Society, this incident inevitably came up. More and more members were leaving, and the Seven Colors Society's reputation was plummeting. To avoid harassment from the third-year president and to ensure she still had access to extra resources during her third year, this time, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and come. And she had to make a grand entrance. She must utterly crush Zhang Yang beneath her feet. "Zhang Yang, I've warned you, the Rainbow Club isn't something you can afford to provoke. The moment Zhang Yang stepped downstairs, Yu Lingyang stood arms crossed, her voice icy as she spoke. You're still just a freshman, and I don't want to bully someone younger. Today, if you kneel down and kowtow to a Seven Colors Club to apologize, and hand over the person spreading the rumors, I can let this matter drop. Zhang Yang nudged Injuzua with his elbow, his eyes darting back and forth over the arm Yu Lingyan was holding. His smug face was written all over with confusion. Hey, she said, bullying juniors, where's she senior? His voice wasn't exactly quiet, and both the onlookers and the Rainbow Society members heard him loud and clear. Everyone fought to stifle their laughter, afraid to offend the Seven Colors Society's leader by laughing out loud. Only Injuzua was left utterly dumbfounded by Zhang Yang's question. Ha, isn't she a sophomore? Bullying juniors? That's spot on. For a moment, Yu Lingyang couldn't tell whether Injuzua was friend or foe. Zhang Yang stepped aside with a look of disgust. He muttered with disgust. TSK. You're no real man, can't even decipher such basic encrypted signals. Yu Lingyan was furious. If he let the two of them keep arguing, his face would truly be trampled underfoot like a shoe sole. Zhang Yang, that's enough. The honor of the Rainbow Society won't be trampled by anyone. You've offended the Rainbow Society, and you don't even realize you're courting death. Zhang Yang impatiently waved his hand, cutting off Yu Lingyan's lengthy tirade. I said, are you ever going to stop? We fought, and that's over. Why are you still clinging to me like a stubborn leech? Yu Lingyang gave a cold laugh. Zhang Yang, don't just spout empty platitudes. Don't you have any idea how you beat us? Ha! A D-rank nobody, thinking you could stand against our Rainbow Society just by using some underhanded, dirty tricks? Zhang Yang, even at death's door, you show no remorse. Don't blame a Seven Colors Society for being ruthless. This woman's endless babbling was pushing Zhang Yang's patience to its absolute limit. Enough. Cut the chatter. Didn't you bring your people here just to deliver resources to me? Hurry up and hand over your tribute. I've got real business to attend to. Zhang Yang knew exactly how to hit a nerve. Whenever resources were mentioned, Yu Lingyang couldn't help but recall the 100 pieces of grade A Beastmaster materials he'd lost to Zhang Yang. His heart ached as if it were bleeding. Yu Lingyang's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Zhang Yang through clenched teeth. Good, Zhang Yang, I've been waiting for you to say that. This time, we'll enter the secret realm first. Zhang Yang froze slightly at the words. This woman, small-chested and brainless, racked her clever little brain for so long, only to come up with this idea? Well, that's hard to judge. Yu Lingyang, do you think I won last time just because I entered the secret realm first? Wasn't that the case? Yu Lingyang stepped forward slowly, fixing his gaze on Zhang Yang. It was definitely because you entered the secret realm early and launched a surprise attack while we from the Rainbow Society weren't prepared that you won the match. Alright, Zhang Yang conceded. You're not entirely without brains. Yu Lingyang. At least he could figure out the gist of it, but wasn't that precisely what he wanted the other party to guess? If he instilled fear in them from the very start, how could they possibly willingly hand over resources the second time around? Fine, I accept your terms, but I'll be changing the rules a bit. Zhang Yang stared at Yu Lingyan with a faint, ambiguous smile, speaking in a calm tone. First, I only accept the monthly qualification to enter the secret realm as the wager. Second, anyone who leaks any information about what happens in the secret realm will be erased by the rules. Annihilation by the rules. Everyone who heard those words instantly sucked in a sharp breath. Was Zhang Yang truly prepared to take things this far? Yu Lingyang's expression darkened considerably. Could it be he had some new scheme in mind? After much deliberation, she concluded that Zhang Yang had merely altered the stakes. It wouldn't directly affect the duel. She absolutely refused to let the Rainbow Society meet its end at her hands. Nor could she believe Zhang Yang could truly defeat all the first-year students. Alright, we accept. Chapter 56, Full Throttle. The armor-eating beetle shows its might. The familiar dueling realm. The familiar realm guardian. The familiar contract procedure. The realm guardian shot Zhang Yang a sly glance but said nothing more. This time, their wager was the weekly access privilege to the secret realm. Freshmen were only permitted to enter D-rank realms, and even then, with strict time restrictions. For such a vast population base, the number of realms was still too few. Even the top-ranked Xianshao Academy couldn't offer unlimited access to its students. Zhang Yang didn't possess enough secret realm entry qualifications to wager. After supplementing the wager with grade A beast taming materials, the duel officially commenced. As agreed, Zhang Yang could not enter the secret realm prematurely, and those who had once fallen to him, if Zhang Yang's guess was correct, they would undoubtedly attempt to defeat him using the very methods he had used to defeat them. To such thoughts, Zhang Yang could only say these youngsters were utterly naive. This time, he would shatter their hopes completely. But before that, Zhang Yang watched Yu Lingyang with keen interest. his tone laced with mockery. Chairman Yu, I wonder if you have any extra bets left? Seeing Yu Lingyang's gaze turn to him, Zhang Yang continued. You Seven Colors Society folks stick to me like a dog's leash every single day. My time is precious, I can't afford your endless interruptions. How about we play for high stakes? Yu Lingyang's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Zhang Yang. She always felt this man wasn't as simple as he seemed, but she couldn't fathom what exactly gave Zhang Yang such confidence. What do you want to play? Zhang Yang's gaze swept over Yu Lingyang's body, finally settling on her arms crossed over her chest. Play with you. How about that? You're asking for it. His invasive gaze and words sent shivers down her spine. At the same time, a surge of anger welled up from deep within her. Oh, don't get the wrong idea, I'm not interested in trash like you. What's so fun about one's-eye mini buns? Don't get too cocky. I'm just saying. Mid-sentence, Zhang Yang gestured toward the group of sophomore students waiting for the duel's outcome. Finally, his finger came to rest on the tip of Yu Lingyang's nose. When I say play around, I mean you bunch of punks come with me to the dueling realm for some fun. What do you say? Sophomore seniors? Can you afford double the challenge wager? The orange-haired boy who had been standing beside Yu Lingyang froze upon hearing this. Then he burst into loud laughter. Ha! Zhang Yang, have you lost your mind? Do you really think that by pulling off some cheap, underhanded trick to beat our freshman members, you've earned the right to challenge our sophomore seniors? The group of sophomores reacted with anger, mockery, or disdain. All felt disgust toward this man who had directly challenged them, before tricking several of them into signing the duel contract. Zhang Yang had no intention of countering their taunts. The harder they laughed now, the harder they'd fall later. What? Is that all you second years can do, just talk big? Zhang Yang strolled leisurely to the secret realm administrator's desk, picked up a fresh contract, and signed his name without hesitation. After signing, he stood before the desk, tapping the tabletop rhythmically with his pen tip. He challenged them. What? Or is it that you're scared? Zhang Yang pulled out one set of materials after another in front of the group. With each one, he raised it up, gesturing toward them. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. Seeing that even now, none of them came forward to sign the contract. Even those who were tempted to rush forward were held back by Yu Lingyang. He decided to give them a little more incentive. I've already had people waiting. I guarantee that what happened today won't last until tomorrow. It will be known throughout the entire school. Zhang Yang's unusual behavior made Yu Lingyang's unease grow stronger by the minute. She couldn't fathom where a D-rank nobody like him found the audacity to challenge their second-year seniors. No matter how she thought about it, Yu Lingyang couldn't find a reason to refuse this challenge. Zhang Yang, I've seen people court death, but never someone as reckless as you. I'm warning you, we sophomores don't hold back. If you end up crippled or maimed, don't blame our seniors for showing no mercy. Zhang Yang shot Yu Lingyang a huge, dismissive glare. Seriously, you're such a wimp. Did you come straight from Dunhuang? Got the guts to fight? Then hurry up. Yu Lingyang's gaze had shifted from suspicion to icy murderous intent. Zhang Yang kept teetering on the edge of self-destruction. Fine, I'll give you what you want. With a flick of his wrist, Yu Lingyang had every sophomore step forward to sign the duel contract. I'll see what tricks you're playing. Zhang Yang, today I'll make sure you have no place to bury your remains. Watching them hand over their C-rank secret realm entry qualifications one by one, Zhang Yang felt so delighted he nearly laughed out loud. He clamped down on his lips to keep them from curling upward, lest he frighten these little darlings. Yu Lingyang, don't get ahead of yourself. Once I've dealt with that bunch of first-year trash inside, it'll be your turn soon enough. Before stepping into the secret realm, Zhang Yang turned back and flashed Yu Lingyang a cruel smile. There was no need to pretend anymore. Once the contract was sealed, there was no turning back. Before stepping into the secret realm, he summoned the armor-devouring beetles, forming a defensive layer before him. The moment he entered the secret realm, the expected attack came for him without fail. His opponent was even more ruthless, directly summoning a beast to attack him. A fireball slammed squarely into Zhang Yang's chest. Such an attack couldn't even scratch the surface of the armor-devouring beetle. In their last duel, he had merely used his fists and feet to drive them out of the secret realm. Now that they had entered the secret realm first, they actually intended to take his life outright. Zhang Yang cracked his neck, producing a series of sharp pops. In that case, he saw no need to hold back. 90 flesh-eating beetles swarmed skyward, obscuring the sun. This group, with their highest-ranked beast master only at 3 stars, possessed talents utterly insignificant before SSSS grade armor-devouring beetles. Those who summoned beasts were struck down, and those who hadn't summoned beasts were struck down. Each person received the care of a single armored beetle. Merely relying on their hard exoskeletons and diving attacks, they sent the group of beast masters crashing to the ground, spitting blood and severely injured. Had Zhang Yang not ordered the beetles to hold back, unwilling to risk taking human lives, they would have perished on the very first assault. After swiftly dispatching this trash, Zhang Yang tossed each of them out of the secret realm. Now, as they looked upon Zhang Yang, he appeared to them like a demon crawling out of hell. Having already signed the annihilation contract, they dared not utter a single word. Each kept their heads bowed low, tossed out of the secret realm like frightened quails. Clapping his hands as he stepped out of the secret realm, Zhang Yang seemed as though he'd merely disposed of some trash rather than engaged in a duel. Standing at the entrance, he beckoned to Yu Lingyang with a playful smirk. Yu Lingyang, it's your turn now. Do I need to let you enter the secret realm first? Chapter 57, Yu Lingyang, terrified. Yu Lingyang stared at the senior member tossed out, his face dark enough to drip water. Zhang Yang had actually defeated these men with ease. Had their assumptions all been wrong? Was he truly this formidable? If that's the case, she absolutely couldn't go in first. Even if Zhang Yang possessed unmatched combat prowess, she refused to believe he could defeat everyone effortlessly without any wear and tear. To play it safe, she decided to let the other sophomore members go in first to continue wearing down Zhang Yang's strength. If he still had any fighting strength left, another round of attrition by the second-year members would significantly boost her odds of victory. If he had no strength left, the duel contract was already signed, she could still humiliate him thoroughly, even abuse him. That was her plan, and that was her execution. However, the script for this affair didn't seem to unfold as she'd anticipated. Every sophomore who entered the secret realm failed to last longer than 30 seconds. Watching one after another of the Rainbow Society members enter the secret realm, only to be tossed out one by one, Yu Lingyang's heart tightened again and again. Finally, every sophomore member had failed. Of the entire sophomore class in the Rainbow Society, only 7 members with single-color hair remained. They entered the dueling secret realm one by one. However, the longest lasting among them only managed 29 seconds before being flung out. The 30-second barrier remained unbroken. In the end, only Yu Lingyang remained. Gulp! She hadn't even noticed that her forehead was already covered in cold sweat. She swallowed nervously, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at the other 6 who had failed. Yet each of those 6 wore expressions even more terrified than hers. They dared not even glance at the dueling secret realm, as if some great horror lurked within. Gulp! She swallowed again. She now understood that she had been wrong, and wrong in the most egregious way. If she had entered the dueling secret realm from the start, even if she lost, she wouldn't be as anxious as she was now. Watching people enter one by one, only to be thrown out one by one, her heart kept leaping into her throat, over and over. It hung like a noose around her neck, nearly choking her to death. Yes, Yu Lingyang no longer harbored any illusions about defeating Zhang Yang. Step by step, she advanced toward the entrance of the secret realm. The closer she got to the entrance, the more terrified she became. With every step she took, the images of those members flung out of the secret realm flashed before her eyes, the bloodstains at their mouths, the dust covering their bodies, and the look of utter terror in their eyes. Gulp! As she swallowed her third mouthful of saliva, Yu Lingyang stepped into the secret realm. Her vision blurred momentarily, and Zhang Yang's figure appeared before her eyes. A gentle smile graced his face as he simply looked at her. His lips moved slightly, uttering a common greeting that struck Yu Lingyang's ears like a thunderclap. You're here! Yu Lingyang shuddered, a chill running through her body. Even her voice trembled slightly. Zhang Yang. Gulp! How did you defeat them? Zhang Yang's smile remained unchanged as he chuckled softly. You'll find out soon enough, President Yu. Summon your beast. Otherwise, you might suspect I used some underhanded trick. Zhang Yang's smile brought no warmth to Yu Lingyang. Instead, a chill crept up from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head. When it came to fear, external factors could never match what arose from within. In her own mind, she had elevated Zhang Yang to an unassailable position of supremacy. And now, she must finally confront the ultimate demon lord she had conjured herself. And what's more, a smiling demon. In her mind, Yu Lingyang even imagined whether Zhang Yang might summon some terrifying creature to drag her down to the 18th layer of hell. Yu Lingyang! Suddenly, Zhang Yang's furious shout snapped Yu Lingyang out of her reverie. Look at yourself, a second-year student, and you can't even summon a beast? Jolted awake by Zhang Yang's voice, Yu Lingyang realized her hair was soaked with cold sweat. Even her prized crimson hair was now matted and sticky against her forehead. Beads of sweat trickled down her sharp jawline. She strained to lift her head and tell Zhang Yang she wasn't a coward, but she simply couldn't. You've disappointed me so much. Zhang Yang didn't mean to provoke her with his words, he genuinely felt disappointed. The Rainbow Guild, reputed as the largest guild in Xianshao Academy, its very president lacked even the courage to strike back. Her heart, already suspended outside the secret realm, was now being squeezed into her throat. Now, Zhang Yang was slowly trampling it into the mud. The last shred of courage clinging to her heart finally gave her the strength to lift her head. Her eyes were bloodshot, casting her entire vision in a crimson haze. Yang strained to discern Zhang Yang's position amidst the crimson haze. But what did she see? A swarm of silver beetles, darkening the sky, swarmed around Zhang Yang. Silver light glinted off his body, making his expression appear even more terrifying in the shifting light. Finally daring to raise your head? The words that now came from Zhang Yang's mouth held not a shred of warmth. He felt nothing but contempt for this woman who had wasted his time and lacked the courage to strike. But it was too late. The next second, the armored beetles swarmed in. 3 minutes later, Zhang Yang dragged a lifeless-eyed Yang out of the secret realm. He casually tossed her onto the ground, not even sparing her a second glance. Approaching the secret realm administrator's desk, he collected all the wagers and once again left behind 5 portions of grade A materials. The two exchanged a knowing nod. Without a backward glance, Zhang Yang strode toward the dilapidated classroom building, rioting. Just as he stepped into the building, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Zhang Yang pulled out his phone to see it was actually Yun Mengyao calling. Who'd have thought the wife would miss me? With a delighted smile, Zhang Yang pushed open the door and stepped inside. Mengyao, you miss. The words miss me stuck in his throat, impossible to utter, because the moment he pushed open the door, 7 pairs of eyes turned to stare at him. Zhang Yang scratched his head awkwardly, raised his hand slightly with a touch of guilt, and greeted them. Hey, everyone's here. Hey, old Meng, what brings you here? Meng Sanxiang shot Zhang Yang a resentful look that made his skin crawl. This old Meng, could he have some kind of peculiar preference? He suddenly felt his anus tighten, shuffling inside in small steps. As soon as the door closed, Meng Sanxiang spoke up. Now that everyone's here, let's have a quick meeting. The University League starts in a month. Registration is tomorrow. No issues with that, right? Chapter 58, the new tournament format for the College League. A grave expression settled on Meng Sanxiang's face. His gaze swept solemnly over each person. Zhang Yang looked at him with puzzlement. Weren't these 7 gathered here specifically for the University League? Why was Meng Sanxiang acting so out of character now that the moment had arrived? He quietly slipped over to sit beside Yun Mengyao and whispered, Mengyao, what's wrong with old Meng today? Suddenly, that familiar sense of danger, like spotting a predator, flashed through him again. Following the gaze, sure enough, Zhang Yang locked eyes with Meng Sanxiang's resentful stare once more. Meng Sanxiang stared at Zhang Yang with a flustered expression while sighing and saying, since Zhang Yang wasn't here earlier, I'll say it again. The University League has changed its format this year. Previously, the tournament consisted of 4 rounds, individual matches, 3-player matches, 5-player matches, and team matches. Only the top 5 finishers in each round would be ranked, from highest to lowest, earning points ranging from 5 to 1. The final rankings are determined directly by total points. As for those schools that didn't earn any points, sorry, but without points, they don't deserve a spot on the university rankings. Based on past tournament formats, a well-balanced team, like Zhang Yang's current 7-member squad with control, defense, frontline, and backline roles is undoubtedly the most perfect lineup, whether it's solo, trio, or 5-player matches. With Yun Mengyao's extreme damage output, paired with defensive and crowd control abilities, they can generally achieve a solid result. As for the final team competition, even though they only had 7 members instead of a full 10-person squad, according to Meng Sanxiang's assessment, their team's performance wouldn't be any worse than others. But this year, the University League format suddenly changed. There were only 2 rounds in total. All registered teams must participate in the individual competition. The top 20 would earn points. Then came the team competition. This shift in format signifies a change in the Empire's strategic focus. Previously, the Empire emphasized well-rounded development. Now, however, it appears the Empire is prioritizing the ultimate individual combat power. Meng Sanxiang's apprehension stemmed precisely from this shift. His resentful gaze finally shifted from Zhang Yang to Hyacinth, Yang Xinglan, and Xiong Ming. If everyone were to compete, these 3 plus Zhang Yang would be the weakest link among the weak links. They had virtually no chance of securing top placements. Whoa! Upon hearing the new competition rules, Zhang Yang instantly sucked in a sharp breath. Under these competition rules, their already precarious situation, barely scraping together 10 participants, seemed even more dire. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yang hesitantly spoke up. Old Meng, this format doesn't seem so bad, right? If we take first in the team event and the top 2 spots in the individual event, shouldn't we be able to secure first place overall? Meng Sanxiang froze at the suggestion, then sighed for the 3rd time. Do you think I can't figure out this math problem? You just blurted out like it's nothing, expecting to sweep both top spots. Bro, do you think I'm running this competition? Like I can just make you win whenever I want? Do you realize nearly every competing student is a sophomore and a 5-star beast master? and most of them are holding back their true strength specifically for this intercollegiate league. In the team event, we're fully equipped and still have a shot at first place, but in the individual events, sweeping the top 2 spots? That's incredibly difficult. Meng Sanxiang's gaze swept back and forth across the 7 of them, as if searching for even the slightest glimmer of victory within them. You 4 are all freshmen. You're busy leveling up and honing your Beastmaster skills, which already puts you a step behind the sophomores. Moreover, it's still uncertain whether you can even reach 5-star Beastmaster status. My B-level high-risk secret realm no longer has any suitable beasts. The ones that remain are beyond your current capabilities. Leveling up? What a coincidence! Zhang Yang chuckled, pulling out a token-like object and declaring triumphantly, "Old Meng, why are you fretting over promotions? You'll have to beg me. If you beg me, I'll solve this problem for you. How about it?" Meng Sanxiang's eyes lit up instantly. That kid Zhang Yang always had a knack for coming up with clever schemes. Could he already have a brilliant plan? As his gaze shifted, the moment he saw the token clutched in Zhang Yang's hand, the sparkle in his eyes instantly dimmed. "Brother, I really appreciate it. I'm so stressed I'm practically pulling my hair out. Could you please stop teasing me?" Meng Sanxiang genuinely began to doubt whether bringing this little fox into the team, besides testing the strength of his own heart, what other purpose could it possibly serve? This token is for each person's weekly entry into the secret realm, and it's only valid for this month. How could Xiaoli possibly grant our people access to the secret realm? Every time, our people are always the last ones allowed in. And before that, Xiaoli always sends people to clear out the secret realm completely. We don't even get a single feather when we go in. Isn't this the perfect moment to show off? Zhang Yang waved his hand. Clang, 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 clang. CL. Old Meng. This time, they probably won't be able to clean it all out. Holy. Seeing the tokens scattered everywhere, Xiong Ming jumped up from the ground in shock. Holy crap. Zhang Yang, you went and stole from Qiu Li's office? Xiong Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. He dove straight for the pile of tokens, scooping them up handful by handful, then letting them slide through his fingers. The pleasant gingling sound made not only Xiong Ming's eyes widen, but the others too. In their 2 years at the academy, they'd only enjoyed the privilege of entering the secret realm 4 times a month before joining the Meng faction. Ever since they'd been branded as part of the Meng faction, the tokens they received each month were practically worthless. Yang Xinglan rose to her feet in disbelief. Her trembling finger pointed at the pile of tokens as she exclaimed, "Zhang Yang, you didn't actually steal from Qiu Li's office, did you? Bro, don't mess around. If Qiu Li finds out and fires you, we won't even qualify for the competition." Zhang Yang relished their wide-eyed, inexperienced reactions. He chuckled. "What's there to fear? We've got old Meng, the dean, on our side. It's just a vice dean's office, so what if we stole from it? Right, old Meng?" Meng Sanxiang clutched his chest, unwilling to take the bait. A faint smile played on the crimson lips beneath Yin Juzuo's hood. Human thinking is truly peculiar. Ever since she entered the human world, such inefficient communication patterns had played out before her eyes constantly. Yet these humans not only didn't find it hindered communication or efficiency, but actually seemed to relish it. How amusing. Only Yun Mengyao remained seated, not uttering a single word from start to finish. Her hands cradled her rounded cheeks as she gazed at Zhang Yang with a gentle smile. "Brother Yang, you're always so amusing." She truly adored him. Chapter 59, Praise Me. Quick. After all that fuss, Zhang Yang finally spilled the beans. Only, the truth he revealed was even more outrageous than stealing from Qiu Li's office. A rare flicker of emotion flickered across Dewey's usually icy expression. "So you're saying you earned these secret realm tokens by defeating every first and second year member of the Rainbow Society? Since the truth couldn't be hidden for long anyway." Zhang Yang saw no point in inventing excuses. He merely glossed over the details of the duels. Xiong Ming's eyes widened like a cow's. He rushed forward 2 steps, grabbed Zhang Yang's sleeve, and whispered, "Hey, did you discover some kind of glitch? Tell me quickly, I want to challenge them too." Xiong Ming's eyes were genuinely gleaming with excitement. His grudge against the Rainbow Society ran deep. If he hadn't refused to dye his hair in those garish colors and joined the Rainbow Gang back then, he wouldn't have been forced into Meng's faction. Looking back on his grueling life these past 2 years, it would be untrue to say he harbors no resentment toward Meng Sanxiang, but his hatred ran even deeper toward the Rainbow Society. Thus, upon hearing that Zhang Yang had wiped out the Rainbow Gang, his long-dormant heart stirred once more. Xiong Ming refused to believe Zhang Yang could truly defeat them through sheer strength. The outcome was obvious. That slippery little fox must have found some glitch in the dueling realm. That's how the Rainbow Society got such a crushing defeat. Hurry up, Zhang Yang. Brothers always treated you well. Don't forget me when good things come your way. Zhang Yang heard this and gave his nose a little rub. This loophole isn't entirely non-existent, but after I used it once, the Rainbow Sect folks probably won't fall for it twice. Didn't you notice they specifically demanded I not enter the secret realm first this time? Xiongming really had given him a tough problem. Just then, Yun Mengyao stood up and hooked her arm through Zhang Yang's other one. Pouting her little mouth, she said discontentedly, "Senior Xiong, couldn't it be that my young brother defeated them with his own strength? Brother Yang, if Senior Xiong doesn't believe in you, we won't let him use the secret realm token." Humph. Yun Mengyao stuck out her tongue at Xiongming and pulled Zhang Yang away. Hey, wait. Hearing they wouldn't give him the secret realm token, he couldn't care less about anything else now. He immediately put on a sheepish face and approached Yun Mengyao, trying to sweet-talk his way out of trouble. This time, he managed to brush it off. Zhang Yang felt deeply relieved. In the critical moment, his wife proved to be the one he could truly rely on. Over the next month, the group used the secret realm tokens to enter the realm relentlessly. The thing only had a 1-month validity period. Having endured constant harassment from other students under Qiu Li's influence, how could they not seize this chance to exact brutal revenge? The 7 swept through one secret realm after another like locusts over a field. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass remained standing. First, Yun Mengyao and Yin Juzuo both advanced to 4-star beast masters. Even Hyacinth, who could only wield a shovel against monsters, was forcibly elevated to a 4-star beast master. Zhang Yang now had his deceased father's endorsement, using the elusive beast cores to silence the others, compounded by the already insufficient experience points to distribute. The others, after repeatedly confirming his experience wouldn't hold them back, stopped pressuring Zhang Yang to hunt beasts. After all of them reached 4-star status, their D-tier secret realm opportunities were completely exhausted, and even some of their C-tier chances had been used up. Such uninterrupted access to the secret realms left them with no desire to rest. With the D-rank dungeons exhausted, they moved on to C-rank dungeons. As always, they adhered to the strict rule of taking nothing from the beasts, not even a single thread. Not even a single hair would be left behind. After a month of relentless, non-stop combat, every last dungeon opportunity was exhausted. All 6 members had been elevated to 5-star beast masters. Zhang Yang, boosted by the system's rewards, was even forcibly elevated to the 6-star beast master tier. Every one of them was grinning from ear to ear. Even the wrinkles on Meng Sanxiang's face seemed to have diminished. Finally, the world where only Zhang Yang was injured had been achieved. Now he had to worry about how he'd pass the University League screening process. He was headed to compete in that tournament, which only allowed 5-star beast masters to participate. After everyone's rank had been raised to 5-star beast master, the plan to enter the secret realm was uniformly halted. Meng Sanxiang had spoken the truth. Star rating was merely the most superficial manifestation of combat power. None of them had contracted a second beast yet, nor had they honed their coordination with their beasts. Developing an attack system was out of the question. Leveling up was no longer the primary focus. Everyone was using the free trial secret realm to hone their skills. Zhang Yang found himself back in a state of idleness. His D-rank beastmaster talent was truly underwhelming. He had once entered the trial secret realm, hoping to see what other surprises the lava giant might hold for him. After a day of busy experimentation, he finally realized, beyond issuing the most basic movement commands, any slightly complex order he gave left the lava giant scratching its head in confusion. Zhang Yang was utterly frustrated. When he controlled the armor-devouring beetle, it was as easy as moving his own limbs. Why was it so much harder with the lava giant? Which was worse than the armor-eating beetle? Forget it. It must be because the lava giant has no brain. It definitely wasn't his fault. Next time, he'd definitely contract a beast with higher intelligence. After shifting all the blame onto the lava giant, Zhang Yang felt much better. He toyed with the beast egg in his hand. Now, all he needed to take off was a wife. Once Yun Mengyao returned, he'd use her to hatch eggs, then everyone would have an SSS grade beast egg. TSK. Just imagining the expressions on Yang Xinglan and the others when they saw the SSS grade beast eggs made Zhang Yang's heart soar with delight. Watching Yun Mengyao skip and bounce into the teaching building, a sweet smile involuntarily spread across Zhang Yang's lips. All the unpleasantness? All the troubles, just seeing Yun Mengyao so happy instantly swept away all those negative emotions. Mengyao, brother Yang. Yun Mengyao spotted Zhang Yang sitting in the middle immediately. They called out to each other in unison. The little one skipped over to Zhang Yang, tugged at his sleeve, and chirped happily. Brother Yang, guess what new skill I learned today? Zhang Yang raised his hand, cupping the small hand tugging at his sleeve. His eyes sparkled with amusement as he looked at her. Sure enough, before he could ask, Yun Mengyao chirped excitedly. Brother Yang, I activated the bloodline skill of the Polar Ice Phoenix. It's called 10,000 Miles of Ice. It's a wide area damage skill. Now I can freeze everything within 20 meters. Praise me. Praise me. Zhang Yang gently pinched her little nose, causing Yun Mengyao to wrinkle her adorable little nose in protest. Alright, my Mengyao is the best. Yun Mengyao gave a light snort, her voice tinged with pride. I'm not yours. You're the worst. I'm not talking to you anymore. Zhang Yang's smile remained unchanged as he pinched a soft dimple on her chubby, baby-faced cheeks and gently wiggled it. Yun Mengyao opened her mouth to bite him, but Zhang Yang dodged with a light chuckle. Hey, don't get mad. Here, this beast egg is yours. Chapter 60, I still prefer your defiant attitude. Yun Mengyao stared at the neatly arranged row of beast eggs beside her, her mind buzzing. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just see? Zhang Yang kept pulling more out. Honey, you don't like that one either? Here, this one's for you. Yun Mengyao mechanically reached out to take the beast egg and placed it beside her. Ding! Host gifted wife 1 SSS grade beast egg, receiving tenfold return. Congratulations! Host has obtained 10 SSS grade beast tamer eggs. Rewards have been deposited into the beast tamer space. Please claim them yourself. Zhang Yang's hand paused mid-egg retrieval. It seemed the SSS rank was the absolute limit, even with additional gifts. It couldn't be upgraded to SSSS rank. Zhang Yang felt little disappointment. His gaze drifted imperceptibly to the ice blue SSS grade beast egg lying on the ground, and he halted his movements entirely. He had finally obtained an SSS grade beast egg compatible with everyone's attributes. Getting more wouldn't be useful. He'd stop for now. Look how scared Mengyao is, she's practically frozen in shock. Yun Mengyao stared blankly, reaching out once more. After a moment, when no sensation of a beast egg touched her palm, she slowly lifted her head. Brother Yang, is it gone? Zhang Yang froze for a second, then chuckled as he ruffled Yun Mengyao's hair. Do you really think I'm a bottomless pit? He nodded toward the icy blue beast egg on the ground, his voice tinged with embarrassment. It's my fault for taking so long to find this beast egg. But hey, what's mine is yours. Besides this one you can use. Save the rest for diaper money. Yun Mengyao was still reeling from the shock today. She nodded blankly, gathered the scattered beast eggs, and carried the one Zhang Yang had specifically pointed out back to her room. She hadn't even registered Zhang Yang's mention of milk money. Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly, watching her retreating figure with a gentle gaze. He had much more to give Yun Mengyao in the future. This time, consider it a little warning shot for her. Not long after Yun Mengyao left, Yang Xinglan and the other two returned first. Zhang Yang called the three of them to wait in the living room, only asking if they had contracted a second beast. After receiving negative answers, he left them to wait. Hyacinth and Yin Juzuo had yet to return. To avoid having to explain things twice later, Zhang Yang decided to wait until everyone was present. Yin Juzuo and the others didn't keep Zhang Yang waiting long. Hyacinth chattered incessantly as she rushed in, trailing Yin Juzuo who was moving at breakneck speed. Yin Juzuo's expression clearly showed he was thoroughly annoyed. Before he could explode, Zhang Yang called the two over. A hint of impatience flickered across Diwei's perpetually icy expression. Zhang Yang, get to the point. I don't have time for your nonsense. Hearing Diwei's words, Zhang Yang immediately gave her a thumbs up. Good. I love this defiant attitude of yours right now. Keep it up. Everyone's here. Zhang Yang announced immediately. Everyone, I have a deal to propose. I wonder if any of you might be interested? A deal? The five exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. What kind of deal could Zhang Yang possibly have for them? But when they turned their gaze back to Zhang Yang, their eyes widened in shock. Holy, five distinct voices, male and female, each with its own tone, reached Zhang Yang's ears in perfect unison. What had they seen? Several powerful beast eggs were neatly arranged in a row, with Zhang Yang holding two more in his left and right hands. The one with purple patterns on the left was placed before Yang Xinglan, while the pitch-black one on the right, looking like a dead egg, was set before Yin Juzuo. I have several SSS-grade beast eggs here. Are you interested? Yin Juzuo snatched one up with a single hand, tossing it playfully between his fingers. This scene made Xiong Ming's heart tremble. Yang Xinglan's eye twitched as she cautiously cradled the purple beast egg, carefully sensing its energy. In just an instant, he felt waves of nausea emanating from the energy-saturated beast egg. This was a special poison-type beast master egg and an SSS-grade poison type at that. The moment he saw it, Yang Xinglan couldn't tear his eyes away. Xiong Ming immediately lunged toward a pile of beast eggs. Just as he was about to reach out and touch them, he suddenly seemed to remember something. He wiped his hands repeatedly on his clothes before cautiously picking up one beast egg. Unlike Xiong Ming's boldness, Hyacinth and Diwei stood to the side, watching with burning eyes. Hyacinth's eyes brimmed with inferiority, while Diwei's were filled with awkwardness. The only commonality between them was the intense passion burning in both their gazes. Every detail was meticulously observed by Zhang Yang. Hey, Hyacinth, Why don't you come over and see which beast egg you have the strongest connection with? Hyacinth stared at Zhang Yang in utter disbelief. Her mouth agape. She pointed at her own face, her voice trembling with shock. You mean I can too? After receiving Zhang Yang's affirmative nod, Hyacinth, much like Xiong Ming before her, rubbed her hands together repeatedly. Only then did she cautiously cradle a beast tamer egg in her hands. At the same time, she shot a cautious glance at Zhang Yang. Seeing no change in his expression, she finally shifted her gaze back to the beast taming egg. Compared to Hyacinth and Xiong Ming, Di Wei, deliberately left waiting by Zhang Yang, felt quite uncomfortable. She couldn't charge forward like Xiong Ming, nor had she received an invitation from Zhang Yang like Hyacinth. Watching the beast egg that resonated most strongly with her being picked up and put down repeatedly by Xiong Ming and Hyacinth, she could no longer contain herself. She charged forward, grabbed Hyacinth's head, and demanded in a sharp tone, "Put that beast egg down." After much commotion, each person had selected their preferred beast tamer egg. Yang Xinglan and Yin Juzuo, however, held the beast eggs Zhang Yang had selected for them. All 5 of them stared intently at Zhang Yang. Choosing a beast egg wasn't difficult. The real challenge lay in the deal Zhang Yang had mentioned. The value of an SSS-grade beast egg needed no explanation. A sense of unease now settled in their hearts. What if Zhang Yang demanded something unreasonable? How could they possibly refuse? Noticing their intense stares, Zhang Yang didn't immediately state his terms. Instead, he turned to Di Wei with a teasing look and said in a sly tone, "Di Wei, I actually preferred your earlier defiant attitude." Embarrassed by Zhang Yang's teasing, a rare blush of shyness flushed across Di Wei's icy face. Still, she stubbornly held her head high, attempting to mask her awkwardness with a haughty expression. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I'll make a deal with you, but there are 2 conditions." Zhang Yang's gaze swept over the 5 of them, except for Yin Juzuo. He took in the anxious expressions etched on every face. He didn't keep them hanging. If he got beaten up, he'd have nowhere to turn for justice. First, I want that beast core from the first place prize in this university league. Second, pay me the market price for the SSS grade beast egg. You can owe me for now, but you must pay. Chapter 61, is he seriously an SSS grade wholesaler? After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Zhang Yang remained silent. Xiong Ming asked in disbelief, "That's it?" Hearing this, Zhang Yang nearly jumped up to smack him on the head. He clearly stated there were only 2 conditions. Had his ears been stuffed with beast eggs or something? After repeatedly confirming there was truly no third condition, the 4 of them still insisted he raise his hand and swear an oath. Zhang Yang nearly lost his temper. He seriously wanted to ask them, who was the seller here? And who was the buyer? After all the commotion, the group finally cradled the beast taming egg with reverence and returned to their dorm. Just before climbing the stairs, Xiong Ming muttered under his breath to Yang Xinglan, "Xinglan, Zhang Yang, he can't possibly be an SSS grade beast master wholesaler, can he? Xiong Ming, if you don't want it, give it back to me." Zhang Yang's threat felt like a grim reaper chasing him, sending a chill down Xiong Ming's spine. He slipped away like grease on his feet. After Yin Juzuo entered the dormitory, he hooked his heel to close the door. From her shadow, the shadow warrior silently rose to her feet. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed out the beast egg, one that couldn't be bought anywhere in the outside world. Clang! Before anyone could see the shadow warrior move, the beast tamer egg had already split into 2 halves the moment it landed in its grasp. Holding one half in its hand, the severed egg pulsed with streams of pitch-black energy that seemed to writhe with life. Yin Juzuo snapped her fingers. The shadow-controlling motherworm crawled out of the shadow warrior's eye sockets and swam directly into one half of the beast taming egg. The shadow warrior himself lifted the other half, bringing it to his lips and gulping it down in large mouthfuls. While the 2 beasts fed, Yin Juzuo walked to the bedside. The hood fell to the floor, and a cascade of jet-black hair spilled down like a waterfall. Her pale face bore lips a sinister red. She lightly licked her lips and let out a soft burp. Burp! An SSS-grade beast egg, the flavor truly is superior. Let me think. What kind of beast should I create next? The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Meng Sanxiang waited in the hall as usual for the others. When he saw them, the word speechless was practically carved onto his forehead. Of the 7 people present, 5 had dark circles under their eyes. Seriously, did you all go out thieving last night? What good stuff did you steal? Why didn't you call me? Zhang Yang, listen to this, listen to this. Is this even human speech? Is this really something a dean should be saying? Besides misleading students, what else is this old fool good for? So, is your second beast tamer ready yet? If not, I know a black market where I hear an S-rank beast egg is up for auction. You should check it out. Whoever suits it best can contract it first. Meng Sanxiang nearly wore himself out gathering this information. After finally pinpointing the exact auction time, he rushed back without delay. He was terrified of missing the auction. But an S-rank beast egg? Not even a dog would want that. Xiong Ming wore a look of utter disdain, his nose practically pointing toward the ceiling. With a turn, the SSS grade beast egg he'd chosen appeared in his hand. Meng stared dumbfounded. So, last night you went to help him steal an SSS grade beast master egg? Yang Xinglan's baby face was set in a serious expression as he declared. Dean Meng, how could you doubt our integrity? Just as Meng Sanxian was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Yang Xinglan's next words nearly made him spit out a mouthful of old blood in anger. How could we possibly steal just one? Yang Xinglan demonstrated. Di Wei demonstrated. Xiong Ming demonstrated. Hyacinth displayed. Yun Mengyao and Zhang Yang looked left and right, exchanged a glance, and each pulled out an SSS grade beast egg to hold in their hands. Meng Mu stared dumbstruck. Holy, what the hell are you two doing? Where the hell did you steal all these beast master eggs? And they're all SSS grade. Suddenly, he seemed to catch something. He turned to look at Yin Juzuo, the only one without an egg in hand, and asked in confusion. What's up? Didn't they take you along when they went out stealing? Yin Juzuo shrugged, and from her shadow emerged a beastmaster resembling a shadow warrior. Except instead of a long sword, it held a bow and arrows. I just couldn't resist last night, so I bound it first. An SSS grade shadow spirit. My apologies for the embarrassment. Meng Sangan's brain twitched uncontrollably, and his mouth followed suit. But Meng Sanxian's reaction wasn't the most extreme. Hyacinth's reaction was even more intense than Meng Sanxian's. Holy, Yin Juzuo, how did you even contract it? Yesterday I was so excited I forgot I'm only a B-rank talent. I couldn't suppress a beast's first rampage, let alone contract an SSS rank beast. Is there some secret to this? Tell me fast. Yin Juzuo froze. Damn it, I forgot I'm only a B-rank beast tamer right now. Her mind raced as she caught Zhang Yang's curious gaze from the corner of her eye, still cowering in the corner. Her mind raced, and an excuse slipped out. It's probably because my beast egg has a high compatibility with my attributes. As for the exact reason, you'll have to ask Zhang Yang. Meng stared dumbfounded. How did this get tied to Zhang Yang again? Zhang Yang, who'd been inexplicably saddled with the blame, looked utterly bewildered. Whoa, could this system-gifted beast egg actually have the power to transcend class contracts? This is so melodramatic. Seriously, could he still pin this blame on his old man? What excuse could he possibly use to pin this on his old man? Zhang Yang was deeply troubled. Hyacinth's eyes lit up as she immediately moved closer. Standing beside Zhang Yang, her eyes burned with the intensity of a lifelong virgin suddenly seeing a woman stripped bare. Zhang Yang, can I really contract this SSS grade beast egg? Zhang Yang, bro, that's a pretty bold question. How the hell should I know? Probably. I can't guarantee anything with this kind of thing. Why don't you try it first? Zhang Yang wasn't entirely sure himself. The origin of this beast egg was a system gift, and he didn't know whether Yin Juzuo could form a contract because of his own abilities or if it was truly due to the system. He decided to use Hyacinth as an experiment. If it worked, he'd find a way to pin the blame on his old man. If it failed, he'd blame Yin Juzuo himself. Even if the Empire wanted to dissect someone for research, they wouldn't come after him. Hyacinth agonized for a long while, but ultimately decided to gamble on this staggering fortune. Chapter 62, The College League begins. Half an hour later, in front of the academic building, Hyacinth's expression was a mix of tears and laughter. There was good news, he could indeed contract an SSS grade beast egg. But there was also bad news. He stared at the drooling puppy crouched before him, his urge to cry reaching its peak. Why me? The SSS grade beast egg that resonated with him the strongest, the one he felt the strongest connection to, had only hatched into a little puppy. Through the telepathic bond with his beast, he instantly knew the puppy's name and abilities. SSS rank beast, Wind Chaser. Attack, D rank. Defense, D rank. SSS rank Scent Tracking. Zhang Yang patted his shoulder, speechless. At this moment, it was best not to provoke him further. He genuinely feared the boy's already shattered Dao heart might crumble into dust, the kind you couldn't even sweep up. Now that Hyacinth had successfully formed a contract, the others could no longer contain their restlessness and decided to contract immediately. With both Hyacinth and Yin Juzuo, both B-rank already successfully contracted, they faced no issues whatsoever. Yang Xinglan took the lead, pulling out the purple beast egg and initiating the contract immediately. SSS grade Swamp Toad, capable of creating a slowing swamp. D-Wei also drew the blood contract formation. SSS rank Red-Eyed Demon Ape, naturally wields a staff tied to its very life. In combat, it easily loses control, its eyes turn red, and it cares for nothing but smashing its opponent's skull with that staff. One controlled, one defended, both perfectly aligned with their combat styles. Xiong Ming's contracted beast followed the same lineage as the previous two. SSS rank Bloodthirsty Vampire Bat, primarily attacks by sucking blood. Its attack power increases by 20% once the opponent bleeds from wounds. Meng Sanxian's eyes were practically smoking from excitement. Every SSS grade beast was a treasure in his eyes. His gaze darted from one to the next, drool practically dripping from his mouth. He was even considering asking Zhang Yang for an SSS grade beast egg. Once he advanced to a 9-star beast master, he could possess his long-dreamed of SSS grade beast. Thinking of Zhang Yang, he immediately shot his burning gaze in that direction, just catching sight of the two standing together. You two have contracted your second beasts too? Yun Mengyao and Zhang Yang exchanged a glance. She took out her own beast egg first and stepped forward. The moment the blood pact was sealed, a crack appeared on the beast egg. A bitterly cold wind swept through the air, ruffling everyone's hair. The bone-chilling sound of ice crystals forming echoed through the air. In just a second, an ice-blue flower blossomed from the cracked beast egg. Everyone was stunned. Wait, what about the huge beast? How could it just turn into a flower? Yun Mengao's eyes sparkled with delight as she scampered forward and crouched beside the ice blossom. Her slender fingers gently reached out, touching the petals. The flower swayed gently, as if expressing its joy. At the same time, Yun Mengyao answered the others' questions. This is an SSS grade cold-time flower, my second tamed beast. Its abilities? I'll keep that a secret for now, but rest assured, it won't disappoint you. All 6 had now contracted their beasts. All eyes turned to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang scratched his nose. He decisively produced an SSS grade beast egg and drew the blood pact. Moo! A deafening roar that echoed across the heavens nearly shattered their eardrums. A rhinoceros, its entire body glowing a deep blue, appeared before the crowd. Its gleaming front horn stretched over 2 meters long, and the entire beast radiated an imposing, majestic presence. SSS grade steel-backed ironhorn rhinoceros. Damn it! Zhang Yang blurted out a curse. Had he somehow formed a contract with a mindless creature? Or was the price for binding the armor-devouring beetle that he'd never contract any intelligent creatures again? The lava giant was like this, and now the steel-backed ironhorn rhino was the same. He waved his hand in resignation, banishing the steel-horned rhino back into his beast-taming space. He couldn't bear the sight of those copper bell-sized eyes, their clear yet utterly foolish gaze, irritating him to no end. Meng Sanxiang swallowed unconsciously. Even he hadn't noticed the slight tremor in his own voice. Alright, since you've all contracted your second beasts, make the most of your time to practice. The high school league will begin soon. I won't say any more. For some reason, watching Meng Sanxiang's retreating figure, Zhang Yang felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During those 2 months, everyone except Zhang Yang was extremely busy. At least, that's how it appeared on the surface. Yin Juzuo, unwilling to stand out, moved in lockstep with the others, coasting through the trials in the secret realm. Hyacinth, meanwhile, tirelessly gathered intelligence from the outside world. His beast companion had no combat ability, but he refused to be a useless burden. He threw himself into gathering intelligence with particular zeal. As for Zhang Yang, he didn't even bother pretending anymore. He just lay around in the dorm every day. One moment sprawled out like the character for big, the next stretched out like the character for great. He simply did nothing. Meng Sanxiang tried to talk to him twice, but after getting the cold shoulder both times, he never bothered again. He was left to lie there. To say nothing of the fact that he alone had provided the team with the beast eggs, that alone left Meng Sanxiang speechless. The day before the college league tournament, no one entered the secret realm again. The training that needed to be done had already been completed over the past 2 months. One more day wouldn't make a difference. Zhang Yang watched Meng Sangun, who was lost in thought, with curiosity and asked with some confusion, "Where is this year's college league being held? Why haven't we set out yet?" His question echoed the confusion shared by the others. Meng Sanxiang sighed with a frown. He shook his head helplessly and said, "I have no idea. I'm starting to wonder if they've forgotten about our Xianxiao Academy altogether. If Qiuli wasn't pacing like a caged animal right now, I'd suspect he's the one pulling strings." Zhang Yang froze. A faint sense of unease stirred within him. Could something else have gone wrong? This unease vanished the next day. Early the next morning, Meng Sanxiang received a notice from the Imperial Royal Academy. This year's intercollegiate tournament would be held at Jianglu Academy, requiring all participants to assemble there within 3 days. 3 days was a tight schedule for them. They would have to travel non-stop to make it in time. Without further explanation, Meng Sanxiang immediately set out with his 7 companions. At the same time, Qiuli also set off for Jianglu Academy with the team he had assembled, arriving almost simultaneously. By the evening of the second day, Meng Sanxiang's group arrived at a small village. Glancing at his weary companions, he said in a deep voice, "We're less than half a day's journey from Jianglu Academy. We'll rest here tonight and depart at first light tomorrow. This competition has felt off to me all along. We'll arrive earlier to give ourselves more time to scout the situation." Exhausted, none of them felt like speaking. After packing up their belongings, they headed straight to the inn. Rooms were in short supply at the inn. Yun Mengyao and Di Wei shared a room on the second floor. Xiong Ming and Hyacinth shared a room on the second floor as well. Meng Sanxiang and Yang Xinglan occupied the sole room on the third floor. Zhang Yang and Yin Juzuo shared a room on the second floor. The 3 days of rushing had completely exhausted Zhang Yang. He hurriedly took a shower, slipped into a pair of loose shorts, and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Yin Juzuo, her red lips pressed tightly together beneath the hood, hesitated for a long while before finally going to wash up and rest. When will this dog of a man ever pay attention? Always exposing his upper body like that, who exactly is he trying to seduce? In the dead of night, Zhang Yang jolted awake from his sleep. While calming the rampaging armored beetles in his beast taming space, he squinted at the upstairs room. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed from above. Zhang Yang withdrew his gaze, only to meet the eyes of Yin Juzuo, who had just hidden them beneath his hood on the bed across from him. I thought you never took off that hood, not even when sleeping. Strange. Why did Yin Juzuo's eyes always seem a little different? Chapter 63, Rescue, A-Class Secret Realm. Before Zhang Yang could figure out exactly what was off, Yang Xinglan knocked on the door. Dean Meng said to assemble downstairs in 3 minutes. Just moments ago, the devouring beetle had alerted Zhang Yang within the beast taming space that a high-risk creature was approaching the inn and had entered the room where Meng Sanxiang was staying. Zhang Yang immediately suspected something unexpected had occurred. Yang Xinglan's arrival confirmed his suspicions. Exchanging a glance, they quickly gathered their belongings and headed downstairs. Meng Sanxiang was already sitting in the inn's lobby, his face dark and sullen. Once everyone was gathered, he immediately explained the situation. Earlier, I received a distress call from the garrison command. An exploration team has gone missing in an A-level secret realm, and one of them is a person of significant importance. We've been temporarily mobilized to enter the realm for the rescue mission. His fingers tapped the table unconsciously as his tone paused slightly, as if giving everyone time to think. Then he continued. The A-class realm is too vast. This time, I must participate in the mobilization. As for you, you may either join the perimeter search or proceed to Jianglu Academy to await further instructions. The garrison command has made it clear, participating in the rescue may involve danger. Conversely, any resources gathered will belong entirely to you. The choice is yours. After Meng Sanxiang finished speaking, all eyes instinctively turned to Zhang Yang. During that month of leveling up, they had operated together, sweeping through the secret realm. Zhang Yang's role as their leader was universally acknowledged, and everyone instinctively waited for the captain's decision. What was the identity of the person they were rescuing? To everyone's surprise, Zhang Yang's first question was precisely this. Meng Sanxiang frowned deeply and shook his head slowly. The subject's identity is top secret. You won't receive any information about them until you enter the secret realm. Zhang Yang immediately followed with a second question. If we encounter danger ourselves, should we prioritize saving others or self-preservation? Self-preservation, Meng Sanxiang answered without hesitation. Zhang Yang pressed further. Then what about the University League? Postpone it until the rescue operation concludes. If any participants are injured, the tournament will only commence once they've recovered. The people requesting our help know who we are. This was their own suggestion. After deep contemplation, Zhang Yang gave his affirmative response. No other voices spoke up among the 7-member team. The group set out immediately that night. By the time they reached the secret realm's entrance, it was just before dawn, the darkest hour of the night. The towering entrance to the class's secret realm loomed before them like a gaping maw of an abyss, ready to devour those it chose. Meng Sanxiang halted the group, his eyes flickering with unprecedented tension. My task is to search the interior area, while you will search the outer perimeter. Zhang Yang, your safety must be your top priority above all else. I want you to come out the same way you went in. Once the rescue operation concludes, I'll come find you and lead you out of the secret realm. Until then, do not venture inward. Understand? Zhang Yang nodded solemnly. He was the one who brought them in, so he had to bring them all out safe and sound. As for the rescue, he would do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. Based on his understanding of the garrison command, those with such classified information were either their status was exceptionally high, with deep family connections, or possess exceptionally unique beast-taming abilities crucial to the garrison command. Regardless of which category they fell into, the scale of the rescue operation wouldn't be small. They could lend a hand while earning some resources, and with low risk, why not? That was the real reason Zhang Yang inquired about the other party's identity. Meng Sanxiang's guess was correct. As an 8-star beast master, he was immediately escorted to the side upon entering the secret realm. Zhang Yang and his group were instead greeted by another member of the garrison command. The man didn't appear much older than Zhang Yang and his group. Standing stiff as a spear, he radiated the aura of a seasoned soldier. Seeing Zhang Yang and his 6 companions standing in neat formation before him, the man glanced down at the form in his hand. His gaze softened slightly. "Thank you for volunteering for the rescue mission. My surname is Wu. Just call me Xiao Wu." This wasn't the time for small talk. Zhang Yang remained silent, simply observing him. Xiao Wu didn't seem bothered by Zhang Yang's silence. Instead, his eyes held a hint of admiration. "I'll keep this brief. Your primary task is to conduct perimeter searches, centered around the secret realm's exit. Sweep along its left edge. This time, please refrain from killing any beasts. Rescue is the top priority. Here's a photo of the target." As he spoke, Xiao Wu handed a photograph to Zhang Yang. At first glance, the subject in the photo didn't seem particularly remarkable. A big boy with a sunny smile. If anything stood out, it might be the red mole at the corner of his eye that caught his attention a bit more. Xiao Wu's voice was solemn. "This is the individual you're searching for," Xiao Wu stated. "I'm sorry I can't disclose his name. Just finding him will be a major achievement." Xiao Wu handed a black, unremarkable object to Zhang Yang and continued. "Classmate, this is a signal stick. If you locate the target, activate the signal stick, and we'll come to meet you immediately. If you encounter danger you cannot handle, you may also activate the signal stick. Our nearby personnel will come to your rescue." In short, every Beastmaster is a precious asset to the Empire. Your top priority must be to protect your own lives before considering anything else. Zhang Yang solemnly accepted the signal stick and tucked it into his waistband. From Xiao Wu's solemn tone, Zhang Yang could indeed detect a deep sense of concern. Nodding to him to confirm there was no further information, Zhang Yang gathered the squad. "Everyone, our dream has been shattered." Zhang Yang looked at them earnestly as he spoke. "We're abandoning monster hunting and core collection. Our top priority is finding people. Everything else will depend on how things unfold." He gave Hyacinth a nod. The latter immediately understood, and the surveillance hive dispersed at once. The synchronized cicada had long since adapted to its task. After emerging, it flew straight to the ears of Zhang Yang and the others without needing them to lift a finger. The little puppy panted heavily at his feet, drool pooling on the floor. A similar scene unfolded for every team participating in the University League. The only difference was the location of the distress calls they received. Though all were near Jianglu Academy and all were Grade A exploration realms, some chose to participate in the rescue, while others, fearing they couldn't handle the dangers of a Grade A secret realm, opted to abandon the mission. Yet only 2 teams entered each dungeon. If someone could obtain all the photos, they would immediately discover that the so-called rescue missions and mission objectives were all different. Meanwhile, the teams that chose to wait at Jianglu Academy first arrived at Jianglu City only to find a massive notice posted on the city gates. Teams who saw this notice have forfeited their eligibility in the college league and must return immediately. The words were few, yet each one sent a chill deep into the soul. Many wanted to shout, "Why the hell should we?" But their teachers had already departed for the rescue operation. What could a few students possibly accomplish? They intended to enter the city to wait for their teachers, only to discover they couldn't even gain entry to Jianglu City. The garrison soldiers guarding Jianglu City wouldn't even give them a second glance. Chapter 64, Forcing the Great Earth Bear. 3 li ahead. A lone earth raging bear lurks. "Captain, what should we do?" Zhang Yang divided the 7-member squad into 3 groups. Di-Wei led the way with Hyacinth, scouting the terrain ahead. Zhang Yang, Yun Mengyao, and Yin Juzuo positioned themselves in the center for mutual support. Yang Xinglan and Xiong Ming brought up the rear. Each group maintained a distance of less than 500 meters. This formation ensured they wouldn't attract the attention of strange beasts by gathering too many people in one place, nor were they too far apart to lose contact between the front and rear. Upon receiving Hyacinth's message, Zhang Yang didn't hesitate. "Hyacinth, is there a route that can bypass it?" Hyacinth had long since adapted to Zhang Yang's combat style. Upon detecting the earth-raging bear's location, it had already probed the surrounding area. At Zhang Yang's prompting, it immediately responded. "We're already hugging the edge. The left side is impassable. The right side is the territory of a troop of ape-like beasts, not easy to bypass." "Can't bypass it? If we can't bypass it, then we won't." Zhang Yang simply didn't want to waste time. He wasn't truly afraid of these beasts. "Hyacinth, advance another 2 kilometers. If nothing unusual happens, fall back to the second echelon. Di-Wei, Yin Juzuo, Yun Mengyao, and I will force our way through the earth-shattering bears, quick and decisive." Zhang Yang had long ago solemnly instructed the others. Once inside the secret realm, no one was to question his decisions. The formation shifted instantly at his command. Hyacinth's reconnaissance revealed no anomalies, and she swiftly retreated to the center position. The 3 advanced to rendezvous with Di-Wei. The surveillance hive served as Hyacinth's eyes, wherever the bees were. He could see clearly. Retreating only affected the range of his reconnaissance, not its accuracy. "Captain, The earth-raging bear lies just over a mile ahead. Any further advance will bring you into its sensory range. All were 5-star Beastmasters, though a single 5-star Beastmaster posed no threat to the earth-raging bear, but appearing together would still raise its alertness. Retract your beasts. After careful consideration, Zhang Yang decided to take a risky gamble. He wasn't afraid of the earth-raging bear, but prolonged engagement would inevitably bring significant trouble. To swiftly eliminate it, he must strike first before it detected him. To achieve this, they needed to get close enough to launch their attack. Though they'd never coordinated this tactic before, the group executed the order without hesitation. Guided by Hyacinth, the four circled around to the downwind side of the earth-raging bear. Using cover from obstacles, they crept within less than 300 meters of the beast. Once I initiate the attack, you strike immediately. I can stall until you summon your beasts. Mengyao, get ready. After quietly arranging the tactics, Zhang Yang advanced first. 200 meters, 100 meters. Any closer? And even Zhang Yang wasn't sure if he'd alert the earth bear. Right here, Zhang Yang muttered under his breath, then gave a sharp command. Mengyao. The next second, the earth-raging bear, currently hugging a tree and scratching its back, was suddenly struck from behind by a gleaming rhino horn. The steel-backed iron-horned rhinoceros had already charged forward in Zhang Yang's command from within the beast taming space. Being simple-minded had its advantages. Its simple mind executed basic commands with remarkable thoroughness. Even if it didn't understand why Zhang Yang was making it run, it obediently followed the order. Zhang Yang instantly opened a beast channel between the steel-backed iron-horned rhinoceros and the earth-shattering bear. The charging steel-backed iron-horned rhino slammed into the earth-raging bear's back the very next second. Its overwhelming force sent the earth-raging bear flying through the air, tree and all. Before the bewildered earth-raging bear could even react, Yun Mengyao's attack arrived. A beast summoning portal opened above her head, and the massive head of the polar ice phoenix emerged first. The ice blades coiled within its maw erupted forth in an instant. Compared to the polar ice phoenix's initial attacks, simple ice spikes and snowballs, the ice blades possessed far greater destructive power. Moreover, the Arctic ice phoenix unleashed not just one blade per attack, but a full 5 at once. The earth rage bear, struck by the attack and sent flying into the air, immediately assumed a defensive posture. Every hair on its body instantly stood on end, a faint yellow glow dancing along each strand. If allowed to maintain this defense, Yun Mengyao's attacks would struggle to make an impact. Its reaction was entirely within Zhang Yang's expectations. The steel-backed iron-horned rhinoceros retreated into the beast's summoning space, and the lava giant stepped forward. Thud! A dull thud echoed through the air. The lava giant crouched down as if straining to defecate. One fist slammed squarely into the Earthstorm bear's chest. The fist struck and immediately withdrew. The Earthstorm bear's chest was scorched black by the fiery lava dragon on the giant's knuckles. The yellow light on its body desperately tried to converge toward the wounded area. Alas, it was too late. 5 icy blades sliced through its wound, one after another. Roar! The Earthstorm bear let out a furious roar as blood gushed from its chest. This triple strike had dealt it a heavy blow, but it wasn't over yet. In the brief pause between the triple strikes, the other 3 had already summoned their own beasts. They couldn't strike its front, but what about the wounds gouged into its back by the steelback ironhorn rhinoceros? The twin wind blades of the two-headed wind wolf struck first, tearing open the already gaping wound on the earth-raging bear's back. A jet-black arrow followed close behind, plunging deep into its back until only the tail remained. This was the feathered arrow fired by Injuzuo's shadow elf. With the ranged assault concluded, the close-quarters beast riders closed in. The red-eyed demon ape leapt high into the air several meters away from the earth-shattering bear, bringing down a powerful strike with its staff, glowing crimson and gold aimed squarely at its chest. The blow landed, sending the earth-raging bear crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, in the shadow cast by the earth-raging bear on the ground, a jet-black figure had long been waiting, blade raised. Who else could it be but Injuzuo's shadow puppet? The shadow puppet's blade was raised high, waiting for the bear to hit the ground. Thud! The earth-raging bear crashed down, kicking up clouds of dust, and the shadow puppet was struck as well. Zhang Yang glanced briefly at Injuzuo, noting the lack of expression on his face, before summoning the lava giant once more. The lava giant emerged in a mounted stance, perched directly atop the earth-raging bear. A pair of fists slammed down with tremendous force. The thudding impact echoed relentlessly. The red-eyed demon ape stood to the left, striking its head with blow after blow of its staff. On the right, the shadow puppet appeared silently, striking with a sudden slash between the two beasts' attacks. The shadow sprite was even more cunning. Arrows always shot through the blur of attacks, striking the earthquake bear with pinpoint accuracy. In contrast, Yun Mengyao's Arctic Ice Phoenix couldn't get a single shot off. Zhang Yang ordered her to recall the Ice Phoenix, then pulled Yun Mengyao close, covering her eyes with his hand. This scene was utterly brutal and bloody. Not suitable for young children. Chapter 65, Hyacinth's Might. The Earth Rage Bear let out only a single furious arrow before being hammered to death. It didn't even manage a second scream. How utterly tragic. After confirming its lifeless state, Zhang Yang immediately ordered everyone to recall their beasts. The lava giant wrenched off the Earth Raging Bear's head and stored it alongside the others in the beast control space. Proceed swiftly. Hyacinth, monitor the situation ahead and report promptly. Clear ahead. Halt again in 10 miles. The order was given, and the remaining 6 responded immediately. Within 3 minutes, they had already covered over 10 miles. They halted beside a great river. After washing away the bloodstains, they took a brief rest. They reformed into the 232 formation and pressed forward. Along the way, leveraging Hyacinth's exceptional scouting abilities, they either avoided or bypassed obstacles. Only when absolutely necessary did they resort to forceful elimination. And even then, they only engaged in forced combat against the beasts when Zhang Yang was confident in his ability to prevail. As night fell, they were forced to halt their progress. Nighttime saw a surge in beast activity, making travel considerably more difficult than during daylight hours. Zhang Yang decided to set up camp and rest on the spot. Xiong Ming, who had focused solely on pushing forward all day without exerting any effort, was now bursting with energy. He sauntered over to Hyacinth, plopped down on the ground, hooked an arm around his neck, and teased, "Old Feng, who knew you were this strong? TSK, you finally got your act together." Hyacinth was exhausted, practically panting like a puppy, his tongue practically hanging out. Xiong Ming's sudden grab cut off his breath, triggering a violent coughing fit. Cough cough. Bro Xiong, cut me some slack. Cough. I've got zero fighting power, what the hell am I supposed to be strong about? As he spoke, Hyacinth spotted the little puppy sleeping at his feet, already snoring away. His temper flared instantly. Duong. A sharp smack landed squarely on its forehead. The puppy jolted awake, leaping up and sniffing the air frantically. After a long while, failing to detect any enemy scent, it lay back down puzzled, smacked its lips twice, and drifted back into a deep sleep at Hyacinth's feet. Zhang Yang watched with amusement. Alright, enough fooling around. Hyacinth, did you spot any human traces along the way today? As the conversation turned serious, Hyacinth's expression grew solemn. He shook his head slowly. Nothing at all. He reached up and ruffled the dog's head, murmuring softly, "The windchaser may be a bit useless, but its nose can detect any scent within 20 miles. Not only are there no signs of a fight, but there's not even a trace of human activity." Zhang Yang's expression showed no surprise. If the person were that easy to find, the garrison command wouldn't have had to enlist even students like them for the search. It seemed the search efforts were still focused on the inner perimeter. Having them scout the outer perimeter was merely an extra precaution. Alright, time to sleep. Hyacinth, arrange the surveillance drones, rotate personnel every hour for night watch. Hope Old Meng and the others wrap up their mission soon. This godforsaken place offers nothing, staying here is utterly tedious. Meanwhile, 5 miles away from their team's location, 3 figures stood silently atop treetops, watching Zhang Yang's group from afar. "Ha, Old Meng, these students of yours are quite interesting." "Interested, not interested." Before the man on the left could finish his sentence, Meng Songqian, standing in the center, cut him off decisively. Meng Songqian's face was taut, betraying his displeasure. It wasn't until Zhang Yang's team had already departed that he learned from the garrison command personnel. This was no damn rescue mission. This was the massive trap the garrison command had dug for them. The university students. The man standing to Meng Songqian's right nudged him with his elbow and quipped, "Old Meng, maybe you should try to keep a straight face? Your expression right now makes it really hard to believe you're angry." The two men's teasing continued, and Meng Songqian could no longer hold back the corners of his mouth. But he had no intention of easily forgiving these two old acquaintances from the garrison command. "I tell you, you guys at the garrison command are real jerks. Keeping it from the students is one thing, but hiding it from us teachers too?" The first speaker snorted coldly. "Tell you? Search your conscience if you even have one and tell me. If the garrison bureau told you this morning, by noon the whole empire's universities would know. Ah, but speaking of which, I really like these students of yours. How about, dream on?" Before he could finish, Meng Songqian cut him off again. "Don't even think about it. You bastard. These promising young talents aren't being groomed for your garrison command. Just watch. It'll make you green with envy." Meanwhile, on the other side, compared to Zhang Yang's team's search speed, Xiao Li's group was nothing short of pitiful. An entire day had passed, and they hadn't even covered 100 li. Now, each sat on the ground, covered in dust and grime, adjusting their states. A claw mark ran the entire length of Lang Mingfeng's back. The blood had long since dried, but the torn wounds still throbbed with pain. His face darkened as his gaze swept over the remaining 9 members. Just now, when he was in danger, not a single one of these people stepped forward to save him. Had it not been for his beast companion's loyal protection, he likely would have met his end there. Even so, he had to expend one of his breakthrough attack opportunities. This caused his primary beast to plummet from S rank to A rank. Such a loss was beyond what he could bear. A hint of murderous intent flickered in Long Mingfeng's icy gaze. Don't think he was unaware of what this group was thinking. It was nothing more than resentment over Chiu Li appointing him as captain. If they thought this would make him abandon his captaincy, they were sorely underestimating him. The entire 10-person squad gathered in small groups of 3 or 5. Chatting and laughing, they were quite lively. Yet no one paid Lang Mingfeng any mind. He touched the scar on his back, a cold smile curling his lips. Just you wait. A high school league that only requires 7 players to participate. 10 people is slightly more than that. As long as they outshine Meng Sunxiang's ragtag squad and don't interfere with Vice Dean Chiu Li's important matters. Once that goal was achieved, Vice Dean Chiu probably wouldn't mind a few minor missteps along the way. 2 kilometers away, 3 figures stood among the treetops. The one in the center was none other than Chiu Li, the team's instructor. Unlike the harmonious atmosphere on Meng Sunxiang's side, the individuals flanking Chiu Li hadn't uttered a single word. They occasionally lowered their heads to jot down notes in their notebooks. Chiu Li's weathered face was contorted beyond recognition. His hands, clenched tightly behind his back, trembled with tension.